Chapter 1. The Youth of the Southerly Workshop. In the outskirts of the Nali Workshop, established in the Hungduan Mountain region under the jurisdiction of the Xingyuan sect in the eastern continent of the Dacian domain, various small and large factions, as well as wandering cultivators, converge. The workshop is overseen by a foundation-building master, primarily tasked with gathering resources for the Xingyuan sect. Within the workshop, there exists a guard team that divides the territory into an inner city and an outer city. The inner city is predominantly centered on trade, featuring shops and trading areas formed by scattered cultivators, while the outer city primarily serves as a residential area where many family factions or wandering cultivators settle. In a modest courtyard spanning an acre in the outer city of the Nali Workshop, half an acre is cultivated with spiritual rice, and a small pond is home to a few darting fish. To the north of the courtyard, there stands a brick house, within which lies a 14-year-old boy, lying on a mat with a disordered breath, bloodstains adorning his ears and nose, and a pool of blood staining the floor. His gaze is vacant as he stares at the ceiling, remaining motionless for an indeterminate time. After what feels like an eternity, the boy's fingers twitch slightly, and a flicker of awareness returns to his eyes as he surveys his surroundings, confusion etched across his features. Where am I? Wasn't I on my way to work? He murmurs weakly. Suddenly, a jolt courses through his mind, and a torrent of fragmented memories floods in, causing him to lie stiffly on the mat once more. Time passes, and gradually, he regains his composure, unfamiliar memories surfacing. This world is a realm known as the Dacian domain, populated by mortals, beasts, and cultivators. The original owner of this body was a youth named Wang, who had reached the second layer of Qi refinement. 2 days prior, sensing a loosening of the bottleneck of the second layer, he resolved to enter seclusion to break through, but at a critical moment his mind wavered, causing a disruption in his cultivation technique, leading to his untimely demise. His body was then occupied by another Wang, who had perished in a car accident on Earth. From his memories, he learns that the original owner's parents had ventured into the Hungduan Mountains months ago in pursuit of a breakthrough to the later stage of Qi refinement, but they subsequently vanished without a trace. Rumors among other cultivators suggested that a beast tide had erupted in the outskirts of the mountains, and it was possible that his parents had perished therein. The original owner, uncertain of the truth, suppressed his sorrow due to his own lack of strength and focused on diligent cultivation. Fortunately, before their departure, his parents had left him with several spiritual stones in this very courtyard. The original owner's father was once a mere mortal who, by chance, saved a wandering cultivator. Grateful for the kindness shown, the cultivator discovered the father possessed spiritual roots and brought him into the workshop, where he subsequently settled. After decades of arduous cultivation, he had barely reached the late stage of the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Realizing that further advancement in cultivation seemed unlikely, he sought out the original owner's mother, who was also at the 6th layer, and together they bore the original owner. Upon the boy's 7th birthday, it was revealed that he possessed a mixed spiritual root of 5 elements. As the years passed, the youth grew, and just a few months prior, the original owner's parents, wishing to further their cultivation, reluctantly left him behind, believing he had the means to protect himself, and ventured into the Hungduan Mountains seeking opportunity, never to return. Alas, how unfortunate! I was simply riding my bike to work, and now I find myself in a different world. The original owner was quite unlucky as well, cultivating himself to death. To unfortunate souls indeed, Wang mutters with a bitter smile. Though Wang expresses dissatisfaction, he harbors no significant aversion to his new existence. On Earth, he was merely a small company employee, trapped in the monotony of a 9-to-5 routine, struggling to make ends meet. At 30, he owned neither a house nor a car, and the prospect of a wife seemed a distant dream. His introverted nature and lack of social engagement left him with few friends, his greatest passion being the reading of novels. The allure of celestial cultivation had always captivated his imagination. He had fantasized about becoming a cultivator, and now that fantasy had materialized. Yet, he also understood the treachery and peril that permeated the cultivation world, where death was commonplace, and one might find themselves as fodder for beasts in the wilderness one day. Since I am here, I shall make the best of it. Now that I have arrived in this world, I must strive to survive. Why overthink it? I should first assess my situation, Wang Yi resolved, gathering his thoughts. Taking a moment to stabilize his emotions, he turned his focus inward to discover that several of his meridians were in disarray, while his cultivation level remained at the complete 2nd layer of Qi refinement. Memories revealed that during the original owner's attempt to breach the bottleneck of the 2nd layer, overwhelming grief over his parents' disappearance surged, leading to a moment of distraction that resulted in a malfunction of his cultivation technique, ultimately causing his demise. Upon examining his damaged meridians, he hastily began to circulate his spiritual energy according to the remembered technique. Fortunately, the original owner practiced a first-grade wood-type technique known as the Qingmu technique, renowned for its gentle nature, which proved beneficial for repairing meridians. Under the nourishment of spiritual energy, his injuries gradually stabilized, bringing relief to Wang Yi's heart. As long as I can mend the damaged meridians and recuperate, I should be free from life-threatening dangers. However, the original owner's physical constitution is exceedingly poor, and I must gradually replenish his nutrients, Wang Yi remarked with a hint of exasperation after assessing his physical condition. The memories contained information about the cultivation techniques and levels in this world. The Qi refinement level is divided into 9 layers, followed by the foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, body integration, tribulation transcendence, and great ascension stages, each further divided into early, middle, and late phases. Cultivation techniques are categorized from 1st to 8th grade, with the 1st grade being the lowest and the 8th grade the highest. Once a spell is cultivated, it can be used continuously, although its potency may vary. However, techniques are limited to the foundational level of the next realm, meaning a 1st grade technique can only be cultivated to the initial stage of foundation establishment. This knowledge is common among all cultivators who enter the cultivation world. Days passed, and Wang Yi's body began to recover, prompting him to assess his possessions. A single house occupying an acre, which the original owner's parents had painstakingly saved nearly 6,000 spiritual stones to purchase, representing the original owner's greatest asset. Half an acre of spiritual rice, known as Qinghe rice, was a 1st grade low-quality spiritual crop with a maturation period of 3 months, requiring minimal environmental conditions to thrive, making it a staple for low-tier cultivators, cultivated by the original owner himself. His parents had taught him how to grow it before their disappearance, ensuring he could at least sustain himself. Additionally, he possessed a book detailing the 1st grade wood technique, the Qingmu technique, capable of being cultivated to the foundation establishment stage. 3 spells were at his disposal. The 1st grade water spell, rain summoning technique, the 1st grade metal spell, golden needle technique, and the 1st grade fire spell, fireball technique, along with 56 spiritual stones and some basic living supplies. Truly impoverished, yet at least there are no debts. This start is somewhat acceptable, Wang Yi mumbled to himself. Being of a rather introverted disposition, he was not fond of interacting with others, yet he remained adaptable to circumstances. Just as he was about to rise, a translucent panel suddenly materialized before him. Host, Wang Yi. Lifespan, 1,480. Spiritual roots, metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Cultivation level, 2nd layer of Qi refinement experience, 98100. Technique, Qingmu technique, entry level experience, 75100. Spells, fireball technique, entry level experience, 63100. Rain summoning technique, proficient experience, 81,000. Golden needle technique, entry level experience, 38100. Free points, 0. Talent, spiritual seed recognition, light orb collection. What is this? A panel? A golden finger? The essential tool for traversers. What more could I ask for? Wang Yi exclaimed in sudden delight. 8 decades of lifespan, quite the longevity. Indeed, possessing 5 spiritual roots is the hallmark of a protagonist. Wang Yi mused, reveling in his fortune. Were these free points and the talents of spiritual seed recognition and light orb collection? No matter. I shall focus on recovering from my injuries first and explore these later, he murmured, gazing at the unfamiliar terms on the panel. Subsequently, Wang Yi settled back onto the mat, continuing to circulate his technique to restore his injuries. Time slipped by until the sun dipped below the horizon, and his stomach protested with hunger. Reluctantly, he abandoned his practice to prepare a meal, prioritizing nourishment. For Wang Yi, a bowl of steaming spiritual rice was already a significant improvement in his quality of life. The Qinghe rice, imbued with a subtle spiritual essence, was a delight to the senses even in the absence of side dishes. It was a satisfying meal. In the following days, he primarily focused on recuperating, regularly employing the rain summoning technique on the spiritual rice and weeding the fields. Occasionally, a glimmer of golden light would flash from his hand as he unleashed a golden needle to strike down a plump insect known as the Qingyao worm, which thrived on spiritual plants and contained a faint spiritual essence, forming part of Wang Yi's supplementary diet. During this time, a few neighbors visited to inquire about Wang Yi's well-being, some with genuine concern, while others harbored ulterior motives. As a newcomer to this world, possessing limited strength and youthful in appearance, Wang Yi drew upon the wisdom of his combined 40 years of life experience to navigate these interactions with caution. Though the neighbors noticed a change in Wang Yi's demeanor, they ultimately deemed it not their concern, especially with the presence of law enforcement patrolling the workshop, which deterred any overtly suspicious behavior. Gradually, visits to his home decreased. After a fortnight, Wang Yi's injuries had nearly healed, and most notably, the half-acre of Qinghe rice had reached maturity. Gazing upon the golden waves of ripe rice, elation filled his heart as he retrieved a sickle crafted from fine iron. Although it could not yet be classified as a magical tool, it was sufficiently sharp for harvesting the low-tier spiritual rice. Approaching the field of spiritual rice, he observed the orderly rows of Qinghe rice, each plant standing distinct but evenly spaced, their golden stalks adorned with plump, golden ears, each containing several round, full grains. With the sickle in hand, he infused it with a touch of spiritual energy and sliced through a stalk of Qinghe rice. Suddenly, a white light orb emerged from the severed end, nearly transparent in its appearance. Wang Yi paused momentarily, then a realization struck him. He reached out to touch the orb, and a string of text flashed before his eyes. Harvested free points 0.1. This must be the gathering of light orbs from talent. What purpose do these free points serve? Wang Yi, filled with curiosity, opened his character panel. He discovered a sign next to both the martial arts and spells, with free points 0.1. He clicked the next to the Qingmu skill, adding the 0.1 free point, transforming it into Qingmu skill novice experience 75.1100. This is simply extraordinary. Doesn't that mean I will be invincible in the future? Wang Yi exclaimed excitedly, observing the change in skill experience. With a heart brimming with joy, he spent the afternoon harvesting half an acre of Qinghe rice. Of course, the light orbs scattered on the ground were the main focus before he could harvest each stalk. He had to collect the light orb first. Exhausted, he returned home and collapsed into a chair. After catching his breath, he hurriedly opened the character panel to check the free points, which now stood at 49.9. That means I harvested 500 stalks of Qinghe rice in just an afternoon. Wang, he calculated. Though his body was weary, his heart was elated. He first allocated 24.9 experience points to the Qingmu skill, elevating it to Qingmu skill novice experience 100,100 can break through. Upon seeing the words can break through, he unhesitatingly chose to break through. Countless memories surged into his mind, enhancing his understanding of the Qingmu skill. Once the memories were digested, he opened the character panel again, and the Qingmu skill had transformed into Qingmu skill proficient experience 11,000. Noticing he had 25 free points remaining, he glanced at the character panel and realized the remaining free points were insufficient for any skill upgrades. Thus, he decided to save them for later. He climbed into bed, lying quietly without practicing, contemplating his newfound abilities, and gradually drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of a bright future. The following morning, he awoke feeling revitalized, free from the fatigue of the previous day. After running through the skill, he noted that his cultivation level had already reached 99 points several days prior. I should be able to break through to the third layer of qi refinement tonight, Wang Yi mused. He then set about processing the Qinghe rice he harvested yesterday. In total, he had collected 500 stalks. Using his magical energy, he separated the rice grains from the ears, managing to finish just before his energy ran out. He packed the grains into 7 bags, each weighing nearly 110 pounds, amounting to approximately 770 pounds of spiritual rice. In the market, the price of such low-grade spiritual rice was modest, with a purchasing price of 1 spiritual stone for every 10 pounds. Selling it all would yield him 77 spiritual stones. Wang Yi kept 3 bags for his daily sustenance, while the remaining 470 pounds could be sold for 47 spiritual stones. With the Qinghe rice harvested, I must continue planting. To earn more free points, I need to plant this Qinghe rice again. I wonder if other spiritual plants yield light orbs. I must buy some spiritual seeds to test. Wang Yi gathered all his assets, 56 spiritual stones, and filled a cloth bag with about 20 pounds of spiritual rice before stepping out and heading towards the inner city gate. He tried to navigate through less crowded areas, exchanging only polite smiles with those who greeted him, aiming to minimize any unwanted attention. After paying an entry fee of 1 spiritual stone, he entered the inner city, muttering, "What a rip-off," as he made his way directly to the trading district. Upon arriving, he was greeted by the sight of numerous small vendors hawking their wares. Come and see. Ancient artifacts used by great cultivators, excellent quality at a fair price. No deceit here. Don't miss out. Premium talismans on sale, each for just 1 spiritual stone. Look here. Various rare, spiritual seeds available, a rich assortment. Don't let this chance slip by. The cacophony of voices transported Wang Yi back to the marketplaces of his past life. After regaining his composure, he began to browse casually. He first examined the ancient artifacts, though he couldn't discern their true value. The scattered spiritual light on them suggested they might be damaged after just a few uses. He continued walking, scrutinizing each stall, finding an eclectic mix of items for sale, even spotting several bricks. When he reached a stall selling spiritual seeds, he suddenly halted, captivated by the seeds displayed before him. The vendor, a middle-aged cultivator in his 40s or 50s, noticed Wang Yi's gaze and enthusiastically called out, "Come, come, young man. Take a look at our rare spiritual seeds. We have everything you need." Chapter 2. Purchasing Spiritual Seeds. Wang Yi's attention was entirely focused on the spiritual seeds, paying little heed to the vendor's words. He casually replied, "Just looking," as his eyes scanned the seeds on display. And to his amazement, a series of descriptions appeared before each seed in his mind's eye. Qinghe rice seed. Low-grade spiritual seed of the first rank. Maturation period of 3 months. Low environmental requirements. It can thrive in areas with some spiritual energy. And once mature, it can satisfy the daily spiritual energy needs of low-level qi refinement practitioners. Ling sui rice seed. Low-grade spiritual seed of the first rank. Maturation period of 3 months. Low environmental requirements. It requires ample sunlight and abundant spiritual energy for planting. And once mature, it possesses slight body tempering effects when consumed. Sui rice seed. Medium-grade spiritual seed of the first rank. Maturation period of 6 months. Low environmental requirements. It can only survive in land rich in spiritual energy. And once mature, it can supply the daily spiritual energy needs of mid-level qi refinement practitioners. Red spirit fruit seed. Low-grade spiritual seed of the first rank. Maturation period of 1 year. Fruiting period of 6 months. Low environmental requirements. A common spiritual fruit that can be consumed as dessert by qi refinement practitioners, containing a slight amount of spiritual energy. Pink spirit peach seed. Low-grade spiritual seed of the first rank. Maturation period of 1 year. Fruiting period of 6 months. Low environmental requirements. A common spiritual fruit that can be enjoyed as dessert by qi refinement practitioners, infused with a hint of spiritual energy. Purple crystal grape seed. Medium-grade spiritual seed of the first rank. Maturation period of 12 months. Low environmental requirements. It requires an area rich in spiritual energy for planting. And once mature, it can provide a small amount of spiritual energy for cultivation purposes for practitioners below high-level qi refinement. At that moment, Wang Yi comprehended the function of another talent, seed identification, which enabled him to discern the information of various spiritual seeds. When his gaze fell upon a pitch-black seed tucked away in a corner of the stall, he momentarily froze. Moonlight grass seed. Low-grade spiritual seed of the second rank. Maturation period of 18 months. Medium environmental requirements. It necessitates a rich supply of spiritual energy and moonlight to thrive, requiring nightly absorption of moonlight energy to survive. It is a supplementary herb for crafting foundation-building pills, and without sufficient moonlight energy, survival is exceedingly difficult. Choosing not to touch this particular seed, Wang Yi understood that if he showed any interest in a specific item, the vendor would undoubtedly inflate the price. "My friend, I would like to purchase enough Qinghe rice seeds for half an acre. How much do they cost?" Wang Yi inquired. The Qinghe rice seeds. According to market prices, half an acre would require 10 spiritual stones, the vendor replied. "Certainly. What are these varieties of spiritual fruit seeds?" Upon realizing that the vendor was not attempting to deceive him, Wang Yi agreed to the purchase and proceeded to inquire about several types of spiritual fruit seeds. The proprietor began to introduce them one by one, and ultimately, Wang Yi inquired about the moonlight grass spiritual seed. "What is this black seed? Is it viable for cultivation? It appears charred. Surely it cannot be mature." Wang Yi feigned ignorance as he questioned. The vendor, recognizing that it had been inadvertently discovered on the outskirts of the Hengduan Mountains, noted that there remained a hint of life within it, which is why he had picked it up. Uncertain about its identity, he nonetheless seized the opportunity to inflate its value, stating, "This is a mid-grade first-tier spiritual herb seed, priced at 8 spiritual stones." "My friend, are you certain this is a mid-grade first-tier spiritual herb seed? What type of herb is it?" "I cannot discern it." Wang Yi maintained a facade of composure, striving to keep his expression neutral. "I harvested this from deep within the Hengduan Mountains. While I cannot identify the specific herb, it was procured at great peril." The vendor responded suspiciously, observing Wang Yi's impassive demeanor before claiming it was gathered from deeper within the mountains. "This spiritual seed is so dark, can it even survive? If I purchase it only to discover it is a dead seed, I would suffer a significant loss. How about reducing the price to 1 spiritual stone?" Wang Yi proposed. 6 stones. A mid-grade first-tier spiritual herb, once matured, could easily fetch more than 10 spiritual stones, and given that it retains a spark of life, it is assuredly viable for cultivation, the vendor countered. Very well, I am uncertain of its nature, yet I am willing to buy it merely to experiment. If it fails, I shall suffer the loss. Here are 10 spiritual stones. Please provide me with half an acre of clear rice seeds, Wang Yi declared, feigning disinterest when the vendor remained unyielding. Wait, how about 4 stones? The vendor, sensing Wang Yi's disinterest, quickly abandoned his skepticism and offered a concession, primarily because he was in dire need of stones to cover his rental expenses. Ultimately, Wang Yi acquired the moonlight grass spiritual seed for the modest sum of 2 stones. A fortunate bargain indeed. In high spirits, he then spent 10 stones on a seed of amethyst grapes, totaling 22 spiritual stones. And the vendor graciously included several clear rice seeds as a complimentary gift. With a heavy heart, Wang Yi departed, having witnessed a near halving of his spiritual stones. Subsequently, he ventured to the spiritual rice shop to sell his harvest. After casually browsing a few establishments, he discovered a shop named Wangu Hall, which specialized in the trade of spiritual rice. After inquiring about the selling price, he learned that the difference in buying prices was minimal, with an increase of merely half a stone for every 10 pounds. Finding the prospect of selling at a stall too cumbersome, he decided to sell his rice to Wangu Hall at the market price of 1 stone per 10 pounds. Lacking a storage bag, he negotiated with the shopkeeper to retrieve his goods from home. Fortunately, Wangu Hall was sympathetic to the challenges faced by wandering cultivators and offered a service to send an attendant to accompany Wang Yi back to his residence. He handed over 47 spiritual stones to the attendant, instructing them to ensure that the rice was collected before handing over the stones. The attendant, a practitioner at the 4th level of Qi refinement, carried a storage bag at his waist. Today he inquired about the cheapest first-tier inferior storage bag, which cost 100 stones. Throughout their journey, Wang Yi's gaze remained fixated on the storage bag, causing the attendant to grasp it tightly. After filling the bag with rice, the attendant hurriedly returned the 47 stones to Wang Yi before fleeing like the wind. Upon returning home, Wang Yi counted his total stones, which amounted to 80. He realized he still required 20 more stones to acquire a first-tier inferior storage bag. The revolution had yet to succeed, and he needed to persevere. With the goal of purchasing a storage bag in mind, he tidied up his home, enjoying a hearty meal. After satisfying his hunger, he sat on a cushion and opened his character panel. Host, Wang Yi lifespan, 1480 spiritual roots, metal, wood, water, fire, earth realm, Qi refinement level 2, experience, 99. 100 cultivation method, Qingmu technique, proficient, experience, 11,000, spells, fireball technique, beginner, experience, 63, 100, rainfall technique, proficient, experience, 101,000, golden needle technique, beginner, experience, 38, 100, free points, 25 talent, spiritual seed recognition, light orb collection. Noticing that his experience was merely 1 point shy of reaching 100, he sat cross-legged and practiced the Qingmu technique. After several hours, he opened his eyes and checked the panel again, noting that his realm had reached the perfection of Qi refinement level 2, experience, 100, capable of breaking through. With a subtle thought, he chose to break through, and a surge of comprehension regarding realms flooded his mind, prompting him to continue his cultivation. The spiritual energy in the air rapidly entered his dantian. After more than an hour, he concluded his session and opened the panel once more, revealing that his realm had ascended to the early stage of Qi refinement level 3, experience, 100. Upon inspecting his dantian, he noted a significant expansion, and his magical power had intensified. Testing his abilities in the field, he discovered that he could now cast the rainfall technique twice a day instead of just once. In the following days, apart from practicing in the morning and evening, he dedicated the remainder of his time to tilling half an acre of spiritual field. The roots of the clear rice he unearthed were piled together, and with a flicker of the fireball technique, he incinerated the remnants, enriching the soil. It must be said that the earth in the cultivation realm is remarkably hard, even with a hoe forged from fine iron. It took him several days to complete the tilling. Exhausted, Wang Yi's back ached, and his face grew darker from the sun. After planting the half-acre of clear rice, he idly surveyed his small courtyard, which was quite simply arranged. To the south lay the half-acre of rice, the northwest corner housed a brick house, and the northeast corner contained a pond. Most homes in the market shared this layout. Though he found it challenging to accept the emotions tied to his parents, he still felt gratitude for the favorable living conditions they had provided. Regrettably, it was likely that his original parents perished during the recent beast tide. Had they survived, they would surely have returned. Their prolonged absence suggested dire circumstances. Having inexplicably arrived in this world with a golden finger, Wang Yi earnestly contemplated his life path. Having read numerous cultivation novels in his previous life, he was acutely aware of the dangers within the cultivation realm. His golden finger granted him a talent for planting. Thus, he resolved to diligently cultivate his agricultural endeavors, eschewing reckless, treasure-seeking adventures. He understood well that avoiding reckless behavior would lead to survival, and ultimately, the one who laughs last is the true protagonist. He retrieved a seed of amethyst grapes purchased from a stall in the inner city, intending to erect a trellis between the brick house and the pond. Once the grapes adorned the structure, he envisioned reclining in a rocking chair, watching the fish swim in the pond, a truly delightful prospect. The amethyst grapes required 12 months to mature and thrived in an environment rich in spiritual energy. Although his courtyard was situated atop a spiritual vein, it remained exceedingly remote, with only a trace of spiritual energy in the soil. To cultivate amethyst grapes successfully, he would need to devise a method to enhance the spiritual energy content of the land. With the amethyst grapes seed tucked away, he then took out the black moonlight grass spiritual seed. This was a second-tier inferior spiritual herb, a crucial ingredient for foundational elixirs. Wang Yi marveled inwardly as he placed the moonlight grass spirit seed into a bucket by the pond, which contained half a bucket of water. Soaking the seed, he observed the black soil begin to soften. Once he extracted the seed and peeled away the black mud, a complete silver seed was revealed. Simultaneously, a line of text appeared before his eyes. Moonlight grass seed. Second tier, inferior quality spirit seed. Maturation period of 18 months. Environmental requirements. Abundant spiritual energy and moonlight energy. Must absorb moonlight energy at night to survive. Serves as a supplementary ingredient in the refinement of foundation establishment pills and is exceedingly difficult to thrive without sufficient moonlight energy. Noticing that the environmental requirements necessitated ample spiritual energy, he promptly abandoned the idea of planting the moonlight grass immediately. Realizing that the abundant spiritual energy required for the growth of a second-tier inferior quality spirit seed must be extremely high, he recalled the dozens of spirit rice seeds gifted by the stall owner and decided to carve out a small plot between the pond and the green rice to plant them, thereby observing the yield of light orbs. As he could not find a method to enhance the land's spiritual energy content at the moment, he resolved to seek answers in the inner city market. With a sigh, Wang Yi returned to his brick house to continue his arduous cultivation. Chapter 3. Enhancing land's spiritual energy. The following day, Wang Yi circulated his cultivation method and hurriedly cast a rainfall technique on the green rice. He then set forth towards the inner city, carrying 80 spirit stones, and after paying a spirit stone as an entrance fee, he made his way directly to the market. The market was still bustling with activity, the sounds of vendors and transactions echoing throughout. Recalling his previous fortunate acquisition of the moonlight grass, he began to stroll through the street vendor area. After wandering through numerous stalls, he found no spirit seeds exceeding first-tier superior quality. The few first-tier superior quality spirit seeds he inquired about were exorbitantly priced and had high environmental requirements, far beyond his current means to cultivate. Disheartened by the lack of opportunities, he abandoned the notion of purchasing and headed straight for the shop district. His primary purpose for visiting the market today was to seek methods to enhance the land's spiritual energy content. After perusing the shops for a while, he spotted a store with a sign reading Spirit Fertilizer Pavilion and stepped inside. A young attendant in his 20s was tidying up the shop, and upon seeing Wang Yi enter, he greeted him warmly. "Esteemed friend, welcome to the Spirit Fertilizer Pavilion. How may I assist you?" he inquired respectfully. "I wish to cultivate some spiritual herbs and need to enhance the land's spiritual energy content. What methods do you offer?" Wang Yi asked. "Indeed, we have spirit fertilizer, which can be scattered on the land to elevate its spiritual energy content. The fertilizer contains ample spiritual energy, sufficient for the growth of spiritual herbs," the attendant replied. "Are there any other methods?" Wang Yi probed further. "There are other options as well. If you are affluent, you may purchase a spirit gathering array to place in the soil. However, it is rather costly and requires daily spirit stone supply for spiritual energy. The spirit fertilizer from our shop is comparatively more economical," the attendant answered without hesitation. Wang Yi contemplated for a moment, realizing that even the most economical formation would require over 100 spirit stones and necessitate daily consumption. Although it could provide a permanent solution, it was beyond his current means. "Please provide me with a brief introduction," he said, dismissing the idea of formation cultivation to the attendant. "The store offers spirit fertilizer that is both economical and reasonably priced. Allow me to introduce our products, starting at 50 pounds. The first-grade low-tier spirit fertilizer is 5 spirit stones for 50 pounds, sufficient for half an acre, providing nourishment for first-grade low-tier spirit seeds for 3 months. The first-grade mid-tier spirit fertilizer is 10 spirit stones for 50 pounds, also adequate for half an acre, supporting first-grade mid-tier spirit seeds for 6 months. The first-grade high-tier spirit fertilizer is 20 spirit stones for 50 pounds, covering half an acre and sustaining first-grade high-tier spirit seeds for 12 months. The second-grade low-tier spirit fertilizer is 200 spirit stones for 50 pounds, available for bulk purchase, enough for half an acre, facilitating the growth of second-grade spirit seeds for 18 months. Is the disparity between the second and first grades really that substantial?" Wang Yi inquired. "Ah, my friend. The second-grade foundation-building spirit fertilizer requires special preservation, and the second-grade low-tier spirit manure is sufficient to support the growth of all second-grade spirit seeds. Our stock is quite limited, the attendant explained. I see. Then I shall take 50 pounds of the first-grade low-tier spirit manure and 50 pounds of the first-grade mid-tier spirit fertilizer, Wang Yi decided. That will be a total of 15 spirit stones. Will you collect it yourself, or shall we deliver it? Could it be a bit cheaper? This is the most economical price. Our store operates on a modest scale and barely profits from spirit stones. Deliver it to me, then, Wang Yi said, sensing there was no room for negotiation. Very well, please hold on, the attendant replied. He called a server from the back to package the spirit manure, placing it in a storage pouch. Together, they returned to Wang Yi's residence in the outer city, where he set down the spirit fertilizer and dismissed the server. Commencing his fertilization endeavor, the first-grade low-tier spirit fertilizer was utilized for the Qinghe rice and Ling Sui rice. After toiling for half a day, he completed the application, reserving the first-grade mid-tier spirit fertilizer to be evenly spread beneath the grape trellis, planting a single purple crystal grape, which required minimal spirit energy for its growth. In the ensuing days, he diligently practiced his cultivation, performing his exercises twice daily and attending to his spirit field, leading a fulfilling life. 3 months later, the Qinghe rice and Ling Sui rice were ripe. Wang Yi first took his sickle to the patch of Ling Sui rice. I wonder if the harvested luminescent orbs are similar to those of the Qinghe rice, he murmured with anticipation. Upon harvesting a stalk of Ling Sui rice, a luminescent orb emerged from the broken stalk, and he hurriedly collected it. Freedom point 0.1. It appeared that planting first-grade low-tier spirit rice yielded an increase of 0.1 in freedom points. He thought it wise to procure some higher-tier spirit rice for planting. After a full day of labor, he finally harvested the Qinghe rice and Ling Sui rice, exhausted to the point of being unable to straighten his back. He returned home for a brief rest and opened his character panel. Host, Wang Yi lifespan, 1480 spiritual roots, gold, wood, water, fire. Earth realm, Qi refining third layer, experience, 10100, cultivation method, Qingmu Gong, proficient, experience, 311000, spells, fireball technique, beginner, experience, 79100, rainfall technique, proficient, experience, 26100, golden needle technique, beginner, experience, 54100, freedom points, 115 talent, spirit seed identification, luminescent orb collection. This realm progresses exceedingly slowly. With such poor aptitude, cultivating in the path of immortality is quite laborious. Wang Yi lamented. With 115 freedom points, he deemed it unwise to invest in Qingmu Gong, preferring instead to elevate the fireball technique and golden needle technique to proficiency. He allocated freedom points to the fireball technique and golden needle technique, raising them to proficient levels, experience, 11,000. After testing the newly advanced spells, he found that the casting speed had significantly improved. The fireball had expanded from the size of a finger to that of a palm, its power multiplied several times, while the golden needle technique had increased from 5 or 6 needles to over 20, with a commensurate rise in potency. Now I possess some means of self-defense. Wang Yi felt a sense of reassurance. Although dueling was prohibited in the Nanli market with law enforcement on watch, the inner city was not entirely devoid of danger, and the outer city lacked the presence of high-tier cultivators. Should a violent act occur, escape might render one untraceable. Noticing he still had 48 freedom points, with neither spells nor techniques available for further enhancement, he closed the panel and retired for the night. The following morning, he rose early to complete his cultivation before addressing the harvest from the previous day. He had gathered a total of 870 pounds of Qinghe rice and 30 pounds of Ling Sui rice. After calculating his spirit stones, he found he had 64 remaining. He decided to keep the Ling Sui rice for personal consumption, resulting in a total of 900 pounds, setting aside 200 pounds for himself, leaving 700 pounds available for sale, which would yield 70 spirit stones. This brought his total to 134 spirit stones. Wang Yi's foremost desire was to purchase a storage bag, as each outing for shopping proved to be quite cumbersome, necessitating delivery services. Thus, he resolved to sell the Lingmi first in order to acquire a storage bag. After spending a spirit stone to enter the inner city, he sought out Wang Atang, negotiating with the shopkeeper to sell the Qinghe rice at a price of 1 spirit stone for 10 pounds. He then instructed an attendant to accompany him to the outer city courtyard to retrieve the Lingmi, spending yet another spirit stone to enter the city, causing Wang Yi to shudder at the expense. To enter once costs a spirit stone. This is sheer extortion, he lamented, further solidifying his resolve to purchase a storage bag. With 132 spirit stones in hand, he made his way directly to Wanbeilu, determined to acquire a storage bag. Upon arriving at the 3-story establishment, the signboard emblazoned with the name Wanbeilu indicated the financial prowess of the place, as even the sign itself was an artifact of low-grade quality. Upon entering, a graceful attendant approached him, and upon learning of his intent to purchase a storage bag, she led him to the dedicated counter. He surveyed the array of storage bags on display, each clearly marked with its price. Ordinary storage bag, low-grade, with a capacity of 10 cubic meters. Crafted from low-grade Kongming beast hide, priced at 100 spirit stones. Medium-grade storage bag, medium grade, with a capacity of 20 cubic meters, made from medium-grade Kongming beast hide. Priced at 300 spirit stones. High-grade storage bag, high grade, with a capacity of 40 cubic meters, made from high-grade Kongming beast hide, featuring a master binding restriction. Priced at 600 spirit stones. Qingwen bag, second grade, with a capacity of 100 cubic meters, crafted from Kongming stone and second-grade Kongming beast hide, also featuring a master binding restriction. Priced at 1,500 spirit stones. Envious of the spacious second-grade storage bags, he was quickly reminded of his own financial limitations. Just give me an ordinary storage bag. Could you possibly offer a discount? Wang Yi attempted to haggle. The esteemed friend, should you truly wish to purchase, I can offer a 5 discount. With the hope that you will frequent our establishment in the future, the attendant replied with a smile. Of course, Wang Yi responded hastily. Yet inwardly he chuckled bitterly, pondering that after each visit, he was left virtually destitute. He longed to return often, yet his circumstances did not permit it. After paying 95 spirit stones, he received a round, gray storage bag, which he inspected meticulously for flaws. Satisfied, he nodded to the attendant and exited Wanbeilu. The initial great storage bag did not require a master binding restriction and could be used immediately upon channeling spiritual energy. Finding a secluded spot, he stowed the remaining 37 spirit stones within. He then proceeded to the Huichun Hall, which specialized in selling spirit seeds. Although the prices were slightly higher than those at the street stalls, the quality was assured, and the risks of purchasing non-germinating seeds were prevalent at the latter. However, for Wang Yi, who possessed the unique ability to identify spirit seeds, this was not a concern, and he opted to visit the street vendor district instead. In the vendor district, he randomly selected a stall selling spirit seeds and noted that they were all of good quality. He intended to purchase a medium-grade Suijia rice seed, but the vendor demanded 30 spirit stones for half an acre, with only 37 spirit stones to his name. He realized that acquiring the medium-grade seed would require additional funds for fertilizer, prompting a reassessment of his financial capabilities. He ultimately decided against planting the medium-grade Suijia rice, opting instead to plant a season of Qinghe rice before transitioning to Suijia rice. He spent 10 spirit stones on half an acre of Qinghe rice, and then visited the Lingfei Pavilion, where he spent 5 spirit stones on 50 pounds of spiritual fertilizer. This time, there was no need for delivery. It was directly stored in his storage bag. Upon returning to his courtyard and gazing at the mere 22 spirit stones remaining, he couldn't help but recall his past life, toiling away from 9 to 5 for monetary gain. A bitter smile crossed his lips as he sighed, in 2 lifetimes. I still cannot escape the relentless pursuit of wealth. 3 months later, after harvesting another batch of Qinghe rice, he recorded a gain of 87 freedom points and harvested 870 pounds of Qinghe rice, which translated to 87 spirit stones. With the previously remaining 21 spirit stones, he now possessed a total of 108 spirit stones. It is time to switch to Suijia rice. The yield from Qinghe rice is indeed paltry. Wang Yi mused as he stepped out of his courtyard. He purchased half an acre of Suijia rice for 30 spirit stones and acquired medium-grade spiritual fertilizer for 10 spirit stones, leaving him with 68 spirit stones. Wishing to improve his living conditions and sample the taste of spiritual beast meat from this world, he spent 10 spirit stones on 2 pounds of low-grade Fang beast meat. Glancing at the remaining 58 spirit stones in his storage bag, he curtailed any further desires and hurried back home. Chapter 4. Harvest and Cultivation. After planting the Suijia rice, Wang Yi returned to his modest abode, sitting cross-legged on a mat while opening his character panel. Host: Wang Yi. Lifespan: 1580. Spiritual roots: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, realm. Qi refinement level 3. Experience: 19100. Cultivation method: Qingmu Gong. Proficient. Experience: 611000. Spells: Fireball technique. Proficient. Experience: 161000. Rain technique. Proficient. Experience: for 11000. Golden needle technique. Proficient. Experience: 161000. Freedom points: 135. Talents: Spirit seed identification. Light sphere collection. His age had increased by 1 year. Yet his cultivation aptitude remained abysmally low, with the experience points for his skills and spells progressing sluggishly. His realm advancement was equally slow, and the acquisition of freedom points was scarce. The path of cultivation is indeed arduous. It heavily relies on one's innate spiritual roots, Wang Yi lamented internally. However, there was little he could do. Spiritual roots were a matter of destiny. Having 5 spiritual roots was still superior to that of an ordinary person, who could not cultivate and would dissolve into dust after a mere century. In the days that followed, he entered a phase of rigorous training. With no need to work, he devoted himself to a life of simplicity, a lifestyle that resonated with his innermost aspirations. Time flew by, and 6 months later, the Suijia rice and purple crystal grapes reached maturity. He first harvested a stalk of Suijia rice, discovering a light sphere that granted him 0.3 freedom points. Suijia rice is indeed a notch above Qinghe rice. The freedom points gained are significantly more, Wang Yi exclaimed joyfully. Diligently working in his half-acre plot, he labored until nightfall before taking a break to check his freedom points, which had risen to 390. Although he still could not upgrade any of his cultivation methods or spells, the yield was appreciably higher than that of Qinghe rice, filling him with delight. The following day, he began by threshing the suijia rice, yielding a total of 850 pounds of spiritual rice. The purchase price for medium-grade suijia rice was 3 spirit stones for 10 pounds, allowing him to sell it for 255 spirit stones, creating the illusion that his storage bag was suddenly filled to the brim. Next, he made his way to the grape trellis situated between the brick house and the pond, where clusters of plump, purple grapes hung like glistening amethysts. Plucking one and tasting it, a burst of spiritual energy flooded his palate alongside its sweet flavor, delighting his senses. As he cut a bunch of grapes, a white light sphere appeared at the cut site. Grasping the sphere, he was met with a message. Harvested formation experience 1 for gathering spirit array, and a rush of formation knowledge surged into his mind, igniting a wave of joy within him. The reward for the purple crystal grapes is indeed the experience for the gathering spirit array. This is splendid. If I can set up the gathering spirit array, I will save a considerable amount of spirit stones, and with its assistance in cultivation, my progress will surely accelerate. Wang Yi murmured with delight. He estimated that there were approximately 50 bunches of grapes on the trellis and energetically began to harvest them. With each cluster he gathered, insights regarding the spirit gathering array surged within his mind. Once he had finished picking, he first organized his recollections of the spirit gathering array and then stored the 50 pounds of amethyst grapes in his storage bag, which lacked air, thus preserving the grapes excellently. The amethyst grapes could yield 2 harvests. Once the second batch ripened, the vine would wither automatically. He cast a rain technique to nourish the vine and returned home to check his personal panel. He found that he had accumulated 50 experience points in a low-grade first-tier spirit gathering array, which suggested he could set one up. He thought excitedly that he must seize the opportunity to try. After a tiring day, he finally paused to catch his breath. In the evening, he practiced his technique once more, planning to engage in buying and selling in the inner city the following day. The next day, he rose early, performed his techniques, and organized the items he intended to sell: 550 pounds of spirit rice and 30 pounds of amethyst grapes. He noted with satisfaction that there were also 58 spirit stones in his storage bag before stepping out. After paying an entrance fee of 1 spirit stone, he first went to the spirit rice shop, selling all 550 pounds of rice. The shopkeeper, recognizing him as a regular, generously offered an extra spirit stone, totaling 166 spirit stones. He then visited a fruit shop, selling the 30 pounds of amethyst grapes at 8 spirit stones per pound, receiving 240 spirit stones in return. This brought the total in his storage bag to 463 spirit stones. Never before had Wang Yi felt such wealth. He walked with a buoyant step. He first headed to the market stall, spending 30 spirit stones to purchase seeds for this season's spirit rice, and hoped to find some treasures along the way. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side, and after browsing for a while, he found no rare spirit seeds. Abandoning the idea of a fortunate find, he went to the spirit fertilizer pavilion, spending 10 spirit stones on 50 pounds of first-tier medium-grade fertilizer and 50 spirit stones on a small bag of second-tier low-grade fertilizer, contemplating planting moonlight grass upon his return. The sooner he planted it, the sooner he could reap the rewards of the light clusters. As he exited the spirit fertilizer pavilion, he recalled the experience he had gained in the spirit gathering array and considered purchasing some array materials. Although the low-grade first-tier array would not benefit the first-tier medium-grade spirit plants he was currently cultivating, being in the early phase of qi cultivation, using a low-grade first-tier spirit gathering array would perfectly accelerate his training. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it appeared. So he made his way directly to the treasure pavilion. The treasure pavilion was bustling with activity. Upon entering, he found a serving maid and expressed his needs. She guided him to the array materials section. "Greetings, esteemed friend. What array materials do you require? Please let me know so I can fetch them for you." One of the maids at the counter smiled and inquired. "Yes, I would like to purchase a low-grade first-tier array disc and array flags. What are their prices?" Wang Yi replied. "The price for a low-grade first-tier array disc is 20 spirit stones each, while array flags are priced at 10 spirit stones each." The maid responded with a smile. Wang Yi reflected on the necessity of crafting a low-grade spirit gathering array, which required a formation plate and 2 array flags. "Please provide me with 2 formation plates and 4 array flags," he instructed. "Certainly, please wait a moment," the maid responded with a smile. Once the maid procured the 2 formation plates and 4 array flags, Wang Yi inspected them for accuracy before placing them into his storage pouch. He then retrieved 80 spirit stones and laid them upon the counter. "Is there anything else you wish to purchase?" the maid inquired after collecting the spirit stones. Wang Yi pondered for a moment. He decided not to venture into the market, choosing instead to focus on his secluded cultivation in the small courtyard. Currently, he had no pressing need for magical artifacts, and it seemed prudent to refrain from frivolously spending his spirit stones. "No, thank you," he replied decisively before turning to exit the Wanbao building. As he stepped outside, a thought struck him. There was a pond in his courtyard, populated solely by ordinary fish fry, which held little value. Would it not be wise to purchase some spirit fish fry or aquatic spiritual plants to make better use of the pond? It would indeed be a waste to leave it idle, he mused. After a brief moment of hesitation, he sought out a shop that sold aquatic flora and fauna. Upon reaching the corner of the street, he spotted a store named Tidal Pavilion. Inside, he found an array of aquatic creatures for sale. Entering the establishment, he observed rows of crystal tanks, each adorned with a placard detailing the species within. Qinglin fish, a low-grade spirit fish of the first rank. Known for its gentle temperament and delectable flesh, albeit with numerous bones. Its blue scales can serve as materials for magical artifacts, with a maturation period of 6 months. Juchi fish, a low-grade spirit fish of the first rank, characterized by its fierce disposition and chewy texture. Highly valued for consumption. Its durable teeth can be utilized as materials for magical artifacts, maturing in 6 months. Chongwei fish, a low-grade spirit fish of the first rank. Mild in nature with low culinary value, but high ornamental worth. Its elongated tail dances gracefully in the water, resembling a fluttering ribbon, maturing in 6 months. Lingji turtle, a low-grade spirit turtle of the first rank, inherently timid. Its shell possesses medicinal properties and can replenish vitality. It requires cultivation in a spiritually infused spring, maturing in 8 months. Qingjia turtle, a low-grade spirit turtle of the first rank, aggressive and territorial. It has high care requirements and must be fed separately, as cohabitation can lead to fatal conflicts. Its high defense makes its shell suitable for protective magical artifacts, maturing in 8 months. Huangwen fish, a mid-grade spirit fish of the first rank, gentle in nature with delicious flesh. Its yellow-scaled body gathers spiritual energy, making it useful for alchemical processes. Maturing in 12 months. Hongdu fish, a mid-grade spirit fish of the first rank, known for its gentle demeanor and high ornamental value. Its entire body is red with a prominent red bump atop its head, a reservoir of spiritual energy. It moves gracefully in the water, reminiscent of flowing red silk. Maturing in 12 months. A headed turtle, a mid-grade spirit turtle of the first rank, featuring a large head and beak-like mouth. Fierce by nature. It boasts high defense and swift movement, though it is difficult to raise. It can be used for both crafting and medicinal purposes, maturing in 15 months. On the opposite side of the shop, several stone troughs contained aquatic plants and seeds, each labeled with a wooden sign. Qingfu algae seeds, a low-grade aquatic algae of the first rank, easy to cultivate and suitable for feeding fish fry. Shuaping grass seeds, a low-grade surface aquatic plant of the first rank, known for its rapid growth, with a single leaf yielding multiple leaves overnight. It serves as fodder for herbivorous creatures. Huangpu grass seeds, a first-rank plant that grows according to age, 2 years for low-grade, 5 years for mid-grade, and 10 years for high-grade, suitable for crafting mats. Bu lotus, a mid-grade spirit lotus of the first rank, resembling jade, which can produce jade lotuses and seeds when mature. It has diverse uses, including culinary and medicinal applications. Longsha grass seeds, a mid-grade aquatic spiritual grass of the first rank, thriving in bright light and well-ventilated environments. The entire plant can be used as feed for herbivores, while the stems and leaves serve as primary ingredients for hemostatic pills. The shop was staffed by only a shopkeeper and an assistant, both cheerfully attending to a group of smiling cultivators, while Wang Yi waited patiently without anyone approaching him. Apologies. My friend, I was quite busy earlier and did not attend to you. How may I assist you? The shopkeeper hurried over upon finishing his previous task. It's quite all right. I have a pond at home, approximately 10 meters in diameter, and I wish to cultivate some aquatic plants and animals. Could you please recommend some options? Wang Yi stated his intentions plainly. Certainly. Please follow me, the shopkeeper replied, leading Wang Yi to the area with crystal tanks. Given the size of your pond, you can raise both plants and animals together. I recommend the low-grade Lingji turtle and Qinglin fish. They can be consumed or sold once mature. The mid-grade Huangwen fish and Hangtu fish are suitable for both ornamental and culinary purposes. The Qingjia turtle or headed turtle should be raised separately. For plants, it would be best to combine Qingfu algae or Shuaping grass, allowing the pond to sustain itself with minimal care, the shopkeeper advised. Wang Yi contemplated for a moment, deciding that prudence was the best approach for his inaugural venture into aquaculture. Pray tell, what is the value of the scaled armor turtle, the azure-scaled fish? And the water fern? He inquired. The shopkeeper responded, the scaled armor turtle hatchlings are 3 spirit stones each, the azure-scaled fish are 2 spirit stones per fish, and the water fern costs 1 spirit stone for 10 pounds. Then I shall have 10 azure-scaled fish, 5 scaled armor turtles, and 10 pounds of water fern seeds. Wang Yi declared after a brief period of reflection. Very well, please wait a moment, the shopkeeper replied, proceeding to package his order. Once the packaging was complete, Wang Yi paid 36 spirit stones and departed from the Tidal Pavilion, carrying a bag filled with spirit fish. Noticing that he still possessed 257 spirit stones in his storage pouch, he generously opted to purchase 10 pounds of first-tier low-grade spirit beast meat as a reward for himself. Chapter 5. spirit gathering array, and blood spirit rice upon returning home. Wang Yi first released the azure-scaled fish and scaled armor turtles into the pond, observing their harmonious coexistence without conflict, which eased his mind. He then scattered the water fern seeds in the pond, knowing that they would grow rapidly and be ready for consumption by the azure-scaled fish and scaled armor turtles by the following day. Next, he selected a vacant spot in the courtyard, ensuring ample space for moonlight exposure. With great care, he spread second-tier spirit fertilizer and planted the seeds of the moonlight grass spirit herb. Satisfied with the vibrant little garden, he settled beneath the grape trellis, cross-legged, and began to study the spirit gathering array. Although he had gained experience from the reward of luminous orbs from the amethyst grapes, this was his first encounter with array formations, and he needed to ponder deeply. Otherwise, wasting materials for an array would cost him 40 spirit stones. After meticulously reflecting on the knowledge in his mind, he discerned that the first-tier low-grade spirit gathering array was the simplest of all formations, composed of an array plate and 2 array flags. First, he had to inscribe the array patterns on the plate using his magical energy. The array patterns for the first-tier low-grade spirit gathering array were divided into 2 sections, centered around the left and right array flags, which also needed to be interconnected. The complexity of the patterns made them exceedingly difficult to inscribe, demanding a high level of mastery over one's magical energy. Even the slightest error would render the array plate useless, resulting in significant loss. Once the array plate was inscribed, he needed to insert the 2 array flags and embed 4 spirit stones at the top, bottom, left, and right of the array plate for a successful inscription. After pondering for an extended period and gaining some confidence, he carefully took out an array plate and began inscribing the patterns with meticulous control over his magical energy. After successfully inscribing the left side pattern, he proceeded cautiously with the right side pattern, which consumed a great deal of both magical and mental energy. He occasionally took out the amethyst grapes to replenish his magical energy as he worked. Upon completing both sides, he began to connect the 2 array patterns. However, when he succeeded in inscribing the 3rd connecting line, he inadvertently made it slightly thicker, resulting in 2 incompatible patterns merging together, thus rendering the first array plate useless. He gazed sorrowfully at the array plate he had purchased for 20 spirit stones, remaining silent for a long while as he reflected on his gains and losses. After summarizing the reasons for his failure, he realized that, fortunately, he had nearly succeeded in the first attempt, which provided invaluable practical experience for his subsequent efforts. After a few days of recuperation, he resumed the inscription of the next array plate. This time, he completed the array patterns with great success, then inserted the 2 array flags between the left and right patterns. With hand gestures, he inscribed several runes upon them, and placed the 4 spirit stones at the 4 cardinal points, successfully completing a first-tier low-grade spirit gathering array. I am now a first-tier low-grade array master, Wang Yi murmured with excitement. He immediately activated the first-tier low-grade spirit gathering array, inserted a spirit stone, and sat cross-legged on a mat to commence his cultivation. Wang Yi discovered that his absorption of spiritual energy had increased nearly 2-fold. However, the daily consumption of a spiritual stone caused him a considerable pang of regret. Yet, feeling the acceleration in his cultivation speed, he set aside his concerns and began to invest in his training. As spring transitioned into autumn, time flitted by like a shuttle. The days of cultivation were timeless, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. Wang Yi had aged another year, and the harvest of the current batch of suya rice had arrived. He first checked his character panel. The increase in his realm was swift, nearly 40 points in 6 months. However, upon recalling the mere 23 spiritual stones remaining in his storage pouch, he could only manage a bitter smile. Taking up his sickle, he approached the half-moo of suya rice and commenced his labor. After gathering all the rice, he calculated his total yield to be 850 pounds, earning him 255 freedom points. Adding the 390 points he had left, he accumulated a total of 645 freedom points, which he invested entirely into his cultivation technique. Xingmu Gong, proficient, experience, 950-1000. The technique was nearing an upgrade. This would further accelerate his training speed, filling Wang Yi with hope. Next, he visited the water pond to check on the green-scaled fish. All 10 had matured. He decided to keep one for a taste, and promptly pierced the remaining 9 with a golden needle, storing them in his pouch. Glancing at the armored turtle, he noted it would take another 2 months to mature. Wang Yi could not afford to wait, as his supply of spiritual stones was dwindling. He had no choice but to sell some of his harvest. With 650 pounds of first-grade mid-tier suya rice and 9 first-grade low-tier green-scaled fish, he headed straight for the inner-city market. Skillfully, he sold all his goods, amassing 307 spiritual stones. He proceeded to purchase 30 suya rice seeds for 3 spiritual stones each, 10 first-grade mid-tier spiritual fertilizers, and 10 first-grade low-tier green-scaled fish. 2 months later, the armored turtle matured, and he sold 5 of them at 13 spiritual stones each, earning 65 stones. He then bought 5 armored turtle seedlings to take back. Just 10 days prior, the Qingmu Gong technique successfully reached the proficient level, enhancing his speed once more. While his realm advanced to the third layer of Qi refinement, experience, 851-100. This was promising. In just 2 months, he would reach the fourth layer, marking the mid-stage of Qi refinement, as per his calculations based on his current training pace. 2 fleeting months later, Wang Yi successfully broke through to the mid-stage of Qi refinement and trained for a few more days. After completing his training one day, he opened his character panel. Host, Wang Yi, lifespan, 1690, spiritual roots, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, realm, fourth layer of Qi refinement, experience, 3100, technique, Qingmu Gong, proficient, experience, 701-1000, formation, first grade low tier gathering spirit formation, experience, 511-100, spells, fireball technique, proficient, experience, 2361-1000, rainfall technique, proficient, experience, 2621-1000, golden needle technique, proficient, experience, 2371-1000, freedom points, 0, talent, spiritual seed identification, light, orb collection. Upon breaking through to the mid-stage of Qi refinement, the first grade low-tier gathering spirit formation offered negligible enhancement to his training speed, reverting it to previous levels. This was particularly distressing for Wang, who had grown accustomed to the assistance of the gathering spirit formation, and he longed to employ a first-grade mid-tier formation. However, after inquiring, he discovered that its price soared to 300 spiritual stones, leading him to abandon the thought of purchase. He needed to upgrade his formation experience, which was still halfway to completion. If all went as expected, the next batch of amethyst grapes should allow him to elevate the gathering spirit formation to a first-grade mid-tier. In the interim, he crafted several sets of first-grade low-tier gathering spirit formations for cautious sale, improving his living environment. 2 more months passed, and the small courtyard welcomed a bountiful harvest. Half an acre of suya rice, 1 amethyst grape plant, and 10 green-scaled fish. After 3 days of diligent work, he collected a total of 870 pounds of suya rice, earning 261 freedom points, 60 pounds of amethyst grapes, and accumulating 60 points of formation experience. The first-grade low-tier gathering spirit formation upgraded to a first-grade mid-tier, allowing him to carve a mid-tier formation disc, albeit with a high failure rate. The freedom points from the first-grade mid-tier suya rice were somewhat limited. He pondered how many freedom points a higher-grade spiritual rice might yield and resolved to investigate the matter the following day. The next morning, after rising early to meditate and train, he organized the contents of his storage pouch and made his way to the market. He first sold 670 pounds of spiritual rice at the rice shop, earning 201 spiritual stones. He then sold 40 pounds of amethyst grapes for 320 spiritual stones and the 9 green-scaled fish for 90 stones, totaling 834 spiritual stones in his pouch. I've struck it rich, Wang Yi murmured, brimming with excitement. The next matter was acquiring spiritual seeds. He visited several stalls, but found no high-grade spiritual rice seeds. After some inquiries, he learned that first-grade high-tier spiritual rice seeds were exclusively available in shops, prompting him to head straight to the rejuvenation hall. Upon arrival, he indeed spotted the first-grade high-tier spiritual rice seeds, blood spiritual rice seeds, a first-grade high-tier variety with a 12-month maturation period, requiring a low environmental threshold and ample spiritual energy, along with a certain quantity of spiritual beast blood for cultivation. Once matured, it could supply high-level Qi refinement cultivators with essential spiritual energy. The shopkeeper of Rejuvenation Hall explained that this rice was in high demand among advanced cultivators, taking a year to mature, and could be sold back at a high price of 10 spiritual stones per 10 pounds. With 200 spiritual stones required for each acre of seeds. What a hefty price, Wang Yi thought to himself with a wry smile. Yet, for the sake of the light orb reward, he resolved to purchase half an acre's worth, spending 100 spiritual stones. The amethyst grapes provided formation experience and sold for a decent price, so he opted to buy 5 amethyst grape seeds as well. He then went to the spiritual fertilizer pavilion, where he spent 20 spiritual stones on 50 pounds of first-grade high-tier fertilizer and another 10 stones on 50 pounds of first-grade mid-tier fertilizer. At the treasure pavilion, he sold the depreciation of the previously used first-grade low-tier gathering spirit formation for 50 spiritual stones and purchased 2 sets of first-grade mid-tier formation materials, which included 2 formation discs and 8 flags at a total cost of 240 stones. He also bought 10 green-scaled fish seedlings for 20 spiritual stones. Since the blood spiritual rice required spiritual beast blood for planting, he visited the spiritual meat shop, where spiritual beast blood also served as a material for talismans, and, feeling the pinch, spent 100 spiritual stones on 100 pounds, sufficient to sustain a single harvest of blood spiritual rice. Looking at the mere 344 spiritual stones left in his pouch, he quickly quelled the excitement in his heart, resolutely avoiding distractions, and made his way back to his small courtyard. He mused that even if he managed to create a first-grade mid-tier gathering spirit formation, he would have no spiritual stones left for training. As Wang Yi neared his small courtyard, he encountered his neighbor, Zhang Changjin, a middle-aged cultivator at the 6th layer of qi refinement. Since Wang Yi had come to this world after the disappearance of his parents, he had seldom ventured out, causing him to grow distant from neighbors who once knew his family well. Young Wang, it's been quite some time since I last saw you outdoors. Have your parents not returned? If you encounter any difficulties, remember to seek help from Uncle Zhang. Zhang Changjin called out in a hearty voice. Hello, Uncle Zhang. I have been diligently training and rarely go out. I aim to enhance my strength to search for my parents. Wang Yi replied shyly. Ah, poor child, you have suffered. However, hope seems slim. A few years ago, during the time your parents went missing, there were several beast tides erupting around the outer periphery of the Hengduan Mountains, resulting in significant casualties. The senior members of the Xingyuan sect sent out their golden core ancestors to quell the disturbances, Zhang Changjin lamented. Wang Yi had indeed heard of this, though upon his arrival in this world, he had been too focused on enhancing his own power to pay it much mind. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Once I am stronger, I will surely come to visit. For now, I must return to my training. Wang Yi replied with a single word. After speaking, he entered his home to continue his arduous training. What a good child he is, such a pity. Zhang Changjin sighed softly behind him. Wang Yi returned home, reflecting upon the memories of the original owner. To the left of his small courtyard lived Zhang Changjin, a man in his 50s or 60s, possessing a cultivation level of the 6th layer of qi refinement. To the right resided a widow, known simply as Widow Li, whose exact age was unknown. But she appeared to be around 30, remarkably well-preserved, maintaining her allure, and at the 5th layer of qi refinement. According to the original owner's recollections, his mother was quite strict, and the two families rarely interacted. After a brief contemplation, Wang Yi acknowledged that the realm of cultivation was unlike the mundane world. With power came ambition, and his primary focus now was cultivation. Having calmed his thoughts, he commenced the crafting of a first-tier, mid-grade spirit gathering array. Although this array was twice as intricate as the low-grade version, requiring the engraving of 4 sets of array patterns, his prior experience with the low-grade array left him well-prepared, resulting in a successful creation on his first attempt. The daily use of the mid-grade array consumed 2 spirit stones, a staggering expenditure. After a period of rest, he proceeded to craft a second set of spirit gathering arrays. Utilizing his previous experience, he successfully completed the second set as well. 2 months later, the scaled shell turtles matured, and Wang Yi sold them all for a total of 130 spirit stones. He then purchased 10 hatchling scaled shell turtles and sold 1 set of the mid-grade spirit gathering array, earning 300 spirit stones in return. Chapter 6. A dark and windy night. The luxurious cultivation, consuming 2 spirit stones daily, accelerated his progress significantly. Wang Yi calculated that he would likely reach the 5th layer of qi refinement within a year. Cultivation relies on the accumulation of resources, he mused. One day, 4 months later, Wang Yi rose early to complete his morning practice, for it was the day the second-tier, low-grade spiritual herb, moonlight grass, was ready for harvest, a moment he had long anticipated. He was filled with excitement at the thought of the reward for harvesting a second-tier spiritual herb. Upon excavating the entire moonlight grass, he promptly placed it in a specially prepared spiritual box designed to preserve the efficacy of precious herbs, each box costing 10 spirit stones. As he noticed a pale green orb in the pit, he rubbed his hands together in excitement. It's not a white orb. I wonder what the reward could be, he murmured before reaching out to touch the orb. A string of text appeared before him. You have received a first-tier, upper-grade magical tool, the Shadowless Needle. The Shadowless Needle, as fine as a cow's hair, silent and invisible, capable of killing unseen, an essential quality for assassination and theft. A first-tier, upper-grade magical tool, Wang Yi exclaimed, examining the slender, pitch-black needle in his hand with utmost seriousness. This was his first possession of a magical tool, and it was of upper-grade quality. After a moment of observation, he bit his tongue to draw a drop of blood, which he then dripped onto the Shadowless Needle. For cultivators below the late stage of qi refinement, who lacked spiritual awareness, the only way to control a magical tool was through blood refinement, allowing it to be wielded with precision. Blood essence, cultivated from the vital energy of a practitioner, was exceedingly precious, and after releasing a drop, Wang Yi visibly appeared weary. Dismissing his fatigue, he infused his magical energy into the needle to facilitate its absorption of the blood essence. After 2 to 3 hours, he gradually withdrew his energy. Although his complexion was slightly pale, his eyes sparkled with vitality as he maneuvered the shadowless needle around the house, feeling it respond to his will. Before sitting down to meditate and recover, once he regained his strength, he examined his progress. His level was nearly halfway to an increase, but he realized he must continue his efforts. The rewards from high-tier spiritual plants are indeed generous. It's a pity that second-tier and above spiritual seeds are seldom found in the markets, all monopolized by those wretched sects, Wang Yi said bitterly. Wang Yi harbored a fervent desire to cultivate advanced spiritual seeds. Alas, the Xingyuan sect imposed a monopoly on resources for lower-tier cultivators. To acquire higher-level resources, one must join the sect. The requirements for spiritual roots were exceedingly stringent, and the internal competition was remarkably fierce. Wang Yi, possessing a rare quintuple spirit root, entered the Star Source sect merely as fodder, with no hope of obtaining nurturing resources. Yet, he understood where his true strengths lay. By diligently tending to the fields, success would naturally follow. As long as he persevered, invincibility would inevitably come. When the azure-scaled fish reached maturity, he sold every single one in the marketplace, yielding a total of 100 spirit stones. With 306 spirit stones now in his storage pouch, and considering his daily consumption of 2 stones for cultivation, he had enough to last approximately 5 months. Life returned to a tranquil rhythm of arduous training. Weary, he would rest beneath the grape trellis, and when hunger struck, he would prepare nourishing meals of spirit meat. His days passed in simplicity and warmth, as he eagerly anticipated the harvest from the blood spirit rice. Thus, 6 months swiftly elapsed. During this time, 10 armored turtles matured, netting him 130 spirit stones. However, by the 5th month of cultivation, his spirit stones had dwindled, leaving him with only 2 for his trip to the marketplace. After more than 10 days without utilizing the spirit gathering array, his progress had stagnated, and he yearned for the rapid cultivation benefits it provided. Unfortunately, his storage pouch was nearly empty, leaving him helpless. Fortunately, the blood spirit rice, purple crystal grapes, and azure-scaled fish had all matured, allowing for another bountiful harvest. Wang Yi toiled diligently for 5 days to complete the gathering, ultimately totaling 830 pounds of blood spirit rice, earning him 830 free points, 110 pounds of purple crystal grapes, an increase of 110 experience points, and 10 azure-scaled fish. The following day, Wang Yi refrained from cultivation, as his progress without the assistance of the spirit gathering array was painfully sluggish. He promptly packed 600 pounds of blood spirit rice, 90 pounds of purple crystal grapes, and 10 azure-scaled fish, hurrying to the marketplace. He sold the blood spirit rice for 600 spirit stones at 1 stone per pound, then secured 720 spirit stones from the sale of the purple crystal grapes, and finally earned 100 spirit stones from the azure-scaled fish, culminating in a total of 1,420 spirit stones. With 500 spirit stones spent, he purchased half an acre of blood spirit rice seeds, 20 azure-scaled fish, 50 pounds of first-tier high-grade spirit manure, and 2 sets of first-tier mid-grade spirit gathering array materials. With an ample supply of spirit stones, Wang Yi resolved to earn more, so as to avoid the previous predicament of financial strain. Upon exiting the treasure pavilion after acquiring the spirit gathering array materials, he remained in a state of excitement and inadvertently collided with a gaunt man in his 30s, whose sharp features were accentuated by his emaciated frame. Wang Yi quickly apologized, but the man paid him no mind and entered the pavilion. Noting the man's indifference, Wang Yi continued on his way to the outer city. As he walked the streets, a nagging feeling of being followed gnawed at him. However, upon glancing back, he saw nothing amiss. Yet, the shadow of being pursued lingered in his mind, prompting him to delay his return home and instead meander through the marketplace. He did not return to his small courtyard until the afternoon, cautiously shutting the door behind him. He then crouched by the door, peering outside for a while, and only after confirming that no strangers had passed by did he finally lock the door to his room. Outside the courtyard, not far from Wang Yi's small abode, a slender figure cloaked in black stood at the corner of the wall, fixated on the entrance to Wang Yi's courtyard. Perched on his shoulder was a palm-sized, colorful butterfly. "I'm utterly exhausted. This fellow can truly walk," the man muttered, relieved that he had managed to keep pace with Wang Yi thanks to the tracking butterfly. The man's name was Hosan, a practitioner at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, regarded as a skilled individual in the outer district of the marketplace. Yet he squandered his days in idleness and had a penchant for gambling. Recently, having lost everything in the inner city, he happened upon Wang Yi, a mere 4th layer Qi refinement practitioner, selling spirit rice and acquiring a substantial amount of spirit stones. Thus, he decided to stealthily follow Wang Yi, intent on robbing him. At the entrance of the treasure pavilion, he had deliberately bumped into Wang Yi, discreetly dusting him with powder from the tracking butterfly. He had trailed Wang Yi for an entire day. After surveying his surroundings, Hosan moved to the adjacent courtyards, using his spiritual sense to scan the area, reassured by the presence of only mid-level Qi refinement practitioners within. Looking at the meager contents of his storage pouch, he noted 2 items, a first-tier mid-grade concealing array to prevent his aura from leaking during combat, and a first-tier mid-grade artifact, the Azure Moon Sword, a flying sword. A practitioner at the late stage of Qi refinement could wield their spiritual sense to control the flying sword for lethal precision, making it an incredibly convenient tool. Everything else had been lost to Hosan's gambling habits, and these 2 items, which he had purchased at great expense, were reserved for the purpose of robbery, never having been used as stakes in his bets. Upon returning to his humble abode, Wang Yi steadied his racing thoughts and reflected on the day's encounters, failing to discern any irregularities. The sensation of being observed could not have materialized from thin air. Yet, the question lingered, why was someone tailing him? Sitting cross-legged upon the mat, he delved into contemplation. Although he had not identified any suspicious individuals, the feeling of being followed gnawed at his mind. Thus, he disrobed completely, meticulously inspecting his garments. It was during his examination of the shoulder area that he discovered minute specks of white dust, so subtle that they were nearly imperceptible. A cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead. Indeed, someone was shadowing him, and it was highly probable that his secluded courtyard had been compromised. Perhaps with the pursuer lurking just outside. Wang Yi felt a chill of fear. In 2 lifetimes, he had never encountered such a dire threat to his existence. Yet he endeavored to maintain his composure. He began to analyze the events of the day, ultimately arriving at a hypothesis. He may have caught someone's attention during a transaction. The reason for their inaction could be that they were biding their time until nightfall. If only he could ascertain the adversary's cultivation level, he lamented. With 3 or 4 hours remaining until dusk, he focused on remaining calm and retrieved a first-grade superior artifact from his storage pouch, the shadowless needle. This would be crucial for his victory and must be employed at a pivotal moment. With caution, he extracted all the materials and spirit stones from his storage pouch, burying 920 spirit stones in the courtyard in batches. The materials for the spirit gathering array were placed inside the house, as Wang Yi planned to lure his opponent into a false sense of security before striking with the shadowless needle. Once everything was arranged, he returned indoors and sat cross-legged upon the mat, accessing his personal panel. Host, Wang Yi lifespan, 1790 spiritual roots, metal, wood, water, fire, earth realm, chi refinement. 4th layer, experience, 88100, cultivation technique, Qingmu technique, proficient, experience, 490100000, formation, 1st grade intermediate spirit gathering array, experience, 1211000, spells, fireball technique, mastered, experience, 4461000, rainfall technique, mastered, experience, 4721000, golden needle technique, mastered, experience, 4471000, free points, 830 talents, spirit seed identification. Light orb collection. He had yet to utilize the free points accrued from harvesting blood spirit rice. Adding them to his cultivation technique yielded little change, insufficient to confront the current crisis. It would be more advantageous to enhance his spells, 1 supportive spell, the rainfall technique, and 2 offensive spells, the fireball technique and golden needle technique. Upgrading the golden needle technique seemed prudent, as it would synergize with the shadowless needle, he concluded. Wang Yi hesitated momentarily before ultimately deciding to invest in the golden needle technique, believing that its combination with the shadowless needle would yield commendable results. He allocated 553 free points, enhancing the golden needle technique to golden needle technique. Proficiency experience, 110,000. Upon testing the power of the golden needle technique, he conjured forth 40 to 50 golden needles, their potency equivalent to double that of the proficient level. Previously, he had solely utilized the golden needle technique for pest extermination, but it had now transformed into a formidable offensive spell, instilling Wang Yi with greater confidence to confront the impending crisis. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, Wang Yi sat cross-legged within the confines of his abode, peering through the crack of the door to observe the outside world. After an indeterminate period, while he remained fixated on the threshold, he suddenly caught sight of a shadow flitting swiftly over the courtyard wall. They have arrived. Wang Yi's heart surged to his throat, and he whispered nervously. Hosen vaulted over the wall, swiftly approaching the small house within the courtyard. With a sweep of his consciousness, he discerned that only one person was seated cross-legged inside. Undeterred by whether he had been detected, he adeptly retrieved a breath-concealing formation plate, inserted 2 spirit stones, and activated it with his magical energy. An invisible barrier expanded, enveloping half the courtyard. Subsequently, he summoned the Qingyue sword and advanced toward the door of the small house. Hosen gently pushed against the door, but it did not yield. Aware that Wang Yi's cultivation level was low, being merely at the 4th level of chi refinement, he felt more than capable of handling the situation. Moreover, with the courtyard already shrouded by the breath-concealing formation, he decided to forego pretense. He raised his leg and forcefully kicked the wooden door. With a resounding crash, the door splintered into pieces, hurtling into the room. Wang Yi unleashed his magical energy to shield himself from the flying debris. Who are you? Wang Yi feigned terror, inquiring. Kid, hand over all your spirit stones if you know what's good for you. If I am in a good mood, I might leave you with your intact corpse. Hosan's lewd voice echoed menacingly. This is the marketplace. Do you not fear the enforcement team for coming here to commit murder? Wang Yi retorted, maintaining an appearance of composure. Kid, you are too naive. This place is shrouded by a formation. If I kill you, no one will ever know, Hosan declared, his face betraying a murderous intent. Wang Yi observed that his adversary was thoroughly prepared, indicating a resolute intention to commit murder and theft. He pondered intently, seeking a way to break the impasse. The opponent's cultivation level eluded his comprehension, undoubtedly several realms above his own. In his heart, Wang Yi contemplated, if you desire wealth, I shall provide it. I beseech you to spare my life. I have concealed the spirit stones elsewhere. Even if you were to slay me, you would not uncover them. Wang Yi sought to avert disaster through the relinquishment of riches and spoke earnestly. Hosen scrutinized Wang Yi with his spiritual awareness before finally directing his gaze toward the storage pouch at Wang Yi's waist. Hand over the storage pouch for me to examine, Hosen remarked with suspicion. Wang Yi had no choice but to toss his storage bag over. Hosen received it and scanned it with his divine sense, discovering that it was utterly empty. He glanced around the room, noting only the spirit seeds and materials on the table, devoid of any spirit stones. Young man, I advise you to obediently surrender all your spirit stones, and I shall spare your life, Hosen declared. Chapter 7. Counterattack. Very well. I shall first present the spirit seeds and materials to you, and thereafter, I will lead you to retrieve the spirit stones, Wang Yi replied, feigning delight, although he had no intention of trusting Hosen's words. You would do well to remain compliant. I am a practitioner at the late stage of qi refinement, while you are merely at the 4th level of qi refinement. If you heed my instructions, I shall not make things difficult for you, Hosen asserted. Wang Yi presented the spiritual seeds and materials to Hosen, while secretly accumulating his magical energy. As Hosen reached out to take the offerings, Wang Yi decisively struck, conjuring forth 4 to 5 dozen golden needles that surged towards Hosen. Hosen, who had been keenly observing Wang Yi with his spiritual awareness, smirked contemptuously upon witnessing the initial assault. He deftly wielded the Qingyue sword to shield himself, deflecting all the golden needles to the ground. Although he was taken aback by the sheer quantity and potency of the needles, he dismissed the thought and directed his flying sword straight at Wang Yi's face. You fool! You are courting death, Hosen bellowed in fury. Wang Yi, realizing that his initial strike had failed, saw the opponent's flying sword approaching his face. He swiftly tilted his head and rolled backward, narrowly escaping a fatal blow, though a gash was inflicted on his left shoulder. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he summoned his magical energy to cast a fireball spell. A fireball, the size of a fist, hurtled toward Hosen. Startled, Hosen had never before witnessed such a formidable fireball, yet he maintained his composure, executing his incantation to deftly direct his flying sword to cleave the fireball into midair. Seizing the moment, Wang Yi unleashed another spell, the Golden Needle Technique, sending forth a volley of 40 to 50 golden needles toward Hosen. Unbeknownst to Hosen, hidden among the first barrage of needles was a slender, jet-black needle that he casually deflected, causing it to ricochet to the ground behind him. As the second wave of needles surged forth, Wang Yi covertly activated the shadowless needle, launching it directly at the back of Hosen's head. With his attention consumed by the oncoming golden needles, Hosen focused on parrying them with his flying sword. Just as a prickling sense of danger flickered in his mind, it was tragically too late. A slender, ebony needle swiftly penetrated the back of Hosen's skull, plunging into his consciousness and obliterating his awareness in an instant, leaving behind only the echo of his unyielding spirit before death. Upon witnessing Hosen collapse, Wang Yi felt the tension in his consciousness dissipate, only to be met with a sharp, searing pain radiating from his left shoulder, causing him to involuntarily gasp. In haste, he procured a clean cloth to bind his wound, consumed a handful of amethyst grapes, and infused the area with spiritual energy to staunch the flow of blood. Indeed, cultivators at the late stage of qi refinement are formidable. Wang Yi chuckled bitterly, acutely aware of the emptiness in his dantian. Had he failed to eliminate Hosen, it would have been Wang Yi's demise instead. Ignoring the lifeless body of Hosen in the room, he first activated the spirit gathering array, invested several spirit stones, and seated himself cross-legged upon a mat, diligently cultivating throughout the night. As dawn broke, Wang Yi concluded his meditation and assessed his shoulder, although it still throbbed faintly. The wound had begun to scab under the nurturing of spiritual energy, and he believed it would soon heal completely. Turning to the sight of a corpse within the room, a wave of instinctive revulsion washed over him. This was his first act of killing across 2 lifetimes, and it left him feeling a chill along his spine. Overcoming the psychological discomfort with great effort and suppressing the urge to be sick, he removed Hosen's storage bag and discovered a palm-sized, colorful butterfly nestled within the folds of Hosen's shirt, lifeless and devoid of breath. This must have been the spirit pet intended to track me. How unfortunate that its master has perished, leading to its demise as well, Wang Yi lamented. He then moved the body into the yard and cast a fireball spell, incinerating it to ashes, which he subsequently scattered over half an acre of land designated for cultivating spirit rice. After completing this task, he approached the small house and noticed a circular array disc on the ground. This must be the breath-concealing array he mentioned, Wang Yi murmured, channeling his magical energy. He retracted the formation and observed 4 array flags, confirming it to be a mid-grade first-tier array. Inside the house, he also discovered a flying sword as a magical artifact and another storage bag. Upon returning indoors, he opened the storage bag and glanced within. It was exceptionally clean, prompting a sardonic remark. What a miser. This late-stage qi refinement cultivator is truly impoverished. No wonder he took such significant risks to rob in the market. How unfortunate to have set his sights on me, Wang Yi sighed. Next time, I must disguise myself, The tracking methods in the cultivation world are truly hard to evade. I must be cautious when venturing outdoors, he continued to muse. This small courtyard of mine lacks any defensive measures. Anyone could enter at will. It seems I must save spirit stones to purchase a defensive array. Securing my safety for the future is imperative. Wang Yi resolved firmly. In the following days, Wang Yi focused on recuperating from his injuries. Once healed, he sowed the blood spirit rice seeds. Despite possessing materials for 2 spirit gathering arrays, he succeeded in crafting only one due to his limited experience and the inherent risk of failure. He assessed his assets within the storage bag, 1,025 spirit stones, materials for a mid-grade first-tier spirit gathering array, 230 pounds of high-grade blood spirit rice, 20 pounds of amethyst grapes, and a moonlight herb. 2 months later, Wang Yi advanced to the 5th layer of qi refinement. As he sat cross-legged on the mat, having just concluded his training, he reviewed the panel data. Noting his elevation to the 5th layer of qi refinement, experience, 3,100. Having such a panel is splendid, allowing one to monitor their cultivation progress at any time. Wang Yi mused. Venturing into the yard, he discovered that the armored turtle had matured. Wang Yi contemplated selling it in the market while simultaneously inquiring about defensive arrays. First, he sought out a clothing shop to purchase a large black robe for disguise before heading to the tidal pavilion, where he sold 10 armored turtles for 130 spirit stones, then acquired 10 turtle hatchlings. Next, he visited the Wanbao building, the largest store in the Southly market, with business interests spanning numerous locations. This was merely a small branch, and the branch manager was a 9th layer qi refinement cultivator. Upon entering Wanbao building, he was greeted by a maid who escorted him to a private room after he expressed his desire to sell several items. Inside, a middle-aged cultivator, dressed in the attire of a wealthy merchant, welcomed him. Greetings, friend. I am the manager here, surnamed Su. You may call me Manager Su. What items do you wish to sell, young friend? The affable Manager Su inquired. Wang Yi produced a low-grade first-tier storage bag, a longsword, and 2 formations. Good day, shopkeeper Su. Could you please provide an estimate? He asked, slightly altering his voice to sound somewhat hoarse. An old low-grade first-tier storage bag is valued at 80 spirit stones. An old mid-grade first-tier flying sword at 250 spirit stones. An old mid-grade first-tier concealment formation at 260 spirit stones. And a new mid-grade first-tier gathering spirit formation at 300 spirit stones, totaling 890 spirit stones. Does that satisfy you, my friend? Shopkeeper Su replied with practiced ease. Let us proceed with that. Wang Yi pondered briefly before responding. I also wish to purchase a defensive formation. Do you have any recommendations? He continued, expressing his desire. If you wish to acquire a defensive formation, take a look at this. Let me know which one piques your interest, and I shall fetch it for you, Shopkeeper Su said, handing over a tome. The tome categorized formations into 3 types, offensive, defensive, and auxiliary, as Wang Yi intended to use it solely in the small courtyard and had no need for offensive formations. He directly turned to the pages on defensive formations. Rock formation, low-grade first tier, primarily defensive, with no offensive attributes. As solid as a rock, it can withstand numerous attacks from multiple qi refining stage practitioners. It consumes 1 spirit stone monthly when not under attack. Priced at 120 spirit stones. Shield armor formation, low-grade first tier, primarily defensive, with no offensive attributes. It can conjure 5 shields that encircle the area, providing comprehensive protection against numerous attacks from qi refining stage practitioners. It consumes 1 spirit stone monthly when not under attack. Priced at 120 spirit stones. Bluestone formation, low-grade first tier, primarily defensive, with no offensive attributes. It conjures blue stone slabs for defense, capable of withstanding multiple attacks from qi refining stage practitioners. It consumes 1 spirit stone monthly when not under attack. Priced at 120 spirit stones. Shield scale formation, mid-grade first tier, primarily defensive, with no offensive attributes. It manifests small blue shields that interlock like fish scales, providing formidable protection against multiple attacks from qi refining stage practitioners. It consumes 5 spirit stones monthly when not under attack. Priced at 330 spirit stones. Tortoise shell formation, mid-grade first tier, primarily defensive, with no offensive attributes. It conjures a tortoise shell for defense, capable of withstanding multiple attacks from qi refining stage practitioners. It consumes 5 spirit stones monthly when not under attack. Priced at 330 spirit stones. Mystic tortoise formation, high-grade first tier, primarily defensive, capable of absorbing damage from full-force strikes by mid-stage qi refining practitioners. It conjures a mystic tortoise for both attack and defense, with low attack, but high defense. It can withstand numerous attacks from qi refining stage practitioners. It consumes 10 spirit stones monthly when not under attack. Priced at 700 spirit stones. Starlight formation, high-grade first tier, combining offense and defense, with starlight shimmering during attacks. It can shoot beams of light to strike, dealing damage equivalent to a full-force strike from a late-stage qi refining practitioner. It can withstand numerous attacks from qi refining stage practitioners. It consumes 10 spirit stones monthly when not under attack. priced at 850 spirit stones. Wang Yi examined the various defensive formations and, after some contemplation, resolved to purchase the Xiangui array. Although the Starlight array was indeed commendable, its price was a steep 150 spirit stones higher. Furthermore, in the marketplace, there was no necessity for anything excessively superior. It sufficed to have a formation capable of thwarting an ambush akin to the previous incident. Shopkeeper Su, I wish to buy the Xiangui array. Might there be a possibility for a discount? Wang Yi rasped. We could extend a 5% discount to you, my friend, as our profit margin is quite modest. The total comes to 665 spirit stones, Shopkeeper Su replied. Very well, thank you, Shopkeeper Su. I would also like to purchase 2 sets of first-tier mid-grade formation discs and flags, Wang Yi continued. Oh, it seems that the first-tier mid-grade spirit gathering array was crafted by you? Shopkeeper Su inquired with a hint of skepticism. Indeed, it was I who forged it. Wang Yi candidly acknowledged. Your talent is remarkable. To be able to create a first-tier mid-grade spirit gathering array is truly impressive, Shopkeeper Su remarked with a bow. You are too humble, Shopkeeper Su, Wang Yi responded with a smile. Shopkeeper Su then retrieved the Xiangui array, along with the materials for 2 sets of first-tier mid-grade spirit gathering arrays, and handed Wang Yi a token. This is our esteemed guest token. With this, you will receive a 10% discount on your future purchases, Shopkeeper Su stated. Wang Yi understood that this token was bestowed upon him by Master Su due to his promising talent in formations. Embracing the notion that one should seize opportunities, he graciously accepted it. I shall express my gratitude to Master Su, Wang Yi said with a respectful bow. Wang Yi bestowed upon Manager Su 28 spirit stones, achieving his purpose for this outing. After bidding farewell to Manager Su, he returned to his small courtyard. He set up the Xiangui formation, allocating 100 spirit stones for daily consumption, while his storage bag still contained 876 spirit stones, ample for his regular cultivation needs. Chapter 8. Late stage of Qi refinement. 3 years later, marking the 7th year since Wang Yi arrived in this realm. In the courtyard, a youth stood at a height of 180 centimeters, with a somewhat slender physique, clad in azure garments, and possessing a pallid complexion, exuding an air of scholarly refinement. This young man was Wang Yi, who devoted himself to cultivation, seldom venturing outside. Once he completed his tasks, he returned to his abode and glanced at his personal panel. After 3 years of diligent cultivation, Wang Yi's prowess had transcended into the late stage of Qi refinement. The distinction between the late and mid stages of Qi refinement was stark. The capacity of his Dantian's mystical energy had significantly increased. If the mid stage were likened to a stream, the late stage could be compared to a river, as he could effortlessly perform the golden needle technique a dozen or even 20 times. Most significantly, in the late stage of Qi refinement, he had acquired spiritual consciousness, enabling him to perceive his surroundings within a 5-meter radius, akin to sensing the world even with closed eyes. This capability truly allowed Wang Yi to experience the profound difference between immortals and mortals. During these 3 years, Wang Yi had diligently honed his magical skills, achieving a level of proficiency. The fireball technique had grown in potency, with each fireball now the size of a basin, its temperature formidable. He could effortlessly melt fine iron with the fireball technique, transforming it into molten iron within mere moments. Furthermore, the rain summoning technique had extended in duration and broadened in range, with the rainwater now infused with a richer essence of spiritual energy. Wang Yi's worth, even at the late stage of Qi refinement, could be considered substantial, as his storage bag contained 6,300 spirit stones, accumulated over 3 years of diligent farming and breeding. Upon breaking through to the late stage of Qi refinement, the efficacy of a low-grade spirit gathering array became negligible, prompting him to decisively allocate his free points to elevate it to a mid-grade level. After 2 unsuccessful attempts at engraving, he finally succeeded in inscribing a mid-grade spirit gathering array. Each material cost 400 spirit stones, which caused Wang Yi considerable distress. The free points obtained from cultivating blood spirit rice were, at this juncture, painfully slow in accumulation. Once his techniques reached proficiency, the subsequent upgrades required thousands of points. He had long desired to acquire higher-grade spirit rice seeds, yet despite extensive inquiries, he found himself without any leads, which left Wang Yi feeling quite vexed. Nevertheless, the thought of relocating never crossed his mind, as he found the stability of life here immensely satisfying. Over the course of 3 years, Wang Yi consistently frequented the Rejuvenation Hall, Tides Pavilion, and 10,000 Treasures Building for trade, becoming well acquainted with the proprietors of these establishments. The proprietor of the Rejuvenation Hall was a man named Su Xian, a warm and hospitable individual in his 50s, with a cultivation level of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. The owner of Tides Pavilion, Zhao Yang, also in his 50s and possessing the same cultivation level, was known for his kind-hearted nature. Lastly, the proprietor of 10,000 Treasures Building, Su Jian, who had previously attended to Wang Yi, was a man in his 40s, on the verge of foundation establishment, and was dispatched from headquarters to this remote locale for training. Upon learning of Wang Yi's success in crafting a mid-grade spirit gathering array, he offered encouragement and sought to recruit Wang Yi as a guest elder for 10,000 Treasures Building, a proposal that was met with refusal from Wang Yi. Wang Yi sought only a life of tranquility, desiring not to be confined. Upon receiving rejection, he bore no resentment and was instead presented with a token, a guest elder's insignia from the Wanbao Tower, granting him a generous discount of 20% on his purchases. Upon learning that there were no special obligations attached, he accepted it with delight. During these 3 years, the Hongduan Mountains have been anything but peaceful, as waves of beasts have erupted with alarming frequency, unsettling the populace of the marketplace. Many wandering cultivators and small families have hastily liquidated their assets and relocated to other markets. The elder of the Xingyuan sect, in the Golden Core stage, has intervened multiple times to fend off large-scale beast tides. To reassure the anxious citizens, they have stationed several Foundation establishment cultivators within the marketplace. Yet, as the beast tides continue to surge with increasing regularity, the Xingyuan sect finds itself beleaguered and is contemplating the abandonment of the Nanli marketplace. Over the past 3 years, Wang Yi discreetly inquired with the 3 stewards, who all conveyed a similar sentiment. The Xingyuan sect intends to abandon all markets near the Hongduan Mountains and is determined to fortify their mountain gate. Furthermore, he learned from Su Jian, the steward of Wanao Building, that within the western expanse of the Hongduan Mountains adjacent to Nanli Market, a new beast king in the core formation stage has emerged, a blazing flame tiger that has rallied tens of thousands of demon beasts, intent on expanding its territory eastward. With Nanli Market situated directly in its path, the last attempt by a core formation elder of the Xingyuan sect to thwart this beast tide resulted in grave injuries. And although it slightly delayed the onslaught, it proved futile. They can only brace themselves to defend their sect and prepare for a potential retreat. After grasping the situation, Wang Yi pondered deeply and ultimately resolved to flee. He had no desire to become fodder for spirit beasts. However, before his departure, he needed to tend to the small courtyard. Since the last harvest of blood spirit rice, he had not planted anything, leaving the courtyard desolate. Over the years, he had been engrossed in his cultivation, leaving him at a loss as to where to go next. Wang Yi, well aware of the extensive knowledge possessed by Su Jian, the proprietor of Wanbao Tower, ventured to the establishment with 2 newly crafted first-grade superior gathering spirit arrays. The recent turmoil in the market had adversely affected Wanbao Tower's business. And upon his arrival, Su Jian welcomed him directly into the appraisal room. Brother Wang has arrived. What goods do you seek to buy or sell? Su Jian inquired, his address having evolved to a more familiar tone since their acquaintance. Brother Su, I am here to sell these 2 first-grade superior gathering spirit arrays and, if possible, to gather some information, Wang Yi replied, placing the pristine arrays upon the table. Indeed, you have successfully crafted first-grade superior gathering spirit arrays. Congratulations. Each array is worth 600 spirit stones, totaling 1,200. What would you like to inquire about? Su Jian exclaimed with delight. Thank you, Brother Su. Given the impending demise of Nanli Market and my continuous seclusion for cultivation, I am rather ignorant of the continent's current affairs. I hoped you could enlighten me on safer locations, Wang Yi queried. Here are 1,200 spirit stones. Please accept them, my friend, Su Jian said, handing over the stones. If you wish to discuss this matter, I have some time to spare. He poured a cup of tea and set it on the table before Wang Yi. The Dacian domain is vast, and the Nanli Market, where we reside, is under the jurisdiction of the Xingyuan sect. Within the sect, the highest combat power consists of merely 2 initial-stage Golden Core masters, 1 sect leader, and 1 elder. Outside the Xingyuan sect, numerous ancient sects have established their territories over millennia, leading to a perpetual struggle between the righteous and demonic paths. The righteous path has 10 major sects: Xiantian Sword Sect, Tianji Sect, Wanfaman, Beastmaster Sect, Shenong Sect, Unipalace, Tianya Pavilion, Wanfo Sect, Taizong, and Baiduanzhou. Conversely, the demonic path comprises 8 major sects: Tianma Sect, Bloodsea Sect, Incorp Sect, Ligu Valley, Hehuan Sect, Fomo Sect, Lianhuan Sect, and Lionbone Sect. Each of these righteous and demonic sects is fortified by several primordial infant ancestors. Although the existence of hidden sects remains unknown, Su Jian elaborated while sipping his tea. The Xingyuan sect is affiliated with Wanfaman, which is protected by a primordial infant ancestor. Recently, there have been rumors of an impending conflict between the righteous and demonic factions. The demonic path, led by Tianma sect, intends to seize control of the entire eastern continent, while the righteous path, spearheaded by Xiantian Sword sect, is preoccupied with preparations for war, leaving the Xingyuan sect to manage its own affairs. Su Jian continued. What a tumultuous era we are in. Wang Yi lamented. Indeed, however, if you seek a secure location, I suggest heading to the rear. The conflict is concentrated in the eastern continent, while the west remains a safe haven. You could utilize the teleportation array to reach either Shenong sect, Wanfo sect, or Beastmaster sect. Unipalace, being a women-s sect, poses challenges for male cultivators. Tianya Pavilion is rather mysterious, functioning as an assassin sect, and I would not recommend you visit. Given your youth and your proficiency in late-stage chi cultivation, as well as your ability to craft superior gathering spirit arrays, it may be prudent to consider joining a sect for better cultivation opportunities, Su Jian advised. Wang Yi, being a member of his own family, is acutely aware of his own circumstances. His spiritual roots are not particularly exceptional, and he relies heavily on the advantages bestowed upon him by a fortuitous event to progress rapidly. Joining a sect would impose numerous restrictions that would ultimately be detrimental to him. Thank you, my friend. I will consider it. Do you happen to know how to leave? Where can I board the teleportation array? Wang Yi inquired. You have come to the right place, my brother. Our merchant association is also planning to withdraw from Nanli Fangshi. The headquarters has dispatched a Foundation establishment elder and a second-tier flying vessel to assist us. They should arrive in 3 to 5 days. At that time, you can accompany me to the teleportation array in the city of 10,000 Laws. With the elder supervising us along the way, it should be quite safe. We will teleport to the myriad Buddha sect, and then you can forge your own path, Su Jian suggested. Thank you so much, my brother. May I ask about the costs involved? Wang Yi asked, his spirits lifted. I will speak with the elder regarding the merchant ship, so you won't incur any fees. The cost for the teleportation array is 1,000 spirit stones per person per trip, while the merchant ship charges 10,000 spirit stones for a single journey. Thus, you will only need to pay the 1,000 spirit stones for the teleportation, Su Jian replied. That is incredibly generous of you, my brother. I shall return to await your news, Wang Yi expressed joyfully. With that, Wang Yi exited the Wanbao building and returned to his modest courtyard. After 7 years of living there, he felt a twinge of reluctance. He had previously considered selling the courtyard, having purchased it for 6,000 spirit stones. But after extensive inquiries, he abandoned that thought. Now, with the urgency to flee, who would purchase property in such a perilous location? It would be tantamount to discarding spirit stones. Let it go, Wang Yi muttered resignedly. 3 days later, in the afternoon, Su Jian sent a steward to inform Wang Yi that they would gather at the Wanbao building the following morning. Upon receiving the message, Wang Yi packed all that he could carry into his storage bag, leaving only a meditation cushion behind, and spent the night in quiet contemplation. On the following day, Wang Yi arrived early at the Wanbao building, where he discovered several cultivators already waiting, esteemed guests and valued patrons of our establishment. We will soon depart together on the flying vessel. I hope that all fellow cultivators will assist and accommodate one another, Su Jian announced as he approached. Afterward, he returned inside, and shortly thereafter, he emerged with a man who appeared to be around 30 years of age. The man bore no visible aura, yet none dared to act presumptuously. This is Elder Zhang from our headquarters, Su Jian introduced with great reverence. We greet you, Elder Zhang. The crowd bowed in unison. Let us set forth. The man produced a palm-sized flying boat, infused it with spiritual energy, and in an instant, it expanded to a length of 100 meters. The center of the vessel featured an impressive 3-story castle, with rooms intricately arranged within, exuding grandeur. This was the first time the group encountered such an advanced flying vessel, leaving them in awe as they boarded together. Please feel free to choose any room on the first floor for your stay. We shall arrive at the city of 10,000 Laws in approximately half a month, Su Jian stated. After 5 or 6 days, Su Jian arrived at Wang Yi's quarters and knocked on the door. Wang, my younger brother, I have come to visit you, Su Jian greeted. Elder Su, welcome. Please, make yourself comfortable, Wang Yi replied, ushering him inside. How have you been faring these past few days? Su Jian inquired. Thank you, my elder. This flying vessel is remarkably smooth. I hardly felt a bump, Wang Yi answered. That is good to hear. I came to discuss your future plans. We will soon arrive at the myriad Buddha sect. This sect primarily practices Buddhism, with the cultivators being monks. Once we reach the city of 10,000 Laws, remember to avoid provoking the monks and refrain from meddling in their affairs. Not all Buddhist practitioners possess pure intentions. It is crucial that you remain cautious, Su Jian advised. Thank you for the reminder, Elder. I am well aware, Wang Yi replied. Could you enlighten me about suitable places for scattered cultivators to reside and practice on the Western continent? The region with the highest concentration of scattered cultivators is undoubtedly under the jurisdiction of the Shinong sect. The Shinong sect focuses primarily on agriculture and alchemy, with minimal requirements for farming aptitude, resulting in a significant gathering of scattered cultivators. However, due to the time-consuming nature of cultivation, their overall prowess tends to be lacking. The Shinong sect also maintains connections with various factions due to their medicinal herbs and elixirs. It is said that within the sect resides an ancient nascent soul ancestor who is over 900 years old. Given the typical lifespan of a nascent soul cultivator is around 1,000 years, he may only have a few decades left to live. However, if we speak of martial prowess on the Western continent, the Beastmaster sect reigns supreme. Each disciple of the Beastmaster sect is guaranteed at least one companion beast of the same rank for combat, making their battles akin to a brawl. However, raising these companion beasts often demands more resources than nurturing equally ranked cultivators. Beneath the gates of the Beastmaster sect lies a marketplace directly under its jurisdiction, known as the Xian Kong Market. This market is the largest on the Western continent, attracting all sects to establish shops, making it exceedingly prosperous, Su Jian elaborated. Which do you think would be better for me, to go to the Shinong sect's marketplace or the Xian Kong Market? Wang Yi queried. I personally believe that the Xian Kong Market would be more advantageous. It gathers an array of resources, and with your talent and formations, you would have greater opportunities for development there, even possibly gaining entry into the Beastmaster sect. The Beastmaster sect is situated to the east by the Hungduan Mountains and to the south by the sea, teeming with resources. Moreover, several nascent soul ancestors preside within the sect, each with their own powerful nascent soul-level combat beasts, making them formidable, Su Jian recommended. Where is the headquarters of your Wanbao building located? Wang Yi continued to inquire. Wanbao building is present in various marketplaces across the continent, with its headquarters situated on an island in the southern sea near the Shinong sect, protected by a grand formation, making it difficult for outsiders to locate. Our Wanbao building is also defended by a nascent soul cultivator. If you decide to join us, you would start as a third-tier guest and, upon reaching first tier, gain access to our headquarters for training. Su Jian smiled. I am grateful for your kindness, Elder. However, the responsibilities of a guest are quite burdensome. I am acutely aware of my limited talent and wish to focus on my cultivation to have a chance at foundation establishment without wasting time. You have been at the 9th level of Qi refinement for a few years now. You must be nearing foundation establishment, correct? Wang Yi remarked. It is not so simple. Foundation establishment is a challenging endeavor. However, during these years of training outside, I have come to realize that my realm is nearly perfected, and my mindset is approaching maturity as well. Over these years, I have also accumulated some contribution points, and I plan to exchange them for a foundation establishment pill at headquarters to attempt the breakthrough, Su Jian said, his face visibly brightening with joy. I wish you success in your foundation establishment. May your path be everlasting. Wang Yi offered his blessings. By the way, where do you plan to go next? Su Jian asked, returning to the topic at hand. I plan to first explore the Xiankong market. If it does not suit my cultivation needs, I shall then visit the Shinong sect's territory. There must be a place that aligns with my cultivation aspirations, Wang Yi pondered aloud. Having a plan is crucial. Once we arrive at the Myriad Buddha sect, you can continue your journey on the flying vessel. I will notify you when we reach the nearest point to the Xiankong market, and if I am fortunate enough to achieve foundation establishment, I may be able to request a position at a store in the Xiankong market. Perhaps we could even reside in proximity to one another, Su Jian suggested, presenting Wang Yi with a communication jade pendant. If you do go to the Xiankong market, I will certainly reach out to you. Thank you. And I hope we can meet again. Wang Yi accepted the communication jade pendant, placing it in his storage bag. After conversing for a while longer, Su Jian took his leave. More than 10 days later, the flying vessel finally arrived at the city of 10,000 Laws, where towering celestial mountains pierced the clouds, marking the location of the Myriad Laws sect. Wang Yi gazed upon the towering city walls, where patrols moved back and forth, each exuding an aura that surpassed even his own. The town directly governed by the sect was indeed incomparable to the modest markets of Nanli. The very atmosphere of this celestial mountain represented the ideal dwelling for cultivators. When might I possess a celestial mountain of my own, where I could cultivate the land in peace and live freely? Wang Yi mused inwardly. Upon entering the town aboard the merchant vessel of Wanbao Tower, each individual paid 10 spirit stones. The merchant ship, laden with goods from Wanbao Tower, was unable to dock until the entry fee of 1,000 spirit stones was settled. Subsequently, the group boarded a flying ship to the teleportation array. After paying the 1,000 spirit stones for the teleportation fee, a resident cultivator of the Wanfa sect presented him with a token. This is a minor teleportation token. Remember to wear it during the transfer, and upon arrival, hand it over to the sect's cultivator. It must not be kept privately, the resident cultivator advised. Understood. Thank you, Senior. Wang Yi replied respectfully as he accepted the token. He then followed the group led by Manager Su of Wanbao Tower to the city of Luohan, directly governed by the Wanfo sect. Upon exiting the teleportation array, Wang Yi shook his dazed head, suppressing the wave of nausea. This was his first experience with the teleportation array, and he discovered that the minor teleportation token formed a protective light barrier during the transfer. He shuddered to think of what might have happened without it, and he had no desire to find out. Obediently, he handed the teleportation token to the monk stationed at the front of the array. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that on either side of the teleportation array, rows of Buddhist arhats were arranged meticulously, some seated, some reclining, each displaying a myriad of expressions. Rather than a city, Luohan City resembled a congregation of temples, bustling with monks entering and exiting, immersed in their activities. Wang Yi possessed a limited understanding of Buddhism in both his past and present lives. In his previous existence on Earth, he encountered esteemed monks who would proclaim, "You were destined to connect with our Buddhist teachings," subsequently persuading him to purchase various ritual implements for home protection and warding off evil spirits. Su Jian sought out Wang Yi and guided him aboard a spacecraft, departing from the city of 10,000 Buddhas. After 2 months of travel, Su Jian knocked on Wang Yi's door. "Brother Wang, it is time to disembark here. If you head east for approximately 10 days, you will arrive at Xiankong Fong Market," Su Jian informed him. "Thank you, my brother. Should fate allow, we shall meet again," Wang Yi replied as he stepped off the spacecraft, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. After Wang Yi watched the spaceship vanish into the distance, he steadied his direction and began to walk towards the east. It is only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage that one can utilize magical artifacts for flight. In the later stages of Qi cultivation, one may command flying boats. However, a flying boat is not something Wang Yi can afford at this moment. After traversing eastward for 9 days, on the 10th day, as he continued his journey, he arrived at a dense grove. Suddenly, two anxious and burly men leaped out. Both stood nearly 2 meters tall, impressively robust, each wielding a half-meter-long Su-Nu battle axe, which was quite intimidating. Trailing behind them were 6 three-eyed green-eyed tigers, each exuding the aura of mid-stage, first rank. "Brother, look, there is someone," one of the burly men exclaimed. "Fellow traveler ahead, we beseech your assistance," the other man shouted loudly. Wang Yi, however, had no desire to become embroiled in conflict. He swiftly maneuvered and vanished into the dense forest. "It's over, brother. That person has escaped. What shall we do now?" "Sigh, what else can we do? I will hold them off. You must go first. We cannot both perish here," the burly man declared resolutely, turning to brandish his axe. "Brother, I refuse to flee. If we are to die, let us die together." Wang Yi did not venture far. Instead, he perched quietly on a branch of a nearby tree, observing the profound bond shared by the two brothers below. "Brother, we are the only ones left in the family. We cannot both perish here. You must flee. No, if we are to die, let us die together. Not far away." 6 three-eyed blue-eyed tigers had encircled the two brothers, each one towering over them, with eyes the size of copper bells glistening with hunger. "This time, we truly cannot escape. I urged you to leave earlier, yet you refused. Brother, cease your words. If death is our fate, let us embrace it together." One of the three-eyed blue-eyed tigers lunged forward, opening its massive jaws to strike at the brothers. Both were evidently body-refining practitioners, each possessing the cultivation of the 6th layer of Qi refinement, and they simultaneously swung their twin Su-Nu battle axes to counter the incoming tiger. The remaining tigers, sensing the confrontation, surged forward with ferocity, pouncing upon the two. Outnumbered and overwhelmed, the brothers soon bore scratches all over their bodies, fortunately. Their robust physiques allowed them to endure the onslaught. At that moment, Wang Yi, standing atop the branch, summoned his magical energy, causing numerous golden needles to materialize around him. With a deft hand gesture, he propelled the golden needles straight toward the 6 or 7 three-eyed blue-eyed tigers. 3 of the tigers, sensing the incoming threat as Wang Yi activated the needles, swiftly turned and positioned themselves in front of him, letting out a fearsome roar. While the remaining 3 continued their assault on the brothers, the golden needles flew with remarkable speed, piercing into the 3 attacking tigers. Among them was a slender black needle, nearly invisible to the naked eye, which, upon contact, darted into one tiger's eye and swiftly exited through its ear, an occurrence both uncanny and extraordinary. Wang Yi swiftly controlled the shadowless needles, launching an overwhelming assault on the 3-eyed sapphire tigers in the arena. Each needle flew into their eyes and exited through their ears, rapidly depleting his internal magical energy. Fortunately, having entered the late stage of Qi training and cultivated his spiritual consciousness, Wang Yi wielded the shadowless needles with remarkable dexterity. After a brief moment, only Wang Yi and the two brothers remained standing, the latter having reached their limits, as they beheld the fallen 3-eyed sapphire tigers. Their bodies lay motionless on the ground. After a while, the brothers regained consciousness to find Wang Yi sitting nearby, tending to a crackling campfire over which a massive tiger leg was being roasted. "You two have awakened. Do you feel any better?" Wang Yi inquired, sensing their return to awareness. "Thank you, benefactor, for your assistance," one of the burly men hastily responded. "It was but a trifling effort. Are you aware of the location of Xiankong Square?" "We are from Xiankong Square. If it pleases you, my brother and I can guide you there." The other brother offered eagerly. "Not so fast. First, you should recuperate. I have set up a formation nearby. Once you are healed, we shall set off," Wang Yi advised. "Thank you, benefactor," the brothers replied in unison. Wang Yi skillfully roasted 2 tiger legs, and the two brothers devoured them with fervor. After a night's rest, they rejuvenated, appearing as vigorous as ever, which left Wang Yi in astonishment. Their physical resilience was indeed remarkable. Observing that their injuries had healed, he retracted the formation, and the trio set forth on their journey. The brothers, lacking storage bags, secured the Su-Nu battle axe at their backs, enhancing their imposing stature, which was even more intimidating than that of a fully grown bear, as they escorted Wang Yi towards the direction of the Xiankong market. By evening, the 3 arrived at the western edge of the market. Wang Yi stood at the foot of the mountain, gazing upward. Before him loomed a majestic peak, rising several hundred zhang into the sky. A series of stone steps ascended from the base to the summit. Above, one could observe cultivators aboard flying vessels or riding mystical beasts making their way to the mountaintop. "Brother Wang," one of his companions remarked, "beyond this ascent lies the Xiankong market. The market is established at the summit, with its top appearing as though it has been sheared flat by a sword. While the other 3 sides are encircled by the imposing mountains that form the entrance to the Beastmaster's sect, protected by a formidable array, entry is forbidden without permission." As they journeyed, the 3 companions became acquainted. Wang Yi learned that the 2 brothers were named Xiong Dali and Xiong Erli, though their intellect was not particularly sharp. They were undeniably simple-hearted. "Well, let us ascend," Wang Yi stated calmly. After a considerable climb, they finally reached the summit, where a towering wall encircled the peak. A circular array of light enveloped the entire market, while patrols of cultivators traversed the ramparts. In the center stood a massive gate flanked by 2 smaller entrances. To the left, cultivators queued to enter, while those on the right exited without delay. "Brother Wang, The left entrance is for lower-tier cultivators to process their entry into the city, while the right allows free passage out, though one cannot enter through it. Doing so would result in being struck down by the patrols. The central gate is reserved for those possessing a permanent residence token. Be careful not to make a mistake. Xiong Dali explained to Wang Yi. Let us join the queue, Wang Yi suggested. After a lengthy wait, they finally reached the front of the line. Well, if it isn't Xiong Dali and Xiong Erli, you must have gained quite a bit from your outing, remarked a guard clad in armor at the city gate. Wang Yi found the appellations of Xiong Dali and Xiong Erli quite fitting, reminiscent of the animated characters from his previous life. Brother Wang, this individual is Qing Qian, a disciple of the Beastmaster sect, possessing a cultivation level of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. He is currently responsible for the security of the city gate. So we must not offend him, Xiong Dali quietly introduced. Shang Ge, I nearly met my demise during our recent expedition, but thanks to my elder brother's assistance, I survived. Xiong Dali expressed. Captain Qing, greetings, Wang Yi said, casting a glance at the man who appeared to be in his 30s, and he performed a respectful bow. Oh. It seems my brother possesses some skills, Chang Qian remarked. Seeing that they do not appear malevolent and share a deep bond, I offered my assistance. As I required someone to guide me to the market, Wang Yi explained. May I inquire where you hail from, brother? Qing Qian asked. I am an itinerant cultivator, seeking a place to settle. I wish to know how one might acquire permanent residency here, Wang Yi inquired. To obtain permanent residency, one must possess a property within the city or achieve a breakthrough to the Golden Core stage. Registration will grant you permanent residency. Alternatively, you may lease a property, which will provide you with 5 residency tokens and exempt you from the daily entrance fee of 10 spirit stones, Chang Qian elucidated. Thank you, Captain Cheng. I will use the remaining stones to treat my brothers to some drinks, Wang Yi said, handing over 50 spirit stones. Aware of his unfamiliarity with this new environment, he found Cheng Qian to be amiable and wished to establish a connection. Brother, you are too kind. May I ask how you prefer to be addressed? Cheng Qian inquired. I am Wang Yi, he replied, taking the token and noting that Cheng Qian had begun to refer to him as brother. Excellent. Wang Laodi, please proceed. When time permits, let us share a drink together, Cheng Qian suggested. Certainly, I will not hesitate to trouble you in the future, Wang Yi responded as he ventured inside. Of course. Take care, brother, Cheng Qian said, pocketing the 40 spirit stones with a broad smile. Brother Wang, what are your plans moving forward? My companion and I have spent some time in the city and can guide you, Xiong Dali offered. Where is the property leasing area located? Wang Yi inquired. Follow us, Xiong Dali replied, leading Wang Yi onward. Brother, the entire market is divided into 4 districts with a long central avenue extending east to west, each and leading to a city gate. The eastern gate leads directly to the Beastmaster sect, accessible only to its disciples. The southern and northern areas are divided into 2 sections each. The southeast is the commercial area, the southwest is the permanent property zone. The northeast is the free trading area, and the northwest is the leasing zone. The leasing office is at the intersection of the free trading area and the leasing zone, Xiong Dali explained. The trio made their way to the leasing office, located just to the left of the entrance to the leasing zone. Greetings. I would like to rent a small courtyard, Wang Yi said to a female cultivator at the counter. Please hold for a moment, she replied, producing a circular magical artifact resembling a sand tray, filled with numerous green and white luminous dots. Please observe, the green dots indicate occupied properties, while the white signify availability. The rental prices are calculated annually. Larger spaces come at a higher cost. May I inquire what size you wish to rent? She elaborated. I specialize in cultivation. Do you have land available with minimal housing? Wang Yi pondered aloud. At the far west of the leasing zone, there is a small cultivation courtyard, each spanning 4 to 5 acres, consisting of first-grade spirit fields. The housing is not included but comes with 2 additional rooms designated for cultivation. The 4-acre plot is 200 stones per year, while the 5-acre plot is 500 stones. Which would you prefer, and for how many years? The female cultivator explained. I will take the 4-acre plot and rent it for 3 years. Here are 600 spirit stones, Wang Yi stated, retrieving the stones from his storage bag, which contained 200 stones. Very well, please wait a moment while I process this, she said, accepting the spirit stones and beginning the necessary paperwork. After a brief interval, she completed the transaction and handed Wang Yi 5 tokens along with a guiding talisman. Your leasing has been finalized. These 5 tokens consist of 1 primary and 4 supplementary tokens, allowing you free access to the market and your rented courtyard. The primary token can adjust the usage of the 4 supplementary tokens, while the talisman will guide you to your courtyard, she clarified. Thank you, Wang Yi replied, stepping outside, where his companions awaited eagerly. Brother Wang, have you completed the process? Xiong Dali asked. Yes, it is done, Wang Yi responded coolly. Here are our communication jade tokens. Should you need anything, feel free to summon us. We can run errands in Shin Kong Market, Xiong Dali offered, presenting 2 jade tokens. Understood, Wang Yi said, accepting the tokens and reciprocating with one of his own before activating the guiding talisman, parting ways with his companions. The talisman led him deep into the leasing zone, stopping before a magical barrier. Wang Yi produced a token, infused it with his energy, and passed through the formation, revealing a small courtyard spanning over 4 acres. The courtyard was modest, featuring a central path leading to the house, with 2 plots of land on either side. To the east of the house was a water basin, 2 stories high, with a stone opening that released a steady flow of water. Upon entering the east wing of the house, Wang Yi discovered it furnished with tables, chairs, and beds, alleviating the need for additional purchases. The courtyard was equipped with a protective formation, eliminating the need for further setup. He couldn't help but marvel at the distinctions of the grand market. Finally settled, after months of tumultuous wandering, Wang Yi sighed contentedly. He checked his personal status, realizing he required only 29 experience points to advance to the 8th layer of Qi refinement. I am close to achieving my goal. After 3 months without utilizing a spirit gathering array for serious cultivation, I should have reached the 8th layer by now. Tomorrow, I shall venture out to acquire spirit seeds for planting, he resolved, fully aware that cultivation remained paramount. The following day, Wang Yi arrived at the bustling free trading area, alive with the sounds of vendors calling out, reminiscent of the Southly market. The stalls were neatly arranged, with guards patrolling, ensuring that cultivators stepped aside in their presence. Indicative of the stringent management of Xiankong market, which provided a heightened sense of security. As he perused the various stalls, he noted that the items available were significantly superior to those at Southly market, with first-grade high-quality magical artifacts, pills, and arrayed discs readily available. Even second-grade items for sale. One stall advertised third-grade spirit mines, drawing a crowd. Curious, Wang Yi approached to observe, though he knew he could not afford such luxuries. He merely sought to broaden his horizons. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he had only traversed half the market, a testament to the vibrancy of Xiankong market. During his exploration, he encountered several second-grade spirit seeds, but the stall owners recognized their worth, and he was unable to secure any bargains. He couldn't help but reflect on the elevated standards of the cultivators here. Wang Yi resolved to seek out a street vendor to procure some spirit rice and seeds, prioritizing freedom of points. Although the rewards for second-tier spirit plants were substantial, his resources were insufficient, and he needed to be frugal with his spirit stones. He casually approached a stall selling spirit seeds, manned by an elderly gentleman with a mane and beard as white as snow. Esteemed friend, do you possess any first-tier superior or above spirit rice or seeds? Wang Yi inquired. Indeed. Here we have first-tier superior blood spirit rice, red spirit rice, and purple Su rice, as well as second-tier foundation rice and essence rice. Which variety do you wish to purchase? The vendor elaborated. Oh, so many options, Wang Yi exclaimed. Could you elucidate the differences and their prices? In truth, Wang Yi had already perused several types of spirit seeds prior to his inquiry, and this stall boasted the most comprehensive selection and finest quality. Blood spirit rice, a first-tier superior seed with a maturation period of 12 months, requiring a low-maintenance environment. It necessitates ample spiritual energy and a certain quantity of spirit beast blood to thrive. Once matured, it serves the daily spiritual energy needs of high-level practitioners in the Qi refinement stage. Red spirit rice, a first-tier superior seed with a 12-month maturation period, also requiring a low-maintenance environment. It must be planted in a location rich in spiritual energy and sufficient sunlight, possessing the ability to replenish vital energy. Once matured, it can be utilized by body-refining practitioners in the Qi refinement stage. Purple Su rice, a first-tier superior seed with a 12-month maturation period and low environmental demands. It requires ample spiritual energy and a small amount of animal marrow to flourish, offering bone-forging benefits. Once matured, it can be used by practitioners in the Qi refinement stage. Foundation rice, a second-tier inferior seed with a maturation period of 18 months, requiring a moderate environment. It necessitates careful cultivation and sufficient spiritual energy for survival. Long-term consumption aids practitioners in the foundation establishment stage in solidifying and enhancing their cultivation. Essence rice, a second-tier medium seed with a 20-month maturation period, requiring a moderate environment. It demands abundant spiritual energy and second-tier animal blood for cultivation. Long-term consumption benefits practitioners in the foundation establishment stage by enhancing their vital energy and essence. First-tier superior blood spirit rice can enhance Qi refinement cultivation with a yield of 200 acres. Red spirit rice, also first-tier superior, can elevate body refining cultivation, yielding 200 acres. Purple Su rice, with bone-forging effects, yields 200 acres. Foundation rice, a second-tier inferior, is suitable for daily consumption by foundation establishment practitioners, yielding 1,000 acres. And essence rice, also second-tier inferior, can improve vital energy and essence for 1,500 acres. Which variety would you like to purchase? The vendor inquired. Wang Yi listened intently to the information provided, noting the old man's honesty. He promptly acquired 1 acre of blood spirit rice seeds, 1 acre of purple perilla seeds, and 2 acres of red spirit rice seeds, paying a total of 800 spirit stones. Upon noticing the presence of amethyst grape seeds at the stall, he purchased 10 seeds for an additional 100 spirit stones. He then visited other stalls, acquiring 100 pounds each of late-stage first-tier spirit beast blood and spirit marrow, spending another 200 spirit stones. Currently, he could not cultivate second-tier spirit rice, so he would have to wait. Reflecting on the fact that his family's land was only of medium quality at the first tier, he realized he needed either spirit dung or a first-tier superior gathering formation to plant effectively. Consequently, he purchased 2 sets of first-tier superior formation plates and flags from a nearby stall, spending an additional 800 spirit stones. With only 800 spirit stones remaining in his pouch, he sighed inwardly, lamenting the rapid depletion of his resources. The following day, after completing his cultivation, Wang Yi went to the fields to till the soil. In the afternoon, he began crafting the formation plates. Fortunately, after a day's efforts, he successfully completed both plates, having honed his skills through previous attempts at creating the first-tier superior gathering formation. 2 days later, after tilling the land once more, Wang Yi used his spiritual sense to control the seed's placement in the ground, significantly expediting the process compared to manual planting. Within half a day, he had successfully sown the spirit rice across 4 acres and constructed a trellis above the water tank, ample enough for the growth of 10 amethyst grapes. He cast a rain spell and set up a first-tier superior gathering formation, enveloping the 4 acres of spirit fields. Each acre would consume 120 spirit stones annually, totaling 480 stones for the entire plot. Observing the 304 spirit stones remaining in his storage bag, he felt a pang of despair, realizing he lacked sufficient resources for cultivation. He had no choice but to sell some items. Within the storage bag, he still possessed 2 formation plates that were of no use to him, 1 first-tier superior gathering formation and 1 Xian turtle formation. Thus began a period of tranquil living. The brothers, Xiong Dali and his companion, frequently visited Wang Yi, always bringing along drinks. As their interactions continued, they grew closer. The brothers regarded Wang Yi as their savior and insisted on following him. Reluctantly, Wang Yi acquiesced, allowing them to assist him with various tasks while he focused on his cultivation. During this time, Wang Yi ventured out to sell the 2 first-tier superior formations, earning a total of 1,100 spirit stones. Wang Yi has once again returned to the state of diligent cultivation at home, reminiscent of his time in the southern Lifang market. The brothers Xiong Dali often visit Wang Yi, filled with gratitude towards him. Due to their sluggish mental responses, they frequently become the subject of ridicule. However, their imposing physiques deter others from bullying them. Wang Yi, their savior, holds no disdain for them, and thus they have unwaveringly pledged their allegiance to him. During this time, Wang Yi engaged in conversations with the brothers. Xiong Dali possesses dual metal and earth spiritual roots and has attained the 6th level of qi refinement, primarily following a physical cultivation path with the most rudimentary technique, the body refinement method, which allows for progression up to the 9th level of qi refinement. Xiong Erlai's situation is quite similar, albeit with different spiritual roots, dual metal and fire. Upon learning this, Wang Yi could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Compared to his own complete 5-element spiritual roots, these brothers are undoubtedly geniuses. Regrettably, their intellect leaves much to be desired. Their ability to recognize characters is rather muddled. Their father had become quite exasperated while attempting to teach them literacy, even fainting from frustration on several occasions. Ultimately, he managed to teach them the characters of the body refinement method, but when they practiced the technique, their cries of distress echoed throughout the day, leading Wang Yi to wonder if their father might have succumbed to frustration. After 2.5 months, Wang Yi's cultivation has smoothly progressed to the 8th level of qi refinement. Host: Wang Yi lifespan: 21, 110 spiritual roots, metal, wood, water, fire. Earth realm: 8th level of qi refinement. Experience: 1, 100. Technique: Xingmu Gong, proficient. Experience: 179, 610, 000. Formation: First Order Superior Spirit Gathering Formation. Experience: 510, 000. Spells: Fireball Technique, proficient. Experience: 12, 910, 000. Rainfall Technique, proficient. Experience: 15, 510, 000. Golden Needle Technique, proficient. Experience: 68, 410, 000. Free points: 1. 880 talent. Spirit Seed Identification. Light Orb Collection. Logically, with Wang Yi's 5-element spiritual roots, one would expect to encounter a bottleneck during breakthroughs. He had previously inquired with Su Jian, who informed him that many individuals become permanently stuck at such barriers. However, Wang Yi felt no such constraints. As long as his cultivation experience reached 100, a breakthrough would surely follow, allowing him to ascend to the next level. Wang Yi was confident that his panel was capable of more than mere point allocation and record keeping. He faced no bottleneck during breakthroughs. A monumental blessing for someone with 5-element spiritual roots. Wang Yi has never relied on elixirs for his cultivation. In the past, he was impoverished and could not afford them. Later, when he acquired spiritual stones, he contemplated purchasing elixirs to expedite his training. However, he learned of the potential for pill toxicity. He had previously heard the adage that even medicine can be 3 parts poison on Earth, and to his surprise, he discovered that a similar belief exists in this otherworldly realm of cultivation. Wang Yi was quite content with his current pace of cultivation, and thus chose to forego the use of medicinal pills. Although the toxicity from the pills was minimal with each intake, it would gradually accumulate within the body over time. Once it reached a certain threshold, the consequences could be dire, ranging from stagnation in cultivation to even death, while the body could eventually metabolize and expel the toxins. The process was rather sluggish. Half a month later, a cultivator arrived at Wang Yi's courtyard, activating the formation with his magical powers. Wang Yi immediately sensed this presence and stepped outside, discovering that it was Cheng Qian, a disciple of the beast-taming sect and the captain of the city gate team, whom he had encountered earlier at the market. "Brother Wang, do you still remember me?" Cheng Qian inquired. "Of course, Brother Cheng. How did you find me here?" "Please, come in," Wang Yi responded, promptly opening the formation to welcome him. "It's quite simple. A quick inquiry at the leasing office revealed your whereabouts. As a disciple of the beast-taming sect, I can easily access the information from our own leasing office. However, I won't intrude on your courtyard. Let us go out for a drink instead. I just completed a 3-month assignment and was looking to unwind. Remembering you, I decided to pay a visit," Cheng Qian said, waving his hand. "Very well, Brother Cheng, let us go out for a drink," Wang Yi replied. He recognized that Cheng Qian was impressed by his generous demeanor and was eager to cultivate a friendship. Wang Yi held a favorable impression of him and understood the importance of establishing connections in this place, so he readily agreed. Wang Yi followed Cheng Qian to the commercial district, arriving at the entrance of a restaurant named Drunken Immortal Pavilion. On either side of the entrance hung couplets. The one on the right read, "After 3 rounds of wine, one is already intoxicated," while the one on the left stated, "In drunkenness, seeking immortals is more graceful." Wang Yi gazed around, instantly feeling elevated in spirit as he followed Cheng Qian inside. "Master Cheng has arrived. Please come in," the waiter greeted them warmly. Hearing the waiter's address, Wang Yi understood that Cheng Qian must frequent this establishment often. Quickly, to the 2nd floor, Zui Feng Pavilion, Cheng Qian instructed confidently. "Certainly. We have kept your table ready," the waiter replied, leading Cheng Qian and Wang Yi to the upper level. Upon reaching the 2nd floor and taking their seats, the waiter skillfully wiped the table and inquired, "What would Master Cheng like today?" "Drunken flour chicken, sauced beast meat, and floured yo fish. For the vegetables, select a few of the best and bring 2 pots of Zuasian wine," Cheng Qian ordered without even glancing at the menu. "What about you, Brother Wang? Feel free to order anything. Today, I am treating," he added, passing the menu to Wang Yi. No, Brother Cheng, today I shall treat. This will suffice. It's my first visit, and I am unfamiliar with the delicacies," Wang Yi replied politely. "Brother, you are too courteous. The drunken flour chicken and floured yao fish here are exquisite, and Zuasian wine is a top-tier spirit, priced at 40 spirit stones a pot," Cheng Qian explained while urging the waiter to expedite the dishes. "All right, I shall heed your advice and savor this Zuasian wine," Wang Yi declared. Though not a frequent drinker in his past life, he could handle alcohol well, having consumed a bottle of 5-grain liquor without issue. Having never tasted spirit wine before, he was curious about its flavor. After a while, the dishes arrived, along with 2 pots of wine. Wang Yi noticed that the wine vessel was a magical artifact, containing a small space that held approximately 5 pounds of wine. The dishes were visually appealing and aromatic, prompting both Cheng Qian and Wang Yi to dig in eagerly. "This wine is truly remarkable," Wang Yi remarked after taking a sip. "Its texture is smooth and infused with floral notes, releasing strands of spiritual energy without any sharpness. You have quite the discerning palate, brother. The recipe for Zuasian wine is a mystery to me. I have only heard the proprietor mention a flower called the ethereal blossom, known for its rich aroma and ability to nourish one's magical essence. Initially, it may seem mild, but the more one drinks, the more intoxicating it becomes, often leading to inebriation before one realizes it. Let us drink slowly to avoid becoming too tipsy," Cheng Qian advised. "Brother, you seem well acquainted with this place. I take it you visit often?" Wang Yi inquired with a smile. "Indeed, I am quite fond of this drunken flower wine. I often come here, but recently, I was assigned to guard the city gate, which prohibits drinking. It has been a struggle," Cheng Qian sighed. "What is the nature of your task, brother?" Wang Yi asked. "This is a training mission for the outer disciples of the Beastmaster sect, held annually and mandatory. Although the gate guarding duty is somewhat tedious, it is safe and rewarding upon completion. There are other perilous tasks, such as hunting monsters, investigating demonic cultivators, and guarding mines," Cheng Qian explained after taking a sip of wine. "Oh, I see. Do all disciples have such tasks? It seems you are quite knowledgeable about the sect," Wang Yi noted, realizing he was not well versed in the inner workings of the sect. Indeed, all sects are somewhat similar. Disciples are categorized into core disciples, inner disciples, outer disciples, and miscellaneous disciples. Core disciples undertake specialized missions assigned by the sect, focusing on cultivation and crisis management. Typically those with higher potential and combat capabilities during the foundation establishment stage. Only a few are core disciples at the chi refinement stage. often taken in by Yuanying stage cultivators. Inner disciples must complete a mission every 5 years and are generally more talented, most being at the foundation establishment stage. While Qi refinement stage disciples taken in by Jin and elders are also inner disciples, outer disciples have an annual task, with those at the 6th layer of Qi refinement or above classified as outer disciples. Miscellaneous disciples do not have specific tasks but are assigned fixed duties by the sect, making them the most populous group, consisting mainly of low-level Qi refinement stage disciples. This is merely the mandatory structure. The sect's task hall also issues bounties for extra tasks, which can earn contribution points and various resources, Cheng Qian elaborated. I have been deeply focused on my own cultivation and have not kept abreast of sect affairs. Please forgive my ignorance, Wang Yi chuckled awkwardly. Given that you have reached the 8th layer of Qi refinement at such a young age, your potential is certainly impressive. Have you considered joining the sect? The resources available are abundant, and it offers protection, Cheng Qian pondered. Truthfully, my aptitude is rather poor. I stumbled upon an opportunity in my youth, accidentally entering a forbidden mountain range and consuming a celestial fruit, which improved my physique and allowed me to progress rapidly through the mid-Qi refinement stage with little hindrance. However, once I reached the late Qi refinement stage, the effects diminished, and my cultivation has since slowed. Wang Yi fabricated an excuse, feeling a surge of anxiety as he realized he needed to find a way to conceal his true capabilities to avoid drawing suspicion. Such a fortunate opportunity. Many loose cultivators struggle to reach the late Qi refinement stage, yet you have ascended swiftly. It is indeed enviable. You are bound to become a formidable foundation establishment cultivator. Let us toast to your fortune, Cheng Qian praised. Thank you for your kind words, brother. Let us drink to that, Wang Yi replied, relieved to have navigated the conversation without arousing suspicion. After a couple of hours filled with laughter and shared drinks, they finished the wine. In their mutual politeness, Wang Yi settled the bill, totaling 150 spirit stones. Noticing that Cheng Qian had also had his fill, and unsure of his accommodations, Wang Yi found a nearby inn, secured a room for Cheng Qian for 20 spirit stones, and then returned to his own small courtyard. Although he felt a pang of regret for spending 170 spirit stones, he gained valuable information and made a connection with Cheng Qian, a sect disciple who might prove useful in the future. Chapter 12. The breath-holding technique. The following day, Cheng Qian visited Wang Yi's courtyard, and Wang Yi welcomed him into his modest abode. Brother, your living conditions here are quite pleasant, Cheng Qian remarked, admiring the lush greenery of the spirit rice seedlings that filled the courtyard, exuding vitality and tranquility. You flatter me. After indulging a bit too much yesterday, I arranged a nearby place for you to stay. I hope you don't mind, Wang Yi said, waving his hand to summon a teapot and 2 cups from his storage bag, brewing a pot of tea and pouring it for Cheng Qian. Not at all. I must thank you, brother. Otherwise, I would have had to sleep on the streets, Cheng Qian replied, savoring a sip of tea. That is good to hear. I came over not only to express my gratitude for your hospitality, but also to inform you that I must return to the sect today to hand in my mission report. After that, I plan to take on several bounty tasks to accumulate as many contribution points as possible. I'm nearing 50, and I have at most another decade left before my vitality wanes at 60, making it increasingly difficult to establish my foundation, Cheng Qian explained. You certainly do not appear to be in your 40s. You seem to have gathered sufficient resources for foundation establishment, and I am certain you will succeed, Wang Yi encouraged. Wang Yi understood that cultivators generally exhibited a slower decline in appearance. Although Cheng Qian appeared to be in his 30s, he was, in fact, nearing 50. Nonetheless, Wang Yi harbored hopes for Cheng Qian's foundation establishment. Forging a connection with a foundational stage cultivator was considerably more advantageous than with those in the Qi refinement stage. However, Wang Yi speculated that he might very well establish his foundation even earlier than Cheng Qian. Subsequently, Wang Yi engaged in extensive conversation with Cheng Qian, finding him to be quite amiable. At the very least, he did not exude an air of superiority or oppression, and their dialogue flowed effortlessly, marked by Cheng Qian's warm enthusiasm and willingness to share information without reserve. Cheng Qian also imparted insights about the beast-taming sect, revealing that the primary cultivation technique, the beast-taming art, was of the 5th rank. Its principal function was to forge contracts with spirit beasts, encompassing various types such as life contracts, master-servant contracts, and symbiotic contracts, among others. Moreover, the signing of these contracts came with numerous restrictions. Typically, disciples in the Qi refinement stage would choose only one spirit beast to enter into a master-servant contract, while only elder disciples or those of considerable wealth could afford to contract multiple spirit beasts. The cultivation of spirit beasts required substantial resources, often surpassing the resources consumed in a cultivator's training. Cheng Qian had contracted a Beijing Yuan, a spirit beast capable of reaching the upper tier of 1st rank, with a growth limit at the late stage of the 1st rank. To transcend its constraints and ascend to the 2nd rank necessitated a significant investment of resources, accompanied by a degree of risk. This spirit beast had been selected from a secret realm upon joining the sect, and it was currently at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. The spirit beast secret realm was specifically designated by the beast taming sect for low-ranking disciples to contract spirit beasts. It housed many spirit beasts, with the highest being of upper third rank, all of which were unclaimed. Each newly initiated disciple was granted one opportunity to enter the spirit beast secret realm to choose a spirit beast. Generally, it was only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage that cultivators would opt for a life contract with a spirit beast, as such a contract would accompany the cultivator throughout their life, allowing for only one contract. This spirit beast would assist in their cultivation, thus making the choice a matter of great significance. Naturally, some chi refinement stage cultivators attempted to contract a life spirit beast, but those who succeeded in acquiring high-quality spirit beasts were exceedingly rare, predominantly comprising disciples with little hope of foundation establishment. After Cheng Qian's departure, Wang Yi returned to his arduous cultivation. Time flowed like water, leaving no trace, and after 9 months, Wang Yi experienced the fruitful culmination of his efforts. 2 days later, he finally completed the harvest of his 4 acres of spiritual rice, yielding a total of 420 free points. 1. 620 pounds of blood spiritual rice. 1. 600 pounds of purple spiritual rice, and 3. 200 pounds of red spiritual rice. He then spent an additional day harvesting 10 clusters of purple crystal grapes, resulting in 500 pounds of grapes and 500 points of experience in the spirit gathering array. This was the culmination of a year's worth of cultivation. Through 9 months of dedicated training, his realm had ascended to the 8th layer of chi refinement, experience, 72, 100, and he had accumulated 300 free points, which he had been reluctant to expend. His proficiency in the Qingmu technique had reached the skilled level of 2,081 points, and with an additional 8,000 points of experience, he could attain perfection. After much contemplation, Wang Yi decided not to allocate all his free points to his cultivation techniques. He understood the importance of priorities. His current rate of advancement was already commendable. The foremost concern was to conceal his cultivation level from prying eyes, intending to employ the purchase techniques for obfuscation later. The following day, Wang Yi ventured to the marketplace, selling 5,000 pounds of spirit rice and 500 pounds of purple crystal grapes, garnering a total of 9,000 spirit stones. Recently, he successfully crafted a high-quality first-tier spirit gathering formation, which he sold to the Wanbao building. Without such endeavors, sustaining himself would have been challenging. Previously, he had 432 spirit stones remaining, bringing his total to 9,432 spirit stones. After careful consideration, he opted against planting second-tier spirit rice for the time being. Firstly, second-tier spirit rice required second-tier spirit fields, the conditions for which he could not yet fulfill. Even if he invested in it, the sale of the mature crop posed a dilemma. Unlike first-tier resources, second-tier items were associated with foundation-building cultivators. If a chi refining cultivator were to sell them in bulk, it would indisputably reveal their fortuitous circumstances, inciting envy among others. He proceeded to procure 1 acre of blood spirit rice, 1 acre of purple perilla rice, and 2 acres of red spirit rice seeds, spending a total of 800 spirit stones. Additionally, he acquired 100 pounds each of late-stage spirit beast blood and spirit marrow, which cost him 200 spirit stones, along with 2 sets of first-tier high-quality formation plates and flags, expending 800 spirit stones. He now had 7,632 spirit stones remaining in his storage pouch. Wang Yi always remembered the necessity of acquiring a technique that could obscure his cultivation level. His rapid advancement brought him to the brink of reaching the 9th level of chi refinement, and for the sake of prudence, he needed to act swiftly in making a purchase. Upon arriving at the free trading zone, he began to wander about, hoping to discover a suitable technique. If such a find eluded him, he would resort to the shops, although the prices there were exorbitantly high. After a brief exploration, he noticed an elderly man in his 40s ahead of him, whose stall was laden with numerous cultivation manuals and several transmission jade slips. These jade slips, which recorded various techniques, could only be read using one's spiritual consciousness, crafted from purple patterned jade and embedded with memory arrays. Such items were seldom found in smaller locales and were typically utilized exclusively by sections. Wang Yi approached the stall. "Esteemed friend, do you possess any techniques for concealing one's cultivation level?" he inquired after perusing the books and finding nothing to his liking. "Yes, I do. Though they are of a specialized nature and somewhat costly," the elder assessed Wang Yi before responding. "May I see them to ascertain if they meet my requirements?" Wang Yi asked nonchalantly. "Certainly." These 2 jade slips contain the concealment technique and the breath restraining technique. The concealment technique has 3 layers, allowing one to obscure their cultivation level at will. The first layer conceals 1 level, the second conceals 2 levels, and the third conceals 3 levels, effectively resisting detection from late-stage foundation establishment practitioners. However, it is an incomplete technique, as the subsequent sections have been lost. The price is 800 spirit stones. The breath restraining technique also comprises 3 layers, offering similar capabilities. The first layer conceals 1 level, the second can conceal up to 2 levels, and the third can conceal up to 4 levels. capable of resisting detection from late-stage core formation practitioners. Its price is 1,200 spirit stones. The elder produced 2 slips from his stall and handed them to Wang Yi. Wang Yi took the item and scanned it with his spiritual sense, discovering only the introduction to the technique, consistent with what the elder had mentioned. The subsequent content was concealed by restrictions, requiring the elder's intervention for access. Isn't the breath-holding technique a bit too expensive? Could it be offered at a more affordable price? Wang Yi inquired tentatively. The high cost of the breath-holding technique is justified, the elder replied dismissively. It can thwart the probing of late-stage core formation cultivators and is a complete technique. At 1,200 spirit stones, it is still a bargain. In any shop, you would not find it for less than 1,500. Very well then. Here are 1,200 spirit stones, please count them, Wang Yi conceded, recognizing the elder's firm stance and the truth in his words, and promptly produced the stones to complete the purchase. After acquiring the technique, he also purchased 2 storage bags, expending 400 spirit stones, one of medium grade for his own use and one of low grade intended for his brother, the robust Xiong Dali. Upon returning to his courtyard, he observed the 2 bear-like figures laboring in the fields. He greeted them and presented the storage bags, which moved them deeply. They redoubled their efforts in gratitude. Once back in his room, he retrieved the breath-holding technique and engaged his spiritual sense. A lengthy text of approximately 1,000 words materialized in his mind, revealing that certain special spells within the technique bore no rank. Wang Yi focused intently, delving into its mysteries. Upon finishing the article, he glanced at his interface. And to his delight, the breath-holding technique was prominently listed. He immediately allocated points to elevate it to the 3rd tier using his free points. Wang Yi attempted to explore his abilities. Although he had reached the 3rd level, his cultivation could only be reduced by 2 levels. He realized that only upon perfecting the 3rd level could he conceal his 4th level cultivation. Even so, he felt quite satisfied, as this meant he could maintain his cultivation at the 8th level for an extended period. Subsequently, he began to construct a spirit gathering array. The next day, after concluding his training, Wang Yi observed that his 2 companions had turned over the land in a single day, making it ready for sowing. After spending more than a day to complete the seeding, he activated the spirit gathering array, investing 480 spirit stones. Noticing that he still had over 5,500 spirit stones in his storage bag and needing to reserve 1,200 for daily cultivation, he realized he had over 4,000 stones available for expenditure. However, after some contemplation, he decided against frivolous spending, as he needed to prepare for purchasing foundation establishment pills. Moreover, he was quite intrigued by the auction that Chengqian mentioned. Wanbao Tower also had a branch here, quite substantial in scale. Wang Yi had visited several times when selling his spirit gathering array and had heard that a perfected core formation cultivator presided there, with a grand auction held every decade that even nascent soul cultivators attended, making it extraordinarily impressive. With 6 years remaining until the grand auction at Wanbao Tower, Wang Yi planned to accumulate his resources in hopes of purchasing foundation establishment pills. Given his talent combined with the system, 1 pill would scarcely suffice. Hence, he resolved to economize and save for the purchase. Chapter 13. Lingyun auction. 4 months later, Wang Yi successfully advanced to the 9th level of Qi refinement, concealing his cultivation at the 8th level using the breath concealment technique. During this period, Chengqian visited Wang Yi several times, introducing him to several disciples of the Beast Master sect. Wang Yi welcomed everyone warmly, engaging in polite conversation. Among them was Linjua, a disciple from the inner sect and grandson of a golden core elder, who, despite his proud demeanor, was not arrogant. He was the highest-ranking disciple Wang Yi had interacted with thus far. On one occasion, Chengqian visited Wang Yi's small courtyard. "Brother, I have come today to broaden your horizons," Chengqian joyfully declared as he took a seat. "Oh, how does my elder brother intend to broaden my horizons?" Wang Yi inquired, perplexed. "This afternoon, there will be a small auction, primarily featuring items of the Qi refinement stage, with a highlight being a foundation establishment spiritual item." Chengqian replied mysteriously. "Really? I have always wanted to attend an auction but lacked the opportunity," Wang Yi exclaimed, rising in excitement. "I have 2 invitations here, given to me during a monster hunting mission with my fellow disciples. They are perfect for taking you along to witness this event," Chengqian said, placing 2 invitations on the table. "I am extremely grateful, elder brother," Wang Yi said, taking one and eagerly expressing his thanks. "Let us go, brother. We should head to the venue. It should start shortly," Chengqian said, leading Wang Yi outside. "Where is this auction being held?" Wang Yi asked as they walked. "The auction is organized by the Lingyun Chamber of Commerce. It's not particularly large, but it has a perfected foundation establishment cultivator stationed in the Xiankong Square, right in the center of the shopping district," Chengqian explained. As they conversed, they soon arrived at the bustling center street, the most prosperous area of Xiankong Square, where Wanbao Tower was situated right in the middle. Chengqian guided Wang Yi to the easternmost end of the center street, arriving in front of an exquisitely decorated shop. A grand sign displayed the 4 characters of Lingyun Chamber of Commerce, with numerous cultivators queuing to enter. Chengqian and Wang Yi quickly joined the line. After a considerable wait, it was finally their turn. Each paid an entrance fee of 10 spirit stones and entered a hall reminiscent of a cinema from a past life. At the front was a large podium, with the first row of seats approximately 5 meters below it. Subsequent rows rose half a meter higher than the previous, accommodating around 2,000 to 3,000 people. Beneath the ceiling, there was a circle of private rooms, akin to a second floor, with dozens of them numbered from Jia 1 to Jia 35. The entrance fees alone amount to tens of thousands. This chamber truly knows how to profit from spirit stones. Wang Yi remarked to Cheng Qian. What is this in comparison? The large auctions at Wanbao Tower are where the real spirit stones are earned. I hope to take you there when the opportunity arises, Cheng Qian replied, leading Wang Yi to sit in the 6th row at the edge. Their seat numbers were 601 and 602. Brother, do you see the light screen in front? That is for bidding. To the right of our seats is a small board connected to the screen, which allows us to input our bids directly using our spiritual energy. When the auction concludes, simply place the spirit stones on the board, Cheng Qian explained. Quite convenient, Wang Yi observed. If you need anything during the auction, don't hesitate to ask. I've managed to gather a few thousand spirit stones from my recent tasks, so I can lend you some if necessary, Cheng Qian generously offered. Thank you, elder brother. If the need arises, I won't hold back, Wang Yi replied with a smile. Let us hope there are some good items available, Cheng Qian muttered. As they chatted, they awaited the commencement of the auction. After a while, the hall filled nearly to capacity, as the lights dimmed, leaving only the podium illuminated. A remarkably mature and alluring woman stepped forward. Appearing to be under 30, she possessed the cultivation of the 9th level of qi refinement. With a graceful figure, delicate skin, and a relaxed demeanor, her enchanting gaze and charming smile captivated the audience. Welcome to the Lingyun auction. I am your auctioneer today, Ruin. We shall now officially commence the auction. Her melodious voice resonated, enchanting all present. Wang Yi's heart wavered, his gaze irresistibly drawn to the figure on stage, feeling an uncontrollable urge to ascend and bask in her allure. A muffled grunt emanated from room A1 above, snapping everyone back to reality. What a powerful charm. Realizing the situation, Wang Yi's heart raced, and he cast a grateful glance towards room A1, a sentiment echoed by many in the hall. Ruin, with her enchanting gaze, briefly regarded room A1, offering a beguiling smile, unfazed by the interruption. Next, we present our first auction item. A square pillar rose from the floor beside Ruin, upon which lay a circular array that shielded all probing perceptions. The large screen behind displayed the item within the array, a sword, half white and half blue, with crackling blue lightning along its edge and swirling white currents on the other. The Wind Thunder Sword, a top-tier first-grade magical artifact, possessing the attributes of wind and thunder, swift and ethereal, with the ferocity of lightning. It combines the speed of the wind with the destructive power of thunder, a formidable weapon for vanquishing evil and dispelling magic. When wielded by a cultivator of wind and thunder spiritual roots, it can amplify damage by an additional 5-fold. The starting bid is 100 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid increasing by no less than 50 spirit stones. The auction begins, Ruin announced. As the bidding commenced, the left edge of the screen displayed scrolling bids, 100, 200, 956, 300, 999, 500, 2075, 600, 355, 750, 175, 900. Moments later, the last bid paused at 107, 1300. Is there any further bidding? Once at 107, twice at 107, thrice at 107 sold. Friends may collect their items from the back at their convenience. Ruin declared after calling for bids 3 times without response, striking her auction hammer. So this is how an auction works, huh, brother? The first item is a top-tier first-grade magical artifact. Is this auction truly so affluent? Will there be no second-grade items afterward? Wang Yi transmitted his confusion to Cheng Qian. This is merely the first item. It is customary for the first auction piece to be of high quality to stimulate the enthusiasm of the cultivators. Cheng Qian explained in return. Next comes the second auction item. As the pillar for the Wind Thunder Sword descended, another pillar swiftly rose in its place. Ruin commenced the auction for the second item, revealing it on the screen, a pair of boots. The Lightfoot Boots, a mid-tier first-grade auxiliary magical artifact. They allow the wearer to move with grace, leaving no trace in the snow, enhancing the speed of mid-stage qi practitioners by 20%. An excellent tool for pursuit or escape. The starting bid is 50 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid increasing by no less than 5 spirit stones. Please feel free to place your bids, Ruin alluringly introduced. Wang Yi mused. Indeed, the quality has diminished significantly. A first-tier mid-grade magical artifact holds no value for me. The large screen rolled frantically. 1578, 55, 1967, 60, 1758, 70. The final entry paused at 2543, 350. Is there any further bidding? 2543 once, 2543 twice, 2543 thrice, sold. Friends may collect their goods from the back at their convenience. After Ruin inquired 3 times and saw no one else raise their bid. She struck her auction hammer. The finest quality item was the Wind Thunder Sword, followed by an array of first-tier mid-grade goods, including elixirs, magical artifacts, formations, and spirit beasts, none of which boasted high quality, with prices largely aligning with market value. Wang Yi felt no desire to purchase. The next item up for auction was a Gathering Spirit Formation, a first-tier superior formation that gathers spiritual energy and accelerates cultivation. An essential artifact for cultivators in the later stages of Qi training, with a starting price of 200 spirit stones and a minimum bid increment of 50 spirit stones. The bidding commenced. Wang Yi glanced at the scene before him. Was that not the spirit-gathering array he had crafted himself? He recognized it immediately, for after each creation, he delighted in etching the character E onto the circular recess at the center of the array's base, a detail that would elude the notice of most. His heart swelled with anticipation. It was highly likely that a first-tier premium item would soon be auctioned. Ultimately, the spirit-gathering array was acquired by bidder 255 for 650 spirit stones. The next item up for bid was a seed of the Heavenly Spirit Fruit. The Heavenly Spirit Fruit, a first-tier premium spirit fruit tree, its produce imbued with an abundance of pure spirit energy. For cultivators in the Qi refinement stage, consuming it daily could significantly enhance their magical potency. This was a treasured seed passed down through family lineage, with a reserve price of 300 spirit stones, and each bidding increment set at no less than 50 spirit stones. The auction commenced. Soon, the large screen began to scroll. 135, 400, 185, 450, 553, 550, 677, 650, 601, 800. The price soared steadily. Wang Yi also placed a bid, only to be swiftly outbid. This Heavenly Spirit Fruit was a long-term growth spirit plant. Once successfully cultivated without illness or disaster, it would yield fruit continuously, each enhancing one's magical concentration. Hence, many were eager to procure it, with family cultivators competing most fiercely. In no time, the price escalated to 1,100 spirit stones, surpassing the value of a first-tier premium magical artifact. Ultimately, the bidding concluded at 1,380 spirit stones. "Are there any further bids?" called out Ruin, noticing the silence in the auction hall. Wang Yi observed that the prices had ceased their ascent. After a brief interlude, he noticed the auctioneer commencing the countdown and consequently added another 100 spiritual stones. The large screen flickered momentarily, displaying the bids. 601 at 1,900 spiritual stones, 103 at 2,000, and 601 again at 2,100. Bidder 103 contemplated a further increase but was restrained by an onlooker. "It has already surpassed its intrinsic value. Any additional bid is unwarranted," advised bidder 104. "Is there anyone else willing to raise the bid?" "Once, twice, thrice, 601 is sold. Friends may collect their items from the backstage at their convenience." After waiting for a while and seeing no further bids, Ruin called out 3 times, and upon receiving no response, she struck her auction hammer. Wang Yizhong exhaled a sigh of relief, the tension dissipating as he muttered to himself, "At last, I have secured it. I can muster over 4,000 spirit stones. That covers half of it." His younger brother, perplexed by such an expenditure on a fruit tree, inquired through thought transmission, "Are you contemplating the establishment of a family?" "Do not jest with me, brother. I possess a keen interest in cultivation," Wang Yizhong replied with a hint of resignation. Chapter 14. The Soul-Eating Bee Nest Tree. Subsequently, several first-grade superior treasures made their appearance, alongside various first-grade techniques. Wang Yizhong, lacking enthusiasm, engaged in a desultory exchange with Cheng Qian, refraining from participating in the bidding. After a while, a pitch-black spirit seed emerged on the platform beside Ruin, instantly capturing Wang Yizhong's attention. The mysterious spirit seed, as appraised by the evaluator, was identified as a type of spirit wood, presumably of first-grade superior quality. Although its spiritual essence was lost, it contained a viable larval egg capable of parasitizing within a first-grade superior spirit seed. The value of such a specimen was evidently substantial. With a starting bid of 300 spirit stones and subsequent increments of no less than 50 spirit stones, Ru Yin's enchanting voice resonated. "The auction commences." Following her introduction, a prolonged silence enveloped the room as no one dared to raise their bid. Everyone understood the implications. Who would be foolish enough to purchase a spirit seed that had been devoured from within, especially when the evaluator had confirmed its compromised state? It was clear that the larva had an innate ability to consume spirit seeds, rendering such an investment a subject of ridicule. Wang Yi focused his magical energy, widening his eyes as he gazed upon the pitch-black spirit seed on the auction platform. A string of text materialized before him. Soul-devouring bee nest tree spirit seed, a tier 3 premium spirit wood seed, coexisting with the soul-devouring bee, growing in tandem. Each seed must be parasitized by the queen bee's eggs to survive after its creation. The tree possesses its own internal space, expanding in accordance with the growth of the soul-devouring bee. Once parasitized, the bee eggs initially absorb the seed's spiritual essence, storing it within. When sufficient spiritual energy activates the eggs, they will regurgitate the essence, allowing the soul-devouring bee nest tree to manifest its spirituality. The cultivation environment is demanding, requiring abundant spiritual energy and a significant supply of souls for the seed to thrive. The tree reaches its early second-tier growth before the queen bee can emerge. When the queen reaches the second tier, she must consume souls to propagate the soul-devouring offspring. The soul-devouring bee is immune to physical and magical damage. To annihilate it, one must possess a soul power that exceeds the bees by a full tier. Wang Yisin was acutely aware that this was a rare opportunity that must be seized. Observing the lack of bids, he cautiously raised his offer by 50 spirit stones. The numbers scrolled across the screen, prominently displayed in stark isolation, drawing the attention of several onlookers who turned to regard Wang Yisin with curious glances. The bidder numbered 103. Recognizing the individual who had previously contended for his spirit seed, promptly increased the bid by another 50 spirit stones. Wang Yisin paused in contemplation, deeply fearful of attracting attention. Any hint of his intentions could lead to dire consequences. After a moment of hesitation, he added another 50 spirit stones to his bid. Sensing that his opponent was familiar with the spirit seed in question, bidder 103 escalated the offer by a further 100 spirit stones. Wang Yisin noted this development, realizing that his rival had taken a firm stance against him. Though tempted to withdraw, the allure of the opportunity was too potent to dismiss entirely. As Wang Yisin remained reticent, bidder 103 began to doubt his initial assumptions. Feeling a twinge of uncertainty, "Is there anyone else willing to bid?" he called out, his voice echoing once, then twice. Observing the lack of further offers, Ruin finally spoke up. As Wang Yi observed the auctioneer's call, he felt a sense of reluctance to refrain from bidding any further. He ultimately decided to raise his offer by 50 spirit stones, bringing relief to room 103, who realized that acquiring a worm-eaten spirit seed for 550 stones would not lead to mockery from his family. The auctioneer inquired if there were any further bids, calling out 601 thrice before concluding the transaction. The successful bidder was invited to collect their item from the backstage at their convenience. After a brief pause, as no one else seemed inclined to raise their bid, Ruin called out a few times, and upon receiving no response, she struck her auction hammer while casting a glance at Wang Yi. Having experienced this auction, Wang Yi refrained from further bidding, instead engaging in a casual exchange of thoughts with Cheng Qian. Subsequently, 2 first-grade upper-tier spirit seeds were presented. Yet he hesitated to bid again. Drawing too much attention could lead to unwanted hostility. Over the course of approximately 2 hours, the activity on the second floor intensified, as participants eagerly bid on many coveted treasures. The quality of items auctioned continuously escalated, greatly broadening Wang Yi's perspective. Soon, the final 3 featured items were announced. All second-grade commodities, prompting Ruin to advise everyone to prepare their spirit stones. The first item was the soul-devouring bell, a second-grade mid-tier spiritual artifact capable, when fueled by mana, of emitting a soul-snatching sound. This exceptional auxiliary artifact could be used for long-range attacks or to confine enemies. Starting at a base price of 1,000 spirit stones, with increments no less than 100 stones. As Ruin finished her announcement, the screen displayed a rapid ascent in price, swiftly reaching 3,500 stones, with lower-tier cultivators participating, fully aware that their bids would likely be surpassed. "Look, my number 2377 is up there. I too have bid on a second-grade mid-tier artifact," boasted a rather unsavory male cultivator to those nearby, eliciting collective silence. The price quickly escalated to 4,000 spirit stones. Ultimately, the final screen displayed a 3,4,200. The auctioneer called out, "Any further bids?" A 3 once, a 3 twice, a 3 3 times. Sold. The esteemed friend may collect their item from the backstage. Ruin observed the room, and, after a brief pause with no further bids, she struck her hammer again. The second item was a second-grade lower-tier alchemical cauldron, a rare find among high-tier alchemists, predominantly belonging to sect cultivators. The cauldron's value often far exceeded that of other spiritual artifacts due to the wealth typically possessed by alchemists. It was ultimately acquired by a cultivator in room A5 for 6,300 stones. Next came the final item, a foundation establishment pill, classified as a second-grade lower-tier elixir. The effects of such a pill are well known, and Ruin announced a starting bid of 5,000 spirit stones, with increments of no less than 100 stones. "A foundation establishment pill, how extravagant of the Lingyun Chamber of Commerce," exclaimed a bystander. "I absolutely must bid. I have also participated in the acquisition of foundation establishment pills," the unsavory male reiterated. "If only I could win this bid," lamented another bystander. "You? A mere 5th-level chi cultivator?" sneered yet another. The emergence of the foundation establishment pill generated a considerable stir, and the screen began to scroll rapidly as prices surged, soon surpassing 10,000 spirit stones and continuing to rise. The market price for the foundation establishment pill typically ranged between 15,000 and 20,000 spirit stones, often scarce despite high demand. When room A7 bid 16,000, there was a momentary pause, quickly followed by new bids: a 20 at 16,500, a 30 at 16,800, a 22 at 17,000. As room A7 raised their bid to 21,000, the screen stilled. Any further bids? A 7 once, a 7 twice. A 7 3 times, sold. The esteemed friend may collect their item from the backstage. After a brief wait with no additional bids, Ruin struck her hammer once more. The Lingyun auction concluded successfully, with all successful bidders invited to collect their items. Wishing all esteemed friends longevity in their pursuits of immortality. Until we meet again. Ruin's enchanting voice echoed throughout the hall. Farewell, Fairy Ruin. I shall miss you, lamented several male cultivators as they bid adieu to their goddess. As the auction drew to a close, Wang Yi accompanied Cheng Qian to the backstage to retrieve their items. Cheng Qian had successfully bid on a first-grade upper-tier inner armor and several first-grade upper-tier offensive or auxiliary talismans. Upon arriving backstage, they found a considerable number of individuals collecting their items, with numerous private rooms set up for this purpose. Wang Yi and Cheng Qian chose a less crowded line, and after a short wait, it was Wang Yi's turn to enter a room. Inside, the DCOR was quite simple, featuring a table, a maid, and a door at the back, with a swirling vortex on the wall, likely a formation. Presenting his invitation from room 601, the maid placed it within the formation, and shortly thereafter, 2 wooden boxes materialized. The maid retrieved the boxes and handed them to Wang Yi. Esteemed friend, please verify if these are the items you purchased. She inquired. Yes, thank you, Wang Yi responded, opening the boxes to confirm their contents before nodding in affirmation. Esteemed friend, do you know what the black spirit seed you acquired is? The maid asked. I do not, but I purchased it to see if it could still thrive. I possess a certain proficiency in cultivation, Wang Yi replied, feigning calmness while his heart raced. Oh, understood. My apologies for the intrusion, the maid responded apologetically. Wang Yi stepped outside, firmly convinced that he was being watched. Just as he left, a door behind the maid swung open, revealing an exceedingly mature and alluring woman, none other than the auctioneer, Ruin. Shaoli, do you believe what this person has said is the truth? Ruin inquired. I am uncertain, but I can't shake the feeling that he knows something, the maid replied respectfully. He is merely feigning composure. He must be aware of something. Nevertheless, there are rules to the auction. Even old he could not discern the truth, and he is likely only speculating, which may not necessarily be accurate, Ruin remarked. The old he she referred to is the chief appraiser of the Lingyun Chamber of Commerce, possessing late-stage foundation building cultivation, and had previously conducted the auction in room A1. Wang Yi emerged, waiting for Cheng Qian to retrieve the items. The two then strolled back to Wang Yi's small courtyard, where the brothers Xiongdali had also returned. Cheng Qian had encountered these two before. They were quite simple-hearted, and Cheng Qian found common ground to converse with them. Wang Yi bestowed upon the two a handful of spirit stones, instructing them to procure some food and drink from the drunken immortal pavilion. Thus, beneath the trellis of grapes in the courtyard, the four began to indulge in their revelry. The following day, Wang Yi awoke, rubbing his throbbing head. It seemed he had overindulged the previous night, perhaps due to the tension of the auction earlier in the day, for he had no recollection of when Cheng Qian and the brothers Xiongdali had departed. After employing some energy to alleviate his dizziness, he retrieved the two items he had acquired from the auction, the spirit seed of the celestial spirit fruit tree and the soul-devouring bee nest tree. Upon examining the information regarding the two spirit seeds, Wang Yi felt a surge of excitement. Though the celestial spirit fruit seed was classified as a top-tier first-grade spirit fruit, it promised a continuous supply of light orbs. The seed of the soul-devouring bee nest tree, however, was an impressive top-tier third-grade. Within it lay a soul-devouring bee egg, and its description alone was formidable, boasting immunity to physical and magical damage, a truly exceptional trait. Finding a suitable spot, he planted the celestial spirit fruit seed, even destroying several spirit rice plants in the process. He also added several hundred spirit stones to the gathering array. Wang Yi observed as a substantial influx of spiritual energy surged towards the seed, and in no time, one spirit stone vanished. After a while, approximately 50 spirit stones had been absorbed before a green sprout emerged from the ground. Once the sprout appeared, the celestial spirit fruit seed ceased its voracious consumption of spiritual energy, assimilating at a pace akin to that of the blood spirit rice. Chapter 15. Hearing of taking out the seed of the soul-devouring bee nest tree, Wang Yi cautiously probed it with his spiritual sense, detecting a trace of life force within the seed. Upon sensing this, he immediately withdrew. It was not yet time to plant the soul-devouring bee nest tree. As the spirit seed bore a somewhat sinister nature, it required a soul. However, he could procure some beast souls. Moreover, given that this spirit seed was of top-tier third-grade quality, the substantial spiritual energy mentioned in its description was likely considerable. Until a solution presented itself, it would be unwise to attempt planting it. Wang Yi murmured, placing the spirit seed into a wooden box and stowing it away in his storage pouch. Wang Yi understood that only a select few formations could harness the power of souls, typically animal souls, with human souls being a rare exception. Auxiliary cultivation formations, such as the spirit gathering array, were of no use at the second tier. Practitioners of the demonic path would utilize human souls for cultivation or the crafting of magical artifacts. The soul-gathering banner, for instance, required a substantial number of souls for its creation, a practice deemed exceedingly cruel and thus intolerable to the righteous path. Although he possessed 5 elemental roots, the presence of his extraordinary panel granted him rapid advancement. He pondered how he would fare in comparison to those with superior or heavenly elemental roots. After indulging in a moment of self-importance, Wang Yi returned to his busy yet unremarkable life. Wang Yi possesses a rather cautious disposition, and coupled with the existence of his extraordinary abilities, he is even more reluctant to venture into the unknown. Previously, when Qing Qian extended an invitation for a hunting expedition, Wang Yi declined without hesitation. After all, he believed that as long as he remained prudent, he would eventually attain invincibility. As the seasons transitioned from spring to autumn and summer to winter, 8 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. It was time to harvest the spiritual rice in the fields. After finishing his meditation, Wang Yi opened his interface to take a look. Host, Wang Yi lifespan, 23. 120 spiritual roots, metal, wood, water, fire, earth realm, Qi refining 9th layer, experience, 50, 100, cultivation technique, Qingwu technique, proficient experience, 244, 110. 000, formation, first order superior gathering spirit formation, experience, 50, 510, 000, spells, breath restraining technique, 3rd layer, experience, 18, 110, 000. Fireball technique, proficient experience, 45, 210. 000, rain summoning technique, proficient experience, 47, 810, 000, golden needle technique, proficient experience, 100, 710, 000, free points, 7. 200 talent, spiritual seed recognition. Light orb collection. Having already cultivated to the halfway point of the Qi refining 9th layer, my progress has been remarkably swift. Although I have the support of the system, it would be wise to take a moment to consolidate my foundation in preparation for the impending challenge of establishing a solid foundation. Wang Yi pondered deeply. Wang Yi had inquired during his period of training that the foundation-laying stage is exceedingly arduous. The Qi refinement stage primarily focuses on the accumulation of spiritual energy, emphasizing quantitative growth, while the foundation establishment stage signifies a transformation in quality. Firstly, during the foundation establishment stage, the physical body becomes formidable. A mere swing of the fist can obliterate the corporeal form of those in the Qi refinement stage. Secondly, the spiritual energy undergoes a qualitative shift, with each strand of energy exhibiting a purity incomparable to that of the Qi refinement stage. Moreover, one's consciousness becomes significantly more potent, enabling the manipulation of flying swords to transport heavy objects. In essence, upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, one gains the ability to soar freely through the heavens. To enhance the likelihood of successfully establishing a foundation, it is imperative to possess internal strength and a profound foundation, supplemented by external aids. With foundation establishment pills being the most commonly utilized, Wang Yi possesses a system panel. Although he faces no bottleneck in the minor realm, the situation in the major realm remains uncertain. The foundation establishment is exceedingly challenging. Wang Yi is skeptical, believing that breaking through the minor realm is as simple as a gentle push leading to success. Wang Yi's advantage lies in his rapid cultivation facilitated by systematic support. At merely 23 years of age, he has already reached the 9th level of Qi refinement. Typically, solitary practitioners struggle to establish their foundation by the age of 60, at which point their prospects diminish significantly. Beyond 60, the vitality of cultivators begins to wane, making the attainment of foundational establishment increasingly arduous. Wang Yi could spend several more years honing his skills during the Qi refinement stage, accumulating a solid foundation. With the assistance of the foundation establishment pill, his chances of success are significantly heightened. Today marks the time of harvest for the spirit rice grapes, and Wang Yi commenced the collection of the spirit rice. After 2 days of diligent work, he finally completed the harvest, amassing a total of 6 for 110 free points, along with 610 pounds of blood spirit rice, 600 pounds of purple Su rice, and 200 pounds of red spirit rice. Subsequently, he dedicated another day to gathering 10 purple crystal grapes, yielding 520 pounds of grapes and 520 points of experience in the gathering spirit array technique. With his free points now totaling 13,710, Wang Yi contemplated fully enhancing the Qingwu technique. However, after a moment's hesitation, he decided against it. Upgrading the technique would merely accelerate his cultivation speed, which was already progressing at a satisfactory rate. Instead, he deemed it more crucial to seek methods to enrich his foundational knowledge. On the following day, Wang Yi ventured out to sell 5,000 pounds of spirit rice and 500 pounds of purple crystal grapes, earning 9,000 spirit stones. With a previous balance of around 1,000 spirit stones, he now possesses over 10,000 spirit stones in total. Wang Yi ventured into the free trading zone to procure 1 acre of blood spirit rice, 1 acre of perilla rice, and 2 acres of red spirit rice seeds. for which he expended a total of 800 spirit stones. He also purchased 100 pounds each of first-tier late-stage spirit beast blood and spirit marrow, costing him 200 spirit stones. Additionally, he acquired 2 sets of first-tier high-grade formation plates and flags, further amounting to 800 spirit stones. Furthermore, he obtained 10 purple crystal grape spirit seeds for 100 spirit stones. His spatial pouch still contains a remarkable sum of 8,100 spirit stones. Wang Yi always felt that his spiritual stones were insufficient. In the following days, after the brothers Xiong Dali completed their plowing, he planned to plant spiritual rice, spiritual seeds, and purple crystal grape seeds, while seeking ways to enhance his foundation. Previously, Cheng Qian had exchanged communication talismans with Wang Yi. Upon activating the talisman, Wang Yi learned that Cheng Qian would return in 2 days, so he settled down to cultivate in his small courtyard, awaiting Cheng Qian's arrival. 2 days later, Cheng Qian arrived at Wang Yi's courtyard. "Brother, did you call for me?" he asked. "I just missed you," Wang Yi replied playfully. "Stop joking. Tell me what's on your mind. You rarely reach out to me. And I'm curious how you managed to reach the 8th level of Qi training while secluded all this time." Cheng Qian chuckled. "I do have something to discuss. You mentioned before that with a few years of cultivation, one could reach the 9th level of Qi training. I would like to know in advance how to increase the success rate of foundation establishment," Wang Yi said, dropping the banner. "Seems like my younger brother is planning ahead. It's wise to gather knowledge early. Preparation is key. In fact, cultivation during the Qi training phase is mostly about accumulation, gathering spiritual energy in the dantian. The larger the dantian, the higher the concentration of spiritual energy, which indicates a thicker foundation. Additionally, there is body refinement, which involves repeatedly tempering the physical body by absorbing spiritual energy to enhance its strength. Then there is spirit refinement, which hones one's consciousness through spiritual energy, allowing the spirit to endure and the person to survive. Nowadays, most practitioners focus on Qi training and body refinement, while spirit refinement practitioners are scarce, Cheng Qian explained slowly. "Why is that?" Wang Yi inquired, puzzled. "Spirit refinement is exceedingly arduous. First, the techniques for spirit refinement are hard to come by. Thousands of years ago, there existed a sect called the puppet refining sect, which primarily focused on spirit refinement to control puppets. Eventually, its disciples devised a method of creating puppets from humans, which was deemed exceedingly sinister, leading to a coalition of major sects attempting to eradicate them. However, the puppet refining sect was remarkably formidable and stood against the coalition of sects, ultimately succumbing to their might and fading into history. It is said that they nearly slaughtered the upper echelons of all major sects before their demise, and with them, many precious techniques and spells vanished as well. This is merely folklore, but it illustrates the terrifying nature of spirit refinement. It is said that a single individual from the puppet refining sect could command an army. Cheng Qian recounted. Such audacity from the puppet refining sect to challenge all sects. I wonder what spirit refinement techniques they practiced. Can it still be cultivated? Wang Yi expressed astonishment and curiosity about the sect's practices. Post-war, it is said that the puppet refining sect was completely obliterated. Rumor has it that someone discovered their treasury, only to find it utterly bare. It is possible they had preemptively arranged for the transfer of their legacy, or that it was stolen. Regardless, no remnants of their teachings remain, Cheng Qian lamented. Are there alternative methods for spirit refinement? Wang Yi continued his inquiry. There are some lower-tier spirit refinement techniques available on the market, but they lack the potency of those from the puppet refining sect. Our sect possesses a beast control technique that offers some spirit refinement benefits, yet the effects are minimal. Compared to the puppet refining sect, it is akin to the brightness of the moon against the faint glow of fireflies, Cheng Qian replied candidly. Then, if one strengthens Qi training, body refinement, and consciousness, can they establish a foundation? Wang Yi asked suddenly. According to the elders in our sect, these 3 aspects represent a person's essence, energy, and spirit. Mastering any one of them to its pinnacle can lead to foundation establishment. A combination of 2 or all 3 leads to extraordinary combat prowess. However, if all 3 are perfected, reaching the 9th level of Qi training can contend with foundation establishment. Marking one as a prodigy, Cheng Qian spoke with admiration. It seems there are various levels of foundation establishment. Achieving it through a single method is already quite challenging, and solitary practitioners seldom attain it, Wang Yi sighed. Nowadays, for those with opportunities, foundation establishment is not particularly difficult. The gap between ordinary and prodigious foundation establishments is vast. Many prodigies reach the pinnacle of Qi training, yet delay their breakthrough to enhance their foundation, all in pursuit of the title of genius, Cheng Qian elucidated. Could you recommend a place for me to acquire cultivation techniques? Are there any reputable sources? Wang Yi inquired. As for techniques, occasionally, second-tier cultivation methods appear at auctions in the marketplace, though they are usually beyond our reach. There is a place called the Treasure Technique Pavilion in the commercial district that you could explore. Their techniques are pricey but assured in quality, Cheng Qian recommended. Shall we go together? It would also help me assess good techniques, and I'll treat you to drinks upon our return, Wang Yi invited. hoping to benefit from Cheng Qian's broader experience as a disciple of the beast control sect. Alright then, I've just finished a hunt and could use the rest. You see, this time we hunted a late-stage first-tier iron-armored unicorn, which was exceedingly perilous. The creature had tough skin and immense strength. If it weren't for senior brother Lin Jue using a protective talisman gifted by his grandfather, we would have faced utter annihilation, Cheng Qian recalled with trepidation. What? What is a talisman? Such power? Wang Yi asked in confusion. You may not know, but this talisman is a treasure crafted by a core formation elder, embedding the might of their magical artifact into a special jade slip. It possesses only a fraction of its original power, but even that is not something ordinary Foundation establishment practitioners can withstand. It is a pity to use it against a first-tier iron-armored unicorn. But what can one do when they have a good grandfather? Cheng Qian expressed enviously. Such a powerful talisman. Does that mean anyone could slay a Foundation establishment practitioner with it? Wang Yi queried. You are overestimating its capabilities. First, activating a talisman requires an immense expenditure of spiritual energy and time. Do you think you could invoke a talisman under the watchful eyes of Foundation establishment practitioners? If we hadn't desperately protected senior brother Lin Jue while he activated it, we wouldn't have made it back alive, Cheng Qian explained. Indeed, Foundation establishment practitioners have a more formidable consciousness. They would likely sense it the moment it's drawn, Wang Yi acknowledged. Chapter 16. The Treasure Technique Pavilion. As the two continued their conversation, they soon arrived at the bustling center street of the commercial district, the liveliest part of the marketplace. Upon reaching the Treasure Technique Pavilion, Wang Yi beheld a grand three-story building adorned with intricate carvings. Inside, the crowd was sparse, as cultivation techniques were often acquired for long-term use, and few possessed excess spiritual stones to purchase multiple tomes for mere collection. Welcome, esteemed guests. I am Qing Yan. May I assist you in finding what you need? A beautiful young woman, around 20 and at the third level of Qi training, approached them. We are looking to purchase a few cultivation techniques, Cheng Qian stated. Our Treasure Technique Pavilion offers a comprehensive selection of techniques. May I inquire about the levels and categories you are interested in? I can provide recommendations, Qing Yan offered. I seek techniques for body refinement and spirit refinement. As for spells, I have a preference for those with unique attributes. What do you have in that regard? Wang Yi inquired. We have numerous options for body and spirit refinement, ranging from first to third tier. You may purchase them as a complete set or individually. As for spells, we have many available, spanning various arts of cultivation, with prices determined by level, rarity, and other factors, Qing Yan explained. Please take us to view the first-tier body refinement and spirit refinement techniques, Cheng Qian requested. Certainly, esteemed guests, please follow me, Qing Yan replied. The trio entered a private room, which was arranged similarly to a space for collecting items at the Lingyun Commerce Association, featuring several stools, a table, 2 doors, and a magical array. Qing Yan approached the table, channeling a slight amount of spiritual energy into a designated area. A luminous screen appeared, showcasing various techniques, including body forging technique, a first-tier body refinement method that absorbs the 5 elemental spiritual energies to strengthen the physical body. It is a common technique without special requirements, enhancing both defense and strength upon cultivation. Note, no subsequent techniques. Golden Body Art, a first-grade body refinement technique that utilizes metallic spiritual energy to fortify the flesh. When cultivated with metal attribute medicinal herbs, it can forge an indestructible golden body. Defense increases with each level, and attacks gain armor-piercing effects. Wooden Armor Art, a first-grade body refinement technique that employs wood attribute spiritual energy to strengthen the body, paired with wood attribute herbs. It cultivates an undying form capable of drawing vitality from plants to heal wounds and enhance defense. Wave Flow Art, a first-grade body refinement technique that harnesses water attribute spiritual energy to reinforce the body. Practiced with water attribute herbs, it forges an aqueous spirit form, allowing the cultivator to draw defensive water attribute energy from any body of water, rendering them nearly invincible in aquatic environments. Flameforge Art, a first-grade body refinement technique that channels fire attribute spiritual energy to temper the flesh. When supplemented with fire attribute herbs, it cultivates a fiery spirit form capable of drawing energy from volcanic flames to bolster defense. Earthen Body, a first-grade body refinement technique that utilizes earth attribute spiritual energy to fortify the body. Practiced with earth attribute herbs, it enables the cultivator to draw defensive earth attribute energy from the land, ensuring near invincibility while in contact with the ground. Mighty Bull Strength, a first-grade body refinement technique modeled after the cultivation of first-grade superior ironhide bulls. If supplemented with ironhide bull essence, cultivation accelerates. Strength increases with each level. Note, subsequent techniques exist. Explosive Ape Art, a first-grade body refinement technique modeled after the cultivation of first-grade superior rampage apes. If supplemented with rampage ape essence, cultivation accelerates. Strength increases with each level. Note, subsequent techniques exist. Vajra Art, a first-grade body refinement technique modeled after the cultivation of first-grade superior goldenback vajras. If supplemented with goldenback vajra essence, cultivation accelerates. Both strength and defense increase with each level. Note, subsequent techniques exist. Buddha's Might, a first-grade body refinement technique. The most fundamental Buddhist cultivation method. Enhances defense and bestows Buddhist enlightenment, warding off inner demons and resisting demonic techniques. Golden Bone Forging Art, a first-grade body refinement technique that absorbs 5-element spiritual energy to temper the body. Practiced with 5-element herbs. Each breakthrough allows the body to expand by 1 meter before reverting, enhancing overall defense and strength. Note, this is an incomplete technique. Wouldn't Buddhist techniques conflict with the 10,000 Buddha sect? Wang Yi inquired. This is merely the most basic Buddhist method, sold to our pavilion by the sect itself. There will be no conflict. You may cultivate it without concern, Qing Yan reassured. And the prices for these first-grade body refinement techniques? Wang Yi pressed. 1,000 spirit stones per volume. Qing Yan replied. After deliberation with Cheng Qian, Wang Yi settled on the Golden Bone Forging Art, disinterested in beast-mimicking techniques despite their potential for advancement. Very well. I shall retrieve it once you complete your selections, Qing Yan acknowledged. She then channeled spiritual energy into another section of the table, causing the display to shift. Spirit Forging Art, a first-grade soul refinement technique that enhances spiritual sense by absorbing 5-element spiritual energy. A standard method with no special requirements. Note, no subsequent techniques. Golden Spirit Forging Art, a first-grade soul refinement technique that strengthens spiritual sense by absorbing metal attribute energy. When cultivated with metal attribute herbs, the spiritual sense manifests golden rays, 1 per level. Wood Spirit Forging Art, a first-grade soul refinement technique that enhances spiritual sense by absorbing wood attribute energy. When cultivated with wood attribute herbs, the spiritual sense manifests foliage, 1 leaf per level. Water Spirit Forging Art, a first-grade soul refinement technique that strengthens spiritual sense by absorbing water attribute energy. When cultivated with water attribute herbs, the spiritual sense manifests droplets, 1 per level. Flame Spirit Forging Art, a first-grade soul refinement technique that enhances spiritual sense by absorbing fire attribute energy. When cultivated with fire attribute herbs, the spiritual sense manifests embers, 1 per level. Earth Spirit Forging Art, a first-grade soul refinement technique that strengthens spiritual sense by absorbing earth attribute energy. When cultivated with earth attribute herbs, the spiritual sense manifests stones, 1 per level. Beast Contemplation Art, a first-grade soul refinement technique that enhances spiritual sense through meditative visualization of beasts. By absorbing corresponding elemental energy and supplementing with herbs, the spiritual sense manifests beast forms, 1 per level. Soul Severing Art, a first-grade soul refinement technique that strengthens spiritual sense by first forging a blade of consciousness, then using it to sever one's own spirit. Extremely perilous. Practitioners must proceed with utmost caution. Each level permits one severing, but a single misstep may result in annihilation. Wang Yi and Qing Qian were both taken aback by the description of the spirit severing technique. With such an introduction, can you even sell it? Wang Yi inquired, puzzled. The description is indeed accurate. It has been personally tested by our elder, who only managed to cultivate it to the 3rd level before abandoning it. However, the benefits are substantial. After severing one's consciousness 3 times, one can multitask effectively. Regrettably, the cultivation is exceedingly arduous. Even the elder dared not proceed further. Qing Yan elucidated. Shouldn't it be 4-fold? Wang Yi asked. What you may not know, esteemed guest, is that the 1st level requires the gathering of the consciousness blade, while the 2nd level allows for self-severance. Severing twice results in 3-fold use, Qing Yan clarified. It truly seems perilous. Yet, I still wish to attempt it. How much does it cost? After consulting with Cheng Qian, who felt the spirit viewing technique was the safer option, Wang Yi resolved to try the spirit severing technique. The consciousness techniques are somewhat expensive, priced at 1,200 spirit stones each, Qing Yan remarked. Very well. I shall purchase the golden body refinement technique and the spirit severing technique for now. We can discuss the spells later. Wang Yi decided after considering that acquiring points was too slow. He paid 2,150 spirit stones, with the rare technique pavilion granting a discount of 50 spirit stones. Concluding the transaction after Wang Yi swore an oath not to divulge the information. Upon exiting the rare technique pavilion, Wang Yi invited Cheng Qian to the Drunken Immortal Tavern for a meal. The two enjoyed a modestly intoxicating evening before returning to the small courtyard, where Wang Yi first used his magical power to dispel the effects of the alcohol. He then took out the 2 techniques to comprehend. It was not until deep into the night that Wang Yi completed his study, having only finished the golden body refinement technique. The following day, after completing his study of the spirit severing technique, he opened his status panel. Host, Wang Yi lifespan, 23120 root, gold, wood, water, fire. Earth realm, chi training, 9th level, experience, 50100, body refinement. 1st level, experience, 1100, consciousness, First level, experience, 1100, techniques, Greenwood technique. Proficient experience, 244110000, golden body refinement technique, beginner experience, 1100, spirit severing technique, beginner experience, 1100, formation. First tier upper grade spirit gathering formation experience, 1025100000, spells, breath concealment technique, third level experience, 18110000. Fireball technique, proficient experience, for 52100000, rain summoning technique, proficient experience, for 78100000, golden needle technique, proficient experience, 100. 710000, free points, 13710 talent, spirit seed recognition. Light sphere collection. How astonishing to see the information regarding the body refinement and consciousness realm. Wang Yi exclaimed upon viewing the panel. Advancement in realms relies heavily on resources and gradual accumulation, while techniques can be upgraded directly with points. He mused after a moment of reflection. He promptly upgraded the golden body refinement technique and the spirit severing technique to the proficient level, transforming them into golden body refinement technique, proficient experience, 110000, and spirit severing technique, proficient experience, 110000, leaving him with 11,510 free points. With the body refinement and consciousness realm at the early Qi training stage, and the techniques at the proficient level, my cultivation should progress swiftly, Wang Yi remarked. Chapter 17. Consumption and Cooperation. Activating the spirit gathering formation, he commenced his cultivation. The proficient level techniques operated at a rapid pace, allowing him to cycle through all three techniques within just over 2 hours. He then tended to the spiritual plants in the courtyard and took a moment to rest under the grape trellis. In the afternoon, he repeated the cycle of the three techniques once more, concluding a day's cultivation. Upon checking his body refinement and consciousness realm status, he noted an increase of 4 points and a consumption of 9 spirit stones. Indeed, at the early stages of cultivation and with proficient level techniques, one can gain 4 points daily, such rapid progress. Yet, the resource consumption has tripled. No wonder many loose cultivators struggle to establish their foundations even in old age. Without resources for cultivation, I would surely face the same fate as an ordinary loose cultivator without my fortunate advantages, Wang Yi lamented. Noticing that he still possessed nearly 6,000 spirit stones in his storage bag, he felt a growing pressure. With a daily expenditure of 9 spirit stones, he would require over 3,240 stones each year, not accounting for daily consumption. Wang Yi felt increasingly strained. He resolved to produce more first-tier upper-grade spirit gathering formations to sell. After all, the market was vast, and he could sell at multiple shops while adopting various identities. Within Wang Yi's storage pouch lay 2 sets of materials for first-grade high-tier spirit gathering arrays. Seizing the time, he crafted them all, then changed his attire and suppressed his cultivation level before heading to the 10,000 treasures pavilion to sell them. He obtained 220 spirit stones, with each array fetching 610 stones. Subsequently, he spent 4,000 spirit stones to purchase materials for 10 more first-grade high-tier spirit gathering arrays. After the purchase, Wang Yi's heart pounded fiercely. He had staked his entire fortune. For the next half-month, he scarcely left his dwelling, dividing his time between cultivation and array crafting, occasionally tending to his spirit fields. Fortunately, his extensive experience in crafting first-grade high-tier spirit gathering arrays ensured all 10 sets were successfully completed. Over the following fortnight, he periodically altered his appearance, suppressed his cultivation, and randomly selected shops to sell the arrays. He even enlisted the help of Xiong Dali and his brother, who each sold 2 sets. Once all 10 arrays were sold, he amassed over 6,000 spirit stones. Yet, Wang Yi still felt the efficiency of earning spirit stones was too slow, though any other rogue cultivator who learned of his profits would surely drown him in envy. He briefly considered continuing to craft and sell the arrays, but hesitated and ultimately abandoned the idea. Having sold over a dozen sets consecutively the previous month, he feared attracting unwanted attention. Without any backing, though the market district was safe, disappearing without a trace was a real possibility. Thus, he resolved to lay low for a while. Over the next year, Wang Yi crafted 10 first-grade high-tier spirit gathering arrays every 4 months, selling them in batches. Thankfully, his discreet approach went unnoticed. By year's end, he had sold 3 batches, netting over 6,000 spirit stones in total. Factoring in daily expenses, his storage pouch now held roughly 7,000 spirit stones. Gazing at the modest growth of his spirit stone reserves, Wang Yi lamented how his relentless efforts barely kept pace with his expenditures. Fortunately, this year's spirit rice harvest arrived. After days of labor, he reaped 400 free attribute points, 600 caddies of blood spirit rice, 600 caddies of purple perilla rice, 200 caddies of red spirit rice, and 530 caddies of amethyst grapes, along with 530 points of spirit gathering array experience. The next day, he sold 5,000 caddies of spirit rice and 500 caddies of amethyst grapes, earning 9,000 spirit stones. Combined with his previous savings, his storage pouch now held approximately 16,000 spirit stones. After much deliberation, he decided to cultivate second-grade low-tier foundation rice. As for sales, he had already devised a plan. Cheng Qian had once introduced a beast-taming sect procurement disciple for drinks, and Wang Yi intended to sell directly to the sect, albeit with a modest commission. He ventured out to purchase foundation rice seeds for 4 acres, spending 2,000 spirit stones. Then bought a second-grade low-tier spirit gathering array for another 2,000. Next, he paid 3 years' rent, totaling 3,600 spirit stones, leaving him with just over 8,400 stones. The sensation of toiling an entire year only to nearly deplete his savings in a single night weighed heavily on him. Reviewing the foundation rice's attributes. Foundation rice seeds, second-grade low-tier spirit seeds. Maturity period, 18 months. Moderate environmental requirements. Requires meticulous cultivation and ample spiritual energy. Long-term consumption aids foundation establishment cultivators in consolidating and enhancing their cultivation. At least no special items were needed for cultivation. Wang Yi spent several days carefully planting the seeds. After all, second-grade spirit seeds demanded caution. He then deployed the second-grade low-tier spirit gathering array, inserting 200 spirit stones to sustain the rice's growth over 18 months. Once the planting was complete, he returned to his hut, sat cross-legged, and opened his status panel. Though the past year's expenditures had been staggering, his gains were equally substantial. Both his physical refinement and soul tempering had reached the 5th layer, granting him the ability to divide his focus 5-fold. Yet, beyond the benefit of expanded spiritual sense, this newfound skill seemed of little practical use to him. Wang Yi possesses merely 2 hands. Even if he were to exert all 5, he could not achieve significant results. At most, he can cast 2 spells simultaneously. As the act of spellcasting necessitates intricate hand gestures to channel the incantations, Wang Yi endured considerable suffering while cultivating the divine separation technique. The first layer was manageable, merely requiring him to forge a blade of divine consciousness. However, in the second layer, Wang Yi was tasked with using this blade to cleave his own spirit into 2 parts, one substantial and one diminutive, the latter being a third of the former's size. Wang Yi summoned immense courage to strike down, howling in agony. Such torment had been endured 4 times over the past year. Fortunately, with his remarkable abilities, his cultivation technique had reached a proficient level, allowing him to swiftly recover after each strike. Not long after resuming his practice, his divine consciousness would return to its full capacity. After breaking through to the 5th layer of body refinement, Wang Yi could freely expand his form to 5 meters. Combined with his height of 8 meters, he could reach nearly 7 meters when fully exerting his power. An imposing sight that made even the formidable brothers bear in strength appear diminutive. However, maintaining such a colossal form for extended periods was too taxing on his spiritual energy. Upon reaching 100% in his chi cultivation realm, he had been suppressing his advancement, not daring to break through. After each practice session, Wang Yi felt a slight increase in his magical essence, though he was uncertain if it was mere illusion, prompting him to persist with the Qingmu technique. One day, while tending to his foundational rice, Wang Yi suddenly sensed the formation being triggered. Assuming it to be Cheng Qian, he quickly activated the protective talisman, only to find a woman approaching, radiant with a bright smile and strikingly beautiful, her mature figure swaying in a purple garment, captivating all who beheld her. Wang Yi instantly recognized her as Ruyin, the auctioneer from the Lingyun Chamber of Commerce. After a brief moment of surprise, he deactivated the protective formation. Greetings, Fairy Ruyin. May I inquire about your visit? Wang Yi asked cautiously. Is this how you welcome your sister? Won't you invite me in for a seat? Ruyin replied alluringly. Fairy Ruyin, please come in. My humble abode may not be fit for your esteemed presence, Wang Yi said, though he had initially hesitated to let her in, suspecting she would bring trouble. However, given her status in the Grand Trading House, he felt it prudent not to offend. You truly are a man of hidden depths. If I am not mistaken, this is the second-tier foundational rice you are cultivating? Ruyin observed as she entered the courtyard, taking note of the verdant seedlings flourishing across the 4 acres. Fairy Ruyin, please refrain from jesting. This indeed is foundational rice. I am merely experimenting with cultivation to make a living, taking a risk in the process, Wang Yi admitted, not wishing to conceal the truth after she had discerned his crop so easily. You truly do not recognize a jest. Let me address you as Taoist Wang. This little courtyard is indeed vibrant. Such vitality is not something ordinary cultivators can achieve. Ruyin noted as she followed Wang Yi to a stone table beneath the grape trellis, where he brewed a pot of tea and poured her a cup. Fairy Ruyin is too kind. I simply enjoy cultivating spiritual plants, which provide sustenance and a modest income. May I ask what brings you here? Wang Yi inquired, remaining vigilant, aware that she had likely conducted her research on him. Taoist Wang, I am here for 2 reasons. First, to make your acquaintance, and second, to inquire about the sudden influx of first-tier superior gathering formations in the market this past year. Surely, they are products of your handiwork? Ruyin stated calmly. How did Fairy Ruyin deduce that it was my doing? Wang Yi did not rush to confirm. knowing she must have gathered some information about him but unsure of its extent, though you concealed your sales of the formations. What you may not realize is that there are few masters capable of crafting first-tier superior gathering formations. Your substantial supply has impacted the market significantly, which we are bound to notice, Ruin remarked, her voice as gentle as a fragrant breeze. I see now that I may have been short-sighted. I merely sought to earn a few more spirit stones for cultivation, Wang Yi mused, realizing that his previous sales of gathering formations had drawn attention. While also remaining wary of her potential intentions, Taoist Wang need not be alarmed. I harbor no ill will towards you. I simply wish to invite you to join the Lingyun Chamber of Commerce. While we may not rival the Wanbao building, we are a formidable entity that can provide assistance. Ru Yin explained upon sensing Wang Yi's caution. I have grown accustomed to my freedom and prefer not to be constrained. I appreciate your goodwill, Fairy Ru Yin. But I must decline, Wang Yi replied, now convinced that she posed no threat. Indeed, Taoist Wang possesses remarkable skills. I may have underestimated your desire for independence. However, we could collaborate. The Lingyun Chamber can offer you protection, Ru Yin suggested, not pressing him further. And how would this collaboration work? Wang Yi inquired. We supply the materials, and you craft the gathering formations. For each one, you would receive a commission of 210 spirit stones. Furthermore, if you ever encounter difficulties, you may seek refuge at our chamber, Ru Yin articulated. Why do you specifically wish to partner with me? Wang Yi asked, puzzled. We recognize your potential. At such a young age, you are capable of crafting first-tier superior gathering formations. Your aptitude for formations is exceptional, and I have also observed your impressive cultivation techniques. You are a talent we urgently require, Ru Yin replied candidly. Very well, I shall collaborate with you, but your chamber must not interfere in my personal affairs. Wang Yi conceded, sensing her honesty while seizing the opportunity to continue earning spirit stones through the Lingyun Chamber. Of course, you only need to craft a minimum of 10 sets of formation plates each month for the chamber, with the opportunity for additional earnings. You may also sell the spiritual plants you cultivate at our chamber, where we will ensure you receive a fair price. This is the guest token from the Lingyun Chamber, a nominal position that will not encumber you. You may use it to seek our protection. Ru Yin presented a token to Wang Yi. Thank you, Fairy Ru Yin. What other benefits does this guest token provide? Wang Yi inquired, examining the palm-sized token. This is the lowest-tier guest token from the Lingyun Chamber. When attending our auctions, you are entitled to a private room and may advance a credit of 10,000 spirit stones, Ru Yin elucidated. Let us forge a fruitful partnership. Wang Yi extended his hand. Indeed, a prosperous collaboration, Ru Yin reciprocated, shaking his hand. The sensation of her smooth skin sent a flutter through Wang Yi's heart, prompting him to hastily withdraw his hand. After escorting Ru Yin from the courtyard, he suppressed his stirring emotions, muttering siren under his breath before returning to his abode. Chapter 18. The arrival of Su Jian in the following month. Wang Yi visited the Lingyun Chamber using his guest token to acquire materials for 15 sets of gathering formations. To conceal his success rate, he deliberately took an additional 5 sets, relishing the opportunity for personal gain. Life continued in a steady yet busy rhythm. At the end of the month, he returned to the Lingyun Chamber to submit 10 sets of first-tier superior gathering formations, receiving 2,100 spirit stones. After accounting for his living expenses and cultivation needs, he had over 7,800 spirit stones remaining, leading him to realize the wisdom of his partnership with the Lingyun Chamber, which not only allowed for personal profit, but also ensured a comfortable surplus of spirit stones. For the next 8 months, Wang Yi thrived daily, balancing cultivation, tending to his spiritual plants, and crafting formation plates, occasionally enjoying drinks with Cheng Qian, who would sometimes bring along a few friends. In recent years, Wang Yi has become acquainted with numerous disciples of the Beast Master sect and cultivators from the Shinkong workshop. Yet the one he feels closest to is Cheng Qian. The rest are merely acquaintances with whom he shares drinks and casual conversations, knowing each other just slightly better than strangers. One day, a middle-aged scholar cultivator named Zhang Yuan arrived at his small courtyard. Having shared many drinks with Wang Yi and Cheng Qian, he always wore a cheerful smile. However, Wang Yi was reluctant to let him into his courtyard, as it was filled with spiritual grains that might incite covetous thoughts. What brings you here, Brother Zhang? Wang Yi inquired as the two made their way to the drunken immortal pavilion, where they ordered dishes and wine. Ah, I came to ask if you have any free time lately, Zhang Yuan replied. A friend of mine has recently discovered a fortuitous opportunity and wishes to invite you along. Oh, what kind of opportunity? Wang Yi asked, intrigued. My friend mentioned it might be a cave dwelling of a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, or above, protected by formations of at least second-tier strength, Zhang Yuan explained, taking a sip of his wine. Why have you come to me? Wang Yi questioned, puzzled. Well, since we are familiar with each other, I thought of you first when such an opportunity arose, Zhang Yuan remarked, a subtle glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Does Cheng Qian know about this? Wang Yi continued, not noticing the shift in Zhang Yuan's demeanor. He does not. He has gone out on a mission and won't be back for a while. Come along. Perhaps we will uncover some treasures or techniques from the foundation establishment stage and strike it rich, Zhang Yuan tempted further. I think I will pass. My focus is on cultivation, and I lack offensive capabilities. Joining you would only be a burden. You should go without me, Wang Yi declined firmly. Don't worry, brother. If you accompany me, I assure you will not return empty-handed. Zheng Yuan persisted, unwilling to concede. I really must decline. My spiritual plants at home are nearing maturity. And I cannot leave, Wang Yi insisted. Oh, I see. Perhaps there will be another opportunity for us to explore together in the future. Recognizing Wang Yi's determination, Zheng Yuan refrained from pressing further, and they resumed their drinking. Throughout the evening, Zheng Yuan repeatedly invited Wang Yi to join him, which only heightened Wang Yi's caution. After Wang Yi steadfastly refused, Zheng Yuan eventually relented, and they parted ways when they had both had their fill of drink. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Wang Yi reflected on Zheng Yuan's invitation to seek fortune. He felt an unsettling aura surrounding the matter. His lack of familiarity with Zheng Yuan, coupled with his admission of lacking offensive skills, suggested ulterior motives. A sense of wariness grew within him. Had he attracted unwanted attention? Wang Yi pondered for quite some time without arriving at a conclusion, ultimately resolving in his heart that venturing outside was simply not an option. Over the past 8 months, his cultivation in the body refinement and spirit training realm had advanced to the later stages. He was now capable of multitasking with 7 focuses, and his physique could expand to nearly 7 meters. Upon transformation, he felt as though he could confront a demon beast, although this was merely an illusion. The physical strength of demon beasts was extraordinarily formidable. Should he continue his rigorous training, he might eventually attain a level of defense comparable to that of a demon beast. Though he was not certain of this at present. 3 months later, the amethyst grapes in the small courtyard ripened, yielding 520 pounds. Wang Yi made his way to the commercial district, intending to sell them at Lingyun Pavilion. However, upon reaching Wanbao Tower, he spotted a remarkably familiar figure. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Su Jian from Nanli Fengshi. Just as he was about to greet him, he sensed that Su Jian's cultivation was utterly inscrutable. Master Su, when did you arrive at Xiankong Fengshi? Wang Yi approached with cupped hands in greeting. Isn't this Brother Wang? It's been years, and you've grown quite distant. Su Jian exclaimed joyfully upon recognizing Wang Yi. Master Su must have reached the foundation establishment stage by now. I have been remiss in my formalities. Formalities are of little consequence. Let us revert to our previous manner of address. Very well, Brother Su. It has indeed been many years. And you have become a foundation establishment cultivator, Wang Yi replied. Come, Brother Wang, let us go inside and chat, Su Jian said, leading Wang Yi into Wanbao Tower. Wang Yi followed Su Jian into a small room, where Su Jian poured a cup of tea for him. My dear Brother Wang, how have you fared these past years? He inquired. Thanks to your kindness, I have managed reasonably well. I've come out to sell some spirit fruits to supplement my cultivation, Wang Yi replied. How much are you selling? I shall handle it, Su Jian offered. Indeed, I have a total of 500 pounds of purple crystal grapes. Here are 4,000 spirit stones. Please keep them well, Wang Yi responded. Your cultivation skills have evidently improved, as you used to sell only dozens of pounds. And now you have 500, Su Jian remarked with a smile. You jest, brother. It is merely a necessity of life. But you, brother, have successfully established your foundation in just a few years, Wang Yi said enviously. With your talent, establishing a foundation should be a walk in the park. You should hasten to reach the peak of qi refinement while you are still young, accumulating a solid foundation for the future, Su Jian advised. I appreciate your kind words. It seems you have been doing quite well yourself, having successfully established your foundation in just a few short years. I truly envy that, Wang Yi exclaimed. I had accumulated sufficient resources and sought the protection of the elders at headquarters, barely managing to succeed at nearly 50. How embarrassing, Su Jian noted, though a gleam of pride lingered on his face. You jest, brother. Many cultivators toil their entire lives without ever establishing a foundation. You are still in the prime of your life, Wang Yi continued to flatter him. The two then reminisced about their respective journeys since parting ways, enjoying their reunion. As the sun began to set, Wang Yi took his leave, casually purchasing 10 seeds of purple crystal grapes before returning to his small courtyard. Days later, Cheng Qian visited Wang Yi for a drink, instructing his brother Xiong Dali to procure some food and wine beneath the grape trellis in the courtyard. This place of yours is truly vibrant. Just being here has eased my mind considerably, Cheng Qian remarked, admiring the flourishing spirit rice seedlings. You are always welcome to stay longer, brother, Wang Yi replied with a smile. Of course, I shall visit often. But have you heard that there have been sightings of demonic cultivators near Xiankong Square? Cheng Qian suddenly said, his expression turning serious. I have not heard anything. I have been focused on my cultivation within the square and have not ventured out. Can demonic cultivators really act within the square? Wang Yi asked, feeling a sense of unease. You have been diligently cultivating in seclusion. I heard that there is a conflict between righteous and demonic forces on the eastern continent, with the demonic faction gaining the upper hand, having already encroached upon the territories of the Body Sect and the 100 Forging Sect. The Xiantian Sword Sect is urgently rallying an alliance, as the demonic forces are reportedly advancing towards their gates, Cheng Qian explained. The surrounding Wanfa Sect's-affiliated sect, Xingyuan, has also been annihilated. It is said that the sect leader of Xingyuan was betrayed by the Beast King, the Crimson Flame Tiger, who was seeking to expand its territory. Little did they know that the Crimson Flame Tiger had a powerful Yuan-ing beast emperor father, who organized a beast tide that flattened Xingyuan. Seeing this, Wanfa sect abandoned Xingyuan's territory to quell the wrath of the beast emperor, yet it appears that the beast emperor intends to eradicate the Wanfa sect. Cheng Qian lamented. It is indeed a tumultuous time. I cannot shake the feeling that the demonic beasts are deliberately instigating war. I hope I am merely overthinking it. With the righteous forces on the eastern continent besieged, is there no support from the western continent? Wang Yi inquired. Of course, there is support. Various sects from the western continent have dispatched numerous personnel, for if the eastern continent falls, the western continent will undoubtedly be unable to withstand the demonic invasion. The demonic forces have been increasingly rampant. Following their victories on the eastern continent, they have begun to infiltrate the western continent, plundering and killing scattered cultivators. Each sect has sent many cultivators to search for them, but to little avail, as their strongholds remain elusive, Cheng Qian replied. It appears the demonic faction has set its sights on the entire continent. Their ambitions are grand. If battles rage in the front lines while fires ignite behind, the righteous path will surely be doomed, Wang Yi analyzed. You are overthinking it. The top 10 sects possess thousands of years of heritage. The protective formations of the sects are not easily breached by demonic forces. The demise of the 100 Forging sect was due to their focus on weapon forging and a lack of high-level combat power. Rumor has it they only had 2 Yuan-ing cultivators, and their protective formation was sabotaged by insiders. The Xiantian Sword sect's failure to provide timely support led to their destruction. However, many weaponsmiths have since defected to the Tianma sect, causing less than half of their members to perish, Cheng Qian continued. Then it seems the righteous path is in dire straits on the eastern continent. Only the Xiantian Sword sect, Wanfa sect, and Tianji sect remain. Wanfa sect in the west also faces threats from demonic beasts, which could spell disaster if not addressed. Wang Yi reflected, feeling anxious about the precarious situation. Nevertheless, you need not worry for now. As long as my Beast Master sect is here, the demonic cultivators will not reach this place anytime soon. You can continue your cultivation in peace. Moreover, the western continent has dispatched elite disciples for support. I believe we will soon receive good news, Cheng Qian reassured Wang Yi. Noticing his concern, let us hope so, but I must still enhance my cultivation to survive amidst the chaos, Wang Yi replied. Indeed. I am almost prepared to attempt establishing my foundation in a few more years, Cheng Qian said proudly. You certainly can, Wang Yi responded, raising his cup for a toast. Do you still remember Jing Yuan? Cheng Qian suddenly asked after a while. Of course. He came by not long ago for a drink. What has happened to him? Wang Yi questioned, puzzled. He went out to hunt demonic beasts and returned severely injured. Of the more than 10 cultivators who accompanied him, he is the only one who came back. I went to visit him. His injuries are quite grave, Cheng Qian explained. Oh? He sought me out not long ago, claiming he had an opportunity for exploration with me. I declined, citing my responsibilities with spirit planting, and it seems I made the right choice, Wang Yi mused. Indeed. It is fortunate you did not go. Otherwise, you'd be toasting at your own grave, Cheng Qian chuckled. I would never do that. My combat skills are lacking, and I have devoted these years to cultivation. Venturing out would be tantamount to courting death. Wang Yi rolled his eyes. Your cautious nature will surely lead to great accomplishments in the future, Cheng Qian praised. What great feats. It is merely self-preservation. But brother, why did only Zheng Yuan return when he was with over 10 others? Wang Yi inquired further. I do not know. He is gravely injured and it is not appropriate to question him now. Once he recovers, we shall visit him together, Cheng Qian suggested. Very well. Do not forget to call me when the time comes, Wang Yi replied. Thus, the two conversed and drank until nightfall, before each returning to their own homes. Half a month later, they prepared some spirit-replenishing pills and visited Zheng Yuan's residence, a small courtyard he rented in the leasing area. After activating the formation, they soon saw Zheng Yuan emerge, looking quite haggard. Zheng, my friend, you still seem to be in poor condition. How have you been feeling lately? Is there anything you need assistance with? Cheng Qian inquired. Thank you both for your concern. I will recover fully after a few months of rest, Zheng Yuan replied weakly. That is good to hear. What predicament did you encounter that left you so severely injured? Wang Yi asked. Alas, do not mention it, Zheng Yuan said vaguely. On that day, we followed Li Qianqing to the ruins he had discovered. However, upon our arrival, we were thwarted by a formation. With the combined efforts of over 10 of us, it took 5 days and nights to finally break the formation. Just as we were about to rejoice, a group of demonic cultivators suddenly charged out and surrounded us. I had to resort to my life-saving techniques and narrowly escaped, but alas, those 10 or so fellow cultivators met a tragic end. The rampant nature of the demonic cultivators is truly infuriating. Dear friend, may you find solace in your grief. Life and death are fated, and you should look forward, Cheng Qian advised. However, Wang Yi could not shake the feeling that Zheng Yuan was not genuinely sorrowful. Yet he found no reason to doubt him and thought to himself, I hope I am merely overthinking. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two encouraged Zheng Yuan to rest and departed, leaving him with some restorative pills. Brother, did you not sense something unusual about Zheng Yuan? Wang Yi inquired once they had walked a considerable distance. Oh, what do you mean? Xingqian asked, puzzled. I cannot quite articulate it. But it feels as if Zhang Daoist is not genuinely distressed and is excessively composed, Wang Yi analyzed. You are overthinking it, my younger brother. Zheng Yuan is a decent person, not one prone to treachery, Cheng Qian countered. Indeed, perhaps I am being overly suspicious. Do not take it to heart, brother. Wang Yi replied, noticing Cheng Qian's defense of Zheng Yuan. Since I have known Zheng Yuan, he has always been warm-hearted, not one to feign, Cheng Qian affirmed. Perhaps. Enough of this talk. Let us go for a drink, my treat. Wang Yi quickly changed the subject, sensing Cheng Qian's attitude. Chapter 19, The Five Elements Defense Formation. 4 months later, the heavenly spirit fruit ripened. The tree took 2 years to grow and 1 year to mature. After 3 long years of cultivation, the moment of harvest had finally arrived. Upon completing his cultivation, Wang Yi arrived beneath the celestial spirit fruit tree. The tree, with a trunk measuring over 1/2 meter in diameter, bore numerous azure fruits that emitted a gentle glow, a visual manifestation of the spiritual energy swirling around their surface. He reached out to pluck one, and at the point where the branch broke, a faint green orb of light appeared. When he touched the orb, a series of characters flashed before his eyes, gained experience in the 5 elements defensive array 1. A fragment of knowledge seeped into his mind. Detailing the essence of the 5 elements defensive array, it harnesses the powers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, blending them in harmony to enhance the array's defensive capabilities. The interplay of these elements ensures a perpetual cycle of vitality. This array could bolster his defenses, providing a safeguard when upgraded to a higher tier. Even if the forces of darkness were to strike, he could retreat to an area rich in spiritual energy, set up the 5 elements defensive array, and be impervious to harm. Wang Yi murmured in delight, his hands deftly plucking the spirit fruits. After an extensive period of toil, he finally harvested all the fruits, totaling over 200 pounds and 400 fruits, thereby acquiring 400 points of experience in the 5 elements defensive array. He gathered the spirit fruits and added around 200 spirit stones to the spirit gathering array of the celestial fruit tree to ensure its fruitful yield for the year. Returning to his humble abode, he sat cross-legged and opened his personal panel to take a glance. Wang Yi gazed at the ample free points available for allocation and contemplated for a moment before deciding to invest them all into the formation. For it is the formation that can yield spirit stones. He first allocated 699 points to the first-tier middle-grade 5 elements defensive formation, elevating it to a first-tier upper-grade formation, experience 110,000. Subsequently, he dedicated 755 points to the spirit gathering formation, transforming it into a second-tier lower-grade spirit gathering formation, experience 100,000. The site of the second-tier lower-grade formation requiring 100,000 experience points left him feeling faint. How long must he toil to achieve an upgrade? The interface was truly vexing. With 9,456 free points remaining, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Gazing at the second-tier lower-grade spirit gathering formation on the panel, he initially considered purchasing some materials to experiment but ultimately resolved to wait. He mused that there were still over 20,000 spirit stones in his storage bag, which was sufficient for his needs. The materials for the second-tier spirit gathering formation were exorbitantly priced. Losing even one would be a source of deep regret, and at present, he had no immediate use for them. It would be wiser to craft them when the need arose. If that enchanting figure from the Lingyun Merchant Guild were to discover his ability to create a second-tier lower-grade spirit gathering formation, she might very well dissect him for research. As for the 400 celestial spirit fruits he had harvested, he had no intention of selling them. The celestial spirit fruits could enhance the concentration of his magical energy, making them perfectly suited for his current needs. He picked one up and consumed it. The fruit was sweet and fragrant, its juices overflowing and leaving a lingering aroma. After finishing one, he felt a unique spiritual energy flow into his dantian, merging with the vast sea of spiritual energy within. His capacity for this energy had reached its limit, having already attained the pinnacle of the chi refinement stage at the 9th layer. However, he sensed a slight increase in the purity of his magical energy. Eating another fruit satisfied his culinary desires, but he noticed no further effects. Realizing that one per day would suffice, any more would merely serve to appease his taste buds. Brother Xiong Dali had advanced to the later stages of chi refinement over the past few years, and both he and his brother were formidable physique cultivators. Their robust builds towering over 2 meters. Though they paled in comparison to Wang Yi, who had transformed through the golden body bone refinement technique, they still stood significantly taller than him under normal circumstances. These 2 brothers were exceedingly obedient. Whatever Wang Yi instructed, they complied without question. Over time, Wang Yi had come to trust them implicitly, so he entrusted them with a secondary token for the courtyard, sparing himself the need to greet them each time they visited. Wang Yi perceived the potential in the 2 individuals before him and contemplated that, once they established their foundations, they could potentially assist him. Thus, he procured a foundational gold attribute technique, the golden source skill, which is a first-grade method. After several months of diligent instruction, they finally mastered it. Frustrated, Wang Yi often transformed into a towering figure of over 3 meters to engage in combat with them. Each day, the two would emerge with bruised faces. Yet the results were promising. Although their progress in chi cultivation was somewhat sluggish, their physical training advanced rapidly, and within a year, both broke through to the 8th level of chi cultivation. The efficacy of their training was undeniably a result of Wang Yi's relentless punches. The two, possessing simple minds, only understood that Wang Yi treated them well. However, after enduring such rigorous training, they developed a mix of respect and fear towards him, constantly on edge, fearing another bout of punishment. This apprehension drove them to train diligently, appearing as obedient disciples. Yet, every time they posed a question, they would inadvertently ignite Wang Yi's ire, necessitating a sparring session to calm his temper. This method proved effective, for following their beatings, they retained more knowledge, accumulating it over time. 2 months later, Wang Yi finally awaited the maturity of the foundational rice. Previously, he had only cultivated a single second-tier inferior moonlight grass, which rewarded him with a first-tier superior shadowless needle. Wang Yi understood that the spiritual rice could only yield free points, with no special rewards anticipated, yet he remained eager to learn the total amount. Upon arriving in the fields, he grasped a stalk of foundational rice and exerted considerable effort to sever it. At the breaking point, a green orb appeared, and upon picking it up, he was greeted with free points 3. Remarkably, this was 2 points higher than the first-tier superior spiritual rice. Wang Yi exclaimed, utterly satisfied with the outcome. He then set about harvesting vigorously, taking nearly 10 days to reap the entirety of 4 acres of foundational rice. Through this labor, he recognized his own shortcomings and resolved to purchase a sword technique or knife skill, as harvesting with his hands was exceedingly laborious. Next, he tallied his gains, a total of 4,000 jin of second-tier foundational rice, resulting in an acquisition of 12,000 free points. What a bountiful harvest! Wang Yi marveled. Subsequently, he purchased seeds for 4 acres of foundational rice, spending 2,000 spirit stones. He also acquired materials for 2 sets of first-tier superior 5-element defensive formations and 2 sets of second-tier inferior spirit-gathering formation materials, procuring the latter from 2 small trading associations to experiment. The total expenditure for the 4 sets of formation materials amounted to 2,800 spirit stones. Once he completed planting, Wang Yi intended to sell the foundational rice in batches at the Lingyun Trading Association and the Wanbao Tower, disregarding the Beastmaster sect as he had not reached any agreements with them. Upon arriving at the Lingyun Trading Association, he was greeted by Ruin, who was presiding in the main hall. Brother, he has come. It's been so long since you visited your sister. How heartless of you, she teased, stepping forward enticingly. Wang Yi's heart fluttered, and he quickly changed the subject. Fairy Ruin, I have come to sell some goods. Oh, what are you selling? Let me see, she inquired, noticing his indifference. It's just some spiritual rice, he replied nonchalantly. Is this the foundational rice from your courtyard? Let me have a look, and I will offer you a fair price, Ruin said, leading him to the back hall. Here is 1,000 jin, Wang Yi presented. Only 1,000? I recall your courtyard should yield at least 3 to 4 acres. How could it be so little? Are you not trusting your sister? This makes me quite sad, she lamented, feigning tears. This is my first planting. I merely experimented and yielded around 2,000 jin, all of which I am selling to you, he stated, remaining unfazed. Acknowledging her knowledge of his courtyard's capabilities, he added another 1,000 jin to the offer. You managed to harvest this much on your first try? Impressive. How many spirit stones do you wish for? She queried. You know the market price, right? I'd like 5 spirit stones per jin, Wang Yi jested, feeling exasperated by her question. You want to rob your sister? The market purchase price is 3 spirit stones per jin. How about I compensate you with 2 spirit stones per jin instead? She replied playfully, reaching to caress his face. Fairy Ruin, you jest. Let us settle on 3 spirit stones per jin. He quickly dodged, wary of her beauty, which seemed to ensnare men effortlessly. You are too heartless. You don't even want your sister. Here are 6,100 spirit stones, just an extra 100 since the rice isn't overly expensive, she stated, placing the coins on the table. Thank you, Fairy Ruin. I shall take my leave, Wang Yi said, hastily exiting the Lingyun pavilion, fearing that remaining any longer would lead to embarrassment, for this enchantress was born to captivate men. He then proceeded to the Wanbao Tower, where Su Jian personally welcomed him. Little brother, you've come. Come inside. Let us chat in the back hall, he said, guiding Wang Yi. Elder brother, I am here to sell some spiritual rice and to purchase some spells for practice. You know I am only good at farming and lack any offensive means, Wang Yi stated directly upon entering the back hall. What kind of spiritual rice are you selling? Let me see. As for spells, while our Wanbao Tower may not be as comprehensive as the Treasure Pavilion, we do have quite a few first-grade spells, Su Jian replied. Here are 2,000 jin of foundational rice. Take a look, Wang Yi said, revealing the rice. Oh, you've planted second-tier spiritual rice. Impressive, Su Jian exclaimed. I merely attempted it, as I need to prepare for foundation establishment and the corresponding pills, Wang Yi explained. I will offer you 6,100 spirit stones at the market price of 3 spirit stones per jin, Su Jian stated. Thank you, elder brother. I wish to buy an offensive spell or one that facilitates harvesting spiritual rice, Wang Yi requested. There are many options for such spells: the golden sword technique, golden knife technique, illusory sword technique, water blade technique, and so forth. What specifically do you desire? Su Jian inquired. I would like the golden sword technique. Do you have the sword control technique as well? I also wish to buy a sword, Wang Yi responded. Certainly, please wait a moment while I retrieve them, Su Jian replied, stepping out. After a short while, he returned, presenting several items on the table. Here, little brother, this is the golden sword technique. A first-grade gold attribute attack spell that can manifest multiple golden small swords with considerable power. Being a gold attribute spell, it inherently possesses sharpness. This is the sword control technique, which requires spiritual consciousness for cultivation. It's a method of controlling flying swords rather than a spell per se, but consider it a complementary gift. These two flying swords are the golden spear sword of the gold attribute and the purple moon sword of the wood attribute. Which one would you like? They both are among the finest of first-tier superior swords, Su Jian elaborated. I will choose the golden spear sword for practicing sword control. Please calculate the total cost, Wang Yi stated. The golden spear sword is priced at 800 spirit stones, but I'll give it to you for 700. The golden sword technique will be 900, so you will pay me 4,500 spirit stones in total, Su Jian calculated, conjuring a pile of spirit stones onto the table. No need for that. I trust you, elder brother. By the way, do you happen to have any foundation establishment pills for sale? Wang Yi inquired, counting his spirit stones, which totaled around 30,000. Ah, little brother, you seek foundation establishment pills. This is quite difficult to procure. You must understand that foundation establishment pills are vital resources, essential to every sect, and they are reluctant to part with them lightly. Moreover, the difficulty of refining them is exceedingly high. Even a typical second-tier mid-grade alchemist faces a significant risk of failure, and the necessary materials are hard to come by, Su Jian explained slowly. However, do not lose heart, my younger brother. Every decade, the Wanbao Pavilion holds an auction in the Xiankong Square City, and every 50 years, a grand auction is organized. Smaller auctions may randomly feature foundation establishment pills, while larger auctions will undoubtedly include them, often more than one. Let me calculate. There will be an auction in 2 years, and there may be foundation establishment pills available for sale then. What conditions are required to enter? Wang Yi inquired eagerly. At that time, invitations will be sold, or one may enter with my Wanbao Pavilion VIP token. I recall giving you one when we were in the Nanli Square City. All right. Please remind me ahead of time then, Wang Yi expressed with excitement. After chatting for a while longer, Wang Yi took his leave and procured the necessities for the three of them. Since the foundation establishment rice would be wasteful for both him and his brother Xiongdali, he decided to sell it all. He then purchased some first-tier spiritual rice and spirit beast meat, enough to sustain the three for a year, totaling over 1,000 spirit stones. Chapter 20. The free trade fair. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Wang Yi took out the sword control technique and began his studies. In truth, the sword control technique is quite simple. It is merely a method of controlling the sword with one's spiritual consciousness. By affixing one's spiritual consciousness within the specific formation on the sword's body, one can manipulate it with ease. For Wang Yi, this was not a challenge, and before long, he had mastered it. He drew forth the golden spear sword and directed a strand of spiritual consciousness into the sword's master recognition formation. Then, he maneuvered the golden spear sword to fly around him in several circles. Wang Yi's spiritual consciousness was now formidable, allowing him to multitask effectively. He discovered that he could control the flying sword using just a single mass of consciousness. Next, he retrieved the shadowless needle from his storage bag and had it circle around him as well, with the flying sword traversing from left to right, while the shadowless needle flew from right to left, employing only 2 strands of spiritual consciousness. He realized, so this is the true application of the split spirit technique. After playing for a while, he put away the golden spear sword and the shadowless needle. Wang Yi, during his duel, adeptly maneuvered 8 flying swords simultaneously, marveling inwardly at the wondrous nature of the mind division technique. He mused that without the aid of the system, he would scarcely have dared to practice it. Subsequently, he retrieved the golden sword technique and immersed himself in its study. Upon completion, an experience entry for the golden sword technique materialized on his interface, and he resolutely upgraded it to a proficient level. Wang Yi experimented with the golden sword technique, capable of instantaneously conjuring 10 golden miniature swords. These swords appeared exceedingly sharp, each roughly the size of a palm. They bore a resemblance to the golden needle technique, albeit the latter produced a greater quantity, while the golden miniature swords were significantly larger than mere needles. Wang Yi's pursuit of the golden sword technique primarily aims to expedite the harvesting of spiritual rice, showing little concern for its might. Yet, one wonders if the creator of this technique would be aware that their sacred method is merely a tool for the convenience of gathering spiritual rice, and whether they might emerge to confront Wang Yi for such a purpose. Wang Yi gazed at the data displayed on the panel, noting that his physical refinement and spiritual cultivation were nearing the 9th level. With the attainment of perfection in his practice and the acquisition of several foundation-building pills, he should be able to establish his foundation. Having surpassed the 8th level of physical refinement, his physique could still expand to nearly 7 meters. While both his defensive capabilities and strength had significantly increased, his spiritual awareness, having reached the 8th level of spiritual cultivation, allowed him to operate with remarkable efficiency, covering a radius of 60 meters. His strength was growing rapidly. However, he still belonged to the ranks of low-tier cultivators. Until he established his foundation, he remained but an insignificant insect. Although Wang Yi is considerably stronger than an ordinary rogue cultivator, in the eyes of a foundation-building practitioner, he remains merely a slightly larger ant. Even a newly advanced foundation-building cultivator is beyond Wang Yi's ability to contend with. Within his storage bag, there are still over 30,000 spirit stones. He consumes a maximum of 6,000 stones annually. The remaining 20,000 stones, kept in the storage bag, will not reproduce. And with the Wanbao auction house convening in just over 2 years, Wang Yi is contemplating whether to rent a small courtyard to cultivate foundational rice. In the following month, Wang Yi first attempted to create 2 sets of first-tier high-grade 5-element defensive formations, succeeding only once. He then endeavored to craft a second-tier low-grade gathering spirit formation, but all his attempts ended in failure. The second-tier low-grade gathering spirit formation requires 16 formation flags, making the process exceedingly intricate. Each failure results in a loss of 1,000 spirit stones. Subsequently, he discreetly purchased materials for 4 additional sets, and on his 6th attempt, he finally succeeded in creating 1 set. Despite the considerable losses, he managed to successfully produce the second-tier low-grade gathering spirit formation. He then proceeded to the rental office, securing a courtyard not far from his small dwelling, also encompassing 4 acres of land, for which he paid 3 years' rent totaling 3,600 spirit stones, dedicating the entire area to cultivating foundational rice. He also did not forget his collaboration with the Lingyun Chamber of Commerce, delivering 10 sets of first-tier high-grade gathering spirit formations by the end of the month, thereby earning 2,100 spirit stones. Wang Yi presently owns 2 small courtyards and 8 acres of fertile land, with the crops in both courtyards maturing within a mere fortnight of each other. In the days that follow, Wang Yi enjoys a leisurely existence, practicing various spells while reclining on a rocking chair beneath the grape arbor. Suddenly, the formation is triggered, and Wang Yi, perceiving through the array, sees Cheng Qian standing outside. He promptly deactivates the formation, allowing Cheng Qian to enter. Oh, my younger brother seems to be living quite comfortably. However, this courtyard lacks the presence of women. How about I introduce you to someone? Cheng Qian teases as he observes Wang Yi's relaxed demeanor in the rocking chair. Brother, you jest. Women merely hinder my swiftness in drawing my sword. Wang Yi retorts with utmost seriousness. My younger brother's words suggest he has yet to experience it. Shall I take you to try something new? Cheng Qian continues to jest. Forget it. I am still young and not inclined towards such matters. Wang Yi waves his hand dismissively. You don't have an aversion to women, do you? Perhaps you have taken a different path? Cheng Qian feigns horror. Brother, if you continue to jest, I may have to show you the door, Wang Yi replies sternly. Please, I have important business to discuss. Cheng Qian hastily interjects, sensing Wang Yi's seriousness. What is it? Wang Yi inquires. There is a free trading conference. Are you interested? It will be attended by practitioners at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. Where is it held? Who is organizing it? How does one acquire tickets? Wang Yi's interest is piqued. In the shop district, at a small establishment. It is run by Lin Zhua, the grandson of an elder from my Beastmaster sect. I previously drank with him, and no ticket is required. Only those notified may bring 1 or 2 companions, Cheng Qian explains. Is there any risk involved? Wang Yi asks cautiously. Rest assured, senior brother Lin Zhua is overseeing it personally. All attendees are at the Qi refinement stage, and there will be no forced transactions. Our sect has strict regulations against private disputes and oppressive behavior within the marketplace. Violators will face severe consequences, which is why our Xiankong market has gained a stellar reputation across the continent. Cheng Qian assures him confidently. Very well, let us go take a look. Wang Yi is aware that the Xiankong market prohibits internal conflicts, but his inquiry is driven by the fear of encountering troublesome second-generation heirs. Subsequently, the two make their way to a discreet little shop at the southeastern corner of the shopping area. The shop is quite unremarkable, yet several practitioners, either alone or in small groups, enter. Cheng Qian leads Wang Yi inside, where Lin Zhua sits at the entrance, greeting each newcomer. Senior brother Lin, I have brought Wang Yi to attend the trading conference, Cheng Qian announces, performing a respectful gesture, with Wang Yi following suit. Ah, do come in. Find a place to sit, and we shall commence once everyone has arrived. Lin Zhua replies nonchalantly, remaining seated. Wang Yi and Cheng Qian enter the shop, traversing a corridor that extends for about 100 meters. Upon reaching the end, they step into a spacious room adorned with opulent decorations. All the furnishings are crafted from spirit wood, and the floor also comprises spirit wood, exuding a subtle fragrance. My younger brother must be astonished. All the furnishings and flooring here are made from awakening spirit wood, known for its invigorating properties. It is a high-grade spirit wood of the first tier. Cheng Qian remarks enviously. Why is this place so concealed, yet lavish inside? Wang Yi queries in confusion. This is senior brother Lin Zhua's secret lair, typically used for entertaining concubines. Do you see the candlesticks above? They are everlasting lamps with stabilizing effects for one's consciousness. The wax within is derived from deep-sea demonic beasts and merfolk, which is exceedingly hard to obtain. Both the wax and the demon cores possess stabilizing properties, Cheng Qian elucidates. Senior brother Lin is indeed affluent. The second-generation heirs of the sect are truly overflowing with wealth. Wang Yi exclaims in admiration. Senior brother Lin is the sole grandson of Elder Lin, and he possesses dual spirit roots. His parents perished in a great battle, making him the apple of Elder Lin's eye, Cheng Qian elaborates. After a brief conversation, Lin Zhua enters the room, where approximately 30 individuals have gathered, seated in 3 rows of 10, all practitioners at the Qi refinement stage. Greetings, friends. Welcome to my humble abode. I am Lin Zhua, and though my cultivation may not be high, I possess some degree of strength. You may trade here without concern. Lin Zhua begins with a few pleasantries. Senior brother Lin's benevolence shall be upheld by us all. The attendees rise and bow respectfully. Please take your seats. We shall now delve into today's agenda. The primary purpose of this gathering is resource exchange. If anyone has resources they no longer require, feel free to present them for trade. I assure everyone's safety, and vengeance will not be tolerated after the fact. Should that occur, I will pursue relentlessly. Lin Zhua's tone grows increasingly serious. The rules are as follows. We will start from the first person in the first row. Each individual may present up to 3 items and state their needs. I shall begin. I have a pair of first-tier exquisite twin crescent blades, a first-tier high-grade defensive inner armor, and a piece of second-tier low-grade tungsten ore. I wish to forge a water-attributed spirit weapon, preferably with second-tier water-attributed ore. Who desires the twin crescent blades? Lin Zhua inquires. I do. I have 3 tails of second-tier low-grade blue crystal, which I offer in exchange for the twin blades, a middle-aged practitioner responds. Is there anyone else willing to bid? Lin Zhua continues to solicit offers. The crowd looks around, recognizing that the middle-aged practitioner's bid is substantial, and further bidding would not be worthwhile. Very well. The twin crescent blades are yours. Lin Zhua concludes the transaction with the middle-aged practitioner. Next, I present the first-tier high-grade defensive inner armor, brand new. Who would like it? The demand for the first-tier inner armor is high, as it can withstand a strike from an ordinary foundation-building practitioner, and crafting it is more complex than regular magical tools. 3 individuals eagerly call out their offers. I want it. I have 2 tails of second-tier low-grade water moonstone. I want it. I have 2 pounds of first-tier high-grade spirit pattern iron. I want it. I have 1 tail of second-tier medium-grade green crystal. Is there anyone else? Lin Zhua asks. If not, I will accept the second-tier medium-grade green crystal, although it is somewhat undervalued. I shall consider it a benefit for my friends. Lin Zhua states upon seeing no further bids. Thank you, senior brother Lin. The owner of the green crystal expresses gratitude while handing over the crystal and receiving the inner armor in return. Now, for the second-tier low-grade tungsten ore. Does anyone wish to acquire it? Lin Zhua inquires. I primarily practice metal-attributed techniques, and I require tungsten ore. However, I do not possess any water-attributed ore. Would it be possible to purchase it with spirit stones? A practitioner stands to ask. That is acceptable. But please hold on while I check for water-attributed or before making a decision, Lin Zhua replies. After a brief wait, someone offers second-tier low-grade crescent grass as a trade. But Lin Zhua declines and proceeds to trade with the first individual for spirit stones. Then it is the turn of the first person in the first row. He places a piece of soil, a mineral, and a spirit herb on the table. My name is Lin Nan. The first item is breath soil, a second-tier medium-grade earth attribute material. This is a first-tier high-grade water attribute spirit pattern iron, weighing 2 pounds, and this pearl is a second-tier low-grade jade marrow fungus. I seek to exchange them for beneficial elixirs for cultivation, Lin Nan announces. I have 2 bottles of first-tier high-grade gathering spirit elixirs to trade for the spirit pattern iron. Deal. I also possess a bottle of gathering spirit elixir to exchange for the jade marrow fungus. Deal. In no time, 2 items have been traded away, though the breath soil remains as several individuals express interest without persuading Lin Nan to part with it. I have a first-tier high-grade gathering spirit formation to trade for the breath soil. Is that acceptable? Wang Yi, seeing no one else claiming the breath soil, decides to give it a try, as he has plenty of gathering formations obtained from the Lingyun Trading Association. Oh, do you possess a first-tier superior spirit gathering array? Lin Nan inquired. After concluding their transaction, both individuals returned to their respective seats. Chapter 21. The Fiery Red Lotus. Next, the second participant ascended the stage, presenting a flying sword, a tome, and a pair of fangs. I am Li Xing. This is a first-tier superior flying sword, the Qingping sword, a second-tier technique. The thick earth reversion formula, and the fangs of a second-tier early-stage demonic beast, the fire beast. I am willing to exchange these for second-tier medicinal herbs, cultivation elixirs, or materials pertaining to fire attribute artifacts. Wang Yi glanced around but found nothing that piqued his interest, prompting him to communicate with Cheng Qian telepathically. Brother, have you found anything appealing? If you lack spirit stones, I have a bit of surplus. Let us wait and see. Should something catch my eye, I shall not hesitate. Brother, you mentioned this is where senior brother Lin keeps his concubines. Why do I see none? You are overthinking it, my dear brother. Lin Zhuo would never allow his concubines to make public appearances. Look at the small rooms on the second floor. They are all there. Wang Yi cast a glance upward and indeed noticed a flicker of movement, yet refrained from using his spiritual sense to probe further, as it might lead to misunderstandings. Are you yearning for a woman, little brother? Afterward, I shall take you to Chunmanlu for a more indulgent experience. I am merely curious about what Lin Shixiang's concubine might resemble. Perhaps it is best if you venture there alone. Thus, the two engaged in conversation for a while. But as the draw reached the 15th number, it yielded nothing that Wang Yi desired. When the 16th participant ascended the stage, he presented a silver spirit seed, a single flower, and 50 spirit fruits. I am Gu Fanji. This is a second-tier lower-grade foundation establishment elixirs auxiliary herb, the moonlight grass spirit seed. A second-tier lower-grade foundation establishment elixirs auxiliary herb, the crystal flower, and a second-tier lower-grade bay fruit. I have little hope of achieving immortality. I merely wish to exchange these for some spirit stones and return to the mortal realm to spend my twilight years. Wang Yi gazed upon the familiar spiritual herb, instantly invigorated. Within his storage pouch lay a moonlight grass, which had matured into a first-tier superior magical artifact, the shadow needle, and had even saved his life once. Present were cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement, all eager to acquire the crystal flower and moonlight grass, essential auxiliary ingredients for the foundation establishment pill. The Baoi fruit, known for its ability to enhance spiritual energy, also garnered interest, inciting a wave of fervor. Ladies and gentlemen, it appears that everyone desires these spiritual herbs. Let us proceed with the highest bidder prevailing, Lin Zhuo remarked, standing amidst the commotion. However, for Lin Zhuo, such herbs were of no concern, as he had a golden core grandfather to take care of the foundation establishment pill for him. I offer 400 spirit stones for the crystal flower, 150 spirit stones for the moonlight grass, and 20 spirit stones each for the Baoi fruit, totaling 1,550 spirit stones. One cultivator boldly declared, immediately stating the lowest price. I bid 1,600, 1,620, 1,650, 1,700, 1,720, came the subsequent offers. Wang Yi observed the prices steadily rising without feeling anxious. After waiting for a while and seeing no further bids, he called out, 1,800. After a brief pause with no one else raising the price, he approached Gu Fanji to complete the transaction, and they both returned to their seats. Wang Yi had initially aimed to acquire the moonlight grass seeds, but seeing everyone packaging their goods for sale, he was also indifferent to purchasing everything since he still had over 20,000 spirit stones in his storage bag. After the small climax, the atmosphere returned to its usual calm. Sitting in seat 22, it wasn't long before it was Wang Yi's turn. Upon stepping onto the stage, he displayed 3 first-tier superior spirit gathering arrays. I am Wang Yi, and I have 3 sets of first-tier superior spirit gathering arrays. I wish to exchange them for rare spirit seeds. Anyone familiar or unfamiliar is welcome, as long as the items are suitable. Are all rare spirit seeds acceptable? An elderly cultivator, Gu Fanji, inquired. I possess a seed of unknown origin that still possesses a breath of life. Would this be acceptable? Please show it to me. As long as I find it suitable, we can make the exchange, Wang Yi replied. Gu Fanji then retrieved a seed, roughly the size of a thumb, from his storage bag and placed it on the table. Wang Yi focused his gaze, and a string of text materialized before his eyes. Flame Lotus Spirit Seed, a 3rd-tier superior spirit seed, a rare creation of heaven and earth. Its essence is a wood attribute lotus flower. Upon blooming, it gives rise to the red lotus flame, which is a deep crimson, exceedingly captivating, and can purify the soul through combustion. It requires a high-quality planting environment, abundant spiritual energy, and the power of magma. Once matured, it can be refined and absorbed into the body along with the lotus platform to control the red lotus flame. Without the lotus platform's assistance, it is extremely difficult to tame. It takes 10 years to bloom and 100 years to mature. Are you willing to trade this? Wang Yi was taken aback by the description but maintained a facade of calmness, suppressing his excitement. Do you know what this spirit seed is, Taoist Wang? Gu Fanji, being quite astute, asked cautiously. If Taoist Gu doesn't recognize it, how could I? I merely enjoy collecting unique spirit seeds. Wang Yi cleverly fabricated an excuse, aware of Gu's intentions to test him. Well then, shall we proceed with the exchange? 1 spirit gathering array should suffice, Gu Fanji remarked, dispelling his doubts upon realizing Wang Yi's lack of recognition. He had previously sought the appraisal of foundation-building cultivators and believed it to be an ordinary spirit seed with a faint life essence. Yes, this is a spirit gathering array. Please accept it, Wang Yi said, passing over 1 array while receiving the spirit seed in return. Confirming its authenticity, he placed it in his storage bag, maintaining an air of composure throughout. Is there anyone else who wishes to exchange? Wang Yi inquired. Taoist Wang, I have a second-tier inferior sunflower seed. An auxiliary herb for foundation-building pills. May I exchange it for one of your spirit-gathering arrays? A female cultivator stood up to ask. That is acceptable. Although its value is slightly lesser, it is indeed an auxiliary herb for foundation-building pills, so I will consider a price reduction, Wang Yi replied thoughtfully. Thank you, Taoist Wang. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement. The female cultivator expressed her gratitude. After a while, with no other cultivators presenting items that piqued Wang Yi's interest, he packed away the final array and returned to his seat. The trading fair concluded without any further enticing items appearing. After the event, Cheng Qian invited Wang Yi to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion for a meal. Upon arriving at the Drunken Wind Pavilion, they discovered Lin Zhuo awaiting them inside. Little brother. Senior brother Lin has been waiting for us. He has matters to discuss with you, Cheng Qian conveyed telepathically. Do you know what it is about? Wang Yi asked, feeling puzzled as he recalled that he hadn't offended Lin Zhuo during the trading fair. Little brother, you possess a first-tier superior spirit-gathering array, and it relates to that matter. You will understand once you enter. There is no cause for concern, Cheng Qian reassured him. Greetings, two junior brothers. Please have a seat. Lin Zhuo welcomed them as they entered. Thank you, senior brother. They both replied respectfully before taking their seats. I sought you out, Wang Yi, to inquire about how many spirit-gathering arrays you possess. I wish to purchase a few more, Lin Zhuo stated. With your strength, senior brother, acquiring a few spirit-gathering arrays should not be difficult, Wang Yi remarked, puzzled. Little brother is unaware. My grandfather provides me with everything. Except he forbids me from seeking too many women, insisting that I focus on my cultivation. He has instructed all shops in the market not to sell any auxiliary cultivation items to me. Everything I possess has been specially provided by my grandfather. This is a private residence I secretly constructed, hence my request to purchase a few spirit-gathering arrays for my concubines, Lin Zhuo explained candidly. Will this not incite the ire of Elder Lin? Wang Yi expressed his concerns. Rest assured, this matter is known only to the three of us and will remain confidential. Lin Zhuo assured him confidently. Very well then. How many does senior brother wish to acquire? Wang Yi glanced at Cheng Qian, who nodded in agreement, and proceeded to ask. Do you have 6? Lin Zhuo queried. Impressive, senior brother. Indeed, I have 6. Here are the 6 spirit-gathering arrays, Wang Yi responded, admiring Lin Zhuo's boldness in maintaining 6 concubines. Excellent. I shall pay you the market price of 700 spirit stones each, Lin Zhuo offered generously. No need for that. Just give me 3,500 spirit stones. They are all self-made, so the cost isn't that high, Wang Yi suggested as Lin Zhuo displayed such generosity. Here you go, 3,500 spirit stones. Please count them. I will treat you to this meal, Lin Zhuo declared, waving his hand to reveal a pile of spirit stones on the table. Thank you, senior brother, Wang Yi replied, not bothering to count and accepting the stones, which earned him considerable goodwill from Lin Zhuo. The three of them drank until late into the night before parting ways. Wang Yi returned to his small courtyard and collapsed into bed. The next day, he awoke and first used his cultivation technique to dispel the effects of the alcohol before practicing his skills. After completing his training, he stepped into the yard to tend to his spirit field. After some time, feeling fatigued, Wang Yi reclined in a rocking chair and examined the items he had acquired the previous day. A piece of second-tier medium-grade resting soil, a second-tier inferior moonlight grass seed, a second-tier inferior crystal flower, a second-tier inferior sunflower seed, 50 second-tier inferior leafy fruits, and 1 flame lotus seed. Gazing with excitement at the flame lotus seed, he realized it was among the highest-grade spirit seeds he had encountered, second only to the soul-devouring bee nest seed. Both spirit seeds were third-tier superior. Yet Wang Yi lacked the conditions to cultivate them at present. He had made some progress in devising a method to plant the soul-devouring bee nest tree, requiring the purchase of a third-tier superior spirit-gathering array and the soul of a magical beast to proceed. However, acquiring such an array was beyond his current means, so he set that plan aside for now. Now, with the flame lotus seed, the requirements seemed even more demanding. Where would he find magma power? These 2 spirit seeds were formidable, and he simply could not afford to nurture them. Wang Yi pondered, feeling a headache coming on. After examining these 2 formidable seeds, he carefully placed the flame lotus seed into a spirit box, storing it in his storage bag, and proceeded to plant the moonlight grass and sunflower seeds. He took out the resting soil, observing its appearance resembling a clump of dirt, roughly the size of a hand, dark brown in color, filled with spiritual energy. Resting soil was indeed a valuable resource. Wang Yi had read about it in books. Resting soil, a deep brown earth that contains elements of the 5 elements. It absorbs spirit stones for growth and requires a substantial amount of spiritual energy and 1 or 2 of each type of 5 element or of the same grade to advance. Planting will result in the depletion of the spiritual energy within. Filling with spiritual energy can counteract this loss. Once a spirit seed is planted, it cannot be placed back into the storage bag. It can bear the same amount of spirit plants as its own grade and can also be laid out for planting purposes, useful in alchemy and artifact forging. Though cultivation is quite challenging, Wang Yi understood that although the plot of land was merely the size of a hand, it could indeed accommodate 2 second-tier mid-grade spiritual plants. However, doing so would greatly increase the consumption of spiritual energy from the soil, rendering the effort futile. He resolved to nurture this soil diligently, as it might prove invaluable in the future. Thus, he took out 1,000 spiritual stones and deposited them into the soil. The soil emitted a faint glow, taking quite a while to absorb a single stone. Based on the absorption rate, it could consume at most 3 stones in a day. He was uncertain how long it would take for it to advance to the next level. Chapter 22. 2 years' time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. During this period, Wang Yi had achieved perfection in his realm. After reaching this state, he attempted to break through to the foundation establishment stage. But due to a deficiency in a certain type of energy, he failed. Fortunately, he recognized the need to halt the attempt early, thereby avoiding the dire consequence of death. However, this setback necessitated a prolonged period of recuperation. After contemplation, Wang Yi concluded that he would require a foundation establishment pill to make a breakthrough. However, he lamented the absence of such a pill. Consequently, he refrained from recklessly attempting to establish his foundation. Although his realm was now perfected, the daily practice of his cultivation techniques had become a habitual routine. His spiritual consciousness now operated with remarkable versatility, simultaneously wielding 9 flying swords to confront adversaries, each engaged in its own battle. His physical defense had significantly augmented. Upon transforming to nearly 7 meters in height, he resembled a colossal golden titan, exuding an imposing presence. Albeit his combat prowess remained uncertain, the small courtyard of 8 acres had matured once, yielding a total harvest of 8,000 pounds of foundational rice, alongside 2,400 points of free merit. The heavenly spirit fruits and purple crystal grapes had been harvested thrice, producing 1,200 heavenly spirit fruits and 1,500 pounds of purple crystal grapes, while the first small courtyard had been renewed once. Upon the maturation of the second-tier inferior moonlight grass, a first-tier superior shadowless needle was bestowed as a reward. The sunflower further granted a first-tier superior fire attribute, flying sword, the blazing sun sword. On this day, after completing his training, Wang Yi adeptly opened his personal panel. Host, Wang Yi lifespan, 27, 120 spiritual roots, metal, wood, water, fire. Earth realm, chi training, 9th layer, experience, 100 required for breakthrough, body refinement, 9th layer, experience, 100 required for breakthrough, spiritual consciousness, 9th layer, experience, 100 required for breakthrough, techniques, greenwood art, proficient, experience, 406, 110, 000, golden body bone refinement technique, proficient, experience, 162, 110, 000, divided spirit technique, proficient, experience, 162, 110, 000, formation, first tier superior 5 elements defense formation, experience, 120, 010, 000, second tier inferior gathering spirit formation, experience, 150, 010, 000, spells, breath retraction technique, 3rd layer, experience, 99, 110, 000, golden sword technique, proficient, experience, 36, 110, 000, fireball technique, proficient, experience, 126, 210, 000, rain summoning technique, proficient, experience, 128, 810, 000, golden needle technique, proficient, experience, 181, 710, 000, free points, 44, 357 talent, spiritual seed identification, light orb collection. His realm was already perfected, and his foundation was profound. Yet he lamented the lack of a foundation establishment pill. Each time he reviewed his panel, Wang Yi would let out a sigh. 6 months ago, the Wanbao building had been actively promoting the upcoming auction, a grand event held once every decade, organized with utmost grandeur. Just 2 days prior, Su Jian had transmitted a message to Wang Yi, stating that the auction would take place in a month, urging him to prepare. He would be able to enter the venue with the VIP token from Wanbao building and would even receive a private room. Wang Yi took stock of his own assets, over 90,000 spirit stones, a sum painstakingly saved through years of frugality. He possessed 4 magical artifacts, 2 shadowless needles, a first-tier superior golden spear, and a first-tier superior blazing sun sword. Additionally, he had 4 medicinal herbs, including 2 second-tier inferior foundation building pills supplemented with moonlight grass, 1 second-tier inferior foundation building pill supplemented with crystal flower, and 1 second-tier inferior foundation building pill supplemented with sunflower. He also owned 2 superior 3rd-tier spiritual seeds, namely the soul-eating beehive tree and the fiery red lotus, 60 celestial fruits, and a medium-grade 2nd-tier spirit soil, which had absorbed over 2,000 spirit stones for 2 years without advancing, resembled a bottomless pit. There was a 1st-tier superior 5-element defensive array, along with 31st-tier superior spirit gathering arrays, He had consistently collaborated with the Lingyun Chamber of Commerce for the spirit gathering arrays, initially receiving 5 additional sets, which gradually decreased to just 2 sets over the years, during which he had indirectly utilized many sets. In 2 rented courtyards spanning 4 acres, he had an additional 8 acres of foundational rice, 2 sets of second-tier inferior spirit gathering arrays, 10 amethyst grapes, and 1 medium-grade first-tier spirit gathering array, as well as a celestial fruit tree. All these constituted the wealth Wang Yi had amassed over the years, amounting to over 100,000 spirit stones. This figure did not even account for the 2 superior third-tier spiritual seeds, which were priceless treasures. Typically, foundation-building cultivators did not possess such wealth as Wang Yi. In recent years, he had overheard Su Jian and Cheng Qian discussing the state of the continent. In the eastern continent, the battle between the righteous and the demonic had reached a stalemate. Since the fall of the Baiduan sect and the Body sect, the demonic forces had grown increasingly rampant, with rumors of entire mortal cities being slaughtered, leaving behind a landscape of corpses. The righteous side had launched numerous counterattacks, achieving minimal results. It seemed that the progenitors of both sides had reached some form of agreement, refraining from direct confrontation, with occasional skirmishes involving only golden core cultivators. In the western continent, traces of demonic cultivators were occasionally observed, wreaking havoc. The righteous sects had attempted to capture them, but their efforts yielded little success. Each time the righteous side launched an offensive, the demonic forces seemed to possess foreknowledge, retreating in a timely manner. This led Wang Yi to suspect the presence of traitors within the righteous sects, though such musings were merely the thoughts of a minor character, unworthy of anyone's concern. Wang Yi understood that with so many golden core and nascent soul cultivators, each having lived for hundreds of years, they were all as cunning as monkeys. Whatever he could think of, they surely could as well. 6 months ago, Cheng Qian visited Wang Yi's residence, informing him of his intention to establish a foundation. After decades of hard work, he had finally accumulated enough points for the foundation establishment, securing the protection of an elder from the golden core stage. Even in the event of failure, he would not face death. However, after half a year, Cheng Qian's whereabouts remained unknown, leaving Wang Yi uncertain of his success. The day before the auction hosted by Wanbao Tower, Cheng Qian arrived at Wang Yi's courtyard. "Brother, I have succeeded. Though it was arduous, I ultimately triumphed." Cheng Qian exclaimed joyfully. "Congratulations, elder brother. Foundation establishment successful in a lifespan of 200 years. Wang Yi responded with equal delight. "Brother, I truly thought I was on the verge of failure. Had I not expended a significant amount of contribution points to invite a golden core elder for protection, I would have surely perished at a critical moment. It was a harrowing experience." Cheng Qian recounted, still shaken. "What happened, elder brother? Did you encounter danger?" Wang Yi inquired. "You must be cautious during foundation establishment, dear brother. It requires a substantial amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. The deeper the foundation, the more spiritual energy is needed. One must accumulate gradually and ultimately overcome the trial of the heart demon, which can influence one's resolve. I encountered issues during the heart demon trial, and if the elder had not been attentive and provided timely guidance, I would have met my end." Cheng Qian patiently shared his experiences, which were invaluable and rarely disclosed by ordinary cultivators. "It is fortunate that you prevailed. Tomorrow marks the 10-yearly auction at Wanbao Tower. And as a distinguished guest, I can bring a few companions. Come with me to join the festivities," Wang Yi suggested. "I have nearly exhausted my entire fortune for foundation establishment, and my pockets are completely empty. I can only go to gaze enviously," Cheng Qian replied. "No worries, dear brother. I still have some spirit stones. I can lend them to you for the occasion," Wang Yi generously offered. "That would be splendid. I shall stay here tonight. And we will go together tomorrow," Cheng Qian acknowledged, aware that Wang Yi owned 2 courtyards with available rooms. "Excellent. I will bring along brother Xiongdali, and the 4 of us can enjoy the festivities. Additionally, I wish to purchase a foundation establishment pill for future use," Wang Yi remarked. "You have only recently reached the 9th level. You should focus on accumulating your foundation before considering foundation establishment. I took many years to succeed," Cheng Qian advised. "I understand. But I wish to plan ahead. After all, foundation establishment pills are valuable yet scarce," Wang Yi replied. "Agreed. Let us go and take a look tomorrow. Wanbao Tower has prepared for 10 years. There will surely be many treasures. Even if we cannot purchase anything, it will be worth our while to broaden our horizons." Cheng Qian added. "According to Elder Su, this auction will last 5 to 6 days, and most sects across the continent will be represented," Cheng Qian noted. "Indeed, as it occurs only once every 10 years, it is quite a significant event," he continued with a sense of awe. "You have been cultivating diligently, dear brother. And I presume you are not well acquainted with the prodigies of the continent?" Cheng Qian began a casual conversation with Wang Yi. "What prodigies? Please enlighten me, elder brother," Wang Yi inquired with curiosity piqued. "Prodigies are the strongest disciples from each sect, capable of battling beyond their level with extraordinary strength. You must understand the gap between chi refinement and foundation establishment. These prodigies can slay foundation establishment cultivators during the Qi refinement stage, and may even contend with or surpass golden core cultivators while in the foundation establishment stage. Cheng Qian explained. Is this true? Battling across tiers is akin to a protagonist's fate. They are often referred to as the true protagonists of heaven and earth. Wang Yi responded, astonished. Indeed, they are. The foremost prodigy of our time is Zhao Xingjian from the Xuantiang sword sect. It is said that when he joined the sect, a symphony of swords resonated throughout. At the 9th level of Qi refinement, he once defeated a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, wielding his sword with unparalleled prowess. He is a sword master, obsessed with swords, and possesses striking good looks. He is currently at the late stage of foundation establishment, but has reportedly triumphed over mid-stage golden core cultivators, Cheng Qian elaborated. The second is Adhering from the beast taming sect, who can command 5 second-tier spirit beasts simultaneously. During his Qi refinement period, he formed a life contract with a young red moon flood dragon, which can reach late-stage golden core cultivation when fully grown. Adhering advanced swiftly, reaching late-stage foundation establishment before 30, and now commands 5 second-tier flood dragons, demonstrating formidable combat strength without ever being defeated against mid-stage golden core cultivators. The third is Feng Xian from the Yunnu Palace, renowned as the most beautiful woman on the continent. It is said she possesses an ethereal beauty, likened to a celestial being, making her the dream of all men. Not only is Feng Xian stunning, but she is also a powerful fighter, having slain mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators while in the late Qi refinement stage. She currently stands at the late stage of foundation establishment, Cheng Qian continued. These 3 are the most formidable. There are others whose strength should not be underestimated, such as Ji Wuyo from the Tianji sect, Chen Lingtian from the Wanfa sect, and the monk Wuxin from the Wanfo sect, among others, he added, recounting the prodigies slowly. Are there that many? Are there any prodigies from the demonic path? Wang Yi inquired. Certainly, the demonic sect also has its prodigies. Li Tianqing from the Tianma sect is a name that rivals Zhao Shijian, while Ming Ran from the Yin Corp sect can contend with Adhering. Moreover, the monk Qixin from the Fumo sect is on par with Feng Xian, Cheng Qian responded. It seems the righteous and demonic factions are evenly matched, with their contemporaries nearly equal, Wang Yi observed. Brother, since we mentioned the beauty rankings of the continent, would you be interested in hearing more? Cheng Qian asked with a mischievous grin. Do tell, elder brother, Wang Yi replied, raising an eyebrow. Hee. I knew you would be intrigued, Cheng Qian said with a sly smile. The first is Feng Xian from Yunnu Palace. The second is Li Miaodong from the Tianji sect. The third is Lu Ruyan from the Ling Tian Chamber of Commerce. The fourth is Zhuang Lianming from Yunnu Palace. The fifth is Ji Muling from Xuaniang Sword sect. The sixth is Yu Shuelio from the Beast Taming sect. The seventh is Gu Ruoyan from Xuaniang Sword sect. The eighth is Yin Shixiwei from Wanbao Tower. The ninth is Lung Bingtong from Yunnu Palace. And the 10th is Lung Bingning from Yunnu Palace. Cheng Qian recited with enthusiasm. Lu Ruyan is only third. What do the first two look like? Wang Yi asked. Feng Xian is from Yunnu Palace, the third in combat strength and first in beauty. She always wears a veil when she goes out, yet even the veil cannot conceal her stunning looks. Coupled with her otherworldly aura, Li Miaodong, the senior sister of the Tianji sect, has reached the late stage of foundation establishment. Through her mastery of the Tianji sect's great transformation technique, she can predict the future. Adding an air of mystery to her already captivating beauty, Cheng Qian explained passionately. Have you seen the other one from the beast taming sect? Wang Yi inquired. Of course. I have seen senior sister Yu Shuelio, an inner disciple of great beauty. I only caught a glimpse from afar. But she has tamed a second-tier Qing Yuan bird for flight, moving with grace and elegance. You would undoubtedly be left speechless upon seeing her, Cheng Qian replied. I am not as shallow as you, elder brother. I noticed the last two share a surname, and their names are quite similar, Wang Yi remarked. Hee. The last two are a pair of beautiful sisters, nearly identical in appearance. Both possess the rare ice attribute, single spirit root. When they joined Yunnu Palace, it attracted the attention of a nascent soul elder, who personally took them as disciples. Despite being ranked last, they are by no means inferior, they simply have cold personalities. Embodying the archetype of icy beauties, Cheng Qian explained. You seem to know quite a lot. Are you considering marrying one of them? Wang Yi teased. Do not underestimate me. Dear brother, which of these 10 beauties is not the dream of male cultivators? One is not enough. 10 would be just right, Cheng Qian laughed. I admire your ambition. Will these prodigies attend tomorrow? Wang Yi inquired. It's hard to say. This is just a small auction held once every 10 years, and with the demonic path lurking nearby. It is uncertain how many will attend, Cheng Qian responded, uncertainly. Then we must be cautious tomorrow and avoid any trouble, Wang Yi concluded. My dear brother, your demeanor is indeed quite cautious. Rest assured, the Xiankong Square is under the protection of the Beast Master sect, and no one dares to cause trouble here. Cheng Qian possesses great confidence and safety. Nevertheless, it is often said that prudence ensures longevity. Thus, the two of them engaged in conversation about beautiful women and exchanged light-hearted banter until dusk, after which they each returned to their quarters to cultivate their skills. Chapter 23. The grand auction commences the following day. The four of them rose early, tidied themselves up, and made their way directly to the Wombat Tower. Upon arrival, they were greeted by an extensive line that stretched before the building, comprising individuals of all ages, indicating the extensive publicity the event had received. Each person held an invitation in hand. Entry was designated through 3 entrances. One was for those queued with invitations, while the other 2 appeared less crowded. One bore the sign for the VIP entrance, where only a few were in line, while those at the entrance merely displayed a token to the staff before being escorted inside by a maid. Another entrance was marked for those of Golden Core status and above, who were permitted to enter without an invitation. Wang Yi felt a pang of envy, for they were all formidable beings of the Golden Core realm. Wang Yi and his companions arrived at the VIP entrance, queuing patiently until it was their turn. Once the 4 of them were called, Wang Yi presented his VIP token, and a maid ushered them inside. As they approached the grand hall, Wang Yi noticed Su Jian bustling about, preoccupied with various tasks. He intended to refrain from interrupting, but unexpectedly, Su Jian glanced over. "Ah, my dear brother has arrived. I have arranged a private room for you. Shortly, Xiao Lin will escort you there," Su Jian exclaimed, instructing the maid named Xiao Lin to lead Wang Yi to the private chamber. "Thank you, Brother Su. Seeing you so busy, we shall not impose." The group replied respectfully before following Xiao Lin to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, they were guided to a room designated as 2-88. "Esteemed guests, you have arrived at your designated room. Fresh fruits and pastries are complimentary, and should you require anything, feel free to reach out to me using this communication talisman." The maid informed them. "Very well, thank you," Wang Yi responded, leading the group into the room. The interior was simply adorned, featuring several benches crafted from spirit wood arranged in parallel, facing west. Between each pair of benches stood a square table, laden with tea, fruit, and pastries. Additionally, there was a small teleportation array and a sensing crystal ball. The western wall was entirely made of a transparent material known as colorless crystal, extending from the floor to the base of the benches. Wang Yi recognized this mineral, colorless crystal, a high-grade first tier, or capable of obstructing mental probes below the 3rd tier. It was fragile and should not be struck forcefully. A layer of film was affixed, allowing visibility only from the inside out, rendering the outside completely opaque. The layout on the 2nd and 3rd floors near the auction stage was identical, indicating the substantial financial resources of Wombat Tower. Wang Yi sat upon the central stool, surveying the entirety of the auction, once again struck by its grandeur. The venue was vast, capable of accommodating tens of thousands, with the auction stage positioned at its heart, encircled by 4 immense crystal screens. Even from a considerable distance, the items upon the auction stage were rendered with exquisite clarity. Surrounding the crystal screens were concentric rows of seating, ascending tier upon tier, enveloping the auction stage in an elegant embrace. Wang Yi appeared reminiscent of the layout of a football arena from a bygone era. To the right of each seat, there stood a square table, albeit devoid of fruits and pastries. Instead, it was equipped with a teleportation array and a sensor. Each seat was meticulously numbered, with the first circle encompassing seats 1 to 1 through 1 to 1,000 in close proximity, while the second circle contained seats 1 to 1,000 and 1 to 1 to 2,000, and so forth. The second floor mirrored this arrangement, albeit with a limited number of rooms, where seats 2 to 1 and 2 to 2,000 were adjacent. On the 3rd floor, seats 3 to 1 and 3 to 1,000 were likewise in close quarters. The vastness of this assembly hall left Wang Yi profoundly astounded. Wang Yi sat on the 2nd floor, observing the bustling crowd below as they sought their seats. Suddenly, he was enveloped by an illusion, as if he were still on Earth, striving for some purpose. He momentarily drifted into a daze before regaining his composure, chuckling at himself. "Brother, isn't this place grand? This venue can accommodate tens of thousands for an auction, yet we are only utilizing a small portion of it. This is already considered a large-scale auction," Cheng Qian remarked. "How many people would attend a grand auction that occurs once every 50 years? I imagine the venue would be completely filled," Cheng Qian estimated. "Look at the entrance. That figure in a black robe is Chen Ling Tian from the 10,000 Dharma sect. Even with the robe obscuring him, can you still recognize him? Did you notice the embroidered sea and mountains on his robe? That S, the symbol of the 10,000 Dharma sect, signifying the inclusiveness of the sea. And over there, the beauty in white with a long sword embroidered on her sleeve is Gu Ruoyan from the Xiantian sword sect. What do you think of her aura? Indeed, she possesses a unique presence, radiating an indomitable spirit, complemented by her breathtaking beauty. Truly remarkable. You have a keen eye, brother. I take it you frequented the Wanhua Tower? How are the ladies inside?" Cheng Qian said with a mischievous grin. "Brother, I am still young. Please mind your words. It's easy to lead me astray," Wang Yi replied. As they chatted, Wang Yi noticed several talented individuals and beauties in the crowd, while his companion Xiong Dali indulged in the fruits and pastries on their table. Shortly thereafter, an ethereal elder ascended the auction stage. "I am Sudi Hai, the auctioneer of Wanbao Lu. Esteemed guests, it has been 10 years since our last gathering, and I thank you for your presence. Without further ado, let the Wanbao auction commence," Sudi Hai said, his face adorned with a warm smile. "Do you know Sudi Hai's cultivation level?" Wang Yi inquired, unable to discern it himself. Su Dihai hails from the headquarters of Wanbao and is at the late foundation establishment stage. He has hosted previous auctions as well. Cheng Qian explained. But can someone at the late foundation establishment truly command the presence of golden core cultivators on the third floor? Wang Yi questioned. You underestimate Wanbao. They always dispatch multiple golden core cultivators to oversee their auctions, all stationed on the third floor. Wanbao possesses immense financial resources and has many golden core guest cultivators. Oh, how impressive. So, the VIP token Su Laoge gave me is truly a boon. Wang Yi mused. More than that, the second floor is filled with individuals connected to Wanbao. Only those with exceptional qualifications are granted a VIP token. They must have recognized your potential, Cheng Qian remarked. Perhaps, Wang Yi replied, understanding his own talents well. Without the assistance of the system, he doubted anyone would even glance his way. Now, let us welcome our first item for auction. A large opening appeared beneath the auction stage, revealing an object draped in white cloth that began to rise. Su Dihai swiftly pulled the cloth away, unveiling a cauldron. This is the second-tier high-quality Adhering. Suitable for both alchemy and defensive purposes. It can enhance the yield of pills by 20%, verified by our esteemed establishment. This cauldron is free of damage or flaws and can be purchased with confidence. The starting bid is 5,000 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid no less than 100 spirit stones. Su Dihai concluded, as the large screens simultaneously displayed the bids. The screens continued to scroll, and eventually halted at 2 to 204, 10, 500. Is there any higher bid? Going once for room 204 on the second floor, going twice, going thrice, sold. Congratulations, dear friend. You may place your spirit stones within the array on the table, and the item will soon appear before you. Su Dihai announced. Striking the gavel as the first item was successfully auctioned off, the price deemed reasonable for an alchemical cauldron. Following this, the auction stage descended, leaving another large opening, soon to rise with a new item covered in white cloth. Su Dihai again unveiled the item, presenting our second item for auction, the purple bamboo sword. A first-tier high-quality wood attribute magical sword. Crafted entirely from a second-tier low-quality purple bamboo, it can enhance wood attribute spells by 20%, verified by our esteemed establishment. This sword is free of damage or flaws and can be purchased with confidence. The base price is 300 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid no less than 50 spirit stones. Let the bidding commence. The screens displayed the bids, eventually stopping at 1 to 1963, 850. Is there any higher bid? Going once for room 1963 on the first floor, going twice, going thrice, sold. Congratulations, dear friend, for acquiring the second item, the first-tier high-quality wood attribute magical sword. The purple bamboo sword. You may place your spirit stones within the array on the table, and the item will soon appear before you. Su Dihai proclaimed. Striking the gavel once more, completing the auction for the second item. Next, they presented the third item. Our third item for auction is a first-tier high-quality pill, the Tianshang Dan. Its efficacy temporarily boosts one's power beyond half of their own strength for a duration of 15 minutes, followed by a state of weakness requiring 3 days for recovery. This is effective only for cultivators below the foundation establishment stage. Verified by our esteemed establishment, this pill is genuine and its effects valid. Purchase with confidence. The base price is 100 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid no less than 50 spirit stones. Let the bidding begin. The fourth item was a first-tier high-quality pill, the Huanglong Dan, a bottle containing 6 pills, beneficial for cultivators in the late qi refinement stage. The base price was 200 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid no less than 50 spirit stones. The fifth item was a first-tier high-quality pill, the Jinsui Wan, a bottle containing 6 pills, beneficial for body cultivators in the late qi refinement stage. The base price was 200 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid no less than 50 spirit stones. The next 3 days featured various items for qi refinement practitioners, including pills, magical artifacts, and techniques. None of the items piqued Wang Yi's interest, while Cheng Qian and Xiong Dali acquired several items to aid their cultivation. First-tier high-quality spirit seeds held little value unless they were capable of inheritance. A few seeds held no significance for Wang Yi. During these 3 days at Wanbao, 8 hours of auctions took place daily, featuring over 100 treasures each day. On the fourth day, the auction began to feature second-tier items. Welcome everyone to the fourth day of the Wanbao auction. Let us commence with today's first item, the Luo Yuqing Feng Sword. A second-tier low-quality wood attribute spirit weapon, enhancing wood attribute spells by 30%, verified by our esteemed establishment. This sword is free of damage or flaws and can be purchased with confidence. The base price is 1,000 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid no less than 100 spirit stones. Let the bidding commence. The 4 screens began to scroll, halting at 2 to 350, 2, 100. Is there any higher bid? Going once for room 350 on the second floor. Before the announcement was complete, the screen scrolled again, with bids rising to 2. 300. Is there any higher bid? Going once for room 350, going twice, going thrice, sold. Congratulations to room 350 on the second floor. As the auction for the second-tier items commenced, Wang Yi's interest was instantly piqued. Unlike the first tier, second-tier artifacts are valued at 4 to 5 times the price. The next item on the agenda was presented, the octagonal rod, a second-tier inferior spiritual weapon, weighing an impressive 800 pounds. Our esteemed guild has verified that this rod is free from damage and imperfections, ensuring a worry-free purchase. The starting bid is set at 1,000 spirit stones, with each increment not to be less than 100 spirit stones. The bidding is now open. 4 large screens simultaneously displayed the bids. 1 to 722, 1,100. 1 to 194, 1,200. 2 to 488, 1,300. 2 to 452, 1,500. The final bid settled at 1 to 722, 2,100. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? Once, twice, thrice for number 722 on the first floor sold. Congratulations to number 722 on the first floor. Su Dihai, after observing the screens for a considerable time, began to tally the bids. Next, we invite you to view the 30th item of the day, the dragon scale fruit tree seed, a second-tier inferior spiritual seed, which serves as the primary ingredient in concocting the dragon scale pill. This pill is essential for foundational body cultivators, enhancing their defensive capabilities. Our guild certifies that this seed possesses robust vitality and is indeed a living specimen, allowing for a secure purchase. The starting price is set at 2,000 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not to be less than 100 spirit stones. Wang Yi gazed at the manifestation of the spiritual seed, his eyes instantly gleaming with excitement. At that moment, a series of characters appeared before him, revealing the details of the dragon scale fruit tree spiritual seed, a second-tier lower-grade spiritual fruit tree, with a growth period of 36 months and a fruit-bearing period of 18 months. The cultivation environment necessitated abundant spiritual energy and required the remains of serpents and flood dragons to thrive. Once matured, it could serve as the primary ingredient for the dragon scale pill and could also be consumed independently to enhance physical defense. Remarkably, it surpassed the heavenly spirit fruit tree in quality. I must acquire it, whatever the reward, Wang Yi mused inwardly. For large screens began to scroll simultaneously, 2 to 333, 2,100, 2 to 194, 2,200, 2 to 488, 2,300, 1 to 755, 2,400. They finally paused at 2 to 343, 3,600 for a brief moment. Wang Yi knew it was time to act. With resolute determination, he channeled his magical energy into the sensing crystal ball on the table to his right. The large screen resumed its scrolling. 2 to 88, 3,700, 2 to 343, 3,800, 2 to 88, 4,300. In a decisive move, Wang Yi raised the bid by 500 spiritual stones. The opposing bidder, astonished by this bold increase, realized that the offer had far exceeded the seed's value and chose to withdraw. Is there any further bidding? The auctioneer called out. 2 to 88 for the first time. 2 to 88 for the second time. 2 to 88 for the third time. Sold. Congratulations to room 2 to 88. Su Dihai and others stared at the large screen, which remained still for quite some time before beginning to tally the results. Wang Yi successfully acquired the dragon scale fruit tree spirit seed, promptly placing 4,300 spirit stones into the array. In a short while, a crimson seed materialized upon the formation. After a brief inspection to confirm its authenticity, Wang Yi stored it within his spatial pouch. Ah, little brother, what a lavish expenditure. Over 4,000 spirit stones for a second-tier inferior spirit seed. What a loss. Sheng Qian remarked with a sigh. Not at all. I have a keen interest in cultivation, Wang Yi replied nonchalantly, redirecting his attention back to the auction. The next item presented was the 31st lot, a second-tier inferior gathering spirit pill, a medicinal concoction beneficial for foundation-building cultivators seeking to enhance their prowess. Following this, the auction showcased second-tier medium-grade pills and magical artifacts, which held little allure for Wang Yi, as they were of no immediate use to him. Acquiring them would only be a burden. As the event proceeded, he encountered several mysterious items that piqued his interest, yet he ultimately refrained from bidding, considering his need to procure foundation-building pills. On the 5th day, the auction had already featured over 400 treasures in the preceding 4 days, with more than 100 items classified as second-tier inferior or above. Today marked the final day of the auction. Welcome, esteemed guests. Let us commence without delay. The first item of the day is a bottle containing 6 second-tier medium-grade true essence pills, designed to enhance the cultivation of mid-foundation building practitioners. The starting bid is 15,000 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 100 spirit stones. In recent days, Wang Yi has scarcely captured anything of value. This auction primarily focuses on foundation-building pills. Reluctant to expend excessive spirit stones, he invested only 4,000 spirit stones to acquire a second-tier inferior dragon scale fruit tree spirit seed. Although there were enticing items thereafter, he chose to forego them, opting instead to wait until after his foundation establishment. Next came the 63rd item for bidding, a single foundation-building pill. I trust there is no need for elaboration on its significance. The auction commenced immediately, with a starting bid of 10,000 spirit stones, and each increment required a minimum of 100 spirit stones. The screen began to scroll frantically, 1 to 330, 10100, 1 to 4004, 10300, 1 to 8944, 10500, 2 to 300, 11,000. The price surged continuously, reaching an astonishing 18,000 spirit stones without pause. After a while, the price escalated directly to 20,000 spirit stones, at which point the screen finally ceased its rapid movement. 2 to 59, 20,000. Wang Yi, seeing that the time was ripe, directly added 200 spirit stones. 2 to 88, 20200, 2 to 59, 20,300. 2 to 88, 21,000. Within room 59 of building 2, two young men were seated. The two bore a striking resemblance to one another. One was slightly older, while the other was younger, suggesting they were siblings. The elder was Chun-Ling Tian, a prodigy of the 10,000 Law sect, possessing late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, while the younger, Chun-Ling Yun, was his full-blooded brother at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Brother, once I obtain the foundation establishment pill, I will be able to reach perfection in no time. Chun-Ling Yun exclaimed anxiously. A foundation establishment pill typically costs between 15,000 and 20,000 spirit stones. We can afford at most 23,000 spirit stones. Any higher would be excessive, Chun-Ling Tian replied calmly. All right, let us give it a try, Chun-Ling Yun said as he took a seat. The screen then rolled once more. 2 to 59, 21500, 2 to 88, 22,000, 2 to 59, 23,000. Wang Yi hesitated for a moment, but recalling that his realm had already reached perfection, he steeled his resolve and added another 200 spirit stones. 2 to 88, 23, 200. He could not raise the bid further. Any increase would be excessive, and the family had provided him with less than 20,000 spirit stones, even when considering their combined resources given the other party's demeanor. It seemed utterly impossible. Chun-Ling Tian remarked, could we intimidate them? With the strength of our 10,000 Dharma sect, they would surely harbor some trepidation. Chun-Ling Yun responded, fool. If you wish to meet your demise, then by all means, try. The Wanbao building is protected by golden core experts. Do you truly believe they would tarnish their reputation for our sake? You ought to engage your mind more often instead of constantly thinking about women. With this reprimand, Chun-Ling Yun fell silent, relinquishing his intention to bid. Is there anyone else wishing to raise the bid? Room 2 to 88 once, room 2 to 88 twice, room 2 to 88 thrice. Sold. Congratulations to room 2 to 88, the auctioneer announced. Su Dihai, having stared at the large screen for quite some time without movement, began to count. My dear brother, you are exceedingly wealthy, spending 200 spirit stones without a second thought. What a tycoon. Truly extravagant. Cheng Qian exclaimed in astonishment as he sat beside Wang Yi. Please do not mock me. These stones are the result of years of frugality. I am not like you, with the protection of a sect, Wang Yi replied helplessly. My brother, if you wish to enter the beast-taming sect, I could make some arrangements. Now that I have established my foundation, I have ways to facilitate your entry. Moreover, you are so young and have successfully laid your foundation. Soon you will be able to join a sect on your own. Let us discuss that later, for now. My focus is on establishing my foundation. Wang Yi placed the dazzling 23,200 spirit stones into the array, and shortly thereafter, a vial of elixir materialized within the formation. He hastily opened it for a glance before passing it to Cheng Qian, who nodded in approval, after which it was stored away in his bag of holding. Next up was the 64th item for auction, a single foundation establishment pill. This auction featured a total of 2 such pills, and this was the final one. The bidding commenced directly, with a starting price of 10,000 spirit stones, and each subsequent bid required a minimum increase of 100 spirit stones. Instantly, the hall erupted into a cacophony of voices. Goodness! Wanbao Tower has presented 2 foundation establishment pills this time. Where did Wanbao Tower manage to acquire them? This is extraordinary. In previous years, there was scarcely even one. If only Wanbao Tower had announced this in advance, I could have prepared some spirit stones. You, with your meager resources, couldn't afford a promotion even if they had. How do you know what I can or cannot afford? Perhaps I suddenly have a grandfather with golden core cultivation. You? Your ancestors haven't produced a single foundation establishment cultivator in 100 generations, let alone a golden core. Dream on. Amidst the clamor, Su Dihai remained composed, casting a glance towards room 3 to 1. In that very room, a formidable aura of golden core cultivation surged forth, instantly silencing the hall. The attendees exchanged glances, many of whom had never encountered a golden core master in their lifetimes. Meanwhile, in room 59 of building 2, Chun-Ling Yun urged, Brother, you must secure this for me. I wish to establish my foundation. Chun-Ling Tian replied, You, spoiled by our parents, will inevitably face consequences. Let's assess the situation. If it remains within reason, I shall bid for you. He was well aware that his younger brother had grown accustomed to arrogance, leveraging their family's stature to intimidate others. Despite their grandfather being a nascent golden core cultivator and an elder of the Wanfa sect, most dared not express their grievances. After the brief silence, Bids began to flow. 1 to 6,577, 10,100. 1 to 1,343, 10,300. 2 to 430, 10,800. 2 to 332, 11,000. The mere appearance of a foundation establishment pill inevitably stirred excitement. Wang Yi understood that his innate aptitude was a mixed 5-element spirit root. Although he had the system's assistance, establishing his foundation should be simpler than for others. Yet he hesitated, contemplating whether to secure this pill as a precaution. The large screen scrolled for some time before finally halting at 2 to 59, 21,000. Wang Yi hesitated, contemplating whether to place a bid and whether it might lead to trouble. However, upon seeing the screen come to a halt, he gritted his teeth and silently murmured to himself, "I shall take the risk." He commenced his bidding. 2 to 88, 21200. In the room of Wang Yi, his younger brother inquired, "Why are you still bidding? Didn't you already purchase one? Do you still possess any spirit stones?" Wang Yi replied, "It's nothing, my dear brother. Over the past few years, I've accumulated a bit of wealth. It's prudent to bid for another, just in case." "Such generosity, dear brother." In room 2 to 59, Chun Lingyun seethed, "There he is again. Doesn't he already own one? Why is he still bidding?" Chen Lingtian responded calmly, "I'm not sure. Perhaps there are others involved. Or he is purchasing for a junior. Such audacity. I refuse to believe he possesses that many spirit stones," Chen Lingyun retorted, filled with indignation. The large screen continued to display. 2 to 59, 21, 500. 2 to 88, 21, 800. 2 to 59, 22, 000. An air of silence enveloped the hall, as the previous foundational elixir was contested solely between these two rooms. The cultivators below speculated that perhaps there was animosity between the two families. In recent years, Wang Yi has amassed a considerable fortune of over 90,000 spirit stones. He spent 27,000 spirit stones at the auction, leaving him with a substantial reserve. Undeterred by others, he continued to raise the bid. 2 to 88, 22, 300. 2 to 59, 22, 500. 2 to 88, 23, 000. This individual is clearly opposing us. Chen Lingyun seethed as he noticed the 500 spirit stones added in one go. "We cannot continue to raise the bid," Chen Lingtian asserted. "Brother, are we really going to give up just like that? Who is this person? We must uncover their identity. I vow to have them ground to dust." Chen Lingyun's eyes reddened with fury. Smack! Sensing his brother's descent into madness, Chen Lingtian struck Chen Lingyun across the face. "You are losing your composure. It's merely a foundation establishment pill. I can accumulate contribution points from the sect to exchange for it." Chen Lingyun retorted angrily. "Brother, I apologize. I was wrong." Chen Lingyun recognized his earlier instability of mind. Had it not been for Chen Lingtian's timely intervention, the consequences could have been dire. "Is there anyone else wishing to raise the bid?" "Room 88 on the second floor, once. Room 88 on the second floor, twice. Room 88 on the second floor, thrice." "Sold. Congratulations to room 88 on the second floor." Su Dihai watched the big screen, which remained still for a while, before he began to count. Wang Yi's acquisition of 2 foundation establishment pills is indeed the most ostentatious act he has ever undertaken. Fear not. As long as we remain within the confines of Ling Tianfang City, no one would dare to act against us under the watchful eyes of the Beastmaster sect. Xing Qian reassured him. "It is the confidence gifted by my elder brother. Otherwise, I would not have dared to make such a purchase," Wang Yi responded, bowing respectfully. Several formidable golden core experts on the 3rd floor were drawn to the commotion, casting their gazes toward Wang Yi's chamber. "An intriguing young fellow," murmured a resident of room 3 to 1. "This lad is brimming with vitality. He is indeed a talent," remarked a middle-aged scholar from room 3 to 6. "Oh, the 2 youngsters beside him are quite interesting," exclaimed a burly man from room 3 to 18. In Wang Yi's room, a sudden ripple stirred behind him, revealing a towering figure nearly 3 meters tall. Wang Yicheng, Qian, and Xiong Dali were instantly taken aback, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Wang Yi nudged Qian, prompting him to respond. "Senior, may I inquire what guidance you bring?" "I am Qian, a disciple of the Beastmaster sect," he said, cupping his hands in respect. "Oh, a disciple of the Beastmaster sect, are all of you?" A deep voice resonated. "Not all, only I am. The others are wandering cultivators," Qian replied, bowing again. "Interesting. Do not be afraid, young friend. I have no interest in your 2 foundation building pills," the burly man said, directing his gaze at Wang Yi. "I have come primarily to examine these 2 young fellows. Come here, let me take a look." "Senior, my brothers are not fond of men," Wang Yi interjected suddenly. "Nonsense. I also harbor no such inclinations. I merely wish to assess their innate talents. I am Xiang Wuji, the sect leader of the body sect. Seeing your robust physiques, I wanted to ascertain if you have an affinity with my sect," the man retorted, momentarily silencing Wang Yi. "Oh, I see. My apologies for the misunderstanding. Dali, Li, allow the senior to inspect you," Wang Yi instructed his brothers. "Yes, brother," they replied in unison. Xiang Wuji extended a hand the size of a fan and began to examine the two brothers, who stood over 2 meters tall but appeared diminutive in comparison. Moments later, he halted his scrutiny. Would you two be willing to become my disciples? Xiang Wuji asked suddenly. Senior, if I may speak candidly, is there any danger in becoming your disciple? I have heard that the body sect has perished, Wang Yi stated directly. Do not take offense. My brother is merely concerned for your safety, Qian interjected, sensing Wang Yi's boldness might provoke Xiang Wuji. Not at all. The sect was indeed betrayed by a villain. And our mountain gate was destroyed, but all our teachings remain intact. I plan to seek a new foundation for the sect and rebuild the body sect. Xiang Wuji responded, his demeanor unperturbed. Then my brothers shall not become mere cannon fodder, right? Wang Yi pressed on, ignoring Qian's nudges. Rest assured, I will take them as my disciples and impart the teachings of the body sect, Xiang Wuji explained calmly. Very well, I apologize for my presumptions. I only hope you treat them well, Senior, Wang Yi said hastily, understanding the opportunity it presented for his brothers. Do not delay. Hasten to pay your respects to your master, Wang Yi urged the two brothers. Brother, we do not wish to part from you, Xiang Dali lamented. You must diligently train with the senior to keep pace with me, Wang Yi responded with feigned sternness, with Xiang Wuji nodding in agreement. Very well, brother. We pay our respects to our master, they acknowledged, realizing that remaining by Wang Yi's side would hinder their growth. Yet they felt reluctant to leave him after years of care. Good. Rise. Once you achieve success, we shall surely meet again, Xiang Wuji said. You possess ample vitality, yet your innate talent is lacking. What cultivation method do you practice? He inquired. I am aware of my poor aptitude, yet I strive to cultivate diligently. I practice the first-grade body tempering technique, the golden body bone refinement technique, albeit only a fragment, Wang Yi replied. Ah, the golden body bone refinement technique? You are cultivating this method? My sect once possessed it, though it too was incomplete, allowing only cultivation up to the late foundation building stage. Yet, seeing your good heart, I shall grant you the remainder. However, be warned, this technique is exceedingly difficult and domineering. Once cultivated, pursuing other body tempering techniques becomes impossible. Many of my sect's disciples face stagnation at the late foundation building stage, unable to progress or switch to other methods effectively. Nevertheless, this technique is exceptionally powerful. At the late foundation building stage, one may grow to 15 meters tall, with formidable defenses capable of slaying early golden core cultivators, impervious even to low-grade magical artifacts. With a light touch to Wang Yi's forehead, countless characters surged into his mind as Xiang Wuji reminded him. Thank you for bestowing the technique, Senior. My focus remains on fortifying my body, while my primary cultivation will still be Qi training, Wang Yi clarified. Very well, as long as you know your priorities. Come, disciple. Let us depart, Xiang Wuji declared, turning to the brothers. Goodbye, brother. Once we achieve mastery, we shall seek you out, Xiong Dali said with reluctance. Indeed, cultivate well, and we shall meet again if fate allows, Wang Yi responded wistfully. As the three figures shimmered and vanished, Wang Yi felt a twinge of loss. Do not be sorrowful. Brother, they have become disciples of the body sect's leader, a fortuitous turn for them. Xiang Wuji, known as Xiang the Barbarian, is a formidable figure at the late Golden Core stage, having once made waves in the realm. Despite his current stage, he is said to have severely wounded an early nascent soul cultivator and survived multiple assaults from early nascent soul demons. Qian excitedly explained to Wang Yi. Oh, so this senior possesses such prowess. That is reassuring. I hope for the best for my brothers, Wang Yi mused softly. Next came the 71st auction item, Sky Blue Stone. A low-grade third tier, or a material for crafting magical artifacts. The starting bid was 2,000 spirit stones, with increments of no less than 100 spirit stones. It was ultimately sold for 3,200 spirit stones, snatched up by a room on the third floor, predominantly occupied by golden core experts who would not dare rob each other. The following 40 items were all materials of third-tier grade or higher, many of which made Wang Yi's mouth water. Yet he refrained from bidding, preferring a stable existence amidst the presence of so many golden core powerhouses. Among the items was a third-tier early puppet capable of evolving to a third-tier mid-level Silver Moon Wolf King Cub, a third-tier mid-grade Qingling Fruit Seed, and a third-grade Qing Mu Chong Chun technique, items that left Wang Yi feeling envious as they slipped through his fingers. Then came item 109. One of the last pieces of the auction, Golden Condensation Pill, which could increase the chance of forming a golden core by 50%. Everyone present was aware of its significance. The starting price was 100,000 spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 1,000. Upon hearing Golden Condensation Pill, the crowd erupted in excitement. Among cultivators, there is a saying, a single golden core swallowed grants one as fate to oneself, not to heaven. Underscoring the might of the golden core stage, especially for late foundation building cultivators who were unconcerned about the presence of golden core experts and began bidding fervently. 218, 120,000, 225, 130,000, 335, 135,000. The bids continued until the price settled at 308, 198,000. After a prolonged silence, Su Dihai sensed the moment was ripe. Is there any further bidding? Room 3 to 8. Once. Room 3 to 8. Twice. Room 3 to 8. Thrice. Sold. Congratulations to the friend in room 3 to 8 for acquiring one golden condensation pill. Next came the final item, or rather a piece of news. A message from a senior who entrusted this establishment to share a free benefit with everyone at the auction. At the juncture where the Hungduan Mountains meet the sea, an ancient power's ruins have emerged, rumored to be the legacy of a transcendent being, possibly containing a condensation pill. As for the authenticity of this information, it is for each individual to determine. This establishment merely announces it, and thereafter, any dealings are beyond our concern. Thus, I declare the Wanbao auction successfully concluded. Until we meet again, dear friends. Su Dihai finished, ignoring the stunned crowd, and gracefully ascended the platform. Wang Yi was taken aback by the news. Despite having traversed through time for many years, he had never encountered matters concerning the transformation of divine beings. To hear of a relic of such magnitude appearing now was beyond his imagination, laden with both opportunities and perils. Brother, this auction is of an unprecedented caliber. The revelation of a relic of divine transformation is truly remarkable, Cheng Qian remarked. However, I fear it is not so simple. Who can predict when a relic will be unveiled? There may be grave dangers lurking within, Wang Yi cautioned. You are right, brother. Every time a relic emerges, countless lives are lost. I recall hearing that several centuries ago, a Yuan-Ing level relic appeared near the heart of the Hungduan Mountains, and the fierce competition for its treasures resulted in a veritable sea of corpses and rivers of blood. This time, with a relic of divine transformation, I suspect all the prominent figures in the Golden Core and Yuan-Ing stages will be unable to sit idly by, Cheng Qian said, his face etched with concern. It is both a blessing and a curse. The realm of cultivation may soon descend into chaos, Wang Yi lamented. As the two exited the room, they encountered Su Jian at the entrance of the hall, busily attending to departing guests. Wang Yi approached him. Brother Su, this time Wanbao Tower has truly outdone itself. Such a plethora of rare treasures. It is indeed a titan of wealth. Wang Yi exclaimed. You jest, my young friend. Most of the auctioned items were consigned by others. The headquarters contributed only a meager portion. Yet, your performance has genuinely astonished me. Su Jian replied with a smile. Brother Su, I am on the verge of foundation establishment myself. It is merely a matter of survival that compels me to take such risks. Wang Yi responded with a hint of resignation. I understand. Your boldness is commendable. Once I finish my current obligations, let us share a drink. Su Jian said. Indeed, I shall await that moment. Now, we must take our leave, Wang Yi said, bowing respectfully to Su Jian as he and Cheng Qian departed the auction house. No sooner had the two stepped outside than a voice called out from behind them. You there, stop. This young master has something to ask you. Wang Yi turned around to see a young man, approximately 1.7 meters tall, possessing the same cultivation level as himself, both at the 9th layer of Qi training. However, the young man's complexion appeared somewhat pale. Dressed in resplendent garments and holding a folding fan, he exuded an air of a flamboyant dandy. Are you calling me? Wang Yi inquired, pointing to himself. Yes, you. Come here. I have some questions for you, Chun Lingyun declared arrogantly. Do we know each other? Wang Yi asked. Little brother. This is Chun Lingyun of the Wanfa sect, a notorious second-generation heir. He relies on his grandfather, a Golden Core elder, and his brother, a prodigy, to bully others and commit all sorts of misdeeds. Be cautious, Cheng Qian warned, having recognized the individual. Seeing that someone recognized him, Chun Lingyun grew even more arrogant. Kid, were you the one who bid on 2 foundation establishment pills in room 88 on the 2nd floor? He inquired boastfully. So what if I did? And what if I didn't? Wang Yi narrowed his eyes and replied. I'll offer you 20,000 spirit stones for one, Chun Lingyun proposed. Sorry, but the foundation establishment pills I obtained are useful for me. You'll have to find another way, Wang Yi said, preparing to leave with Cheng Qian. Don't be ungrateful. My brother is Qin Lingtian, the current prodigy of the Wanfa sect. You would do well to be sensible. Once my brother arrives, you'll wish you hadn't crossed me. Chun Lingyun asserted, brandishing his fan to block Wang Yi's path. This is the Xiankong market governed by the Beast Tamer sect. Even if your brother is Chun Lingtian, he has no authority here, Cheng Qian interjected, revealing his foundation establishment cultivation. Esteemed senior, I merely wish to purchase with spirit stones. I have no intentions of stealing. Chun Lingyun faltered slightly upon realizing his opponent was a foundation establishment cultivator. My friend has stated he will not sell. Do you still wish to resort to force? Cheng Qian pressed. Of course not. My brother is on his way, and I only wish to buy the foundation establishment pills at the original price. Chun Lingyun feigned calmness. I've said I want to sell. Brother Cheng, let us go, Wang Yi insisted, not wanting to linger in this confrontation. All right, Cheng Qian replied, and the two departed. Ignoring Chun Lingyun. That brat is too arrogant. I will make him pay, Chun Lingyun muttered. Brother, what is the matter? Who did you see? Chun Lingtian approached. Nothing, brother. Just someone I've crossed paths with a few times. Chun Lingyun concealed his intentions from Chun Lingtian, planning to handle the matter himself. Focus on your training and avoid unnecessary trouble. As for the Foundation establishment pills, I'll see what I can do within the sect, Chen Lingtian advised. All right, brother. Let us go. Upon returning to their small courtyard, the two bought some food and drink from the drunken immortal tower to take back with them. Little brother. You must be cautious of Chun Lingyun. He is a second-generation heir who abuses his status under the protection of the Golden Core Elder. He often commits heinous acts, including the abduction of women. I fear he may pose a threat to you, Ching Qian warned. It's fine, brother, you know me. I seldom leave the market and devote myself to cultivation. Once he find an opportunity to target me, Wang Yi reassured him. That may be true, but the market is not entirely safe. People can disappear without a trace, and there's little we could do. If someone does intend to harm you, make a commotion. The greater the uproar, the less likely they will dare to act against you, Chang Qian suggested. Thank you for the advice, brother. I will be cautious. The two then enjoyed their drinks. The following day, upon waking, Wang Yi instinctively checked his status panel. His cultivation had reached the point of being ready to break through. Yet he had hesitated due to the lack of Foundation establishment pills. Now that he had acquired them, he prepared a second-tier low-grade gathering spirit array. And with over 40,000 spirit stones remaining, he decided to adjust his mindset before attempting the breakthrough. Over the next few days, Wang Yi cultivated a calm demeanor, diligently tending to the fields, planting dragon-scale fruit trees, and acquiring 10 corpses of late-stage first-tier snake-like demon beasts, which would sufficiently nourish the trees. He discreetly inquired with Su Jian and Cheng Qian about the key points to pay attention to during the Foundation establishment process and whether any anomalies might occur. They both confirmed that a successful breakthrough would involve a significant absorption of surrounding spiritual energy. Wang Yi also learned of a method involving the setup of a second-tier low-grade gathering spirit array surrounded by spirit stones, which, provided there was ample spiritual energy, would not disturb the surrounding energy fluctuations. His greatest concern remained the issue of the heart demon. He learned of two methods to combat it. One was the solidifying spirit incense, a second-tier low-grade consumable that, when ignited, emitted a fragrance capable of stabilizing one's consciousness and dispelling heart demons. It was a favored choice among cultivators facing bottlenecks, albeit quite costly at 3,000 spirit stones per stick. The second method involved Buddhist cultivation techniques, which were reputed to be the most effective, though the versions available on the market were all low-tier, leaving their efficacy uncertain. Ultimately, he resolved to first visit Su Jian to see if he had any solidifying spirit incense. If not, he would inquire at the Jinfa Pavilion. Chapter 26. Foundation Establishment within the Wanbao Building. Wang Yi addressed Su Jian, brother. I have come primarily to inquire about the availability of solidifying spirit incense or any items that could dispel heart demons. Little brother, what is the matter? Have you encountered a bottleneck? Su Jian asked with concern. Indeed, after reaching the 9th layer of Qi training, I feel as though my cultivation has stagnated. I plan to purchase some pills and use solidifying spirit incense as an aid. Wang Yi fabricated a pre-arranged explanation. There is no solidifying spirit incense available. It is extremely difficult to make. It is said to require a specific substance found in the belly of a gigantic demon beast from the deep sea. And even one beast may not yield a single stick. It is prohibitively expensive, with market prices exceeding 3,000 spirit stones, yet there are none to be found. As for other items to dispel heart demons, Buddhist artifacts might work. Let me see what I can find for you, Su Jian replied, stepping out to search. After a short while, Su Jian returned hastily. Little brother, I managed to find 2 Buddhist artifacts for you. This bracelet is a first-tier upper-grade artifact made from 28 Bodhi seeds. Wearing it can calm your emotions and stabilize your mind. The second item is a string of prayer beads, also a first-tier upper-grade artifact made from 108 Bodhi seeds, with effects comparable to the bracelet. The auction just concluded, so there aren't many items left in the building, Su Jian explained. Thank you, brother. I'll inquire elsewhere. How many spirit stones for these 2 artifacts? I'll try wearing them, Wang Yi responded. Just give me 1,000 spirit stones. These artifacts have been sitting for a while, so I'll sell them to you at the base price. After completing the transaction, Wang Yi exchanged a few pleasantries before leaving Wanbao Building and heading straight for Jinfa Pavilion. Please come in, fellow cultivator. What do you need? The same maid named Qin Yin greeted him at Jinfa Pavilion. I would like to inquire if you have any Buddhist techniques capable of suppressing heart demons. Wang Yi stated his request. As for Buddhist techniques, our pavilion only possesses Qi training period techniques. Those pertaining to Foundation establishment involve core Buddhist teachings and cannot be sold publicly. However, we do have a few mental techniques you may peruse. Qing Yan replied before retrieving a list of books to present to Wang Yi. Clear Heart Mantra can calm the heart and stabilize the mind, dispelling troubles and evil. Effective in suppressing heart demons. Calm Heart Mantra stabilizes the mind, free from desires, a heart like still water, undisturbed by external matters. Stabilizing Spirit Technique stabilizes the mind. Discarding distractions can resist external invasions. Wang Yi perused the introduction and found that the effects were all seemingly identical. He casually selected a heart-calming incantation and paid 1,000 spirit stones. Qing Yan retrieved a jade slip, into which Wang Yi immersed his consciousness, allowing an article to penetrate his mind. Wang Yi calculated that he had nearly completed his preparations but needed to attend to one final matter, procuring several puppets to tend to the spirit field. This seclusion for the purpose of foundation establishment could last an indeterminate period, and it would be impractical to leave the spirit field unattended, as it was essential for his livelihood. Upon arriving at the Lingyun Chamber of Commerce, he found that Lu Ruyan was absent, and he was attended to by a steward named Su Da, who appeared to be in his 50s. Wang Kaching, it is not yet the day for the payment of the formation fees. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit today? Su Da inquired. Senior Su, I wish to ask if the chamber has any puppets available, not for combat, but solely for the daily care of the spirit field, Wang Yi replied. Indeed, we have plenty of those. Follow me, and I shall guide you in selecting what you need, Su Da responded, leading Wang Yi to the area where the puppets were displayed. In the hall, a variety of puppets were arranged. The ones on the left are all daily life elemental puppets, each serving distinct purposes. This cow-shaped puppet is a first-tier low-grade plowing puppet, possessing considerable strength, specifically designed for tilling the soil. This clawed hand puppet is intended for weeding. The 3 humanoid puppets before you are all first-tier low-grade life puppets, capable of performing the spirit rain technique, the golden needle technique, and the fireball technique, Su Da elaborated. Are they capable of tending to second-tier spirit plants? Wang Yi inquired. To care for second-tier spirit plants, you would require second-tier puppets. These puppets are less cumbersome, as they consolidate all functionalities into one, proving far more effective than their first-tier counterparts and can even engage in combat. However, they come at a considerable cost. Each second-tier low-grade puppet is priced at 3,000 spirit stones. Wang Yi pondered for a moment. These spirit stones were indeed essential. Please provide me with 2 inferior second-grade puppets, he stated, producing 6,000 spirit stones. Shortly thereafter, Su Da presented 2 imposing humanoid puppets, their muscles bulging robustly, rivaling even the formidable strength of the Bear Brothers. Wang Yi had previously sold several high-quality first-tier spirit gathering arrays in batches, accumulating nearly 10,000 spirit stones. With over 40,000 spirit stones still in his storage bag, he was well equipped to embark on the foundation establishment phase. Upon returning to his small courtyard, he placed 1,000 spirit stones inside each of the 2 puppets. The second-tier low-grade life puppets consumed 2 spirit stones daily, with combat consumption calculated separately. Thus, 1,000 stones would suffice for over a year without engaging in battle. He then dripped blood onto the foreheads of the 2 puppets, which sprang to life, albeit with somewhat stiff movements. After observing them for a while, Wang Yi found himself intrigued by the puppet technique, but his primary focus remained on foundation establishment. He stationed 1 puppet in each courtyard, instructing them to diligently care for the spirit fields, and hung a closed-door sign at the entrance, allowing him to concentrate on his breakthrough. Activating the second-tier low-grade spirit gathering array, Wang Yi settled cross-legged on the mat. He retrieved 2 bottles of foundation establishment pills and placed them before him, along with 2 Buddhist talismans to adorn his person. He laid out all his spirit stones on the ground, amounting to approximately 40,000, forming a small mound. After mentally reciting the Tranquil Heart mantra and reflecting on its contents to ensure accuracy, he checked his character panel. Host, Wang Yi lifespan, 27, 120 spiritual roots, metal, wood, water, fire, earth realm, chi refinement, 9th layer, experience, 100, 100 can break through, body refinement, 9th layer, experience, 100, 100 can break through, divine sense, 9th layer, experience, 100. 100 can break through. Cultivation techniques. Xingnu technique. Proficient experience. 409, 910, 000. Golden body bone refinement technique. Proficient experience. 165, 910, 000. Divine separation technique. Proficient experience. 165, 910, 000. Formation. First tier high grade 5 elements defensive formation. Experience. 120, 510, 000. Second tier low grade spirit gathering array. Experience. 151, 410, 000. Spells. Breath holding technique. 3rd layer. Experience. 101, 010, 000. Golden sword technique. Proficient experience. 38, 010, 000. Fireball technique. Proficient experience. 128, 110, 000. Rain summoning technique. Proficient experience. 130, 710, 000. Golden needle technique. Proficient experience. 183. 610, 000. Free points. 44, 357 talent. Spiritual seed identification. Light sphere collection, placing a foundation establishment pill in his mouth and focusing his thoughts. He felt an influx of memories surge into his mind as the pull from his dantian intensified. Steadying his mind, he swallowed the pill whole. As the foundation establishment pill settled in his stomach, a torrent of spiritual energy enveloped his entire being, perfectly counterbalancing the force emanating from his dantian. After an indeterminate amount of time, Wang Yi felt an incessant tingling sensation coursing through his body, akin to countless ants biting him. He quickly steadied his mind. The pull from his dantian persisted, albeit diminished. With the effects of the Foundation Establishment pill nearing their end, he promptly consumed the second pill. Upon ingesting the second Foundation Establishment pill, the tingling sensation intensified. Gritting his teeth, he endured the discomfort while maintaining his focus, closing his eyes to circulate his cultivation technique. After what seemed like an eternity, he lost all sensation in his body, and suddenly, his consciousness plummeted. When Wang Yi opened his eyes again, he found himself amidst whizzing cars at a bustling intersection, surrounded by hurried pedestrians rushing to catch buses, while he himself was riding a mountain bike. Wasn't I attempting to break through to the Foundation Establishment phase? Could this be a dream? He muttered, bewildered. Hey, young man, the light's green. Move along and don't block the way, shouted a woman on an electric bike from behind. Sorry, I'm on my way, Wang Yi exclaimed, snapping back to reality as he pedaled forward. Upon arriving at the company, Wang Yi followed his usual routine, working, eating, clocking out, and sleeping. Yet, each time he lay in bed, an overwhelming sense of confusion washed over him, accompanied by a lingering memory that whispered he no longer belonged there. One day, while cycling to work, he found himself at the same traffic light intersection, where he witnessed a car barreling towards a young man riding a mountain bike, identical to himself. As the youth fell to the ground, his face turned toward Wang Yi, who froze in shock, for the young man bore an uncanny resemblance to him. The fallen youth coughed blood, and a few good Samaritans rushed over to apply pressure to his wounds, but it seemed futile. The young man managed a faint smile at Wang Yi and uttered, "Stay here. This is your place to live. This is your destiny," before closing his eyes. Wang Yi stood there, stunned. "Why do you look exactly like me? If you are Wang Yi, then who am I?" he murmured. Suddenly, a cool sensation surged from his wrist and neck towards his brain, as countless memories flooded back into his consciousness. Wang Yi immediately began to recite the heart-purifying incantation. After repeating it several times, he finally confirmed that he had just undergone a trial of the heart's demons and returned to Earth. However, the terrifying visage of death still lingered in his mind, causing an unsettling anxiety within him. Steadying his spirit, he turned his attention inward to his dantian. There, he beheld a vast expanse of purple, with strands of pure spiritual energy coursing throughout, radiating from his dantian to nourish his entire body, enriching his meridians and skeletal structure. The density of his meridians, bones, and muscles was incomparably greater than during his chi training phase, filling him with an abundance of strength. While his spiritual awareness had significantly heightened, allowing him to perceive everything outside the courtyard with clarity. As Wang Yi regained his composure, an overwhelming stench suddenly assaulted his nostrils, sending a shock of alarm through him. Had someone died in his home? Just as he was about to rise and investigate, he noticed a sticky substance on his body. Looking down, he was instantly repulsed. After establishing his foundation, Wang Yi's body had undergone a cleansing process, expelling a substantial amount of impurities and dirty blood through his pores, which clung to his skin and seeped into his clothing. He hurried to the small pond in the courtyard, stripped off his clothes, and tossed them aside. With a swift fireball spell, he ignited them before leaping naked into the pond, scrubbing vigorously. After a good half hour, he finally emerged from the murky water, which reeked of a foul odor. Fortunately, there were no fish or shrimp in the pond. Otherwise, Wang Yi would have faced a significant loss. After changing into clean clothes, he surveyed the condition of his small courtyard. The puppet had been diligently working, and the foundational rice was thriving. The heavenly spirit fruit trees and amethyst grapes were growing normally as well. Upon entering the house to examine the quantity of spirit stones consumed during this foundational establishment, he discovered a small pile remaining, amounting to nearly 10,000 spirit stones. This meant he had utilized 2 foundational elixirs and close to 30,000 spirit stones. Indeed, establishing a foundation was no simple feat. The resources required were something a casual cultivator could scarcely accumulate in a lifetime. However, the prospect of living for 200 more years brought him joy, alleviating his initial concern over the resource expenditure. Chapter 27. Joining the Beastmaster sect, he checked the spirit stones within the puppet, noting there were still 830 stones left. This indicated that he had used 170 spirit stones over 85 days to successfully establish his foundation. 3 months was not an extensive period, significantly shorter than the half-year taken by Cheng Qian. Wang Yi, suppressing his cultivation to the 9th level of qi refinement with the Lianqi Ju, opened his interface and discovered that both the Qingmu Gong and Finshin Ju, being first-grade techniques, had turned gray, indicating their ineffectiveness for the foundation establishment stage. The Jinshin Duangu Ju was still available as a foundation establishment technique. Noticing he had over 40,000 free points, he resolutely allocated 999 points to elevate the Jinshin Duangu Ju to mastery level. He also invested 795 points into the second-tier lower-grade 5 elements defensive array, resulting in Jinshin Duangu Ju, Foundation Establishment Edition, Mastery, Experience 1, 100,000, and second-tier lower-grade 5 elements defensive array, experience 100,000, leaving him with 563 free points. Upon unlocking the restrictions, several communication talismans flew in. Wang Yi examined them one by one. One was from Cheng Qian, inquiring about Wang Yi's whereabouts. Noting that he had knocked, but received no answer. Su Jian had similar questions, and there was also a message from the Lingyun Chamber of Commerce, asking why he had not come to collect materials for crafting the spirit-gathering array. Even a communication talisman from Lu Ruyan was among them, to which Wang Yi responded accordingly. Next, he contemplated how to acquire cultivation techniques of second grade or higher. Currently, he could think of only two methods. First, to visit the Zhenfa Pavilion for inquiries, though foundation establishment techniques were not common and would likely be costly. With his current resources of less than 10,000, he found himself lacking. The second option was to join a sect, but that would involve numerous obligations and the loss of personal freedom due to sect rules. After weighing his options for a considerable time without arriving at a third solution, he decided to set it aside for the time being. In the afternoon at his courtyard, Cheng Qian arrived after receiving Wang Yi's message. What have you been up to these past 2 months? The door has been marked with a closed sign. I thought you had secretly ventured into the divine transformation ruins. Wang Yi replied with resignation. It's just that I encountered a bottleneck. After 2 months of closed-door cultivation, I finally broke through, and now that I've emerged, I sent you a message. You broke through to the 9th level of Qi refinement in just over a year. That is impressive. Some people face bottlenecks and never overcome them in their lifetime. Cheng Qian exclaimed enviously. Indeed, I did manage to break through with the help of some items I bought from Wanbeilu, but I must admit my aptitude is rather poor. I only consumed a rare fruit, which may have lost its effectiveness. Wang Yi began to weave a tale. Don't worry, you're still young. You'll soon establish your foundation. Once you succeed, even with poor aptitude, you could live for 200 years. Wang Yi acknowledged. I feel the effects of that rare fruit have diminished. But I am nearing the peak of Qi refinement, so the foundation establishment stage is not far off. By the way, has there been any news regarding the divine transformation ruins in the past 2 months? You're fortunate to emerge just in time, otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see me in a few days. The sect is organizing personnel to venture into the divine transformation ruins. Cheng Qian clarified. After the auction news spread, it stirred the interest of various factions, including the righteous and demonic paths, as well as hidden rogue cultivators of the nascent soul stage. A conflict nearly broke out, but in the end, it was decided that only those below the golden core stage would be allowed entry. The sect has indicated that this divine transformation ruins is a legacy site protected by formidable formations, permitting only those below the golden core level to enter. Thus, various sects are dispatching foundation establishment disciples to explore, hoping to obtain the divine transformation legacy. Within, opportunities and dangers coexist. It is said there are rare spiritual herbs, divine weapons, and even extinct beasts. The greatest peril lies in the conflicts between the sects and the righteous and demonic paths, Cheng Qian detailed. Such peril. Has anyone obtained the legacy? Wang Yi inquired. In the past 3 months, the Beastmaster sect sent 2 groups of disciples, with a survival rate of barely 1 in 10, suffering significant losses. However, some treasures have been retrieved. I heard one senior brother acquired a 5th-tier rare medicinal herb, and he was personally recruited by the sect's nascent soul ancestor, a meteoric rise. Cheng Qian expressed with envy. You're dreaming if you think that's a good idea. A survival rate of 1 in 10 is akin to courting death. Wang Yi countered. You don't understand. Opportunity and danger coexist. Moreover, the sect has issued a very generous recruitment order. Just surviving the entry will earn you 10,000 contribution points, with even greater rewards for retrieved items. It's worth the risk. Cheng Qian explained nonchalantly. Well, if you choose to go, I can't stop you. I can only hope you return safely. Just a moment. Let me buy some food and drink to send you off, Wang Yi said hastily as he rushed out, walking through the bustling streets. Wang Yi was taken aback by the sheer number of people. When did it get so crowded? He murmured. He quickly purchased food and drink from the Zui Stinlu. Brother, why is the market so packed? Wang Yi asked upon returning. It's all due to the divine transformation ruins commotion. The Beastmaster sect is situated just west of the ruins. To enter, most cultivators must pass through this area to resupply before venturing deeper into the Hongduan Mountains. Even if one takes the sea route, they must pass through here. So it's quite tumultuous lately. You should venture out less, Cheng Qian advised. Yes, but brother, with so many people in Xiankong Market, will there be any trouble? Wang Yi questioned. You worry too much. Although the Beastmaster sect has dispatched many cultivators, the Golden Core elders remain in the sect, and the Qi refinement disciples are still present. After all, Xiankong Market is primarily managed by the Beastmaster sect. If any trouble arises, the elders will intervene promptly, making it safer now than before, Cheng Qian reassured him. That's good to hear. Cheers, brother. May you seize this opportunity and soar to great heights. Wang Yi raised his cup and toasted with Cheng Qian. Brother, I wish to inquire how one acquires foundation establishment techniques. I'm on the verge of establishing my foundation, and if I succeed, I worry the subsequent techniques will not keep pace. Wang Yi broached the subject after they had been drinking for a while. You think far ahead. Most quality foundation establishment techniques are monopolized by sects, making it extremely difficult for rogue cultivators to acquire them. Your options are either to join a sect or to rely on chance. As for the Jinfa Pavilion, it likely only holds incomplete techniques, making it quite troublesome to modify later, and I'm unsure if there are any side effects, Cheng Qian replied thoughtfully. This monopoly really makes it hard for rogue cultivators. Wang Yi lamented. Being a rogue cultivator is inherently challenging. I advise you to find a sect to join. If you'd like, I can help you gain entry into the Beastmaster sect, Cheng Qian suggested. With my poor aptitude, would I even be able to join? Wang Yi inquired. Don't worry, I can pull some strings to arrange for you to become an outer disciple. Once you successfully establish your foundation, you'll naturally be promoted to an inner disciple. Cheng Qian assured him. What will happen to my spiritual field here? Wang Yi asked. No problem, you can continue to tend to it normally. However, you must complete sect tasks on time, otherwise, there will be severe penalties. Failing to complete 3 tasks will result in the forfeiture of your cultivation and expulsion from the sect, Cheng Qian warned. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, brother. Wang Yi ultimately acquiesced to the sect's monopoly. 2 days later, Cheng Qian returned to Wang Yi's courtyard. Brother, it's settled. Come, I will take you into the sect. This is the spirit beast pouch given to outer disciples, which can store items and spirit beasts. However, you must be cautious. If you place other items in it alongside spirit beasts, they may be damaged. Inside is a sect token for outer disciples. Keep it safe. It not only symbolizes your identity, but also allows for free entry into the sect's great formations, as well as access to contribution point information and other functionalities. I have prepared a first-tier upper-grade flying artifact, an individual flying boat, since I know you dislike conflict. Additionally, I have a set of robes for you. Outer disciples receive first-tier upper-grade robes embedded with prohibitions for dust removal, stain prevention, and rain protection, along with 50 spirit stones as a monthly allowance for outer disciples. Upon entering the small courtyard, Cheng Qian took Wang Yi by the hand and said, Thank you, my dear brother. The initial rewards are quite generous. What shall we do next? Wang Yi exclaimed with delight. First, we must head to the registration office for outer disciples to record our personal information. After that, I shall guide you to select your accommodation among the outer disciples, and then we will proceed to the technique pavilion to study our techniques, Cheng Qian replied with confidence. The two soon arrived at the UB sect, where an entrance was located just north of the market. A few disciples of the UB sect stood guard there. Cheng Qian and Wang Yi presented their sect tokens, channeling their spiritual energy. A beam of light emitted from the gate's formation, displaying, Inner Disciple Cheng Qian, access granted, followed by an image of Cheng Qian. However, Wang Yi's token displayed a blank slate, indicating that he was not yet registered. Please check your information before entering. The disciples of the UB sect turned their attention to Cheng Qian, standing at attention and saluting, Uncle Master. One disciple, clearly the leader of the group and at the 9th level of Qi refinement, approached Cheng Qian. Uncle Master, you have returned. Who is this person? The token shows no information. I must conduct a routine inquiry. Jiangli, this is my newly recruited outer disciple Wang Yi. He has yet to register, but we shall attend to that immediately. Oh, a disciple personally recruited by you, Uncle Master? Then please, enter. Not quite. He is my brother. I kindly ask everyone to take care of him. Upon hearing that Wang Yi was Cheng Qian's brother, the disciples immediately showed respect, saying in unison, Greetings, Brother Wang. Greetings. Esteemed brothers, Wang Yi replied with a respectful gesture. Under Cheng Qian's guidance, Wang Yi smoothly completed the registration process, thus becoming an outer disciple of the UB sect. Subsequently, Cheng Qian led Wang Yi to a small courtyard, covering an area of 1 mu, modest, yet free of charge. The courtyard was equipped with defensive and illusion formations, which, upon activation after moving in, would ensure that the property belonged solely to Wang Yi, barring any intrusion by others. The two then proceeded to the technique pavilion, where an elderly man sat at the entrance, his cultivation level indiscernible, eyes closed as he dozed in a rocking chair. Old Wu, you are napping. I have come to see you, bringing the drunken immortal brew from the drunken immortal pavilion, especially for you, Cheng Qian announced. You rascal. How long has it been since you last visited? You come bearing gifts with ulterior motives. Speak. What do you want? Old Wu teased. Hee Old Wu. This is my little brother who has just entered the sect. He wishes to study techniques, and I respectfully ask for your assistance, Cheng Qian replied flatteringly. Oh, let me take a look. Not bad, quite young. Ah, very well, you may enter. The beast control technique can be studied on the 2nd floor, where you will find the foundational level. As for spells, you may choose freely, but only one, and you must return within 2 hours. Old Wu said after scanning Wang Yi with his spiritual sense. Thank you, Old Wu. Wang Yi bowed and then entered the technique pavilion. Old Wu is unusually agreeable today. To be able to study the foundational level, it was my understanding that one could only learn the Qi refinement level at this stage. Could it be that my charm has swayed Old Wu? Cheng Qian mused to himself, feeling quite proud. Meanwhile, Old Wu took a sip of the drunken immortal brew, closed his eyes, and resumed his sun-soaked slumber, Yet his spiritual sense remained vigilant, observing the happenings within the technique pavilion. Upon entering, Wang Yi was taken aback by the sheer number of bookshelves before him, an expanse so vast that it seemed to stretch into infinity, his consciousness unable to discern its limits. Within this grand space, rows of bookshelves stood in meticulous arrangement, each bearing a label. There existed a section for first-tier cultivation methods, an area for spells, neatly categorized into the elements of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, wind, and thunder. Additionally, there were areas dedicated to body forging, weapon refinement, alchemy, and various other arts of cultivation. He first approached the inheritance crystal pertaining to the beast mastery techniques chi training segment, placing his hand upon a spherical orb of light. An abundance of information flooded his mind, revealing that the beast mastery technique was a fifth-tier cultivation method, capable of advancing to the initial stages of the fusion period. However, this repository only contained teachings relevant to the chi training phase, allowing advancement merely to the nascent stages of foundation establishment. After a considerable time, Wang Yi opened his eyes, his gaze brimming with wonder. He then ventured to the spell section, casually flipping through several tomes, only to find them to be rudimentary first-tier spells, prompting him to abandon that pursuit. Ascending to the second floor, he discovered a collection similar to that of the first, albeit less overwhelming in quantity. He first sought out the inheritance crystal for the foundation establishment phase of the beast mastery technique, placing his hand upon it. His consciousness traversed his arm into the crystal, where he found that the teachings for the foundation establishment phase were significantly more extensive than those for the chi training phase, yet the insights into cultivation were markedly fewer. After what felt like an eternity, Wang Yi slowly opened his eyes, excitement flickering within them. Ah, how fortunate it is to belong to a sect where one need not fret over the intricacies of cultivation methods, with the wisdom of predecessors to serve as a guiding reference, he murmured to himself. Wang Yi still had the opportunity to select a spell, with over an hour remaining, so he began to wander about the second floor. He perused the 8 elemental spells of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, wind, and thunder, casually examining a few tomes and their descriptions. Yet he could not find a spell that resonated with him. He then ventured to the section of incomplete spells, where he found shelves brimming with various fragmented memory jade slips, torn papers, bamboo strips, and other damaged artifacts. Li Tian, Sword Path spell. The total number of techniques remains unspecified, containing 3 forms. The first form, falling petals. The second form, spirit surge. The third form, water severance, with subsequent content lost. Entwining technique. A wood attribute spell that can hasten the growth of plant vines, controlling them in battle, retaining only the nurturing aspect, with the combat control techniques missing. The vines produced can survive for a maximum of 1 hour. Vermilion bird technique. A fire attribute transformation spell that allows one to condense the illusion of the vermilion bird, controlling its battle, retaining only the condensation technique and the first skill for control, while other skills are lost. Breeding and spirit attachment technique. A doppelganger technique that utilizes spiritual awareness in conjunction with a seal to inhabit a spiritual seed, forming a method of creating duplicates, retaining only the breeding and attachment spells, with the methods for returning the spirit and subsequent content lost. Caution is advised in cultivation. Stone solidification puppet technique. An earth attribute spell that can solidify stones into a rock giant puppet to assist in battle, retaining only half of the incantation, rendering it impossible to cultivate further. Chapter 28. Farewell. Wang Yi, glancing at the remaining minutes, hesitated for a moment before picking up the tattered bamboo slip detailing the breeding spirit technique and stepping outside. Cheng Qian remained respectfully standing, while old Wu continued to doze in his rocking chair. Ah, my younger brother has emerged. Which spell have you chosen? Cheng Qian greeted as Wang Yi appeared. This one, Wang Yi replied, presenting the bamboo slip. A fragmented technique. I have encountered this spell before. Once the spirit is parasitized, it cannot return to its original body, and the spiritual seed is exceedingly fragile. It resembles an alternative form of possession. Are you certain you wish to abandon your humanity? Cheng Qian remarked incredulously. I have a keen interest in spiritual plants, and this aligns perfectly with my studies. I may not necessarily cultivate it, Wang Yi explained. That is your prerogative. I was once intrigued by it as well, but decisively abandoned the pursuit after further inquiry, Cheng Qian recounted. Old Wu, I have selected this. Could you please make a copy for me? Wang Yi handed the tattered bamboo slip to Wu Gang. You have chosen this. This slip has been copied only a few times. I will grant it to you. However, be warned, this technique is incomplete, and once the spirit is parasitized, it cannot return to its original form. The body will decay, and the spirit will dissipate. Use it sparingly and with caution, Old Wu advised, taking the slip and casting a spell to lift the seal before returning it to Wang Yi. Thank you, Old Wu. I shall exercise utmost caution in employing this technique. Wang Yi responded with a respectful gesture. The two exchanged formalities before departing. What an intriguing young fellow. Concealing his true cultivation level, merely having established a foundation. His techniques are balanced and harmonious, his blood vitality robust, his spirit formidable, and his bone age not considerable, old Wu mused, his eyes sparkling with insight before he closed them again to resume his slumber. After bidding farewell to Qingqian, Wang Yi returned to the small courtyard of the sect. This humble abode, bestowed upon him by the sect, was nestled halfway up the mountain, with a branch of a first-grade spiritual vein flowing beneath the ground. The courtyard encompassed an acre of land, designated for the use of the residing disciples. Wang Yi intends to cultivate an entire acre of amethyst grapes in his small courtyard, while the surrounding 8 acres of fertile land will suffice for planting spirit rice. Dedicating this acre solely to amethyst grapes will expedite the enhancement of the spiritual gathering formation. He first ventured to the marketplace to procure 100 seeds of amethyst grapes, ample for planting the specified acre, alongside 200 first-tier spirit wood pieces to construct trellises for the grapevines. The total expenditure amounted to 3,000 spirit stones, leaving approximately 6,000 stones in his storage pouch. Upon returning to the small courtyard, he observed that everything was in order, with the puppet diligently overseeing the spirit field. Within 2 days at the sect's courtyard, he successfully planted all 100 amethyst grape seeds, erecting a spirit wood post beside each seed and connecting them to create a structure akin to a greenhouse. Given that the spiritual land in his courtyard was of first-tier high quality, there was no need to set up a spiritual gathering formation, saving him some expenses. Once these tasks were completed, he found himself with leisure time. He retrieved a second-tier low-grade spiritual gathering formation from his storage pouch and placed 1,000 spirit stones into it. Reflecting on the beast-taming technique in his mind, he realized that to practice this technique, he first needed to amend his cultivation method. The previous greenwood technique was merely a rudimentary method, requiring conversion to the beast-taming technique of the qi refinement stage for smoother cultivation. Fortunately, having reached the foundation establishment stage, Wang Yi found it relatively straightforward to revise the qi refinement technique, successfully accomplishing this in just 5 days. He then took out a fragmented bamboo slip detailing the seed cultivation and soul binding technique, meticulously studying its contents. The slip recorded that the technique comprises 4 parts: cultivation, soul binding, soul returning, and transformation. Cultivation involves infusing the spirit seed with one's soul, nurturing it to foster a harmonious property alignment between the seed and the soul, with the duration of cultivation extending according to the seed's grade. Soul binding requires the application of a special seal to enable the soul to inhabit the spirit seed. This process is only deemed complete when the soul fully occupies the seed, after which normal cultivation may proceed. Soul returning allows for the soul to transition freely between the body and the spirit seed using specific seals. Transformation, occurring post-successful soul binding, employs unique seals to morph the spiritual plant to resemble its original form. However, due to the loss of the seals pertaining to soul returning and transformation, this technique, which could be considered a method of creating a doppelganger, has diminished in value. The soul's parasitism within the spirit seed renders the seed exceedingly fragile. It is likely that even a newly initiated qi refinement practitioner could easily destroy it. Moreover, the lengthy growth process, devoid of supervision, leaves it vulnerable to being crushed underfoot or sat upon, both of which are entirely plausible outcomes. After Wang Yi memorized 2 types of incantations. He practiced them once and then opened the interface to check. He saw that the breeding spirit technique had appeared on the panel. After a moment of hesitation, he allocated 9,999 points each to the beast control technique and the breeding spirit technique. Beast control technique, foundation establishment volume, mastery experience, 1, 100, 000. Breeding spirit technique, fragment, mastery experience, 1, 100, 000. Instantly, the memories associated with both techniques surged into his mind. Fortunately, Wang Yi's spiritual awareness was strong. 9 orbs of spiritual consciousness operated simultaneously within his mind. After a brief period, he fully absorbed all the memories and gained an even deeper understanding of the 2 techniques, as if he had practiced them countless times. Regaining his composure, Wang Yi noted that he still had 5,565 free points left, and he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. After painstakingly accumulating points for more than 2 years, he was reluctant to spend them. Yet they vanished in an instant. Looking at the long string of zeros behind the experience required for the foundation establishment technique made his head spin. He wondered how long it would take to level up and sighed despondently. In truth, upon seeing the breeding spirit technique, a bold idea emerged in Wang Yi's mind. After cultivating the divine separation technique, which divided his spiritual awareness into 9 parts, this spell required a form of spiritual parasitism. If he used 1 orb of spiritual consciousness for parasitism, even if it failed, he would only lose that orb, avoiding death. Wang Yi felt it was worth trying. With a thought, he retrieved 2 wooden boxes from his storage bag, which contained the soul-devouring beehive tree spirit seed and the fiery red lotus spirit seed. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to experiment with the soul-devouring beehive tree spirit seed. Compared to the fiery red lotus, the former was safer. The red lotus flame within the fiery red lotus was exceedingly dangerous, and any misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Therefore, he did not plan to cultivate the fiery red lotus until he had sufficient strength. Extracting the soul-devouring beehive tree spirit seed from its box, he observed its deep, pitch-black hue. According to the bamboo slip, he needed to inscribe a seal, while simultaneously channeling his spiritual awareness to absorb the spirit seed into his sea of consciousness, enveloping it with an orb of auxiliary spiritual awareness. As he executed the incantation, countless runic seals entered his sea of consciousness, imprinting upon the spirit seed. Time slipped away, and after an indeterminate duration, when he finished the final rune, his mana was nearly depleted. He withdrew his hand and gazed at the spirit seed within his sea of consciousness, which was now surrounded by golden runes. According to the bamboo slip, he only needed to inscribe once a month, but he was uncertain when he would succeed. It was recorded that first-grade inferior spirit seeds required a month for success, while third-grade superior spirit seeds demanded a significantly longer duration. 5 days later, Wang Yi hurried to the square where the disciples of the beast control sect had gathered, quickly locating the prepared Qing Qian among the hundreds of people. "Brother, I have come to see you off," Wang Yi said reluctantly. "Thank you, little brother. Only you remember my departure today. You must cultivate diligently. When I return, let us indulge in a hearty drink." Qing Qian replied with bravado. Yes, yes. Take care while you are away, brother. I don't have much to offer, but let me gift you a set of 5 elements defensive array. It may come in handy during your journey, Wang Yi said as he summoned an array plate from his storage bag with a flick of his spiritual awareness. Little brother, you are too kind. I can't accept this, Qing Qian began, thinking it was a first-grade array plate that would not benefit him much. But upon realizing it was a second-grade array plate, he was immediately taken aback. Brother, you don't want it? Very well, I shall retrieve it, Wang Yi teased, noticing Qing Qian's stunned expression. Wait, little brother, I do want it. I thought it was a first-grade array, Qing Qian exclaimed, hastily taking it from Wang Yi. You are so generous, casually giving away a second-grade array. Where did this come from? Qing Qian inquired, examining the second-grade array plate. I just acquired it a few days ago. It's of no use to me in the marketplace right now, given the dangers you face. It would be more suitable for you, Wang Yi replied. Thank you, little brother. I will definitely find you some rare spirit seeds in the future, Qing Qian promised, already envisioning future possibilities. Suddenly, a bell tolled, echoing as several figures appeared on the platform ahead. Little brother, the one in the center is our beast control sect's leader, Meng Qingsong, at the late stage of Golden Core. The most formidable beast under his command is a late-stage third-grade white tiger, possessing immense strength. The elders beside him are all Golden Core cultivators, here to boost morale, Qing Qian transmitted to Wang Yi. Silence. This expedition to the ruins presents both opportunities and dangers. Both righteous and demonic factions will participate. Disciples are prohibited from engaging in private conflicts. We must unite as one, assisting each other in contributing to the prosperity of our beast control sect. As disciples of the beast control sect, we must possess the courage to defy the heavens and fight for our lives. The sect will provide each participating disciple with a second-grade mid-level spirit artifact, hoping that all disciples seize great opportunities and elevate our sect's reputation, Meng Qingsong proclaimed, sweeping his hand in a grand gesture as hundreds of items soared to the Foundation establishment disciples present. What a grand gesture. He offers hundreds of second-grade mid-level spirit artifacts at once, Wang Yi remarked to Qing Qian, eyeing the second-grade mid-level round shield before Qing Qian. The sect leader has indeed gone all out. This expedition has attracted many from both righteous and demonic paths, Qing Qian replied. Disciples, let us set forth and elevate our sect's prestige, Meng Qingsong shouted, signaling to the elder beside him. The elder glanced at him, then waved his hand, releasing a mid-stage third-grade giant python from a spirit beast bag. The python grew rapidly, reaching several hundred meters in length within moments. Wang Yi had once encountered in Atome a creature known as the golden python, possessing a faint lineage of dragon blood, capable of reaching the third tier in adulthood. Upon witnessing this, the crowd promptly unleashed their flying artifacts, channeling their magical energies as they ascended towards the massive serpent. Brother, I shall take my leave. Take care, Qing Qian declared, releasing his flying sword and soaring into the air. Take care and return safely, Wang Yi responded with a respectful clasp of his fists. After bidding farewell to Qing Qian, Wang Yi returned to the tranquility of his daily life, indulging in tea, tending to his spiritual plants, and diligently practicing his cultivation. He also remembered to visit the Ling Tian merchants monthly to procure materials for crafting formations, now able to collect an additional share, though the resources were dwindling. Life passed by peacefully. 10 months later, in the courtyard of Wang Yi's workshop, Wang Yi reclined comfortably in a rocking chair, basking in the warm embrace of the sun. For the past 10 months, his existence had been akin to that of an outsider, untouched by the affairs of the sect, as no one had sought his presence. He continued to reside in a modest courtyard within the marketplace, occasionally visiting the sect's small garden to observe the growth of the amethyst grapes. Qing Qian had been absent for 10 months, having ventured into the spirit transformation ruins, with not a whisper of news returning. During his sporadic visits to taverns, he had heard tales of the ruins' ferocity, where various factions clashed incessantly, Even the beasts of the Hungduan Mountains were rumored to be embroiled in the chaos. Thus far, no one had been reported to have acquired the spirit transformation legacy. It was said that the ruins were vast, resembling a miniature world, and upon entry, one was randomly transported to different regions. The known areas included the 8 elemental domains: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, wind, and thunder, each fraught with peril, peculiar restrictions, and the remnants of bizarre beasts and rare botanical spirits. Both the righteous and demonic beings suffered tremendous losses. There were whispers of individuals stumbling upon great fortunes. One disciple from the demonic corpse sect reportedly discovered an incorruptible corpse, which, upon submission to his sect, elevated him to the rank of core disciple. Chapter 29. Tasks and Mosquito Beasts. On this particular day, Wang Yi felt a tremor from the sect token within his storage bag, prompting him to sit up abruptly. With his consciousness probing into the bag, he retrieved the token of the Beast Master sect. Channeling his spiritual energy, a luminous screen materialized upon the token. Wang Yi, outer disciple of the Beast Master sect, has joined the sect for 10 months. Please report to the task hall within 2 months to receive and complete a sect mission. Failure to do so will result in a failed task for the year. Accumulating 3 failures will lead to the forfeiture of cultivation and expulsion from the sect. Alas, I nearly overlooked this, Wang Yi realized, recalling Cheng Qian's words regarding the mandatory tasks for sect disciples. With a sense of urgency, he made his way to the sect. Upon entering the Beast Master sect, he casually inquired about the location of the task hall from a fellow disciple, who regarded him with incredulity before informing him that the sect token contained a map. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Wang Yi scratched his head and expressed his gratitude. He then opened the map within the token, pinpointed the task hall, and hurried there. Upon arriving at the task hall, he found only a handful of disciples present. About 10 individuals seated on benches in the lobby. On the northern wall, 2 large screens displayed an array of task information. The left screen listed tasks for outer disciples, abundant in detail, while the right screen, reserved for inner disciples, contained only a few entries. At the bottom of the screen sat a 9th layer Qi refinement disciple, dozing at a table. Wang Yi chose a seat and surveyed the information on the left screen. Outer disciple tasks, rescue mission, the Zhao family. A Qi refinement family under the jurisdiction of the Beastmaster sect has encountered strange occurrences with individuals mysteriously disappearing at night. Assistance is requested, requiring 1 to 5 personnel, with a contribution reward of 100 points. Escort mission. Disciple Li Hua of the Beastmaster sect was killed in the righteous demonic conflict. The sect offers a compensation of 20,000 spirit stones and a token for the escort of his remains back to his family, requiring 1 to 5 personnel, with a contribution reward of 100 points. Bounty task. Demonic figures have been frequently harassing various regions within the sect's territory, collecting the heads of demonic Qi refinement practitioners, accompanied by a recording stone, will yield 10 task points. Seeking task. The Alchemy Hall of the Beastmaster sect is requesting the retrieval of soul nurturing wood. Providing first grade soul nurturing wood will earn 100 contribution points, second grade 1,000 points, and third grade 10,000 points. Those providing credible information will also receive half of the contribution points. Wang Yi perused the myriad tasks for a considerable time. Some involved vanquishing the demon guardians. Others entailed delivering items, and there were also bounties for medicinal herbs and ores. At last, he discovered a piece of information that piqued his interest. The Beastmaster sect's Alchemy Hall was seeking a low-grade second-tier foundational herb, moonlight grass, and the provider would be rewarded with 500 contribution points, with the task being repeatable. Similarly, the Alchemy Hall was also in search of a low-grade second-tier foundational herb, sunflower, offering the same rewards. I can undertake one of these tasks to fulfill my annual obligations, Wang Yi contemplated. I must inquire about the exchange rate for these contribution points. Approaching the task platform, he noticed the attendant was still dozing. He gently tapped the table and presented 2 spirit stones. What is it? Oh, it's junior brother, the attendant remarked, slightly roused. Contribution points? You can check the items available for exchange on the sect's token. Initially irked by the interruption, the attendant's demeanor shifted upon seeing the spirit stones. Ah, thank you. I wish to undertake the moonlight grass task. What must I do? Junior brother, just hand me the token. Are you ready to submit the task item now? Yes, I am prepared to submit it. With that, Wang Yi retrieved a moonlight grass from his storage pouch and placed it on the table. Very well, junior brother, please wait a moment while I process this. Shortly thereafter, the attendant returned the token to Wang Yi. Thank you, senior brother. Wang Yi expressed his gratitude as he received the token. It's nothing. Should you wish to undertake any tasks, feel free to come find me. All right, thank you, senior brother. After another round of thanks, Wang Yi exited the task hall. Channeling his spiritual energy into the token, a luminous screen materialized, displaying current annual task, completed task points, 500 exchangeable items, foundation pill, 15,000 points. Spirit gathering pill, 1, 500 points, true essence pill, 3, 500 points. Spirit Nourishing Pill, 1, 500 points. Wang Yi casually glanced at the exchange items, discovering a plethora of options, including elixirs, magical artifacts, materials, and spirit beast eggs. The exchange rate for spirit stones was remarkably favorable at 1, allowing for purchases with task points, which indeed rendered the items considerably more affordable. Wang Yi, upon glancing above, even beheld the staggering figure of 100,000 points for the second-tier foundational cultivation technique. Yet, the lengthy string of zeros that followed plunged him into despair. After a prolonged examination, he realized that a mere 500 points could scarcely procure even the slightest fragment of a second-tier item, while first-tier goods held little utility for him, rendering any exchange unnecessary. Wang Yi had initially joined the sect solely to learn martial arts techniques, paying little heed to the significance of the token. It was only during the task handover that he began to take notice of it. The sect's token not only served as a symbol of identity, but also contained various information, such as the sect's regulations and data retrieval protocols. Upon reviewing the sect's rules, Wang Yi found them to be quite straightforward: prohibitions against private duels, safeguarding the sect's interests, and prioritizing the sect above all else. Toward the end, he discovered a benefit for outer disciples: the opportunity to receive a spirit beast pouch, a magical artifact, 50 spirit stones monthly, a first-tier superior robe, and the chance to select a spirit beast from the spirit beast secret realm. When Wang Yi read the last item, he paused. I have yet to select a spirit beast. How could a disciple of the Beastmaster sect be without one? I would become the subject of ridicule, he murmured to himself. Activating the map function on the token, he located the spirit beast secret realm, and, having confirmed the position, he summoned his flying vessel and set off. Senior brother, I am a newly initiated disciple seeking a spirit beast from the secret realm. Wang Yi addressed the guarding disciple at the entrance, who was at the 9th level of Qi refinement, and presented 2 spirit stones. You are too courteous, junior brother. With your 9th level Qi refinement cultivation, you are eligible to enter the Qi refinement period secret realm, which is home to many first-tier spirit beasts, many of exceptional quality. I advise you to search patiently, as you have a span of 12 hours. The token will issue a warning as the time approaches, and you must exit promptly. Exceeding the allotted time will result in a deduction of contribution points. You may only bring back 1 spirit beast for each additional one. A fee of 300 contribution points will be required. Wang Yi sighed inwardly, remarking on the boundless advantages that spiritual stones afforded. Thank you, senior brother, I understand now, he expressed with a respectful gesture of gratitude. Subsequently, the guardian disciple activated the formation, and Wang Yi stepped inside. Upon entry, he beheld a realm teeming with verdant flora and vibrant life. In comparison to his previous existence, no natural oxygen bar could rival this splendor. Wang Yi inhaled deeply, reveling in the earthy fragrance that permeated the air, and marveled at the sight before him. In the distance, an assortment of extraordinary spiritual beasts frolicked, towering giants resembling mountains, alongside minuscule ants no larger than blades of grass. The environment was indeed remarkable, with the ants surpassing those of Earth in size. Extending his consciousness, Wang Yi observed diligent ants scurrying about, each the size of a palm. As he ventured forth, he encountered a myriad of wondrous creatures, each more astonishing than the last. Wang Yi, typically a recluse, had only seen such beings within the pages of books. Now, witnessing them alive, he confidently navigated this realm with the prowess afforded by his foundational cultivation stage. He playfully petted the head of a black tiger and stroked the fur of a white giant wolf, thoroughly enjoying the experience. The spiritual beasts, intimidated by the aura of his foundational stage, submitted to his whims without resistance. As he continued onward, the descriptions from his readings regarding spiritual pets came to life. Gnashing rabbit, with a fearsome appearance, adorned with sharp teeth and a tempestuous temperament. Its precious fur could be fashioned into spiritual garments. A carnivorous creature, it can grow to the mid-stage of the first tier. Emerald-eyed tiger, with glowing green eyes capable of discerning the supernatural, it possesses the ability to suppress malevolent spirits. Its eyes can be utilized as materials for spiritual vision spells, reaching a maximum growth of the mid-stage of the second tier. Howling moon silver wolf. Entirely white and remarkably swift, the wolf king commands the pack and, during a full moon night, can absorb lunar energy to double its combat prowess, capable of reaching the late stage of the second tier. Crimson fire monkey. Its body is enveloped in red fur, advancing by absorbing the power of terrestrial fire. It favors fire-attributed spiritual objects and can brew red fire wine, significantly accelerating the absorption rate of fire-attributed spiritual energy during the late stages of Qi cultivation. It is exceedingly rare, with a maximum growth potential of the early stage of the second tier. Wang Yi gradually ventured deeper into the wilderness, encountering a myriad of mystical beasts, all of which were subdued by his foundational cultivation pressure, rendering them hesitant to act recklessly. Time seemed to stretch endlessly as he witnessed countless rare and extraordinary creatures, yet none seemed to align with his expectations. Suddenly, his spiritual awareness detected a commotion ahead. A throng of beasts, numbering in the hundreds, was in full flight. He swiftly summoned his flying vessel, ascending into the air while simultaneously suppressing his own aura to advance forward. Before long, the scene before him came into focus. Numerous spirit beasts were galloping in unison, their ranks primarily comprised of low-level creatures, mostly at the early stage of the first tier, with only a few reaching the mid-tier. At the rear of the herd, a streak of black luminescence raced towards them, swiftly catching up to a fledgling fawn beast. The black light suddenly expanded, enveloping the creature. In a matter of moments, the once robust fawn beast, weighing several hundred pounds, was reduced to a mere husk. Its skin now merely a shell encasing its skeletal frame, collapsing to the ground. Soon after, the black luminescence shrank again and darted forward with remarkable speed. As the fawn beast fell, Wang Yi utilized his spiritual sense to probe the nature of the luminescence, revealing it to be a spirit beast resembling a mosquito, albeit of an unprecedented size. This creature possessed the ability to shrink, a transformation typically reserved for third-tier spirit beasts. Yet he felt no pressure indicative of a golden core within its essence. Wang Yi had perused numerous tomes concerning spirit beasts, and although there existed many accounts of mosquito spirit beasts, none bore comparison to the jet-black mosquito before him. This creature moved with astonishing velocity, rendering Wang Yi's spiritual perception incapable of fully discerning its form as it flew. When this mosquito pursued a toothy beast weighing several hundred pounds, its body swiftly expanded as it commenced its feeding, and once again, Wang Yi's spiritual awareness locked onto it. Before him was a mosquito of mid-stage cultivation. Measuring over a meter in length, its entire body enveloped in a deep ebony hue. It possessed 6 elongated legs, each adorned with barbed spines. As it ensnared the toothy beast, Wang Yi observed with clarity that each leg penetrated the beast's hide, securing itself firmly to the creature's body. Its elongated head featured 2 eyes, above which waved a pair of antennae, while beneath the eyes, a slender proboscis plunged deep into the skin of the toothy beast, siphoning its vital essence. Upon finishing its meal, the mosquito seemed to sense Wang Yi's spiritual awareness, forsaking its pursuit of other spirit beasts and hastening directly toward him. Upon witnessing the situation, Wang Yi remained unperturbed, his consciousness sharply attuned. An aura of formidable pressure emanated from him, swiftly ensnaring the mosquito beast. The creature, suddenly beset by the oppressive force characteristic of the Foundation establishment stage, thrashed violently in resistance. However, such efforts proved futile given the vast disparity in their realms. After a prolonged struggle yielding no results, it ultimately ceased its attempts to escape, yet its demeanor betrayed no hint of fear. Wang Yi found it exceedingly intriguing and pondered. To possess such formidable prowess at merely the mid-stage of the first rank, I wonder what the upper limits might be. Furthermore, the ability of this mosquito beast to alter its size indicates that it either possesses an exceptionally high bloodline level or is a mutated spirit beast. Only under these two circumstances could it exhibit the capability to enlarge and diminish at the first rank. Wang Yi scrutinized the creature for quite some time, ultimately concluding that it was a mutated spirit beast, a phenomenon he had never encountered before. He wondered what kind of high-level mosquito could exhibit such an appearance. Nonetheless, mutations in spirit beasts often involve a gamble. Some mutated beings experience an enhancement of their abilities and potential as they evolve, growing increasingly formidable with each transformation. Conversely, there are those that, despite their initial prowess, deteriorate in strength over time. Wang Yi was uncertain about the species of this mutated mosquito beast. However, given its ability to withstand the pressure of the Foundation establishment stage, it certainly warranted cultivation. Glancing at the time on the token, he noted that the day was nearing its end, and thus resolved to select this mosquito beast. With his decision made, he promptly punctured his fingertip, drawing forth a drop of essence blood. As he recited the incantation, his fingers swiftly formed the necessary seals. Before long, the master servant mark recorded in the beast control technique was inscribed within the mosquito beast's consciousness. Naturally, during this process, the creature struggled vehemently. Yet, under the oppressive force of the Foundation establishment pressure, its resistance proved futile. Once the formation was complete, the beast's will to resist dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of submission. Wang Yi's consciousness pulsated, commanding the mosquito beast to alight upon his hand. The creature obediently settled on his palm, and upon his directive, it grew to its maximum size. As the mosquito beast received the command, it swelled in the wind, transforming into a creature over a meter in length, its elongated proboscis measuring more than half a meter, emanating a chilling gleam that sent shivers down Wang Yi's spine. He pondered in awe, contemplating the implications of such a monstrous size when it came to feeding on humans. It could easily penetrate flesh. He reached out to touch the slender proboscis, marveling at its form. Chapter 30, Renting the Spiritual Field Again. Wang Yin activated the beast control technique associated with the beast taming scripture, delving into the memories of the mosquito beast. The recollections were quite simplistic, revolving solely around the act of feeding. Initially, upon emerging from the water in its mosquito form, the creature was frail and had to feed cautiously, fearful of being swatted. However, it fortuitously stumbled upon a drop of pale red liquid within a crevice. emanating an irresistibly alluring aroma. Famished, the mosquito beast could not resist consuming it. After imbibing the liquid, it endured excruciating pain, undergoing numerous transformations. After an indeterminate passage of time, the mosquito beast regained consciousness. Inexplicably aware of its newfound ability to enlarge and shrink at will, it felt an intense hunger in its abdomen and ventured forth to seek spiritual beasts to satiate its appetite, which was rapidly expanding. What once sufficed as a meal now required the consumption of several creatures to feel full. Over time, the mere appearance of the mosquito beast sent nearby spiritual creatures into a frenzied panic. Wang Yi was uncertain about the nature of the crimson liquid before him. It resembled blood, yet its hue was far too pale for that. He contemplated investigating further, but recalled from the memories of the mosquito beast that the fissure was minuscule. Since he could only enlarge himself and not diminish, he ultimately abandoned the idea. With his spirit companion already located, Wang Yi relinquished any further thoughts of exploration. Stowing the mosquito beast within his spirit beast pouch, he retraced his steps to the entrance and patiently awaited the activation of the barrier. After a while, the barrier opened. And as Wang Yi stepped forth, his body was enveloped by a beam of light that scanned him, including the spirit beast pouch. Ultimately, the gate announced, new outer sect disciple Wang Yi has entered the Qi refinement period spirit beast secret realm for 12 hours, acquiring 1 spirit beast, passage granted. Junior brother, you have returned. Are you satisfied with your harvest? Inquired the guardian disciple as Wang Yi emerged. Thank you, senior brother, for your concern. It was satisfactory, Wang Yi replied. That's good to hear. Should you advance to the Foundation Establishment stage, you may return here and select a spirit beast from the Foundation Establishment period secret realm. The senior brother advised. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. I understand. I shall take my leave now. Until we meet again, Wang Yi said, hastily clasping his hands in respect. Very well, junior brother, until we meet again. Wang Yi hurried back to the small courtyard of the Beastmaster sect. Upon arriving, he released the mosquito beast. Initially, the creature appeared somewhat uneasy in its new surroundings, but it soon began to flutter about, occasionally perching on the small house and then alighting on the grape trellis, seemingly delighted by the novelty of its environment. Wang Yi further gleaned from the memories of the mosquito beast that its recent consumption could sustain its energy expenditure for an entire week. Should it partake of the blood of higher-tier spirit beasts, this duration would be significantly extended. Truly, it is a voracious consumer of spirit stones. Wang Yi had witnessed this mosquito feasting upon a pair of several hundred-pound tusk beasts, which together weighed around 1,000 pounds, ample sustenance for a week's digestion. Nevertheless, Wang Yi harbored a sense of satisfaction towards the mosquito beast. Being a mutated spirit beast, it possessed the innate ability of concealment, and following its mutation, it had acquired an additional talent for altering its size. With its remarkable flying speed, it was anticipated that upon leveling up a few more times and increasing in size, it would become capable of being ridden during flight. Wang Yi, with a fleeting thought, transmitted a message to the mosquito beast. Upon receiving the information, the creature swiftly diminished in size, a streak of black light flashing as it settled upon Wang Yi's shoulder. I can't keep calling you mosquito beast, can I? Let me give you a name, Wang Yi remarked, tilting his head to observe the creature. The mosquito beast, clearly unable to comprehend Wang Yi's words, merely stared blankly at him. My surname is Wang. Why don't you adopt it as well? Completely black in hue. Let us call you Wang Haizi, shall we? Wang Yi pondered seriously, addressing the mosquito beast. Still, the creature continued to gaze vacantly at him. If you don't speak, I'll assume you agree, Wang Yi concluded, seeing no reaction from the beast. At present, the mosquito beast was merely at the mid-stage of the first level, with limited intellect, capable only of understanding Wang Yi's basic commands. Such complex matters as names would only be grasped upon reaching the later stages of the first level. When a spirit beast ascends to the second level, it can communicate telepathically with its master. Upon reaching the third level, it can articulate speech like a normal person. 2 years later, in Wang Yi's courtyard within the market, Brother Su, how fares the situation on the continent these days? Su Jian arrived at Wang Yi's courtyard, where the latter had prepared food and drink for a leisurely chat. You remain as carefree as ever, brother, tending to the fields and enjoying wine. Living quite the charmed life. It's been 3 years since the emergence of the transformation of the divine realm, and to this day, there are no reports of anyone obtaining the divine transformation inheritance. Most sects have ceased their explorations, suffering heavy casualties among their disciples, and some smaller sects are facing extinction. Su Jian recounted. The demonic factions are no different. However, they have recently made several significant moves. I've heard that the myriad demonic sects united in an assault on the 10,000 Laws sect, leading to a revolt among its numerous Golden Core elders. The sect's leader, Qi Lingyun, has fallen, and 2 foundational Yuaning ancestors are missing, suspected to have perished due to machinations of the demonic sects. Su Jian continued, his tone grave. Even the Yuaning stage has seen casualties? How did the demonic sect manage to incite so many Golden Core elders? Wang Yi inquired, perplexed. Who knows? At the time the news broke, the righteous sects were preoccupied with exploring the transformation of the divine realm. The leader of the Xiantian sword sect, Zhao Xuanya, hastily summoned reinforcements, but it was too late. The demonic sect had already seized the 10,000 Laws sect stronghold. Subsequently, the Xiantian Sword sect dispatched several Yuan-level ancestors to engage the demonic forces, yet the outcome remains unclear, as both sides have returned to a stalemate. Su Jian explained. The demonic sect is also vying for control of the transformation of the divine realm, and they still have the capacity for such grand maneuvers. It appears the rise of the demonic sect is imminent. Wang Yisun expressed his concern. Indeed, the Xiantian Sword sect has faced continued defeats in the ongoing righteous versus demonic conflicts, leading to discontent within the righteous community. Currently, only the Xiantian Sword sect and the Tianji sect remain prominent on the eastern continent. Even if the Xiantian Sword sect is powerful, it cannot stand against the entirety of the demonic faction. I've heard that the Righteous Alliance is deliberating on removing the Xiantian Sword sect's dominance and mandating their relocation along with the Tianji sect from the eastern continent. The demonic sect has been gaining strength in recent years, and one fears their ambitions extend beyond just the eastern continent. Wang Yisun remarked. That is beyond the comprehension of us insignificant figures. Nonetheless, the Righteous Alliance still primarily revolves around the Xiantian Sword sect, with various sects proposing negotiations that would involve relinquishing the strongholds of the two sects in exchange for a cessation of hostilities from the demonic faction. Su Jian reflected. Given his connections with the Wanbao Tower, he was privy to many details. Now, with only two major sects left on the eastern continent, they have become easy prey for the demonic faction. This negotiation seems unlikely to succeed. Wang Yisun analyzed. Who could argue otherwise? However, both factions are aware of the situation and are organizing a retreat to the western continent. This is merely a delaying tactic, Su Jian replied. The two continued to drink and converse late into the night until Su Jian finally took his leave. For the past 2 years, Wang Yi has consistently fed the mosquito beast with the blood of a late-stage first-order spiritual beast. The mosquito beast, proving its worth, has recently advanced to the late stage of the first order, its intellect slightly enhanced, now aware that it is called Wang Haizi. One day, Wang Yi opened his personal panel to review his cultivation level. After 2 years, he had only accumulated a mere 200 experience points. He wondered when he would reach the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Staring at the string of zeros behind his level, he felt a deep sense of frustration. He noted that he had over 50,000 free points, sufficient to elevate his chi training spells to perfection. However, after much hesitation, he decided against it. He inherently disliked conflict, and being in the market, he currently faced no danger. It seemed wiser to reserve his free points for enhancing his techniques, as accelerating his cultivation speed was the true path. Over the past 2 years, his resources had significantly increased, with over 100,000 spiritual stones at his disposal. He planned to rent several acres of land to expand his agricultural endeavors. Just as Wang Yi was about to step out to secure a rental property, his Beastmaster Sect token suddenly vibrated. He quickly retrieved the token, channeling his mana, and the token displayed, Sect Summons. Disciples are instructed to gather at the plaza without delay. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Yi sensed that a significant event was unfolding within the sect. He hastily made his way to the assembly square of the Beastmaster Sect. Upon his arrival, he discovered that tens of thousands of disciples had already gathered. After a brief interval, a colossal white tiger descended from the heavens, upon which several individuals disembarked, including numerous elders of the Golden Core stage and the sect leader, Meng Qingsong. Disciples, Meng Qingsong's authoritative voice resonated. Today we have summoned all disciples at the 9th level of Qi refinement to announce an important decree. Our sect has suffered substantial losses among the Foundation establishment disciples during the recent foray into the divine transformation ruins, and we urgently require fresh blood to replenish our ranks. I hereby declare that any disciple who attains perfection at the 9th level of Qi refinement may visit the material pavilion to receive a Foundation establishment pill free of charge. Those who successfully establish their foundation will be awarded 10,000 spirit stones and granted one opportunity to be accepted as a disciple by a Golden Core elder of our sect. I urge all disciples to diligently cultivate and seize this invaluable opportunity. With utmost respect, we shall abide by the sect leader's decree. The disciples responded in unison. Wang Yi pondered. This time, the sect has made a grand investment. They have allocated tens of thousands of Foundation establishment pills, a quantity that one might struggle to acquire even amidst fierce competition in the outside world. Very well, you may withdraw now. Understood. Wang Yi quietly exited the square, foregoing the collection of the Foundation building elixir, and directly returned to his small courtyard in the market. His mind was occupied with thoughts of whether to reveal his Foundation building cultivation during this opportunity provided by the sect's benefits. Perhaps he might be accepted as a disciple by an elder of the Golden Core stage. However, he soon dismissed this idea, realizing that his primary fortune lay in cultivation. If he were to be taken as a disciple, the elder's insistence on rigorous training might prove detrimental to his personal development. Having reached a decision, he set aside such thoughts and ventured to the leasing office in the market, where he spent 18,000 spirit stones to rent 20 acres of first-grade, mid-quality spiritual farmland. With ample funds at his disposal, he was fully capable of extensive cultivation. Over the past 2 years, Wang Yi had maintained a steady trade with the Ling Tian Chamber of Commerce, receiving materials for 11 first-grade, high-quality spirit-gathering formations each month, and covertly converting the surplus into finished products. He also purchased materials for second-grade, low-quality spirit-gathering formations, amassing 10 sets to enlarge his farming operations. After completing the rental, he procured 15 acres of second-grade, low-quality foundation rice seeds and 5 acres of purple crystal grape seeds, expending a total of 20,000 spirit stones. Upon returning to his rented 20-acre courtyard, Wang Yi dedicated several days to sowing the seeds, setting up 3 second-grade, low-quality spirit-gathering formations and placing 4,500 spirit stones within them. The first-grade, mid-quality purple crystal grapes, however, required no spirit-gathering formations, as the spiritual farmland was already conducive to their growth. Once his tasks were completed, he visited the Wanbao building to purchase 3 early-stage, second-grade planting puppets. Having experienced the advantages of using puppets, Wang Yi no longer wished to personally tend to the spiritual farmland at all times. After attuning them to himself, he positioned them within the 20-acre courtyard. A few days later, while in the sect's small courtyard, an elderly man suddenly appeared without warning. Wang Yi, unaware of his presence, was leisurely basking in the sun. The old man, noticing Wang Yi's relaxed demeanor, involuntarily smiled, but soon his expression shifted to one of hesitation. After a moment, he seemingly made a decision and released a faint aura, startling Wang Yi into an upright position. "Who is it?" Wang Yi exclaimed, alarmed. For the courtyard was protected by formations, and the intruder's ability to enter unnoticed indicated a formidable cultivation level. "Do not be afraid. I mean no harm. You are Wang Yi, correct? I have seen you before when Qian brought you into the sect at the Techniques Pavilion." The visitor revealed himself to be Wu Gang, the gatekeeper of the Techniques Pavilion. "Oh, it is you, senior. What brings you here?" Wang Yi steadied himself, his demeanor shifting to one of caution as he gestured for Wu Gang to take a seat. "I have come to discuss a matter with you," Wu Gang replied, settling into Wang Yi's rocking chair. "Please, senior, go ahead," Wang Yi said respectfully, standing to the side. "There is no need for formality. Sit down. I am here to inform you that Qing Qian has perished in the mystic realm." "Cheng has passed away," Wang Yi responded, disbelief coloring his tone. "Yes. Do not mourn too much. Everyone must face this day eventually. No matter how long one lives, death is an inevitability," Wu Gang stated solemnly. "Thank you for informing me, senior. Since my arrival at Xingkong Market, I have known Brother Qing, who offered me considerable assistance. I am deeply grateful. Do you know who was responsible for his demise?" Wang Yi inquired, cupping his hands in respect. "I have learned that while competing for a spiritual herb in the mystic realm, he was ambushed by disciples of the 10,000 Laws sect, leading to his downfall. The 10,000 Laws sect has since been destroyed, with some individuals defecting to the demonic cult. The specifics are difficult to ascertain now," Wu Gang explained. "Thank you for the information, senior," Wang Yi said, sorrow evident in his voice. "Do not dwell on your grief. Before his departure, Qian came to see me, asking me to look after you. However, he seemed unaware that your cultivation must surpass his considerably," Wu Gang remarked calmly. "Senior, I did not intend to conceal anything," Wang Yi replied, astonished, realizing that his concealed presence technique could only hide him from detection by late-stage Golden Core practitioners. This old man was certainly of Yuaning level or higher. "Indeed, I know you are not a bad person. As for why you concealed your cultivation to join the sect, I will not pry. I see that you possess a stable temperament and a solid foundation. Aware that my lifespan is limited, I seek an heir. Would you be willing to accept this offer?" Wu Gang suddenly sat upright, his expression serious. "What is your cultivation level, senior? If I were to become your disciple, what would be required of me?" Wang Yi, cautious by nature, was reluctant to place himself in danger, even if the other party was exceptionally powerful. "My cultivation has reached the late stage of Yuaning, and I am a supreme elder of the beast control sect. However, my time is short. I seek you as a successor. You need not do anything in particular. However, you must not reveal my identity, nor can I grant you the status of a core disciple. I can only impart teachings to you from time to time. Are you willing to accept me as your master?" Wu Gang stated earnestly. "I am willing. I pay my respects to my master," Wang Yi replied, relieved not to have to risk himself, and grateful for the promise of teachings. He had little regard for titles or sect benefits and knelt down to bow 3 times in respect. "Very well, I initially intended to take Qing Qian as my disciple, for he was a man of good character. It is unfortunate that his fate was not strong enough. While I observe that your aptitude may not be exceptional, your foundation is solid. Achieving foundation building at such a young age is commendable. I will not pry further into your past, but your calm demeanor and earnestness in cultivation have led me to consider you as my disciple. Do not harbor any reservations," Wu Gang encouraged. "Yes, master," Wang Yi replied, clasping his hands in respect. "I observe that your vitality is robust and your magical power formidable, yet your spiritual consciousness has not improved since before. Do you lack a method for cultivating your spiritual consciousness?" Wu Gang's keen perception seemed to unveil all of Wang Yi's secrets. "Indeed, master. The methods for spiritual consciousness cultivation are difficult to obtain. I practiced the fragmented version of the mind division technique during my qi refinement. But I could not continue after reaching the foundation building stage, Wang Yi lamented inwardly, recognizing the terrifying prowess of the Yuaning elder. Ah, the mind division technique? I have heard of it in my time. It is a fragmented text, unfortunately very challenging to cultivate, and few have succeeded. That you have managed it suggests you possess a unique talent for spell cultivation. As for the subsequent techniques of the mind division, I cannot provide them, as they may have been lost to history. However, I recall that you chose a fragmented version of the spirit nurturing technique last time. I possess the complete text of that technique and can pass it on to you. The reason I have kept its contents hidden is that it comes with significant restrictions, and most practitioners who attempt it end up going mad and perishing, Wu Gang concluded, pointing a finger at Wang Yi's forehead, causing countless characters to materialize in Wang Yi's mind. Wang Yi's 9 primordial spirits operated in unison, swiftly processing the information presented. Thank you, Master, for imparting your teachings. Wang Yi expressed with a respectful bow. Your ability to absorb information so rapidly is indicative of a formidable consciousness. I am aware of the divisional spirit technique. Upon reaching perfection in its cultivation, one can split into 9, functioning with 1 heart and 9 minds. A truly unique approach. Although I lack subsequent techniques, I can impart to you a 4th-tier spirit nurturing and divine forging method, suitable for the initial stages of the transformation stage. This is also a method I have cultivated for strengthening the consciousness, capable of absorbing vast amounts of spiritual energy to enhance your 9 primordial spirits. However, it is imperative to prioritize the primary spirit, lest it leads to confusion of consciousness. Take heed. Wu Chang, a formidable figure in the nascent soul realm, effortlessly discerned the side effects of Wang Yi's consciousness. Understood, Master. Your disciple will remember, Wang Yi replied, bowing deeply. Since you have become my apprentice, it is only fitting that I offer you a ceremonial gift. Noticing your fondness for cultivation, I recall my own ventures, during which I acquired several spirit plants and seeds. While I have surrendered the mature spirit plants to the sect, I still possess a few unknown seeds gathering dust in my storage pouch, and I shall gladly give them to you. Additionally, I have a skyward crocodile turtle egg, which possesses the bloodline of the Xuanwu, along with some elixirs for the advancement of spiritual pets. The egg is due to hatch within the next 2 years, and you will need to provide 5,000 spirit stones monthly for its sustenance. If you require any other resources, do let me know, and I shall provide them as well. With that, Wu Chang produced 5 spirit seeds and a colossal egg exceeding 10 meters in height. Wang Yi did not anticipate the generosity of his master, who bestowed upon him such valuable gifts. Master, I am currently in urgent need of a 3rd-tier superior spirit gathering array. Might you have one? Wang Yi pondered for a moment. He could not afford the 3rd-tier superior array at present, so he thought it wise to inquire with his master, hoping for a chance to obtain it. If not, it was of little consequence. He could simply wait a few more years. Oh, you are indeed bold in your request. I do happen to possess an old 3rd-tier superior array, though it is still functional and I have no use for it any longer. Thus, I shall give it to you. With that, the master produced an array disc adorned with 512 array flags, a treasure of considerable worth, and without a moment's hesitation, he handed it over to Wang Yi, who felt a shiver of disbelief. Thank you, Master, Wang Yi exclaimed joyfully as he accepted the array disc. He had previously learned that such a spirit gathering array would cost around 160 to 70,000 spirit stones, a sum beyond his current means. Now that I have given you the item, I must take my leave. Should you require anything, feel free to send me a message, or seek me out at the Technique Pavilion, Wu Chang said as he rose to depart. I bid you farewell, Master, Wang Yi replied, bowing respectfully as he saw him off. Once Wu Chang's figure disappeared from view, Wang Yi regained his composure and gazed at the 10-meter-high giant egg in the courtyard, muttering to himself, this is akin to receiving an ancestor's blessing. 5,000 spirit stones each month, amounting to 60,000 spirit stones a year. He reached out to store the giant egg in his spirit beast pouch, simultaneously placing 5,000 spirit stones inside for it to absorb. Then he turned his attention to the 5 spirit seeds resting on the stone table. Illusion Moon Fruit Tree Seed, a 2nd-tier superior spirit seed, capable of yielding illusion moon fruits, which enhance spiritual awareness upon consumption. It has a growth period of 36 months and a maturation period of 18 months, thriving in an environment with ample spiritual energy. Jade Oak Tree Seed, another 2nd-tier superior spirit seed, producing jade rubber, an auxiliary material for crafting magical artifacts and puppets. This seed also has a growth period of 36 months and a maturation period of 18 months, requiring only abundant spiritual energy to flourish. Golden Sun Mushroom Seed, a 3rd-tier superior fire attribute spirit herb, considered a premier material for concocting fire attribute elixirs. It thrives in magma and has a maturation period of 48 months, necessitating a high-quality environment with concentrated magma. Heavenly Origin Fruit Tree Seed, a 3rd-tier superior spirit seed, which bears heavenly origin fruits, each capable of extending one's lifespan by 50 years. It serves as a primary ingredient for longevity elixirs, with a growth period of 48 months and a maturation period of 10 years, requiring a rich supply of spiritual energy. Soul Nurturing Wood Seed. This seed can be worn to nourish the soul and spirit, gradually enhancing spiritual awareness. It can also harbor the soul, ensuring mental clarity, and is a material for crafting magical artifacts and puppets. It progresses as the tree ages, demanding a high-quality environment with abundant spiritual energy. Wang Yue grew increasingly exhilarated. These 5 spirit seeds were all viable, and his humble master had bestowed upon him a tremendous fortune. He carefully stored the seeds, intending to plant them in his small courtyard once the amethyst grapes had ripened. With a third-tier top-quality spirit-gathering array at his disposal, the conditions for cultivating third-tier top-quality spirit seeds were perfectly met. After securing the seeds, he was suddenly reminded of Qing Qian's demise, and a wave of sorrow surged within him. He dug a small grave in the corner of the courtyard and interred Qing Qian's communication talisman, erecting a gravestone that bore the inscription, "The grave of my brother Qing Qian." From his storage bag, he retrieved 2 wine cups, a flask of wine, and a platter of heavenly spirit fruits, placing them before the gravestone, and began to drink in remembrance. Unbeknownst to him, the night deepened as he continued his libations. Meanwhile, in the cultivation pavilion, Wu Gang reclined in a rocking chair, feigning sleep while his consciousness observed Wang Yi's circumstances. Alas, death is akin to extinguishing a light. Such profound attachment to emotions is not beneficial for a cultivator. This young lad must hasten his path to strength. How much longer can I endure? The great Qian domain is on the brink of turmoil, Wu Gang mused. The following day, after completing his meditation, Wang Yi diligently practiced the entirety of the seed nurturing and spirit refining technique bestowed upon him by Wu Gang, mastering it successfully. Upon checking his panel, he found that the spirit refining technique had appeared in the list of his cultivation methods. Without hesitation, he elevated the spirit refining technique to the mastery level. This technique, while devoid of any extraordinary capabilities, merely enhanced one's spiritual awareness. As a 4th-tier technique, it proved invaluable, capable of being cultivated to the initial stages of the divine transformation realm. Wang Yixin held a deep sense of gratitude towards his modest master. While diligently adhering to Wu Gang's counsel, he primarily focused on strengthening his primary divine consciousness, with the intention of fortifying the other 8 auxiliary consciousnesses only after the primary had attained sufficient power. He had no desire to experience a chaotic intertwining of consciousness, which could lead to a descent into madness. Should any of the auxiliary consciousnesses surpass the primary, it could result in the emergence of a second personality, resisting the primary consciousness, an outcome reminiscent of the schizophrenia he had witnessed in his past life. The complete scripture of the breeding spirit technique was, in essence, a method of creating avatars, allowing spiritual plants to transform into manifestations of himself. However, until one had mastered the technique to a proficient level, these avatars could not cultivate independently. Ordinary individuals could not sever their own divine consciousness. They were compelled to enter through the primary. The demise of an avatar would inflict severe damage upon the primary self, making the path to recovery exceedingly arduous. Nevertheless, Wang Yixin had practiced the divine severance technique, significantly alleviating this constraint. The loss of an avatar would merely result in a fraction of divine consciousness being forfeited. As long as his primary consciousness was robust enough, he could utilize the divine severance technique to maintain 9 distinct consciousnesses. With the assistance of the system, Wang Yixin was able to cultivate the extraordinary divine severance technique to its consummate state. Wang Yi, through a comprehensive understanding of the breeding spirit substitution technique, discovered that it encompasses not only the spirit return seal but also the transformation method. This technique enables the transformation of spiritual plants into entities identical to their original forms. Prior to achieving proficiency in the art, one cannot cultivate clones, they must advance alongside the spiritual plants. The evolution of spiritual plants is exceedingly challenging and necessitates careful selection of the spirit seeds. Additionally, the spirit substitution has its prerequisites. If the primordial spirit attempts to inhabit a spiritual plant of a lower grade, it cannot bear the weight of such a potent primordial essence, resulting in the immediate explosion of the spirit seed. Conversely, if the spirit is placed within a higher grade spiritual plant, the clones can only manifest the level of the primordial spirit itself, growing in accordance with the primordial spirit's rank, capped at the maximum level of the spiritual plant. Once the spirit substitution is successful, the spiritual plant cannot bear fruit. In other words, Wang Yi's current primordial spirit level is at the foundation establishment stage, necessitating a minimum of a 2nd-tier inferior spiritual plant seed, as a 1st-tier cannot sustain the energy of the primordial spirit. After thoroughly comprehending the spell's intricacies, Wang Yi estimated that his primordial essence could be divided into 9 parts, all interconnected and representative of his foundation establishment level. The energy of a secondary primordial spirit should be less than that of the foundation establishment stage, yet it surpasses the full circle of qi refinement, prompting him to cultivate a 2nd-tier spirit seed for experimentation. Having labored for nearly 3 years on the 3rd-tier superior soul devouring beehive tree spirit seed without success, he was uncertain when it would be of use. Thus, he opted to experiment with a lower-tier seed first. Chapter 32. The advancement of the mosquito beast. Having made his decision, Wang Yi exited his small courtyard and ventured into the marketplace, seeking out several stalls selling spirit seeds. With the innate ability to identify spirit seeds, all options were laid bare before him. After examining numerous vendors, he finally encountered a spirit seed that met his expectations, the Vajra Bodhi fruit tree spirit seed, a second-tier superior seed. The Vajra Bodhi fruit, when consumed, enhances the physical body and complements Buddhist practices. Once matured, the tree's trunk becomes incredibly resilient, suitable for crafting spiritual treasures and puppets. The growth period is 36 months, with an additional 18 months to reach maturity, thriving in an environment with ample spiritual energy. Esteemed elder, how much for this golden spirit seed? Wang Yi inquired of the stall owner. My friend, this is a second-tier superior Vajra Bodhi fruit tree spirit seed. Exchanged from the marketplace under the jurisdiction of the 10,000 Buddhist sect. It is exceedingly precious. If you are truly interested, the price is 10,000 spirit stones. Replied the stall owner, a man with a small mustache, his beady eyes glinting with shrewdness. That is far too exorbitant. For a second-tier superior seed, the maximum should be 7,000 spirit stones. I am not trying to take advantage. I offer 7,200 spirit stones, Wang Yi countered, sensing the stall owner's intent to overcharge. My friend, that is unacceptable. It is far too low. Increase your offer a bit. I have a family to support. And this price does not yield a profit, incurring a significant loss. Very well, add 200 spirit stones, and it shall be so. If not, then so be it. I can always choose another spirit seed. That is still too little. Add more. 7,800 is my final offer, the stall owner insisted, seeking to raise the price further. Upon witnessing this, Wang Yi directly proceeded towards other stalls. Wait. I will give you 7,004 spirit stones. The stall owner exclaimed, anxious that he might truly leave. Indeed, this amounts to 7,400 spirit stones. Please, count them, Wang Yi replied, feeling a sense of relief as he placed the 7,400 spirit stones upon the stall. My friend, you are quite generous. Please accept this spirit seed. And do come again, the stall owner said, his consciousness swiftly assessing the quantity of spirit stones before collecting them and handing the Bodhi seed to Wang Yi. Wang Yi accepted the spirit seed, scrutinized it, found no issues, and without further ado, returned to the small courtyard of the market. He inspected the condition of the spiritual fields in each courtyard and observed the puppets diligently at work. Entering the small house, he commenced the ritual practice of the spirit seed. After a year and 2 months, the 100 purple crystal grapevines in the sect's small courtyard finally bore fruit. Wang Yi planned to conclude this harvest and transform the courtyard into a dedicated space for cultivating rare spirit seeds, ceasing the cultivation of purple crystal grapes. After several days of diligent work, he successfully harvested all the purple crystal grapes, totaling 5,000 pounds, and acquired 5,000 points of experience in the spirit gathering array. Subsequently, Wang Yi tilled the spiritual fields, transplanting the heavenly spirit fruit tree and the dragon scale fruit tree. He selected a vacant plot to plant the illusory moon fruit tree seed, the jade oak tree seed, the heavenly origin fruit tree seed, and the soul nourishing wood seed. He then arranged a tier 3 premium spirit gathering array and infused it with 10,000 spirit stones to facilitate their growth. The seed of the Vajra Bodhi fruit tree had been refined 2 months prior. However, due to the unripe purple crystal grapes in the courtyard, there was no space for planting until now, when he could finally plant them all together. Wang Yi possesses 2 high-grade, 3rd-tier spiritual seeds, namely the red lotus flame seed and the golden sun mushroom seed, both of which require a unique environment for cultivation, rendering him currently unable to plant them. Over the course of the past year, Wang Yi frequently visited his modest master, bringing with him several pounds of high-grade, 3rd-tier spiritual liquor purchased from the market. This particular grade of spiritual liquor is exceedingly rare, and he managed to procure approximately 1 pound by commissioning Wanbao Tower and the Ling Tian Chamber of Commerce to gather it for him. His master, Wu Gang, diligently fulfilled his role, offering occasional guidance that helped Wang Yi avoid numerous detours. The library on the 1st floor of the Martial Arts Pavilion is accessible to Wang Yi for free. It not only houses techniques and spells, but also a plethora of intriguing tales and extraordinary accounts. Whenever he has leisure time, Wang Yi immerses himself in the books at the pavilion. Wu Gang is quite pleased with his disciple, appreciating his eagerness to learn, steadiness, and solid foundation, devoid of any reckless ambition. Over the past year, the mosquito beast has received Wang Yi's dedicated training. Its blood supply is ample, consisting entirely of late-stage 1st-tier beast blood. It has reached the pinnacle of the late-stage 1st tier and is merely one opportunity away from a breakthrough into the 2nd tier. The beast's physique can extend to over 2 meters, and while it can barely manage to fly, it is capable of carrying Wang Yi. Wang Yi perused numerous tomes, among which spirit beast advancement detailed several methods. The most effective means of enhancing a spirit beast is through the consumption of the break spirit pill, a 2nd-tier low-grade elixir, which bears effects akin to the foundation establishment pill utilized by cultivators. Coincidentally, Wu Gang had provided him with several vials, and Wang Yi planned to administer the break spirit pill to the mosquito beast once its cultivation was firmly established. Moreover, the sky-soaring crocodile turtle egg had remained silent, consuming 5,000 spirit stones each month. Were it not for Wang Yi's substantial earnings, he would truly find it challenging to sustain such a creature. In the ensuing days, He procured 500 pounds of early-stage second-tier beast blood to diversify the mosquito beast diet, with its cultivation already perfected. He offered it a modest amount of second-tier spirit beast blood to expedite its advancement. After consuming a portion, the mosquito beast exhibited no signs of discomfort. It seemed capable of absorption, prompting Wang Yi to allow it to feed freely. However, just as the mosquito beast ingested approximately 100 pounds, it suddenly convulsed violently. A fissure appearing upon its body. Wang Yi's heart raced in alarm. Had it overexerted itself? At that moment, Wu Gang's voice reached his ears, quickly. Feed it the break spirit pill. Wang Yi was abruptly awakened, no longer hesitating. He retrieved a broken spirit pill and fed it to the mosquito beast. The creature's enormous maw inhaled, and the pill was swiftly drawn into its depths. After a while, with no sign of the mosquito beast advancing, Wang Yi anxiously paced nearby. Suddenly, the cracks on the beast's body vanished, only to be replaced by a larger fissure. Wang Yi, utterly perplexed by this development, stood helplessly by. Subsequently, he administered 3 more broken spirit pills, convinced that should suffice. This mosquito beast possesses considerable potential. It requires proper nurturing. Wu Gang's voice resonated once more. Wang Yi, no longer hesitating, took out 3 broken spirit pills and fed them to the mosquito beast. After consuming them, the fissures in its body gradually diminished until they completely vanished, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. A day later, an unexpected surge of spiritual energy enveloped the mosquito beast. He swiftly retrieved a second-tier low-grade gathering spirit array and invested 20,000 spirit stones. Gradually, the spiritual energy converged around the mosquito beast, enveloping it entirely and forming a cocoon of spiritual energy. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Wang Yi felt a slight alleviation of his previously tense emotions. No longer in a rush, he understood that this advancement would require some time, and thus he settled down to cultivate. A month passed, and suddenly, the spiritual egg enveloping the mosquito beast erupted with energy, all of it entering the creature's mouthparts. Soon, a palm-sized mosquito hovered in the air. Just as Wang Yi intended to greet it, he noticed a crack appearing along the back of the mosquito beast, rapidly expanding from head to tail. In a short while, a layer of shell fell away, revealing an increasingly darker mosquito suspended in the air. Wang Haizi, have you completed your advancement? Wang Yi inquired. Master, I have successfully advanced. And I am so hungry. Came a sweet, childlike voice resonating in Wang Yi's mind. Glutton, Wang Yi exclaimed jokingly, yet with a wave of his hand. A large barrel containing over 400 pounds of second-tier beast blood materialized before the mosquito beast. Long live the master! With a swift motion, the mosquito beast dove into the barrel, and in no time, the blood was fully consumed, leaving nothing behind. So you are a female mosquito? You are the female. I'm a girl. Wang Yi was rendered speechless. This mosquito beast certainly had a personality. You are a girl. It sounds unappealing to call you Wang Haizi. Shall we change your name? Wang Yi tentatively suggested. At last, the master considers renaming me. Hearing Wang Haizi makes me want to retch. What shall it be then? Wang Xiaohua, Wang Danny, Wang Yaden. Wang Yi pondered. Stop. Master, your taste is truly lacking. Can you come up with a cuter name? The mosquito beast grew increasingly dissatisfied, finding none of the names appealing. Something cuter? How about Wang Ming? It sounds adorable. Wang Yi proposed. That will do. It is much better than before and is reluctantly acceptable, the mosquito beast conveyed in her sweet voice. So, Wang Ming, what changes have occurred now that you are at the second tier? I am now quite formidable, significantly stronger than before, with speed increased severalfold and enhanced stealth. It is difficult for beings below the third tier to detect my presence, and my body can grow to over 10 times its original size. Does that mean you can carry me when we fly? Of course. However, the smaller my body, the faster I can fly, even at 10 meters. I can only match the speed of mid-second tier flying spirit beasts. That is still impressive. You are only at the initial stage of the second tier and already quite remarkable. Wang Yi praised. Indeed. Do you have any new talents since advancing to the second tier? Certainly. I can now absorb toxins and store them within my body, while feeding. I can also release these toxins. Currently, I can endure toxins up to the third tier. Little Wang Ming is truly impressive, able to poison silently. I shall find some strong male mosquitoes for you to keep as companions. Really, master? You are so kind. Wang Ming exclaimed excitedly, almost raising her mouthparts to kiss Wang Yi. Stop, stop. I would rather not be targeted. Wang Yi hurriedly interrupted. Thinking of the mosquito's dark, gleaming mouthparts made him shudder. After playing around with the mosquito beast for a while, Wang Yi allowed her to frolic freely in the courtyard. He then sat cross-legged and opened his panel. Host, Wang Yi lifespan, 32, 200 spiritual roots, gold, wood, water, fire, earth realm, chi refinement, initial foundation establishment, experience, 295. 100. 000, body refinement, initial foundation establishment, experience, 295. 100. 000, divine sense, initial foundation establishment, experience, 91. 100. 000, techniques, beast control technique, foundation establishment chapter, mastered experience, 1. 455. 100. 000, golden body bone refinement technique, foundation establishment chapter, mastered experience, 1. 455. 100,000. Spirit Gathering Divine Refinement Technique. Foundation Establishment Chapter, Mastered Experience. 427, 100. 000. Formation. Low-grade second tier 5 elements defense formation. Experience. 1, 610, 100, 000. Low-grade second tier spirit gathering formation. Experience. 43, 289, 100. 000. Spells. Breeding Spirit Convergence Technique. Mastered Experience. 731, 100, 000. Breath Concealment Technique. Third Layer. Experience. 174, 110, 000. Golden Needle Technique. Proficient Experience. 111, 110. 000. Fireball Technique. Proficient Experience. 201, 210, 000. Rain Summoning Technique. Proficient Experience. 203, 810, 000. Golden Needle Technique. Proficient Experience. 256, 710, 000. Free points. 67. 731 Talent. Spiritual Seed Recognition. Light Orb Collection. Since reaching the Foundation Establishment stage, the improvement in his realm had become notably slow, while the consumption of resources was immense. Wang Yi's divine sense scanned the storage bag containing spiritual stones, revealing approximately 140,000 remaining. The resources required for cultivation were increasing, prompting him to consider whether to expand the planting scale once more. After some contemplation, he resolved to plant mid-grade second-tier spiritual rice instead, as he still had over 60,000 free points, sufficient to upgrade the spirit gathering formation. Having made his decision, he immediately maxed out the experience for the low-grade second-tier spirit gathering formation. Next, he ventured out to several shops to purchase 10 sets of mid-grade second-tier spirit gathering formations, spending over 20,000 stones in total. Chapter 33. Urgent Summons. 3 months later, Wang Yi successfully crafted 5 sets of mid-grade second-tier spirit gathering formations, achieving a success rate of 50%, which resulted in a loss of over 10,000 spiritual stones. He winced at the thought. The 15 acres of foundational rice had finally matured. After several busy days, he managed to process it all. Thanks to his formidable divine sense and abundant magical power, harvesting the spiritual rice was less troublesome. Ultimately, he harvested 15,000 pounds of spiritual rice, accumulating 45,000 free points. After instructing his puppet to till the land, he set out to purchase spiritual seeds. Arriving at Wanbao Tower, Wang Yi sought out Su Jian. Trustworthy individuals were scarce in the market, and Su Jian was one of the few he knew well, having maintained their relationship from Nanli Market to Xinkong Market. He intended to sell a large quantity of foundational rice and was aware that Wanbao Tower was an excellent channel for such transactions. Brother, I am here primarily to sell a substantial amount of foundational rice and to procure some mid-grade second-tier spiritual seeds. I wonder if you can accommodate this. Wang Yi stated directly. Oh, how many pounds? 15,000 pounds. Brother, you are becoming increasingly impressive. Over the years, you've sold me numerous items in batches, and my performance has always been the best in the tower. Now you bring me another large order. Su Jian exclaimed. Brother, we are like family. Would I help outsiders instead? Thank you, brother. 15,000 pounds is acceptable, and I will pay you at the market purchase price, 3 spiritual stones per pound. Recently, the confrontation between righteous and demonic factions has consumed countless resources, especially for spiritual rice, which is in high demand. I will give you 45,000 spiritual stones for this batch. Let us add an extra 5,000 to round it up to 50,000. Please do not refuse. This batch of grain is worth much more on the front lines. Thank you, brother. By the way, do you have mid-grade second-tier spiritual seeds? Of course. However, we do not primarily deal in this, so the quantity may be limited. Please wait a moment while I have my staff search for you. It won't take long. Thank you, brother. It has been a while since we enjoyed a drink together. Shall we have a few drinks here? Today is not too busy. Let us indulge in some drinks, brother. The two of them drank until the afternoon. During this time, Su Jian arranged for his staff to procure 15 acres of mid-grade second-tier essence rice and 500 pounds of initial stage second-tier beast blood, spending a total of 37,500 spiritual stones. Su Jian then provided Wang Yi with an additional 12,500 spiritual stones, completing the transaction perfectly. Wang Yi returned to his small courtyard and collapsed into a deep slumber, only awakening the following morning. A wave of dizziness washed over him, prompting him to hastily disperse the remnants of alcohol with his magical powers. He retrieved the Essence Rice Spirit Seed from his storage pouch. The Essence Rice Spirit Seed is a second-tier medium-quality spirit seed, requiring a maturation period of 20 months and a moderately suitable environment, necessitating an ample supply of spiritual energy and the blood of second-tier beasts for successful cultivation. After several days of toil, the puppet had turned the soil thoroughly. Wang Yi then took out a second-tier medium-quality gathering spirit array, deploying 3 of these arrays over 5 acres, each supplemented with 400 spirit stones. After a day of diligent labor, he managed to sow all the spirit seeds and evenly distributed 1,500 pounds of beast blood beside them. A month prior, the dragon scale fruit tree had reached maturity, and upon harvesting, Wang Yi acquired a formidable array known as the true dragon-slaying array. Upon absorbing this information, he recognized it as a powerful killing formation. Now, Wang Yi possessed knowledge of 3 distinct arrays: the gathering spirit array for assistance, the 5 elements defensive array for protection, and the offensive true dragon-slaying array. During his years in the Beastmaster sect, his displayed cultivation level had consistently been at the 9th layer of Qi training. His inexpensive master had refrained from exposing Wang Yi's true capabilities, allowing him to maintain a low profile for several years. Meanwhile, other disciples who had completed their foundation establishment were dispatched to guard mining veins or support the front lines. The past 2 years had witnessed an exceedingly fierce conflict between righteous and demonic forces, with the Wuji Sword sect and the Tianji sect withdrawing all personnel from the eastern continent. The alliance convened to designate several mountain peaks along the periphery of the Hongduan Mountains on the eastern side of the western continent for the 2 sects, re-establishing their domains and dispatching numerous cultivators to cultivate new lands, thereby expanding their influence. Of course, the main combat strength remained with the personnel from the 2 major sections. The tranquil days of Wang Yi were abruptly disrupted by a summons from the sect. On this day, after concluding his routine cultivation, Wang Yi intended to check on the state of his spiritual plants when a sudden, intense fluctuation emanated from his storage bag. Hastily, he investigated and found that it was the sect's order from the Beastmaster sect. With a flicker of his consciousness, the order appeared in his hand. As he channeled his mana, the message on the order revealed, "Emergency assembly, all outer disciples must gather at the square within 1 hour. Tardiness will result in expulsion from the sect." Without further hesitation, he ensured that all the puppet formations in his small courtyard within the market were functioning properly before hastening towards the sect square. Upon arrival, he discovered that a considerable number of individuals were already present. "Brother, do you have any idea what this urgent assembly is about?" Wang Yi casually inquired of a chubby fellow disciple, who appeared to be at the 9th level of Qi refinement, with a simple, honest expression. "I heard that 2 major sects have relocated, and the Beast Emperor of the Hongduan Mountains is displeased, organizing a beast tide to retaliate. Previously, many foundation building disciples were dispatched for support, but the beast tide is overwhelming, and they intend to recruit Qi refinement disciples for assistance," the chubby disciple explained. "Is the beast tide truly that formidable to require such manpower?" Wang Yi asked, astonished. "Indeed. It's said that a significant number of ferocious beasts have also appeared near the Hongduan Mountains, just to the east of our Beastmaster sect. A great battle may be imminent." The chubby disciple responded. "May I ask for your esteemed name?" "I am Wang Yi. Thank you for the information," Wang Yi said with a respectful clasp of his hands. "I am Lin Yuan." The chubby disciple returned the gesture. The 2 engaged in light conversation, and after half an hour, the square was filled with tens of thousands of disciples, all at least at the 6th level of Qi refinement. The sect leader and elders made a grand entrance, descending majestically atop a colossal white tiger. "Disciples, this assembly of all outer disciples is for the issuance of a mission. A beast tide has emerged near the eastern border of our sect, adjacent to the Hongduan Mountains, and we require all disciples to mobilize to repel this threat. For every first-tier initial stage beast slain, 1 contribution point will be awarded, 10 points for first-tier mid-stage, 20 points for first-tier late-stage, 100 points for second-tier initial stage, 500 points for second-tier mid-stage, and 1,000 points for second-tier late-stage. This time, all items in the sect's exchange pavilion will be available for redemption. As long as you have sufficient contribution points, you may exchange for 4th-grade techniques and spells. All disciples are to gather here in 5 days. Those who flee will be judged according to sect laws." Dismissed. "Yes, we bow in respect to the sect leader," the disciples responded in unison, clasping their hands in reverence. Upon returning to the small courtyard of the sect, Wang Yi surveyed the garden filled with spiritual plants, troubled by the predicament at hand. After pondering for an extended period without resolution, he suddenly recalled his economical master. He hurriedly exited, first making his way to the Wanbao building to collect the 2 taels of 3rd-grade superior spirit wine as a reward, before hastening back to the sect's scripture pavilion, where Wu Gang lay languidly asleep as usual. "You've arrived," Wu Gang remarked without opening his eyes, as if he had anticipated Wang Yi's visit. "I pay my respects to my master. Did you know I was coming?" "Indeed, I was aware of the sect's summons. I understand your cautious nature and your reluctance to take risks. I surmised you would seek my counsel. However, I am also powerless in this matter. It is not only the beast tide we face, but the demonic path is also involved. All righteous sects are mobilizing, for the ambitions of the demonic faction are vast. Thus, even an old soul like myself cannot escape this fate. Ah, master, you too shall partake? It appears the situation is dire. Originally, I had hoped to delay until you had matured, but it seems that opportunity has slipped away. My lifespan is waning, and this assignment is merely a chance to exert my remaining vitality. Master, is there any way to avoid this fate? My time is limited. I can only endure for another 2 or 3 decades. If there were celestial materials or miraculous elixirs to extend my life, I might linger a few more years. Alas, treasures related to longevity are exceedingly rare. Wang Yi recalled the celestial origin fruit tree spirit seed previously bestowed upon him by Wu Gang, likely acquired inadvertently during Wu Gang's quest for longevity-enhancing items. However, Wang Yi chose to remain silent about it, deciding to speak only once he could cultivate it to fruition. Perhaps, in another decade, his master would succeed in finding it, and he would accompany his master on this quest. You possess the right intention, his master replied. But my disciple, since this outing is unavoidable, you must prepare adequately. I am aware that you typically do not focus on combat techniques and possess limited means. Therefore, I have procured for you a second-tier superior Jinghong sword, a metal attribute blade renowned for its striking power. Additionally, I have provided you with a second-tier superior defense shield, alongside a self-crafted infant treasure capable of delivering a formidable blow equivalent to that of an early-stage nascent soul, albeit with limited usage, no more than 5 times. Exercise caution in its application, for it may serve as a means of preserving your life. Furthermore, I present to you a third-tier pseudo 5 elements escape technique. The authentic 5 elements escape art has long been lost. This is a replica created by later masters. Though it is imitative, it far surpasses ordinary escape techniques. Lastly, there is a sword manual titled the 4th-tier Gung Metal Sword Technique, which is revered among the Beastmaster sect. This manual was obtained from ruins, and you may practice it with confidence. I can only provide you with these items, as your cultivation level is still low, rendering you unable to wield higher-tier treasures. These offerings should suffice, and I am grateful for your generous gifts, Master, Wang Yi expressed with deep gratitude. After bidding farewell to his master, Wang Yi returned to the small courtyard of his sect. With only 5 days to prepare, he could not afford to rest. He immediately took out the golden sword technique and the pseudo 5 elements escape method bestowed by his master to contemplate. As the night passed, he inscribed both spells onto his panel. Each of these techniques required an initial investment of 100,000 experience points and was exceedingly difficult to cultivate, while his available points were merely a scant 10,000. If only I had a few more years, Wang Yi murmured. Wang Yi allocated all 10,000 points to the true dragon-slaying formation, intending to craft several second-tier array discs before his departure. As the assurance of a formation would provide him with a sense of security, Wang Yi hurriedly tidied up before departing for one outbuilding. Su Jian was still busily occupied, and after waiting for a while, he remarked, "You've arrived, little brother, without calling for me. I just finished my work. Let us head to the back hall." Upon seeing Wang Yi waiting, Su Jian quickly added, "No worries, I just got here." Once in the back hall, Su Jian inquired, "What brings you here, little brother?" Wang Yi sighed, "Elder brother, the Beast Tamer sect is gathering all its disciples to go to the Hengduan Mountains to fend off the beast tide. I'm among them. Alas, there's no avoiding this." Su Jian's expression turned serious. "You're participating as well. It seems the situation is quite dire." "Indeed. I came to ask you for some second-tier array materials. Please prepare 10 sets for me. I wish to attempt crafting a second-tier array disc." "Certainly, little brother. Please wait a moment. I didn't expect your proficiency in array formations to be so advanced," Su Jian replied, instructing a maid to fetch 10 sets of second-tier inferior array materials. "I'm merely experimenting. By the way, do you have any spirit tools with rapid flight capabilities?" "Why do you need spirit tools, little brother?" "Only those in the foundation establishment stage can fully wield them. I'm buying one for a foundation establishment peer in our sect. He promised to look after me during this outing." "Ah, I see. Please wait here. I will fetch something for you." With that, Su Jian stepped outside. Before long, he returned with 3 spirit tools in hand. "Little brother, these are the 3 fastest second-tier spirit tools in the building. A flying boat, a flying sword, and a flying carpet, all of superior quality. The flying boat. The purple light escape shuttle can carry up to 5 people and is exceedingly swift, making it difficult for any cultivator below the golden core stage to catch up. The flying sword, the shadow escape sword, can release 3 illusory images simultaneously to confuse opponents, accommodating 2 passengers in flight. It is also very fast, eluding those below the golden core stage. The flying carpet, the shadowless flying carpet, can conceal its user, making it nearly undetectable to cultivators beneath the golden core stage. With decent flight speed, it is mainly for stealth. Su Jian elaborated on each item. "They all sound excellent. I'll take the flying boat and the flying carpet, along with the array materials. Elder brother, please calculate the total." "The total comes to around 25 to 26,000 spirit stones. Let us settle on 25,000. "Thank you, elder brother." Once the transaction was completed, Wang Yi, eager to visit the Lingyun Chamber of Commerce, took his leave without delay. Su Jian, understanding Wang Yi's urgency, refrained from detaining him. Wang Yi arrived at the Lingyun Merchant Guild. Today, Lu Ruyan was inside the building. Upon seeing Wang Yi, her eyes lit up. "Finally, my dear younger brother has graced me with his presence," she said, feigning a tearful expression. "Fairy Ruyan, please spare me your teasing. I come on serious business." Wang Yi replied with an air of solemnity. "How dull," Ruyan sighed, then mirrored his serious demeanor. "Very well, what brings you here?" "Well, I came to inform you that I must depart for a journey, so my collaboration with the Lingyun Merchant Guild will have to be postponed for a time. Also, I I wish to purchase some second-tier, lower-grade formation materials. Oh, can my dear brother now craft second-tier spirit-gathering formations? Rian's eyes shimmered with renewed interest as she fixed her gaze upon him. I merely wish to attempt it. Success is not guaranteed, Wang Yi replied, maintaining a composed facade despite the rapid beating of his heart under her scrutiny. You're leaving? This is unlike you. Over the years, Rian had come to understand Wang Yi's temperament quite well. I have no choice. It's a compulsory mission. I must go. Very well. How many second-tier formation materials do you require? 5 sets, please. Wait here. Moments later, Rian returned with light, graceful steps. The total is 5,000 spirit stones, but I'll take 4,500. Understood. Farewell. Fairy Rian. Wang Yi placed the spirit stones on the table, gathered the materials, and departed. Wang Yi returned to the small courtyard of the Feng city, inspected all the spiritual plants, and finding no issues, he entered the small house to begin crafting a second-tier formation. 3 days later, he emerged from the courtyard to check on the growth of the spiritual plants. The fastest ones would take at least 2 months to mature, prompting Wang Yi to plan a return in 2 months. Today marked the day of congregation for the sect, and he set up a flying vessel, heading directly to the assembly square. Upon arriving at the square, he found many fellow disciples already waiting. There, he spotted Lin Yuan, the chubby disciple. Brother Lin, it is a pleasure to see you again, Wang Yi greeted him. Brother Wang, you have arrived, Lin responded. Which destination are we headed to this time? Wang Yi inquired. I have heard we will be separated. Elders will call out names for selection, but I have a senior brother in the foundation establishment stage looking after me. So I will likely be assigned to a weaker point, Lin explained. Congratulations, brother, Wang Yi replied. After a brief conversation, the sect leader and several elders descended from the sky. Silence. Each of you will receive a recording wristband. After recognizing its owner, it will link to the sect's token. Remember, do not lose it. Each elder will lead a team to various locations for defense. We will call names one by one. The sect leader's authoritative voice rang out. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of thousands of wristbands floated before everyone. As names were called, Zhao Chong, Li Jing, Wang Wei. The first elder began the roll call. After calling out several thousand names, he summoned a gigantic centipede, and the crowd climbed aboard its massive body. The centipede writhed and soared into the sky. When the fifth elder began calling names, Wang Yi was finally summoned. He recognized this elder as Qian Chang, a mid-stage golden core cultivator, who also called out several thousand names. After the roll call, he summoned a giant eagle, and everyone took to its back as it let out a piercing cry and spread its wings to ascend into the heavens. After several days of flight, the giant eagle reached the gathering site, protected by a third-tier formation and surrounded by towering walls. Wang Yi opened the sect token, revealing a map sent by the sect prior to their departure, which marked the token's location. He observed that they were positioned at the southernmost edge of the Hongduan Mountains, nearing the sea. Isn't this the passage to the transformation of Spirit Secret Realm? Further southeast leads directly to it. Wang Yi mused, examining the map. As everyone disembarked from the giant eagle, they found many individuals waiting on the ground, all at least in the initial stage of foundation establishment, comprising the sect's practitioners who had previously defended against the beast tide. I am Li Shangfei, the temporary head here, announced a late-stage foundation establishment disciple upon meeting Elder Qian. How is the situation here? Elder Qian inquired, his expression impassive. Reporting to the elder, the situation is relatively stable. Since the opening of the transformation of Spirit Secret Realm, this area has become a crucial passage, and most of the encountered beasts have been cleared away, so the scale of the beast tide is not substantial. With so many disciples here to support, we should be able to maintain a secure defense, Li Shangfei respectfully reported. Then lead us to our base. Arrange accommodations for them. And after a few days of rest, we will proceed with the arrangements, Elder Qian commanded. Yes, Li Shangfei responded, leading everyone into the protective formation. In the following days, Wang Yi diligently practiced at the base, while other disciples began to form groups and explore the Hongduan Mountains, as the beast tide was unpredictable, and it was impossible for so many disciples to remain in one place. Seeing that there was no immediate danger, Elder Qian allowed them to venture freely. After a few more days of stable cultivation, Wang Yi found the environment similar to his small courtyard, except for the absence of spiritual plants. Suddenly, the sound of a bell echoed outside, followed by Elder Qian's voice. The beast tide is approaching. All disciples, prepare for battle. Upon hearing the voice of Qian Chang, Wang Yi no longer hesitated. With a swift sweep of his consciousness, he retrieved the single-person flying vessel bestowed by the sect from his storage bag. He soared forth, heading towards the direction of the Hongduan Mountains. Moments later, he ascended the city wall and beheld the scene beyond. Outside the walls, a myriad of ferocious beasts thronged. Countless in number and varying in size, predominantly first-tier creatures, with a few second-tier beasts interspersed among them. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the distance, prompting all the beasts to raise their heads and unleash a collective howl, seemingly to bolster their might. In unison, they surged towards the walls, causing the very ground to tremble as if in response to their formidable presence, creating a truly awe-inspiring spectacle. Wang Yi beheld such a scene for the first time, his legs trembling slightly. Suddenly, a figure soared into the sky, standing amidst the void. The onlookers gazed upwards, and it was none other than the leading Golden Core elder, Chong. His voice resonated in the ears of every disciple. Fellow compatriots, follow me into battle. Yes. The chorus of voices erupted in unison as everyone summoned their magical artifacts and spirit beasts, charging forth towards the tide of beasts. Wang Yi summoned the mosquito beast, brandishing 2 shadowless needles in his hands, wielding a first-tier superior magic sword, and standing upon a first-tier superior flying vessel bestowed by his sect. He surged forth to engage the tide of beasts, the 2 forces colliding like 2 torrents, instantly creating a spray of crimson splendor. As Wang Yi engaged with the demonic beasts, he instructed the mosquito beast to prioritize its safety while indulging in its feast. He divided his consciousness into 2, deftly maneuvering 2 shadowless needles that spiraled rapidly around him. Any demonic beast that ventured within a dozen meters, regardless of size, would be pierced through the eyes, directly invading the brain and swiftly obliterating its neural tissue, before darting out through the ears, moving so quickly that the shadowless needles were nearly invisible. With 9 strands of consciousness, he could perceptively grasp the entirety of the situation above and below, and in conjunction with the silent nature of the shadowless needles. It was not long before a layer upon layer of demonic beast corpses accumulated around him, rising ever higher. Observers nearby began to gravitate towards Wang Yi. Brother, how impressive. What technique is this that allows such rapid kills? Inquired a fellow disciple riding a wolf. My artifact, the shadowless needle, was an unexpected find. Wang Yi responded as he continued his forward assault. The mosquito beast thrived amidst the tide of beasts, swiftly growing about a meter larger, its half-meter-long proboscis gleaming ominously. With a single strike, it pierced through the hide of a mid-stage first-tier spirit beast, leaving nothing but skin and bones in mere seconds. The mosquito beast possessed an innate ability to conceal itself, rendering its true rank indistinguishable to others, who perceived it merely as a late-stage first-tier spirit beast. After several hours of relentless slaughter, the carnage drew the attention of a second-tier demonic beast. An early-stage shadow tiger demon charged toward Wang Yi. But before it could reach him, it was intercepted by a foundation-building disciple riding a tusked boar. Wang Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity at the sight. Wasn't this a quintessential wild boar knight? You shall face me. If you seek to bully the weak, you shall find no passage, the wild boar knight declared, confronting the shadow tiger demon. A thunderous roar erupted from the shadow tiger, hurtling toward the wild boar knight. In an instant, the 2 beasts collided, prompting the surrounding first-tier demonic beasts and chi practitioners to prudently retreat from the area. A battle of foundation-building cultivators was beyond the capacity of chi practitioners to intervene. Even residual shocks could obliterate a swath of them. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Yi swiftly distanced himself from the area, soaring southward with remarkable speed, relying on his formidable spiritual awareness and the coordination of the shadowless needle. Accompanied by the protection of the mosquito beast, he left a trail of devastation in his wake. It was unclear how long he had been slaying, but Wang Yi only knew that fatigue had set in, prompting him to deploy a 5 elements defensive array to recuperate. The first-tier beasts were utterly incapable of breaching his formation. After several days, Wang Yi finally halted, discovering that the surroundings were devoid of any beasts. This area had been thoroughly purged by his hand. Numerous fellow disciples nearby gazed at him with awe. Brother, thanks to you, my magical energy is nearly depleted. Had I delayed any longer, I would have perished, one remarked. Indeed, brother, you are incredibly powerful, exclaimed another. What is your name, brother? You are quite impressive, said a female cultivator with a face adorned with freckles. As the crowd clamored with questions, Wang Yi, overwhelmed by fatigue, offered brief responses before finding a spot to sit cross-legged. He produced a second-tier low-grade 5 elements defensive array, placed a spirit stone within, activated it, and began meditating on the ground. Observing Wang Yi shielding the area with his formation, the others expressed their gratitude and fell silent, also settling down to recuperate. When the group had restored their magical energy, shedding their earlier disheveled appearances, Wang Yi retracted the array and addressed them. Esteemed fellow disciples, other regions are still embroiled in fierce battles. Shall we not join forces to provide support? He inquired. Certainly, we shall accompany you, brother. Dozens exclaimed in unison. Having cleared our section, is it wise to venture forth into further peril? A few murmured from the back. Indeed, I have no desire to court death. Another voiced an agreement. Upon witnessing the situation, Wang Yi ceased further discourse, retrieved the individual flying vessel issued by his sect, and ascended, soaring northward with a contingent of several dozen fellow disciples in tow. Upon reaching the battlefield, the skirmish persisted, albeit with a diminished number of demonic beasts. The second-tier creatures had been lured away by his fellow disciples at the Foundation establishment stage, leaving only a scant few first-tier beasts. With the addition of Wang Yi and his companions, the conflict was swiftly concluded, allowing the weary disciples to rest in place, while those still capable continued to support their comrades. Thus, the momentum behind Wang Yi's group grew exponentially, yet ultimately, he deemed the situation too ostentatious. During the fray, he discreetly concealed his presence and, accompanied by a mosquito beast, made a hasty retreat. Chapter 35, The Demon Cultivator. As Wang Yi observed that the beast tide was nearing its end, he stealthily guided the mosquito beast towards the western encampment. However, it wasn't long before a flash of sword light intercepted him. He skillfully maneuvered the flying vessel to evade the blade of light and descended to the ground, where dozens of individuals clad in black robes were glaring at him with malevolent expressions. "Kid, your performance during the beast tide was quite remarkable. What's the matter? Are you feeling proud?" One of the black-robed figures remarked. "Who are you? Why do you obstruct my path?" Wang Yi inquired, maintaining his composure. "Of course, we are the good guys. You've shown considerable prowess, having slain numerous beasts. Hand over all your treasures, and we might leave you with a complete corpse." Another black-robed individual interjected. "Just ahead lies the stronghold of my sect. Are you not afraid of the elders coming after you?" Wang Yi responded calmly. "Since we dare to block your way, why would we fear any commotion you might cause? To be frank, we have set up a second-tier superior concealment formation around here. You, a mere ninth-tier chi practitioner, think you can escape?" The leader, a cultivator in the initial stage of foundation establishment, declared. "Oh, is that so? Then that means if I were to kill you, no one would notice," Wang Yi retorted with a mocking smile. He unleashed the mosquito beast. The second-tier superior Jing Hong sword materialized in his hand, and a defensive spiritual shield enveloped him as he charged forward. Among the opposing group, there were only 2 cultivators in the initial stage of foundation establishment. The rest were merely ninth-tier chi practitioners. Wang Yi employed the Gengjin sword technique in conjunction with the Jinghong sword, swiftly slaying more than 10 ninth-tier practitioners. "This is bad. They are concealing their true strength. Quickly protect the others. I will hold them off," one of the foundation establishment cultivators exclaimed, producing a small flag. With a wave of the flag, numerous beasts and the souls of cultivators materialized around them. "Demonic cultivators!" Wang Yi gasped in astonishment. Wang Yi sighed inwardly. Recalling his master's words, this beast tide is indeed intertwined with demonic forces. Without further hesitation, he unleashed his 9 consciousnesses simultaneously. 2 directed the shadowless needles to swiftly eliminate the 9th-layer chi refinement demon cultivator, while another maintained a defensive barrier, ensuring that no souls could approach within a 10-meter radius of Wang Yi. With a flourish of his Jinghong sword, he executed the Gengjin sword technique, charging towards the demon cultivator wielding a small flag. In mere moments, he dispatched his opponent with a precise strike. Another demon cultivator sought to assist, yet found himself entangled with a mosquito beast of comparable strength, unable to extricate himself. After Wang Yi vanquished one foe, he pivoted his sword towards another foundation establishment demon cultivator. "What are your sinister plans?" Wang Yi inquired, having dispatched all the chi refinement demon cultivators. The remaining foundation establishment demon, now disarmed and lying on the ground, gasped for breath as Wang Yi pressed him for answers. "Curious, are you? Dream on." The demon retorted defiantly. "Speak, and perhaps I shall spare you. Remain silent, and I will slowly sever your 5th limb." Wang Yi threatened menacingly. "You dare? My sect will never forgive you." The demon's bravado faltered, a trickle of black blood escaping his lips as he succumbed to poison, taking his own life. Truly fierce. Wang Yi collected the storage bags of all the demons and conjured a fireball that swiftly reduced them to ashes. He then located and retrieved the hidden array disc. Securing it without delay, Wang Yi stealthily returned to the residence. As the beast tide outside had come to an end, disciples returned to the sect in small groups, each bearing the marks of exhaustion, having fought tirelessly for several days without rest. Upon entering his quarters, he closed the door behind him and casually activated a 5-element defensive array before sitting cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes for a brief moment of recuperation. He reached for the numerous storage pouches at his waist, each of which could not be stored within another, resulting in a noticeably thickened belt. He counted a total of 38 first-tier medium-quality storage pouches and 2 second-tier low-quality ones. He first picked up one of the first-tier medium-quality pouches, and with a flick of his consciousness, all the items materialized in the room. Without pausing to inspect, he grabbed another one and emptied its contents, repeating this process until all 38 pouches were emptied. As he surveyed the rapidly accumulating items, he felt overwhelmed. There was simply too much to categorize, and the task seemed daunting. Nevertheless, he persevered, first taking a medium-quality pouch to gather all useless clothing and other debris strewn across the floor, intending to dispose of them later. With another sweep of his consciousness, all the spirit stones began to rise and flew into a different storage pouch. A quick scan revealed approximately 38,000 spirit stones, prompting a silent lament for his apparent poverty. Once more, he directed his consciousness, and all weapons soared into a single pouch. He counted 10 first-tier low-quality weapons, 27 first-tier medium-quality, and 43 first-tier high-quality ones, all weapons belonging to demonic cultivators that he could not utilize. However, among them were over 10 first-tier high-quality soul banners, which he carefully placed in his own storage pouch, as the souls within would be invaluable to him. Once the soul-devouring beehive tree ritual was completed, he could plant them, perfectly timed to absorb the souls for growth. Previously, he had been troubled about sourcing a large quantity of souls, yet now they had come to him. After sorting these items, the clutter on the floor had diminished by nearly half. He then used another storage pouch to collect all the refining materials scattered about, instantly making the room feel significantly more spacious. The materials were abundant yet varied, Most were suited for demonic cultivators and would not sell well, comprising predominantly first-tier materials with only a handful of second-tier items, which he estimated to be worth about 10,000 spirit stones. Following this, he gathered herbs and pills, discovering a myriad of first-tier herbs and around 10 second-tier ones, collectively valued at over 10,000 spirit stones. The pills were primarily low-tier, suitable only for demonic cultivators, rendering them unsellable, so he set them aside for now. With the floor now largely clear, Wang Yi sorted through the remaining items, setting aside the useless objects and clothing to be burned or discarded later. He noticed a selection of books and jade slips, about a dozen in total, 5 array plates, 2 alchemical furnaces, 20-some maps, 10 or so bottles for blood collection, and 7 puppets. He first picked up the books and jade slips, most of which contained the violent techniques of demonic cultivation, such as soul extraction and flesh flaying. The gruesomeness of the contents made him uneasy. He had no intention of pursuing the path of a demonic cultivator, so he incinerated them with a fireball spell. Next, he examined the array plates, all of which were first-tier low to medium quality, and tossed them into his magical artifact storage pouch for future sale. He found 1 first-tier medium quality and 1 low-quality alchemical furnace, both of which were useless to him as he had no knowledge of alchemy. So he placed them in the artifact pouch as well. The maps predominantly depicted the locations of demonic sects on the eastern continent, with only 4 or 5 detailing the eastern transverse mountain range, which held little relevance for him. If they had been treasure maps, he might have taken more interest. But for now, that was inconsequential. He then summoned a mosquito beast, opening the blood-filled bottles. The creature eagerly began to feed, while he set aside the remaining 7 puppets, 4 first-tier medium quality, 1 first-tier high quality, and 2 first-tier low quality. Next, he retrieved the 2 second-tier low-quality storage pouches. Each bore a consciousness imprint, but the original owner was deceased, and the residual consciousness could not withstand Wang Yi's mental probing, which swiftly breached their defenses. As he examined one pouch, he emptied the miscellaneous items, revealing fewer but of notably higher quality. There were about 7,000 spirit stones and various second-tier refining and alchemy materials, roughly valued at 10,000 spirit stones. Among the magical artifacts, he found a second-tier low-quality soul sail, which he added to his storage pouch, as well as several tomes and jade slips. Upon inspection, he discovered that the books contained notes on demonic cultivation techniques, which he promptly incinerated. One of the jade slips detailed the information on the soul banners, stating, "Soul banner requires spirit wood and beast hide for crafting. The better the material quality, the greater the potential. Select the strongest among them as the main soul for the soul sail, capable of commanding all souls, categorized into 10 soul sails, 100 soul banners, 1,000 soul banners, and 10,000 soul banners." Wang Yi harbored a considerable fascination for the soul-devouring banner. However, its exceedingly ruthless nature, which imprisoned souls and transgressed the natural order, deterred him from its cultivation. Should the so-called saints become aware of his endeavors, his days would undoubtedly grow troublesome. He retrieved all the soul-devouring banners, selecting the finest among them, the second-tier inferior 100 souls banner. Upon probing with his spiritual consciousness, he discerned that it contained approximately several hundred souls, encompassing both human and animal essences. Among them, the most formidable was a tiger demon spirit, nearing the second tier. He proceeded to absorb the souls from the other several dozen 10 souls banners into the second-tier inferior 100 souls banner, witnessing its aura intensify once more as the soul count approached 400, thereby upgrading it to a second-tier medium 100 souls banner, though it remained distant from evolving into a 1,000 souls banner. In another storage pouch, he discovered 8,000 spirit stones and materials valued at nearly 10,000, all of which were cultivated through the practice of blood, rendering them exceedingly gruesome. Among these were several hundred vials of early-stage, second-tier beast blood, estimated to weigh around 5,000 pounds, sufficient sustenance for the mosquito beast for 5 years, thereby indirectly saving Wang Yi a substantial amount of spirit stones. The recent slaying of the demonic cultivators had yielded a wealth exceeding 100,000 spirit stones. Murder and arson, the golden belt of wealth, Wang Yi exclaimed with exhilaration. Subsequently, he produced the sect token to inspect his sect contribution points, which displayed a total of 11,235 points. Wang Yi was acutely aware that he had slain numerous spiritual beasts in recent days, tallying over 11,000, if converted to the initial stage of first-tier spiritual beasts. He pondered whether this was excessive, hoping it would not attract the attention of the sect. He resolved to exercise greater caution in the future. Little did he know that within the grand hall of the sect, a colossal luminous stone tablet displayed a series of names and numbers, prominently featuring Wang Yi. Chi Refinement Rankings First Place. Wang Yi, Contribution Points, 11,235, Second Place. Gao Xingwei, Contribution Points, 1,860, Third Place. Li Zongjing, Contribution Points, 1,670. The sect leader and several elder cultivators in the Golden Core stage gazed at the tablet in astonishment. Who is this Wang Yi? And how has he amassed such an astounding number of contribution points? Could the artifact be malfunctioning? One elder inquired. It is improbable. Our sect has utilized this artifact for millennia without failure, another elder responded. Bring me the list of sect disciples. I must ascertain the identity of this individual, commanded the sect leader. Suddenly, an elderly figure entered from outside, letting out a cold snort. The entire assembly fell silent, turning their attention to the newcomer. We welcome the Grand Elder. The crowd bowed in unison. No need for formalities. There is no need to investigate. This is my newly accepted disciple. Keep this matter confidential. He requires time to develop, Wu Gang stated. Obediently following the Grand Elder's decree, the sect leader and the elders replied, holding their breaths in deference. Very well. You may resume your duties. I shall take my leave. We bid farewell to the Grand Elder. Once Wu Gang departed, the crowd exhaled, regaining their composure. Which Grand Elder is this, that he would take a chi refinement disciple under his wing? Such fortune. Indeed, I barely dared to lift my gaze. I caught a fleeting glimpse, and he seemed to be from the Techniques Pavilion. Yes, it must be so. We must not speak of this. Offending a Grand Elder could lead to dire consequences. Indeed, esteemed elders, this matter must remain undisclosed. The sect leader's voice resonated. Agreed. The assembly responded in unison. Wang Yi remained oblivious to the unfolding events, engrossed in tallying his harvest. Chapter 36. The Conflict. In the subsequent fortnight, with no beast tide occurring, Wang Yi refrained from divulging the incident of the demon sect's attack, as it would betray his capabilities. His days were consumed by cultivation, leaving him with little else to occupy his mind. He often pondered the spiritual plants in his small courtyard, eagerly anticipating the ripening of 10 purple crystal grapes in a month's time, compelling him to seek a suitable method to return home. One day, after completing his training and feeling aimless, he decided to venture outside. The vicinity, nestled near the Hongduan Mountains, boasted lush vegetation and towering trees, likely due to the abundant spiritual energy in the realm of cultivation, resulting in exceptionally grand growth among all flora. Upon stepping outside, he was drawn to a gathering of individuals before him and approached to join the commotion. Fellow disciples, we shall convene here this afternoon to embark together, announced a man in his 30s. Indeed, let us go. We shall reconvene here as the sun descends, the others replied in unison. However, Wang Yi remained unaware of the matter at hand. As the crowd dispersed, he discreetly trailed behind a man surnamed Sunday, senior brother's son. Please hold on. I am Wang Yi, and it is a pleasure to meet you, he ventured after a while when he noticed they were alone. Oh, I wonder what brings you to follow me, junior brother? Sun Fuxing inquired. I overheard you mentioning a gathering to a certain location, but I arrived late and did not catch the details, which is why I followed you to inquire further. I hope you do not mind, Wang Yi replied, bowing respectfully. Oh, I initially thought you might have ulterior motives. I just discussed with the other brothers and sisters that as the sun sets this afternoon, there is a trading area to the north, the origins of which remain a mystery. We plan to visit collectively, as the absence of a beast tide has left everyone feeling quite restless. Thus, I extended an invitation to all for mutual support, Sun Fuxing explained. May I inquire how far it is from here? Wang Yi asked. It is not far, merely half an hour's journey. A senior brother in the foundation establishment stage will be piloting a spirit tool boat for our transport, with each person required to provide 10 spirit stones for the round trip. Is there still room for more? I would like to join, Wang Yi expressed. Certainly. You may gather here as the sun nears its descent, Sun Fuxing replied. Thank you, senior brother. I will take my leave now, Wang Yi said, clasping his hands in gratitude. After Wang Yi departed, Sun Fuxing hurriedly arrived at the residential area and went to Lin Yang's room. Senior brother Lin, I've arranged for the manpower, approximately 50 individuals, each carrying 10 spirit stones for a one-way trip and 20 for a round trip. We stand to gain 1,000 spirit stones from this venture, Sun Fuxing exclaimed with urgency. Very well, put in your utmost effort. And you shall receive 1/10 of the profits, Lin Yang replied nonchalantly, though a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. Thank you, senior brother Lin. I will certainly give it my all, Sun Fuxing said, equally exhilarated. As the afternoon drew near to sunset, Wang Yi arrived at the gathering site, where over 40 cultivators had already assembled, all of whom were at least at the 6th layer of chi refining, with no one at the foundation establishment stage. After a short while, the number swelled to over 50, and only then did Sun Fuxing and Lin Yang make their appearance. Esteemed colleagues, this is our sect's foundation establishment cultivator, senior brother Lin Yang, Sun Fuxing introduced. Greetings, senior brother Lin. The crowd clasped their hands in respect. Is everyone present? Then let us set forth, Lin Yang declared, producing a dilapidated flying vessel from his storage bag. That flying vessel looks oddly familiar, one female disciple remarked. I recognize it too. Another female disciple chimed in. Isn't that the one belonging to that unscrupulous merchant who ferries people and goods for our sect? A male disciple stated. Indeed, it is he. When I first joined the sect, he frequently transported people across various locations, charging exorbitant fees. And his vessel appeared so rickety that it seemed prone to falling apart at any moment. Should we even board it then? Well, it has been agreed upon. So let us board it. After all, I've never heard of anyone falling to their demise. Fellow disciples, do not heed such baseless rumors. Though my vessel may seem worn, it remains quite stable and can easily accommodate 50 individuals, Lin Yang interjected, noticing the growing concern among the crowd. Let us place our trust in senior brother Lin. After all, no fatalities within the sect have been reported. Wang Yi gazed skeptically at the dilapidated flying vessel, noting the numerous patches made from spirit wood. He truly questioned whether it could ascend into the skies. After a few individuals boarded, around 50 remained. They all clambered aboard the craft, which felt rather cramped. Is there still room to move? There's no space to stand, exclaimed a newly arrived cultivator. It's full, shouted someone from the back. There is still ample space inside. Just move further in, Lin Yang called from the bow of the vessel. Brother Lin, it's truly impossible to squeeze in. Someone protested. Unperturbed, Lin Yang pressed forward, creating a small opening and promptly beckoned Wang Yi to join him. With a resigned expression, Wang Yi observed the overcrowded vessel and reluctantly stepped aboard. We are full. Let us set off, Lin Yang announced. With a surge of spiritual energy, the vessel creaked and began to sway into the air. After half an hour, they finally arrived at the temporary market. The passengers hurriedly disembarked, each presenting 10 spirit stones to Lin Yang. I told you there was nothing to worry about. In my many years of service, this vessel has never encountered a crash, Lin Yang proclaimed proudly. Indeed, Brother Lin, could we perhaps have a more spacious vessel next time? It's quite uncomfortable for us ladies to be crammed in here with unwelcome hands, a freckle-faced female disciple remarked. All right, we'll discuss it later. These vessels aren't inexpensive. Let me save enough spirit stones first, Lin Yang replied, though inwardly he thought, with that freckled face. It would be a blessing if anyone even dared to touch her. Everyone, we shall reconvene here in 3 hours. Those who are late will be left behind. Lin Yang instructed. Yes, the crowd responded in unison before entering the temporary market. Wang Yi also entered the market, where a multitude of people thronged. Various sects were represented in their distinct attires, predominantly consisting of disciples from different sects, alongside a number of independent cultivators who had set up stalls. These independent practitioners capitalized on the crisis brought about by the beast tide, acquiring goods at low prices from the safer market and subsequently selling them here at elevated prices to reap the profit margin. Wang Yi, possessing a fortune exceeding 100,000 spirit stones, had ample resources for cultivation. Yet, after prolonged periods of training, one inevitably succumbs to fatigue. Thus, a brief respite was warranted. As he strolled, he perused the wares displayed at the roadside stalls, predominantly low-tier items suitable for the chi refinement stage. Hardly worth much in spirit stones. Occasionally, he encountered stalls selling spiritual seeds, but found only commonplace first-tier varieties, lacking any rare specimens of interest to him. Upon reaching a stall offering materials, his eyes suddenly lit up at the sight of a palm-sized mineral. Friend, how much for this mineral? Wang Yi inquired of the vendor. Greetings, friend. This is Wujing stone, a mid-tier second-grade metal material, essential for forging mid-tier second-grade metal spiritual tools. I have 1 pound available. Let us say 4,300 spirit stones, the vendor replied, holding up a fist-sized metallic ore. Wang Yi considered the price to be quite reasonable. Here are 4,300 spirit stones, please count them, he stated, noticing that the price was only slightly elevated, thus opting not to haggle further. Friend, how delightful. If you find anything else of interest, please feel free to choose, the vendor beamed. However, a young man suddenly interrupted the transaction, asserting, wait. Friend, I will offer 5,000 spirit stones for that Wujing stone. A group of 7 or 8 individuals surrounded Wang Yi, 6 men and 2 women, both of whom were veiled, obscuring their features. Among the men, 5 encircled a youthful figure, presumably their leader, who appeared to be in the early stages of foundation establishment. While Wang Yi was merely at the 8th level of chi training, one of the women was also in the early stages of foundation establishment, while the other's cultivation level remained indiscernible. My friend, I have already purchased this item and paid in spirit stones, Wang Yi stated. Youth, what of it? The highest bidder claims the prize, the young man replied. Indeed, youth, if you know what is good for you, you should leave swiftly. Do you comprehend who our young master is? He is Lu Changshi, the direct heir of the Lu family, a prestigious Yuaning clan. You, a mere chi training disciple of the beast tamer sect, are not someone to offend, one of the servants arrogantly proclaimed. And what of it? This is a legitimate transaction. And it has already concluded. Wang Yi resolutely refused to yield. Do you wish to provoke the Lu family? Lu Changshi exclaimed in anger. Since your Lu family is so overbearing, if it is indeed a matter of offense, I can do little about it, Wang Yi replied, unperturbed by the threat. Though he had no desire to stir trouble. Merchant, you must declare to whom the ear belongs. Lu Changshi, sensing Wang Yi's obstinacy, threatened the vendor. My transaction is complete. What remains is your affair and bears no relevance to me, the vendor stated before hastily gathering his belongings in an attempt to flee. Enough, Lu Changshi. Your grandfather has tasked me with accompanying you on this journey. Do not cause unnecessary disturbances, one of the veiled women interjected. Very well. For the sake of the celestial maiden, I shall let this slide. Youth, remember, I will not forget you. Lu Changshi reluctantly relented, though internally he ruminated. Wretched woman. Once we are wed, you shall see how I torment you. My esteemed friend, I sincerely apologize for any offense caused, a melodious voice echoed, enchanting to the ear. Not at all, Wang Yi responded dismissively, pocketing the black gold stone and preparing to depart. Find out about the beast tamer sect disciple who opposed me. I shall ensure he suffers greatly, Lu Chashur commanded his servant in a hushed tone. Yes, young master, the servant replied. The two women overheard this exchange, and the speaking woman shook her head in disappointment at the early-stage foundation establishment girl beside her. This woman was Shen Shuiyao, a cultivator in the late stages of foundation establishment, also from a Yuaning family, the Shen clan. Her grandfather shared a deep bond with Lu Changshur's grandfather, and a marriage pact had been established before either was born. Since childhood, her mother had insisted that she remain veiled, so her true appearance was unknown to the outside world. The early-stage foundation establishment girl was her maid, Ronger, who had grown up alongside Shen Shuiyao, sharing a sisterly bond. Miss, do you truly intend to marry this debauched scion? Ronger transmitted to Shen Shuiyao. There is no alternative, since my grandfather made a promise. Our ancestors desire the union to strengthen our foundations, Shen Shuiyao replied, in resignation. Yet this scion constantly gazes at us with lewd eyes. I long to teach him a lesson, Ronger conveyed, her voice tinged with indignation. We shall take it one step at a time. I also do not wish to wed him, but to annul the engagement requires sufficient power. Currently, we are too weak to negotiate, Shen Shuiyao reflected with a sigh. It is all Ronger's fault for lacking the talent to alleviate my burdens, she mused. Do not fret, simply focus on your steady cultivation. Wang Yi continued his exploration and, during this time, expended 2,000 spirit stones to procure one tael each of the 4 elemental materials, wood, water, fire, and earth, in preparation for the advancement of his essence soil. Soon enough, nearly 3 hours had elapsed without Wang Yi uncovering any rare items. Upon arriving at the congregation point outside the market, he found that 2 or 3 dozen fellow disciples were already waiting, with more arriving gradually. At the precise 3-hour mark, the group of 50 was assembled. Lin Yang once again retrieved his battered flying vessel. Once everyone squeezed aboard, they set off in the swaying craft towards the sect's gathering place. After approximately 20 minutes of travel, an invisible wall of energy suddenly appeared ahead, unnoticed by the crowd. Lin Yang's damaged vessel collided with it, shattering into countless pieces in an instant. Ah, Lin Heixin, your wretched vessel has truly plummeted. We are all doomed because of you, one disciple shouted, casting aside any semblance of respect and resorting to mockery. Ah, help, help. Upon witnessing the situation, Wang Yi decisively summoned the mosquito beast from his storage pouch. The moment the creature appeared, it expanded to a height of 2 meters, materializing at Wang Yi's feet. Unfortunately, the others were not as fortunate. Being in the chi refinement stage, they lacked the ability to manipulate objects for flight and began to plummet downwards. Just as it seemed they would crash to the ground and be reduced to a mere pulp, Lin Yang stepped onto his flying sword and swiftly conjured a water sphere. The water sphere, a magical artifact, swelled in size to several dozen meters in length and width, catching all those who were falling. Thankfully, no lives were lost. Lin Yang was also taken aback. He had never failed in carrying others before. Fortunately, he had previously anticipated the possibility of a fall and had crafted a water sphere-shaped magical artifact. While everyone was still in shock, Lin Yang was the first to regain his composure. He approached the point of impact and reached out his hand, causing a shimmering array of light to manifest. Who dares to set up a formation in this place, intending to bring about my demise? Lin Yang exclaimed in fury. A series of eerie chuckles echoed, and from within the array emerged a dozen or so figures cloaked in black robes. Were you searching for us? One of the robed figures inquired. Wang Yi was unable to discern the cultivation levels of the individuals before him, but he surmised they were at least in the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Moreover, their black robes bore an uncanny resemblance to those worn by the demonic cult members he had encountered during the Beast Tide. Lin Yang was taken aback as well. He had merely vented his frustration at the formation, and to his astonishment, a dozen indistinct figures had materialized, signaling that he had kicked a hornet's nest. He fell silent and slowly began to retreat. The startled crowd gradually regained their composure. Who are you? What is the purpose of the formation you've set here? When we departed 3 hours ago, there was no formation, inquired a bolder disciple. Ha ha ha. Curious about our intentions? We are here to eliminate you, responded one of the figures in black robes. Run, cried out the crowd as they scattered in all directions, rushing back to their sect to report the impending demonic assault. Observing the chaos, Wang Yi was the first to summon his purple light escape shuttle, stowing away the mosquito beast, and shouted, split up and pursue. Do not let them escape, especially the one who spoke. Damn it, he is merely at the foundation establishment stage. Someone above has ordered for him to be captured alive. After the leader's command, a mass of black clouds surged towards Wang Yi. 5 of the pursuers were hot on his trail, while the others dispersed to chase down the remaining disciples. Meanwhile, Lin Yang found himself entangled with a mid-stage demonic cultivator. Chapter 37. The Ruins in the Willow Tree. Wang Yi exerted all his strength to channel his magical energy into the violet light shuttle, while thousands of spirit stones surged from his storage bag, accumulating at the shuttle's formation for absorption. With the infusion of copious magical and spiritual energy, the shuttle soared at an astonishing speed, leaving behind merely a black in the wake of a gentle breeze. The figures cloaked in black behind him exchanged glances, their faces etched with astonishment. Time became an abstraction as he raced forward. When Wang Yi felt his magical energy nearing depletion, he glanced back to find no one in pursuit. He retracted his energy and allowed the shuttle to glide forward at its innate speed, hastily settling into a meditative position within the violet light shuttle to recuperate his spirit energy. Once his energy was fully restored, he opened his eyes and produced the sect's token to check its positioning feature, which indicated he was nearing the ocean. Continuing onward would lead him to the site of the transformation god ruins. Damn it, he lamented, having indiscriminately chosen a direction in his haste, unwittingly venturing into a perilous area. I may have sealed my fate. Stop right there, boy. If I catch you, you'll know what it means to wish for death. A voice seethed from a distant mass of black clouds. The pursuer had expended considerable effort to catch up and could only utilize his abilities once. Good heavens. They really are pursuing me. I thought I had fled far enough. Do they have some kind of mark on me? Wang Yi glanced back, terror flooding his senses. He once again unleashed all his magical energy, disregarding the potential dangers ahead, and commanded the shuttle to accelerate. As his magical energy surged, flames of fire element surged forth, instantly reducing his garments to ashes. With a thought, he summoned a new set of clothing to envelop himself. Time slipped away as he flew onward, his magical energy waning. The thousands of spirit stones within the shuttle turning to ash. He retrieved another batch of spirit stones, depositing them into the shuttle, and turned to assess his pursuer, only to find the figure had vanished. Unable to endure any longer, Wang Yi sank onto the shuttle, legs crossed, beginning to absorb spiritual energy, allowing the vessel to progress slowly. As he closed his eyes to draw in energy, the shuttle flew in a straight line, bearing him into the heart of the transformation god ruins. When Wang Yi opened his eyes once more, the shuttle had come to a halt before a towering mountain, its ascent interrupted by the peak. Below, vibrant vegetation and a sea of flowers flourished, painting a picture of breathtaking beauty and vitality. After a moment of astonishment, Wang Yi took control of the flying shuttle and descended to the ground. He tucked away the flying vessel and strolled through the sea of flowers, enveloped by their fragrant aroma, which was invigorating to the senses. As he walked, he noticed several beautiful women dancing gracefully amidst the blossoms, and he found himself drawn toward them. Suddenly, a chill coursed through his neck and hands, startling him into awareness. He closed his eyes and began to recite a refreshing incantation. When he finished the chant and opened his eyes, he was still surrounded by the flower-filled landscape. But beneath the vibrant blooms lay a collection of corpses, both human and monstrous. A cold sweat broke out on Wang Yi as he took in the gruesome scene, instinctively holding his breath and closing all his pores. Without warning, a sound of something slicing through the air reached him from behind. He quickly summoned a second-tier high-grade magical shield to defend himself, while the shadowless needle and the stunning sword materialized in front of him, swiftly charging toward the source of the attack. With a resounding thud, both the shadowless needle and the stunning sword struck a vine, causing the needle to shatter into several pieces, while the sword remained intact, severing the vine cleanly. The remaining part of the vine recoiled as if alive, leaving behind a trail of green sap. The severed section of vine twisted and rolled on the ground like a snake before eventually coming to a stop. Wang Yi approached and picked it up. It was remarkably tough, with green sap oozing from the broken end, exuding a faint vitality. He hurriedly collected the sap in a small vial. When the flow ceased, the vine became limp and lost its former rigidity. Wang Yi glanced at the broken shadowless needle with deep sorrow. It had been his companion for many years, albeit merely a first-tier high-grade artifact. This vine, however, clearly surpassed second-tier, rendering the needle utterly useless. Pushing aside his heartache, he quickly stored the vine and vial and followed the trail of green sap. After a brief journey, he spotted a massive willow tree in the distance, its height and girth impressive, with its drooping branches reaching down to the ground. As he approached, he noticed the base of the tree was littered with horrifying corpses, while its canopy was teeming with branches that swung wildly, dragging back the remains of animals and humans alike. After observing for a moment, he retrieved the vial containing the sap from his storage pouch, opened it, and sniffed. There was no peculiar odor, nor any indication of toxicity. Wang Meng, could you see if this sap is beneficial to you? Wang Yi inquired. It seems to contain a trace of life force, but drinking it has made no difference, the mosquito beast relayed telepathically. Life force. This is a valuable find. Perhaps we should collaborate to fell this willow tree, Wang Yi proposed. Let us give it a try. I can fly swiftly to distract some branches while you approach the trunk and sever it, the mosquito beast replied, now possessing a high level of intelligence. Sounds good. You take the lead. I'll wait for my opportunity, Wang Yi agreed, nodding in assent to Wang Meng's strategy. The mosquito beast's body rapidly expanded to over a meter in size and shot toward the willow tree in a flash of darkness. The tree sensed the approaching entity, and numerous branches whipped towards the mosquito beast. Seeing this, the mosquito beast changed direction and sped away, pursued by a flurry of branches. Once the mosquito beast vanished from sight, Wang Yi hesitated for a moment before transforming into a nearly 9-meter-tall golden giant, swiftly making his way to the tree's trunk. The remaining branches, sensing Wang Yi's advance, reacted immediately, thrusting toward him. However, with his heightened defenses and giant form, the branches merely left faint marks on his body, which healed within a second. Summoning the stunning sword, he enlarged it and swung it down with great force. A loud thud echoed as the sword penetrated the wood. But it did not sever the trunk entirely, only slicing through a third of its width, with a small amount of green sap trickling from the wound. Feeling the pain, all branches that had been pursuing the mosquito beast returned to defend the tree, and the attacking branches grew even more ferocious. Wang Yi recognized the urgency and quickly drew back his sword, striking down again with powerful swings. After several determined blows, he finally severed the trunk, which was over 10 meters thick, causing sap to flow freely. Wang Yi, witnessing the sap's outpour, felt a pang of regret. Shrinking back to his normal size, he retrieved hundreds of containers to collect the sap. Once he had gathered every last drop, the mosquito beast returned, hovering beside him. How much did you manage to collect? It asked telepathically as Wang Yi finished his task. About 2,000 G. For such a massive tree, that's hardly anything, Wang Yi complained, feeling unsatisfied. Be grateful. We have no idea how many lives this tree has claimed to produce that, the mosquito beast retorted. True enough, but now that the branches have softened, they're likely useless. Let us burn them, Wang Yi said, launching a fireball that ignited the remnants into flames. As the inferno consumed the willow tree, Wang Yi noticed a faintly glowing oval object nestled in the soil at the base of the severed trunk. His heart raced with excitement. A treasure. Without fear of the fire, he dashed toward the glowing object. Upon grasping it, he revealed a palm-sized spirit seed resting in his hand. And above it appeared a line of text, Devouring Essence Willow Tree Spirit Seed, a special mutated growth-type spirit seed. Derived from ordinary willow trees under specific environmental conditions and multiple mutations. It possesses high growth potential, with the ability to absorb life essence and generate life force. This life force can enhance the growth rate of spirit plants and shorten their maturation time. It requires a rich supply of corpses to thrive. As Wang Yi read this, his heart raced with anticipation. This is a remarkable find. He thought to himself, what is it? Let me see, the mosquito beast inquired, landing on Wang Yi's shoulder. It appears to be the spirit seed of this willow tree. Since I enjoy planting, I'll take it back and try to cultivate it, Wang Yi replied, keeping the truth to himself, as it was a personal secret he could not share, even with those closest to him. Given the tree's formidable nature, I wonder if the seed will also be powerful once planted. Will it be controllable? The mosquito beast pondered. Fear not. I possess the cultivation seed spirit technique. Once I find a safe place, I will refine it. This is a mutated growth-type spirit seed, and it should be resilient enough to withstand my spiritual intensity. Wang Yi reassured. Understood. What shall we do next? The mosquito beast inquired. Let us find a place to rest. The fire is nearly out, and this area is devoid of danger for now. We should set up a formation in a safe spot and recuperate before considering our next steps. It's unfortunate to have been chased into this ruin, Wang Yi grumbled. Finding a fire-free area, he laid out the gathering spirit array, 5-element defensive array, and second-tier high-grade concealment array, then sat cross-legged to recover his energy. When he finally opened his eyes again, he felt completely restored and brimming with vitality. He took out the Devouring Essence Willow Tree Spirit Seed and activated the Cultivation Seed Spirit Technique, absorbing the seed into his consciousness. As he formed the necessary hand seals, countless runes and magical seals flooded into his mind, imprinting themselves onto the seed. Once all the golden runes were successfully inscribed, Wang Yi realized the seed was ready for planting. He was astonished, as once it matured, he could channel his consciousness into the tree, effectively making this Devouring Essence Willow Tree an extension of himself. Why is this willow tree so powerful, yet I can easily refine the seed with my technique? Would my consciousness risk causing it to explode? He speculated, his mind swirling with possibilities. Wang Yi pondered for an extended period. The only explanation that surfaced was, although this tree possessed the strength of a second-tier superior entity, its essence was merely that of a mutated ordinary willow. The residual spiritual seed was also merely a mutated common variety. This explanation, while seemingly incongruous, was all that Wang Yi could conceive. Resolving not to dwell further, he retrieved a fist-sized clump of deep brown soil known as shirang, which was of the second-tier medium quality. Despite daily nourishment of 3 spirit stones since its purchase, it showed no signs of advancement. Upon introducing the Shiwan Vitality Willow Spiritual Seed into the shirang, it rapidly diminished in size as it approached the soil, eventually merging within. Wang Yi extended his consciousness to gauge its rate of absorbing spiritual energy, which turned out to be rather slow. Lacking any corpses at hand, he decided to add a few drops of fresh blood to sustain its normal growth. He then produced a cloth bag, placing the shirang inside, and fashioned a rope to hang it around his neck. Once these tasks were completed, he took out the sex token, channeling his mana into it to access information regarding the Transcendence Relic. The token indicated that a total of 1,000 contribution points was required to inquire about the relic. Glancing at the contribution points displayed on the token, 2,500 points, he recalled that he had yet to redeem the contribution points from the previous Beast Tide. Without hesitation, he opted to spend 1,000 contribution points to obtain information about the Transcendence Relic. The Transcendence Relic, Suspected to be the final resting place created by a transcendental cultivator from a millennium ago, its entrance had only recently appeared after someone triggered its restrictions. Currently, only those below the golden core stage are permitted entry, and it is known that the inner world comprises 3 layers. The outermost layer serves as a teleportation zone. Upon entry, the restrictions within automatically activate, randomly transporting individuals to one of 8 attribute zones categorized by metal, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, wind, and thunder. The danger level within these zones is relatively high, and traversing this layer grants one a second-tier spiritual object. Afterward, one may choose to proceed further or withdraw. The 3rd layer is the consciousness zone, where only spiritual power can be wielded against adversaries. It is teeming with souls, necessitating caution to avoid detection. No one has successfully passed this stage thus far, with only a select few exceptional individuals possessing life-saving means or avatars having ventured within, from whom rumors have circulated. As for any subsequent challenges, their existence remains uncertain. After thoroughly perusing the information, Wongi deduced that he was currently situated within an area dominated by the wood element. He resolved that if he could surmount this wood element challenge, his escape would be assured. Relieved, he recognized that, with his current capabilities, dealing with those at the Foundation establishment stage posed no significant threat. After a brief period of adjustment, he stowed away the formation and mounted his mosquito beast, continuing his flight deeper into the ruins. Not long into his journey, he was drawn to a skirmish occurring below, where he found a large tree to conceal himself and observe the unfolding events. Approximately 40 cultivators were engaged in combat, divided into 2 factions. One group donned black robes, unmistakably identifying them as practitioners of the demonic path, numbering around 25 individuals. The opposing side comprised 2 women whom Wang Yi had previously encountered, associates of a wealthy heir involved in a conflict over black gold at a temporary market. Notably absent was the heir himself, who had previously reached the 8th layer of qi refinement, and he was now accompanied by 15 others. Due to Wang Yi's own early stage of Foundation establishment and the absence of specialized ocular techniques, he could only discern the presence of over 30 individuals at the initial stage of Foundation establishment. You are surrounded. Surrender at once, and perhaps my lord will spare you and these worthless fools. A lewd voice from the demonic faction echoed through the air. Dream on, you demonic fiends. Even if we die, we will not allow you to succeed, shouted Ronger defiantly. Oh, quite the spirited response. Unfortunately for you, with so few numbers, escape is impossible. If you both lay down your weapons and comply, perhaps we may show mercy. The lewd man continued his attempts at persuasion. My lady, we will self-destruct to hold them off. You must flee. If you can pass through here, you will be free, said the maid, Ronger. No, Ronger, your cultivation is too low. You cannot hold them back. I shall be the one to delay them while you escape. We grew up together, like sisters. I could never abandon you, Shen Shuiyao insisted. No, my lady, you are our master, and we must protect you, Ronger replied resolutely. Oh, what a touching scene. Have you not come to an agreement yet? If not, we shall be forced to take action. The lewd man from the demonic faction taunted. Even if we perish, you shall not achieve your goals, Shen Shuiyao declared, revealing her cultivation at the late stage of Foundation establishment and brandishing her sword against the demonic side. The demonic cultivators summoned their spiritual weapons, and a fierce battle ensued. However, Shen Shuiyao remained oblivious to the fact that 5 or 6 members of Lu Chanshi's faction remained stationary behind her, producing their own spiritual weapons to strike at their companions. As Shen Shuiyao engaged in a fierce exchange with a late-stage demonic cultivator, screams erupted from behind her. She turned hastily to see that only Ronger remained standing in place. You, Shen Shuiyao exclaimed in disbelief. Fairy Shun, my master has admired you for a long time, but alas, your aloofness has been noted. This time, my lord has arranged for us to capture you, one of the assailants declared. You dare to collude with the demonic path? Do you not fear the repercussions? The Lu family cannot protect you, Shen Shuiyao retorted angrily. You are too naive. Do you truly believe I would allow you to leave alive? A figure emerged from the backlands of the demonic faction, shrouded in concealed energy, rendering his true cultivation indiscernible. Upon removing his black hat, it was revealed to be Lu Shichang. You, the Lu family is allied with the demonic path. Shen Shuiyao realized the grim truth. Lu's family had likely succumbed to the demonic forces. Now that you understand, it's too late. Today, we shall capture you both, he proclaimed ominously. Dream on. Even if I must die today, I will not let you succeed, Shen Shuiyao asserted, raising her sword to strike at Lu Shichang, only to be intercepted by several late-stage demonic cultivators. After dispatching a few early to mid-stage demonic cultivators, Shen Shuiyao gradually found herself at a disadvantage as the remaining demonic forces pressed their attack. It was not long before Rongo was captured, and Shen Shuiyao, too, was swiftly subdued. Haha, excellent. Seal their cultivation, Lu Shichang exclaimed with delight upon witnessing their capture. Several late-stage cultivators approached to seal the powers of the 2 women, and Lu Shichang stepped forward to remove their veils. Their exquisite beauty was unveiled, and though their faces bore expressions of despair, their pitiable appearance captivated all present. Even Wang Yi, who watched from a distance, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Truly stunning beauties. Come, take them away and find a safe place ahead, Lu Shichang commanded, regaining his composure and laughing heartily. Yes, my lord, the group replied in unison. Summoning their flying artifacts, Lu Shichang was escorted by a late-stage cultivator as they soared forward. Wang Yi contemplated several times to take action but ultimately refrained, recognizing the overwhelming number of adversaries. Observing the aura of those present, he discerned that several were at the mid-foundation stage, and given his own initial foundation cultivation, he knew he could not hope to match them in strength. Thus, he stealthily trailed behind. Upon reaching a waterfall, beside which lay a cavern, Lu Changshu instructed the group to wait outside while he took 2 individuals within. Wang Yi quietly followed, almost abandoning his intent to rescue, but the thought that these were practitioners of the demonic path, and that the 2 exquisite maidens were on the brink of peril, ignited a fierce determination within him. He recalled how those same demonic cultivators had once sought to capture him, an endeavor likely orchestrated by Lu Changshu, which had led him into the treacherous realm of transformation. A surge of indignation welled up within him. Although inherently cautious, Wang Yi would not hesitate to exact revenge when the opportunity arose. After a moment of reflection, he surveyed the surrounding terrain and resolved to eliminate the group in stages. He summoned a mosquito beast and instructed it to activate its stealth ability, infiltrating the cave to assess the situation with the aim of eliminating Lu Changshu. Wang Yi planned to create a diversion among the crowd once they were separated. He believed he could confidently confront the mid-foundation cultivators, considering the other initial foundation practitioners posed little threat. Esteemed seniors, may I inquire about the route? Wang Yi feigned the guise of a lost traveler as he descended his flying shuttle upon the group. Brat, scram, one of them shouted. As Wang Yi faced the imminent threat of expulsion, he unsheathed the stunning Hong sword and decapitated a foundation establishment novice with a single stroke. You seek death. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, hastily retrieving their magical artifacts to launch an assault against Wang Yi. After slaying one adversary, he sheathed his sword and took flight on his flying shuttle, swiftly retreating. Behind him trailed over 10 individuals, most of whom were foundation establishment novices, with 2 whose cultivation levels remained obscured. A surge of elation filled Wang Yi's heart. These foes posed no significant challenge. After considerable distance was covered, he sensed that his pursuers had kept pace. His body swelled rapidly, expanding to over 10 meters in height amid the astonished gazes of the crowd. With a single swipe, he crushed 7 or 8 foundation establishment demon cultivators. Following a few more exchanges, only 2 mid-foundation establishment demon cultivators remained, lying pitifully on the ground, gasping for breath. Wang Yi approached to finish them off, collecting the corpses into his storage bag to nourish the yuan-devouring life-draining willow. Meanwhile, the mosquito beast activated its stealth ability, quietly infiltrating a cave. There, it observed a scrawny, lecherous man producing a vial and pouring out a serpent gall-like substance. With a surge of mana, the substance exploded, enveloping Shen Shuiyao and her maid in a cloud of pink gas, which they began to inhale slowly. What is this? Don't come near, you beast. The maid, Rong Earth, cried out in fear. Let us go. We won't say a word. Shen Shuiyao sobbed. Releasing you is out of the question. Would you like to know what this is? It is a 3rd-tier female serpent pouch. Once poisoned, you will either succumb or explode. I procured this with a significant expenditure of spirit stones, especially for you too. Lu Shichang sneered. The mosquito beast had stealthily approached Lu Shichang from behind. Upon hearing his words, it dared not touch the pink gas and instead enlarged itself, sinking its fangs into Lu Shichang's body, leaving behind only a desiccated husk, without a word of protest. The 2 women quickly showed signs of poisoning, their faces flushed. Outside, Wang Yi had successfully lured away over 20 pursuers in 2 separate instances, and upon returning, found fewer than 10 remaining. He swiftly dispatched the remaining demon cultivators, collecting their bodies and valuables before entering the cave. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a skeletal corpse on the ground and stowed it in his storage bag. He then saw the 2 women with flushed faces and hurried over to assess the situation. Do not approach. Do you see the pink mist before them? That is the poison from a 3rd-tier female serpent pouch. The mosquito beast communicated telepathically. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Wang Yi shouted at the mosquito beast, only to realize he had inhaled some of the gas himself. Who told you to rush in so hastily? The mosquito beast retorted, incredulous. Wang Yi, feeling exasperated yet powerless, quickly retrieved several array plates and set them up. He then dashed out of the cave, plunging into the waters of the waterfall below, where the cold water offered a reprieve, allowing him to suppress the toxins within his body. Wang Yi was wholly engrossed in channeling his spiritual energy, striving to suppress the encroaching pink mist within his body. Suddenly, the sound of 2 objects plunging into the water echoed, followed by the gentle touch of 2 entities drawing near. After the passage of 5 hours, Wang Yi gradually opened his eyes, feeling a dull ache in his lower back, while the 2 women in his embrace remained deep in slumber. Observing their profiles, he noted their striking beauty, rivaling that of Lu Ruyan from the Lingyun Merchants Association. If the woman on his left was a perfect 10 in appearance, the one on his right would certainly be rated around 8 or 9. Wang Yi reflected upon this comparison in his mind. Wang Yi has lived nearly 50 years across 2 lifetimes, maintaining a chaste existence. In his previous life, poverty confined him, and upon arriving in this world, he merely survived, devoid of aspirations. Suddenly, the girl to his right stirred, her long eyelashes fluttering momentarily before she slowly opened her eyes. A flicker of confusion crossing her gaze. After a brief pause, an epiphany struck her. Ah! A sound erupted from her cherry lips, reverberating through the valley. Ronger, quiet down. It's early morning. Must you disturb my slumber? The girl to his left, seemingly still ensnared in the grasp of sleep, expressed her annoyance at the sudden commotion. Yet, as soon as she uttered these words, realization dawned upon her, and her eyes widened in astonishment. Stop! Wang Yi exclaimed, incredulous at the volume emanating from such a petite mouth. Observing that she showed no intention of ceasing her outburst, he extended his hand to cover her mouth. MMM. MMM. Ronga ceased her cries upon being silenced, as if she wished to articulate something, only managing to emit muffled sounds. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Yi released his hand from his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Are you trying to suffocate me? Rong Er exclaimed in dissatisfaction. Ah, my apologies. Your voice was simply too loud, Wang Yi replied, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Who are you? Where is Lu Shichang? Shen Shuiyao inquired. I am Wang Yi. I killed him. I intended to save you, but unfortunately, he drugged you, and I inadvertently fell victim to it as well, Wang Yi explained innocently. Victim? Victim of what? Shen Shuiyao asked, perplexed. Suddenly shifting her focus to Wang Yi, she quickly grasped the situation. Ah, what have you done to us? Shen Shuiyao was on the verge of tears. I am truly sorry. I had intended to rescue you, but I ended up being poisoned and lost consciousness myself. Wang Yi hastily clarified. Turn around, and do not look, Shen Shuiyao commanded. Wang Yi had no choice but to turn his head away, only to find himself face to face with Ronger. Ah, do not look, close your eyes, Ronger exclaimed in shock, swiftly rushing forward to cover Wang Yi's eyes with her hands. Wang Yi felt a waft of fragrant air pass by, causing his heart to quiver slightly. Ronger's face instantly flushed crimson. As she attempted to rise, she lost her balance and fell into Wang Yi's embrace, pressing even closer to him. Wang Yi, upon hearing the exclamations, instinctively opened his eyes to discern what was occurring. Do not open your eyes. Ronger seemed to sense this and urgently exclaimed. Wang Yi was obedient. Seated quietly without a stir, only the rustling sound could be heard. All right, you should get up quickly, a delicate voice chimed in. Upon hearing Wang Yi's words, he quickly rose, retrieved his clothing from the storage bag, and then produced tables and chairs, along with a teapot. Using a fireball technique, he boiled water and poured 3 cups of hot tea. Who are you? Why are you here? Shen Shuiyao was the first to inquire. I am Wang Yi, a disciple of the outer sect of the Beastmaster sect, mistakenly drawn here while fleeing from the demonic cult, he replied. A disciple of the outer sect? To have ventured here to rescue us, your cultivation must be at least at the foundation establishment stage. How can you be merely an outer sect disciple? Shen Shuiyao challenged. I have concealed my abilities within the sect to avoid attracting too much attention, Wang Yi explained. Why did you choose to save us? She pressed further. We encountered each other in the market earlier, and I suspect that Lu Shichang is behind the pursuit, so I intended to vent my anger, he revealed. Oh. So saving us was merely incidental, Rongo interjected. Wang Yi felt somewhat speechless, thinking to himself, it was indeed incidental. Noticing her silence, Rongo puffed up her cheeks and glared at him. Enough, Ronger. Do not make it difficult for him. He acted out of goodwill, Shen Shuiyao advised. Humph. Ronga snorted, turning her gaze elsewhere. Ladies, I assure you that the earlier incident was indeed circumstantial, but I, Wang, shall take responsibility, he said, cupping his hands. Take responsibility? What can you do about it? Is your mere foundation establishment cultivation sufficient? Ronga retorted defiantly. Wang Yi was at a loss for words. All right, Ronger. Let's consider this matter settled. You saved us, and we are now even, Shen Shuiyao declared. May I inquire about your names and origins? Wang Yi asked. I am Shen Shuiyao, and this is Ronger. We are disciples of the Shen family, affiliated with the Xiantian sword sect, she replied. Very well, I shall remember that. Once my cultivation improves, I will ensure to look after you both, Wang Yi stated, realizing that further words would be futile. After this, a brief silence enveloped the cave, with none of the 3 speaking, save for the occasional sound of tea sipping. Chapter 39, The Illusory Tree. After a while, feeling the oppressive silence within the cave, Wang Yi sought to break it. He retrieved from the ground the remnants of tattered clothing, extracting a total of 33 storage bags. Of these, only 8 were of the second-tier middle-grade variety, the rest were second-tier low-grade. Selecting one, he channeled his consciousness to dispel the residual aura, and upon succeeding, he emptied its contents onto the ground, proceeding to the next. The 2 women observed silently from the side, occasionally exchanging thoughts through their consciousness. Eventually, Wang Yi emptied all the storage bags, creating a sizable heap. He first sorted through the miscellaneous items and placed them into one storage bag, categorizing the spirit stones, weapons, and materials. Upon tallying, he found over 100,000 spirit stones, with the materials and herbs valued at another 100,000. Most of the weapons were demonic in nature. Among them were more than a dozen soul flags, 300 soul flags, and 10 that approached the 300 soul flag classification. He placed the soul flags together with the previous finds, then retrieved 2 second-tier middle-grade storage bags, dividing the spirit stones and herbs into 2 portions, ensuring each bag contained items worth 100,000, energizing them with his mana. He sent the storage bags flying towards the 2 women. These items are worth 100,000 spirit stones. I hope you do not find them lacking. Wang Yi said earnestly. We are not in need of resources. Rather, what about you? You have given us so much. How will you cultivate? Shen Shuiyao replied. I also do not lack resources. These are merely a token of my goodwill, and I hope you will accept them, Wang Yi insisted. Miss, you need not be polite. After all, he has taken advantage of us, Ronger remarked, unceremoniously reaching for the 2 storage bags. Ronger, you. Shen Shuiyao exclaimed in exasperation. What Ronger said is correct. There is no need for politeness on my part, Wang Yi quickly added. Then thank you, Wang Daoyu, Shen Shuiyao conceded. What are your plans now, esteemed ladies? Wang Yi seized the opportunity to inquire. We intend to explore the remains of the transformation god, and after passing through the property zone, we shall depart. I have heard that the consciousness zone is exceptionally perilous, and no one has returned alive, Shen Shuiyao explained. That coincides with my intentions as well. May we travel together? Wang Yi proposed, wishing to act as their protector for a time. Very well, Shen Shuiyao agreed. After a while, a mosquito beast landed on Wang Yi's shoulder, prompting him to retract several array plates. Is this how you made? Quite strange, the mosquito beast innocently transmitted. Go away. What do you know? Don't speak nonsense, Wang Yi retorted. There is a mosquito. Quickly, kill it. Ronger exclaimed upon seeing the mosquito beast perched on Wang Yi's shoulder, reaching out to swat it. No, this is my beast. It's named Wang Ming. A second-tier initial stage spirit beast, Wang Yi quickly intervened. Ah, you are quite peculiar, raising a mosquito as a spirit beast, Ronger remarked. Shen Shuiyao cast a curious glance as well. Wang Ming is formidable. Ordinary second-tier spirit beasts are no match for it, Wang Yi explained. You're just boasting. How powerful can a mosquito be? Ronger countered defiantly. Hearing her words, the mosquito beast grew to an imposing size of over 2 meters. Ah, what a giant mosquito! Ronger shrieked, instantly hiding behind Shen Shuiyao. The 2 women stared in horror at the monstrous mosquito, its proboscis glinting ominously. All right, Wang Ming. Stop scaring people, come back, Wang Yi called out. The mosquito swiftly shrank back down and returned to his shoulder. Wang Ming is a mutated spirit beast. Its strength is extraordinary, Wang Yi clarified. That mosquito was terrifying when it grew so large. Ronger admitted, still shaken. Fear not, it will not harm either of you, Wang Yi assured, gesturing as a flying carpet materialized. The 3 of them, along with the mosquito, stepped aboard and soared forward. As they flew, they conversed. And through their dialogue, Wang Yi learned that Shen Shuiyao possessed a single-wood attribute root, while Ronger had a dual-wood and water root, both being prodigies. When Wang Yi mentioned his 5 elemental roots, the 2 women exchanged astonished glances. Observing his youthful appearance, they deduced his age was not advanced. Wang Yi quickly fabricated a tale, claiming he had inadvertently consumed a rare spirit fruit in his youth to explain his situation. After several days of flight, they suddenly encountered a vast sea of flowers. Wang Yi found the scene reminiscent of his initial entry into the ruins, pondering, could there be another mutated willow tree ahead? He instructed the 2 women to hold their breath and recounted the previous encounter. Upon entering the floral expanse, the women were captivated by the breathtaking sight, vibrant blossoms competing for beauty, creating an overwhelming spectacle. Yet, they remained mindful of Wang Yi's warning, refraining from close contact as they navigated the flying carpet, marveling at the boundless beauty of the flower sea. After an indeterminate duration of flight, Wang Yi felt an unsettling familiarity in the endless flower field, prompting him to cease channeling his mana and allow the carpet to glide autonomously while he sat cross-legged to replenish his energy. Moments later, his eyes widened in astonishment. He sensed his mana was not increasing but rather diminishing slowly. Do you not find this flower sea eerily repetitive? Every flower looks identical, and despite flying for so long, there seems to be no end. Moreover, my mana is gradually depleting. What is happening? Wang Yi addressed the 2 women. I feel something is amiss as well. My mana is dwindling too, and no matter how long we fly, the scenery remains unchanged, Shen Shuiyao concurred. I didn't notice anything, just that it's beautiful. Ronger chimed in. Ronger merely admired the flowers, devoid of any thought. Is this situation an illusion? If it is, I possess a means to dispel it. This is the boundary-breaking pearl bestowed upon me by my grandfather, a second-tier superior magical artifact specifically designed to shatter illusions. As long as the illusion does not exceed the 3rd tier, it can be dispelled. Shen Shuiyao produced a white pearl. Quick, let us try it. We have been flying for so long. If we do not escape soon, our magical power will be depleted, and we shall perish here, Wang Yi urged. Very well. Shen Shuiyao channeled her magical energy, and a beam of white light shot forth from the pearl. Before their eyes, the sea of flowers shattered into fragments, and moments later, a colossal tree, towering 30 meters high, materialized before the trio, its crown adorned with hundreds of eyes, all fixated upon them. Instantly, an unsettling sensation coursed through them. Who could remain at ease under the gaze of so many eyes? Have you ever seen such a tree? What species could it be? Wang Yi inquired. Never before. The two women replied in hushed tones simultaneously. Let us cautiously circle around and investigate, Wang Yi suggested, noticing that the tree had not yet launched an attack. He guided the flying carpet toward the side of the tree, yet the eyes atop the crown continued to scrutinize them intently. Why does it keep staring at us without attacking? Shen Shuiyao asked, bewildered. Who knows? Perhaps it lacks the means to attack, Wang Yi replied casually. After half a day's flight, they found themselves unable to reach the side of the tree. This shouldn't be, the tree isn't that wide. Why can't we get around it? Wang Yi exclaimed. It seems we must descend and try from below, Shen Shuiyao proposed. Very well. It seems we have no other choice, Wang Yi concurred. Wang Yi controlled the flying carpet as it descended slowly, arriving at the base of the tree, where a scene of utter horror struck the eyes of the three. The ground was littered with decaying bones, some still fresh, yet without exception, all were devoid of eyes. Ah, Ronger gasped, startled by the terrifying sight. Fear not, I suspect that this tree has absorbed the eyes of these corpses as nourishment, Wang Yi conjectured. The trio circled the tree, still unable to escape. Perhaps we should fell this tree. If this continues, we shall be drained of our magic and perish here, Wang Yi suggested. For now, that seems our only option, Shen Shuiyao agreed. Throughout this ordeal, Rongo clung tightly to Shen Shuiyao's arm, her complexion paling with fright. Allow me to give it a try, Wang Yi declared. He leaped off the carpet, his form rapidly expanding to nearly 9 meters. The Jianhong sword materialized in his hand, instantly enlarging. Gazing up at the hundreds of eyes on the tree, he sensed its awareness of his intentions. In unison, the multitude of eyes emitted beams of light. Hurtling towards him, Wang Yi summoned a second-tier high-grade magical shield, which promptly enlarged. With a series of resounding thuds, the beams struck the shield, shattering it into fragments. Without hesitation, he swung the massive Jianhong sword, delivering a mighty blow to the tree, which split with a resounding crack. This is far weaker than the mutated willow, Wang Yi muttered. As the tree fell, a cacophony of cracking sounds echoed around him. Wang Yi looked up to witness the surrounding space fracturing like a mirror. Once the illusion shattered, he beheld a thick layer of desiccated bones beneath his feet, upon which vibrant flowers and lush grasses thrived. The blossoms were exceptionally radiant, and the grass was remarkably verdant. Had he not glimpsed the layers of bones beneath, he might have believed he had stumbled into an idyllic paradise. While Wang Yi expanded his form, Shen Shuiyao and Ronger stood in stunned silence, only to be taken aback as they saw Wang Yi's garments tear away, leaving him exposed. The two simultaneously exclaimed, pervert. Yet within their hearts, they were astonished. How grand. After severing the trunk, Wang Yi swiftly shrank back to his normal height and retrieved clothing from his storage pouch. The two women stood blushing, still reeling from the recent events. This must be the real world. This tree is truly bizarre, layering illusions upon illusions, Wang Yi remarked as he returned to the carpet. Ah? Oh. Yes. Let us go and examine this tree, Shen Shuiyao said, her cheeks flushed, evidently still recovering from the earlier scene. Seeing Ronger standing there, her face aflame. Gazing blankly at Wang Yi, Shen Shuiyao surreptitiously pinched Ranjit's arm. Ah, that hurts, miss. Why are you pinching me? Ronger exclaimed, jolted back to reality, directing an indignant look at Shen Shuiyao. If I hadn't roused you, you wouldn't have known where your soul had wandered off to, Shen Shuiyao teased. I did not, Ronger retorted, her face turning a deeper shade of crimson. Wang Yi, indifferent to the commotion created by the pair of sisterly companions, steered the flying carpet towards the all-seeing tree. Upon reaching the tree, he observed that the hundreds of eyes adorning its trunk had fallen silent, their pupils manifesting a dull gray hue. From the fractured trunk, no fluid seeped forth. Instead, concentric rings of growth marked the tree's history. He carefully stowed the crown of the tree into a spacious bag, while at the base, a fireball spell was cast, igniting a fierce blaze in an instant. Why did you set it ablaze? Shen Shuiyao, noticing the flames, seized her playful banter with Ronger and turned to speak. I have preserved the crown, leaving the roots intact. Should the tree yet live, it may one day regrow, potentially claiming numerous lives, Wang Yi remarked. You certainly possess a remarkable sense of compassion. Shen Shuiyao gazed at Wang Yi, her tone reflecting admiration. Wang Yi smiled faintly without uttering a word. After a while, as the base of the tree was entirely consumed by flames, and no spiritual seeds emerged, they had no choice but to abandon their efforts. With a call, he summoned the flying carpet, and the three of them soared inward once more. Unbeknownst to Wang Yi, within his storage pouch, hundreds of eyes rapidly shriveled, their essence coalescing along the trunk. Before long, all the eyes vanished, leaving behind a singular, bone-white, orb-like spirit seed upon the trunk. At the moment of its condensation, the spirit seed trembled violently. Wang Yi, sensing this, extended his consciousness and discovered the pulsating seed. He swiftly struck the storage pouch, causing the spirit seed to soar forth, revealing a cascade of characters before his eyes. Phantom Realm Tree Spirit Seed, a mutated, growth-oriented spirit seed. By consuming eyeballs, it develops unique illusionary eyes upon its trunk. The quantity of illusionary eyes determines its rank, classified as 10-eyed Phantom Realm Tree, 100-eyed Phantom Realm Tree, 1,000-eyed Phantom Realm Tree, and 10,000-eyed Phantom Realm Tree, among others. Upon reaching the 1,000-eyed Phantom Realm Tree stage, it can autonomously construct a Phantom Realm, wielding complete dominion over it, an exceedingly terrifying prospect. The illusionary eyes it produces can aid in cultivating the illusionary eye technique, necessitating a high-quality environment with abundant spiritual energy and eyeballs. Wang Yi discreetly cast a glance at the two women, noticing that they were both meditating to restore their spiritual energy, oblivious to his presence. Quietly, he placed the seed of the illusory realm tree into his storage bag, believing it prudent to keep this knowledge from them. After a considerable duration, once the two women had completed their cultivation, they took over the control of the flying carpet, allowing Wang Yi to sit cross-legged and recuperate his own state. When Wang Yi finally reopened his eyes, the flying carpet had come to a halt at the edge of a precipice, where a river cascaded downwards, forming a magnificent waterfall. The two women had vanished from sight. Expanding his spiritual consciousness, Wang Yi failed to detect any trace of them, which caused a flicker of anxiety within him. He directed the carpet to glide down towards the pool at the base of the cliff. After descending approximately 100 meters, he finally sensed their presence in the water below. "Miss, is it wise to leave him up there alone?" Ronger asked worriedly while bathing. "It's fine. His carpet possesses a cloaking effect. Generally, it's difficult to find him without a meticulous search." "Ronger, are you perhaps smitten?" Shun Shuiyao teased playfully. "It's you who has smitten, not me," Ronger replied, her cheeks flushed. "You certainly show more concern for him than I do," Shun Shuiyao remarked, playfully splashing water towards Ronger with a graceful wave of her arm. "Not at all," Ronger retorted, and the two women began to frolic in the pool beneath the waterfall. Chapter 40. Departure. Wang Yi skillfully maneuvered the flying carpet in midair, his consciousness sensing the two women frolicking at the bottom of the pond. He refrained from descending, despite his desire to join them, as their relationship had yet to solidify, and he did not wish to be perceived as a rogue, which could lead to further complications. Guiding the flying carpet back to the cliff, he seized the opportunity to retrieve the seed of the illusory realm tree spirit, infusing it into his consciousness. He formed intricate hand seals and commenced the ritual of nurturing and refining the spirit seed. Time slipped away unnoticed, and eventually, Wang Yi opened his eyes to find that the ritual had been completed. He took out the soil of rest, planted the spirit seed within it, and filled the mixture with hundreds of spirit stones to foster its growth. The two women had returned, seated by the fire, roasting marshmallows. He approached them, retrieving a chunk of beast meat from his storage pouch, skewering it on a wooden stick to roast. "Have you finished your cultivation?" "I didn't expect you to take such a long time," Shin Shuiyao inquired. "Yes, I just had a moment of insight, which extended the duration somewhat." "You must be hungry. It will be ready to eat soon," Wang Yi replied, gazing at the two women. Wang Yi felt momentarily entranced as he beheld the two women, who had just emerged from their baths, their bodies radiating an astonishing allure. Caught in the moment, he gazed blankly. "What are you staring at?" Shin Shuiyao chided. Her cheeks flushed. "Hey, why do you keep looking at us?" Ronger exclaimed, equally blushing. I apologize. You are simply too beautiful. I was momentarily mesmerized." Wang Yi responded, snapping back to reality. "You lecher." Both women retorted in unison. After enjoying a hearty meal, the trio rested for the night. The following day, they resumed their journey on the flying carpet, soaring through the skies without encountering peril for several days. Their bond deepened as they traversed the treacherous terrain as if they were on a leisurely excursion. They did, however, come across a few individuals, but the trio silently sailed past on their carpet. One day, they arrived before a shimmering barrier. Wang Yi skillfully guided the carpet closer, and as they approached, it seamlessly passed through the barrier, transporting them into a new realm. Within this space, a series of golden characters materialized. "Congratulations on clearing the first level, the attribute level. You may select one item to take with you. Do not touch it. If you do, it will be considered your choice, relying purely on luck. Remember, you may only select one. Choose wisely." The three ventured deeper, encountering a myriad of peculiar artifacts, materials, and medicinal herbs displayed upon stone pedestals. Following the two women, Wang Yi refrained from hastily making a selection. "You two go ahead and choose first. These items bear no descriptions and rely solely on fate," he suggested. "Let us walk a bit further. Nothing has captured my interest yet," Shin Shuiyao replied. After some time, Rongo was the first to grasp a pair of bells. "Quick! Let us see what grade of treasure this is," Wang Yi inquired eagerly. Let me check," Rongo responded. "It is a second-tier superior spiritual artifact known as the True Feelings Bells, one male and one female. When activated by two individuals who share a sincere love, their power can rival that of inferior magical treasures. Each bell can be used individually, and the resonance of its sound can directly attack the soul, causing temporary disorientation. In severe cases, it can shatter the soul entirely. If nurtured to cultivate a spirit, it can be upgraded to a magical treasure, capable of sensing the presence of the other within 100 miles and allowing for communication. Rongo elaborated slowly. "It seems Rongo has acquired a remarkable treasure," Shen Shuiyao remarked with envy. "Indeed, Miss should choose quickly. There must be even better items," Rongo urged, her delight evident, showcasing her satisfaction with the bells. As they continued forward, not long after, Shen Shuiyao's attention was drawn to a jade pendant, adorned with two fish representing yin and yang, swimming animatedly. This is the yin-yang soul pendant, a special artifact that can be divided into yin and yang pendants. It solely assists in cultivation, accelerating the absorption of spiritual energy. When both pendants are united, they can double the cultivation speed. Individually, each can enhance it by 0.5 times, allowing for the sensing of each other's presence within 100 miles and facilitating communication, Shen Shuiyao explained, her cheeks slightly reddened, omitting the fact that the dual pendants could indeed double the cultivation speed. Quite impressive. An auxiliary artifact that can enhance cultivation speed significantly is rather beneficial, Wang Yi praised. Yes, it's acceptable, Shen Shuiyao replied, still slightly blushing. Wang Yi searched for a while but found nothing satisfactory. When he reached the innermost part, he discovered a long blade, entirely blue in hue. This sword lacked a sheath and lay flat upon a stone platform, which was perfectly shaped to accommodate a blade, devoid of a cover, leaving the solitary sword resting within. Wang Yi approached, intending to retrieve the blade, however, no matter how he summoned his consciousness, the dagger remained obstinately still within its confines. In desperation, he extended his hand, only to discover that he had no means to grasp it, for the hilt was embedded within the stone box without a single crevice, leaving his fingers unable to gain purchase. Wang Yi could only lightly touch the blade, and a fragment of information surged into his mind. The Rift Sky-Heavy Blade, a third-tier superior incomplete magical artifact, had diminished in rank to a second-tier superior due to the loss of its spirit. It was exceedingly weighty, with its mass increasing in accordance with the strength of its wielder's physique. The blade itself weighed 20,000 pounds, thus, those whose physical prowess was inadequate should exercise caution in its use. Wang Yisin felt an overwhelming joy as he held the Jinghong's sword, which seemed almost weightless in his grasp. His spiritual awareness guided it effortlessly, akin to wielding an object devoid of mass. In the past, it took 3 strikes to sever the mutated willow tree. Had he employed he doubted even a single blow would suffice. Wang Yi pondered for a moment and, realizing it was impossible to extract the blade, decided instead to plunge his hand into the stone platform. He activated the golden body forging technique. Although his physique did not expand, his hand shimmered with a golden radiance as it penetrated the stone surface and grasped the hilt of the heavy sword. Veins bulged on his arm as he exerted force, lifting the entire sword, while his feet sank into the ground, which had already reached the bend of his calves. Wang Yi painstakingly scrutinized the splitting heaven-heavy blade, noting its broad spine and overall resemblance to the tang knife found on Earth. The blade shimmered with a chilling light, and his hand trembled as he gripped the hilt. The blade pointed downwards, and he felt the urge to set it down for a moment. The ground beneath him resembled soft tofu, gradually sinking away, prompting him to muster his strength once more to withdraw the weapon. Wang Yi, what is wrong? Rong Er inquired with concern. Stay back. I am currently struggling to wield this blade. I wouldn't want to accidentally harm any of you, Wang Yi hastily replied. This is the weapon you chose. What is the matter? Is it excessively heavy? Shen Shuiyao asked. Indeed, it is quite heavy. My current limit of strength is approximately 20,000 pounds, and the blade itself weighs about the same, making it quite arduous to handle. Please wait a moment while I stow it in my storage pouch, Wang Yi said, with a surge of mental focus. He exerted considerable effort before successfully placing the blade into the pouch. Are you all right? Come out quickly, Shen Shuiyao urged, as both women approached to assist him. After a significant struggle, they finally managed to help him out, and Wang Yi, appearing somewhat exhausted, lay on the ground. After taking some time to recuperate, he rose and led the 2 women back to the place where they first entered this space. Before them, the characters shifted once more. Would you like to proceed to the next trial, the mind trial? All 3 chose to decline, and they were subsequently transported outside the ruins. Wang Yi unfurled his flying carpet and consulted the map contained within the Beastmaster's sex token, determining the direction before propelling the carpet towards the sex stronghold. On the carpet, Wang Yi and the 2 maidens exchanged narratives, essentially recounting that Wang Yi was being pursued by a foundational-level practitioner of the demonic path. In a desperate flight, his spirit beast inadvertently led them into a relic, where, after recovering from injuries, he sensed the opportunity to establish his foundation and succeeded within the relic. However, he was then hunted by demonic beasts and fortuitously saved by the 2 celestial maidens, after which the trio explored the relic together and managed to escape by a stroke of luck. The maidens, having parted from Lu Shichang, led their family servants and those of the Lu family into the relic, only to be besieged by demonic forces, leaving just the 2 of them to flee. They subsequently rescued the pursued Wang Yi, forming a team that miraculously made it through. The maidens regarded Wang Yi with curiosity, bemused by his fabrications. Esteemed maidens, I wish to keep my strength concealed to avoid attracting the sect's attention. I kindly ask for your discretion, Wang Yi said, as if he understood their thoughts. You seem to have a knack for embellishing the truth, Ruoying remarked with a hint of skepticism. Please forgive me. I am but a humble individual, compelled to act thus for survival, Wang Yi replied. How many of your words to us are genuine? Ruoying inquired. By the heavens, every word I utter to you both is sincere, Wang Yi hastily asserted. Huh, who would believe that? Ruoying retorted disdainfully. Wang Yi found himself at a loss for words. Enough, Ruoying, cease your teasing, Shen Shuiyao interjected, unable to tolerate the banter any longer. Miss, you should protect him, Ruoying playfully chided. Impudent, Shen Shuiyao exclaimed, playfully aiming a strike at Ruoying. As Wang Yi watched the two enchanting sisters engage in their playful antics, he was momentarily entranced. After several days of travel, Wang Yi halted before the Beastmaster sect stronghold, intending to escort the maidens back to their family. However, they declined, citing the long journey and the complications of being seen returning, thus opting to proceed to the sect's stronghold instead. Shall we enter together, esteemed maidens? Wang Yi inquired. Not necessary. We shall part ways here, Shen Shuiyao replied. Wang Yi was filled with reluctance. This is for you. Should you ever have the opportunity to visit the residence of the Xiantian sword sect, you may use this to summon me. Rong stepped forward and presented the public bell of the True Feelings bell to Wang Yi. Thank you, Fairy Rong, for your generous gift. I shall certainly make the journey if the opportunity arises, Wang Yi replied. I shall give you this as well, Shen Shuiyao said, handing over the Yang pendant from the Yin-Yang soul pendant to Wang Yi. Separated from this, your cultivation speed will be halved. It is better that you keep it for your own use, Wang Yi remarked. Take it. It is yours now, Shen Shuiyao insisted, forcefully placing it into Wang Yi's hand. Without waiting for his response, she summoned a flying vessel, taking Rong with her as they soared northward. Take care, Wang Yi could only offer with a respectful bow. Once the two women had dwindled to a mere speck in the distance, Wang Yi composed himself amidst his tumultuous emotions. He glanced at the two items in his hands, still bearing a faint fragrance, and sighed deeply. With a resolute heart, he vowed to devote himself to his cultivation, striving to stand before the two women in a dignified manner as soon as possible. Upon entering the camp, Wang Yi first proceeded to the chamber of Elder Qian Chong, a master of the Golden Core stage. Elder Qian, disciple Wang Yi seeks an audience, he announced. Come in, replied the elder. I pay my respects to Elder Qian. Oh, no need for formalities. What brings you here? Qian inquired. Wang Yi recounted. More than half a month ago, I accompanied senior brother Lin Yang and over 50 disciples to a temporary marketplace. On our return journey, we were intercepted by demonic cultivators, but I managed to escape. Hence my visit to inform you. Wang Yi clasped his hands in respect. I heard of that incident. I never expected you to survive. And you've even broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Speak quickly, and do not conceal anything, Qian urged eagerly. Wang Yi then shared the details of his experiences with the two women. You have encountered such extraordinary fortunes. It seems fortune favors you, Qian mused, his curiosity piqued. Come closer. I shall examine you. Yes, Wang Yi replied, stepping forward to allow Qian to investigate. There are no traces of demonic influence. This recent assault by the demonic sect was indeed premeditated. We have organized several purges with minimal success. You should return and rest well, Qian concluded after his examination. Elder, I have one more request. Wang Yi hesitated before speaking again. Oh, please, do tell. I wish to return to the sect for a brief visit. Is there any way you could assist me? Wang Yi asked. Why do you wish to return? Although the situation here is stable, the beast tide could erupt at any moment, and the demonic sect is lurking nearby, Qian responded, a hint of anger in his voice. Suspecting Wang Yi might be attempting to flee. Elder, please do not be angry. I have spiritual plants in my small courtyard that require harvesting, and I must return. I assure you, I will return shortly, Wang Yi explained, producing a protective talisman gifted by his master for Qian to see. You possess this? Qian exclaimed in surprise. This is a life-saving measure from my master. I had no choice but to bring it forth. I implore you to permit me to return. And I vow to return within half a month, Wang Yi pleaded. Very well, a supply convoy is departing tomorrow. You may accompany them. This team will return in about half a month, so travel with them. I will make the necessary arrangements, Qian relented. Thank you, Elder, Wang Yi exclaimed joyfully, reflecting on how advantageous it is to possess influential connections. Chapter 41. Return to the sect the following day, Wang Yi arrived early at the logistics department, where the supply team had gathered, consisting of over 20 individuals, all of whom had attained at least the foundation establishment stage. After greeting the team leader, Wang Liqiang, who had been instructed by Qian to look after Wang Yi, he felt welcomed. They embarked on a flying vessel, traveling for 7 days before finally returning to the sect. After agreeing to convene at the sect's plaza in 15 days to board the vessel back to the front line, Wang Yi hurried to his small courtyard. Having been away for 2 months, he found the spiritual plants thriving, and his puppets were diligently at work. Wang Yi contributed 20,000 spirit stones to the third-tier premium gathering array to nourish their growth. Noticing the grave marker of Qingqian, he felt a wave of sorrow and offered a jar of spiritual wine at the site. He then rushed to the marketplace courtyard, which was operating normally. Observing that 10 purple crystal grapes had ripened, he gathered them all, resulting in 500 gene of grapes and 500 points of experience for the gathering array. He distributed 20,000 spirit stones among the various array puppets before settling down cross-legged in his room, opening his personal panel. Host, Wang Yi lifespan, 32. 200 spiritual roots, metal, wood, water, fire, earth realm, chi refinement. Initial foundation establishment, experience, 313, 100, 000, body refinement. Initial foundation establishment, experience, 313, 100, 000, divine sense, initial foundation establishment, experience, 109, 100, 000, techniques, beast control technique, foundation establishment volume, mastered experience, 1, 545, 100, 000, golden body bone refinement technique, foundation establishment volume, mastered experience, 1, 545, 100, 000, spirit gathering refinement technique, foundation establishment volume, mastered experience, 517, 100, 000, array techniques, second tier lower grade true dragon slaying array, experience, 1, 123, 100, 000, second tier lower grade 5 elements defense array, experience, 2, 010, 100, 000, second tier middle grade gathering array, experience, 501, 100, 000, spells, gung metal sword technique, novice experience, 46, 100, 000, pseudo 5 elements escape technique, novice experience, 46, 100, 000, cultivation spirit technique, mastered experience, 776, 100, 000, breath control technique, third layer, experience, 178, 610, 000, golden sword technique, skilled experience, 115, 610, 000, fireball technique, skilled experience, 205, 710, 000, rain summoning technique, skilled experience, 208, 310, 000, golden needle technique, skilled experience, 261, 210, 000, free points, 11, 020 talent, spiritual seed recognition, light sphere collection. Having reached the foundation establishment stage, his progression was exceedingly slow. Previously, Wang Yi had no grand aspirations, content to live quietly and enjoy his peaceful life. However, after his recent adventures and the unexpected entanglements with the two women, he now felt an added sense of responsibility. Despite their lack of demands for commitment, after 2 months of relentless activity, he felt an inexplicable sense of tranquility upon returning to his abode. Today, he refrained from cultivation, instead choosing to lie on his bed for a well-deserved rest, dreaming of Shun Xiao and Rong in scenes too intimate to describe. The next day, invigorated, he rose early and first went to the rental office, renewing the lease on his Formu courtyard for another 3 years. He then visited the Wanbao building, where Su Jian was still busily engaged in his work. "Brother Su, I'm back. You seem as busy as ever." Wang Yi greeted him. "Ah, my little brother has returned. How was your journey? I heard the beast control sect disciples have yet to return. How did you manage to return alone?" Su Jian replied cheerfully, leading Wang Yi to the back courtyard. "I took leave from the elder to return. I can only stay for half a month before I must head back to the front line," Wang Yi explained with a hint of resignation. "Ah, is there something you need while you're back? Do not hesitate to tell me. I will do my utmost to assist you," Su Jian offered. "It's nothing major. Just a batch of materials that I need your help with," Wang Yi responded, producing 2 storage bags. "Oh, just a small matter. Let me have a look. And I'll take care of it," Su Jian said, taking the bags from Wang Yi. "Wait, when did you reach the foundation establishment stage? Did you rob a demonic camp?" Su Jian exclaimed incredulously, finally taking note of Wang Yi's cultivation level. "It's just a stroke of luck. I assisted some senior brothers from the sect. Can you manage the materials?" Wang Yi deflected. "Certainly, but the demonic weapons will be quite cheap, as will the materials. Please wait a moment while I assess their value," Su Jian replied, summoning several people to help with the evaluation. After a considerable time, Su Jian handed Wang Yi a ledger detailing the prices. "Take a look, and if the prices are agreeable, I will purchase everything. I trust you, brother. Just tell me the final amount," Wang Yi said, placing the ledger on the table casually. "The total value is 120,000 spirit stones. Good. Please give me the accumulated spiritual wine, and also fetch me a second-tier premium magic shield," Wang Yi requested. "All right. Just a moment," Su Jian replied. After Su Jian finished speaking, he personally went to the warehouse to retrieve some items. Shortly thereafter, he returned, waving his hand to reveal a wine jug, a shield, and a number of spirit stones on the table. "Brother, over the past 2 months, I have gathered 6 taels of top-quality third-tier spirit wine, along with this second-tier superior shield and 85,000 spirit stones. Thank you, my dear brother," Wang Yi replied with a respectful gesture. The two continued to converse for a while longer before Wang Yi took his leave, heading directly towards the sect's scripture pavilion. Wang Yi arrived at the sect's scripture pavilion and noticed Wu Gang still reclining in the sun, lost in slumber. "Master, I have come to see you," Wang Yi said softly as he placed the spirit wine on the table. "Ah, you young rascal. Every time you visit, you bring such expensive spirit wine. You ought to conserve it for your own cultivation," Wu Gang remarked, having already sensed Wang Yi's arrival. "It is but a token of respect for you, master." "It is not costly," Wang Yi replied, clasping his hands in reverence. "Please, take a seat. What experiences have you had during your recent journey?" Wang Yi recounted his experiences truthfully, only concealing matters related to Shun Xiao and Ronger. Indeed, Your recent journey has been extraordinary, contributing significantly to your growth. It is excellent to hear. I have already made arrangements with the sect. You may confidently exchange your contribution points without fear of any obstacles, Wu Gang remarked casually. Thank you for your concern, Master. May I inquire about your thoughts on the Liu family's allegiance to the demonic path? Wang Yi asked. You are still too inexperienced to dwell on such matters. Do not concern yourself. I have my own plans. The mystic transformation realm is exceedingly perilous, and your ability to navigate it speaks volumes about your growth. Remain humble and grounded, focusing on solidifying your foundational cultivation, Wu Gang advised. Understood, Master, Wang Yi replied respectfully. After a brief conversation, the master and disciple bid farewell, and Wang Yi proceeded to exchange his contribution points. Upon arriving at the exchange pavilion, he found only one person dozing off, as most disciples were away defending against the beast tide, leaving only the elders to oversee the sect. Greetings. I am here to exchange contribution points, Wang Yi said, noticing the individual in a state of slumber. Ah, present your token, Lin Daoyun responded lazily, unfazed by the interruption. Wang Yi presented the sect's token to Lin Daoyun, who took it and exclaimed, 11,235 points. Over 10,000 points? Are you the top of the Qi refinement stage? When did you establish your foundation? Lin Daoyun was instantly awakened by the revelation. With a stroke of fortune, having established his foundation not long ago, he pondered whether the points could be exchanged. Seeing the elder's astonishment, Wang Yi tentatively inquired, fearing that his recent advancement might preclude him from exchanging his points. Oh, it can be exchanged. Please wait a moment, Lin Daoyun replied hurriedly, dashing to the rear hall to fetch the communication jade talisman to contact the sect leader. Shortly thereafter, the sect leader personally arrived. Greetings, sect leader. Wang Yi quickly bowed, but inwardly mused, is the sect leader so idle as to personally oversee an exchange of contribution points? Ah, you must be Wang Yi? Meng Qingcong inquired. Yes, sect leader, this disciple is Wang Yi, Wang Yi replied respectfully. Your vitality is abundant, your spiritual awareness formidable, and your magical power substantial. However, your spiritual roots are somewhat lacking. You are indeed a talent worth cultivating, Meng Qingcong remarked, stroking Wang Yi's arm. Thank you for your praise, sect leader. Wang Yi nearly lost his composure, but restrained himself, pondering. Could it be that the sect leader harbors some peculiar preferences? Very well. Proceed with the exchange, Meng Qingcong instructed Lin Daoyun before departing. Understood, sect leader, Lin Daoyun responded with a bow. Before long, Wang Yi completed the exchange for contribution points and exited the exchange pavilion, still feeling a sense of unease, his skin prickling. He hurried back to his small courtyard in the sect and leaped into the pond, vigorously scrubbing his hands and body. On the third day, Wang Yi refrained from venturing outside. Instead, he carefully relocated the devouring vitality willow and the illusory realm tree from the soil and planted them within his courtyard. Simultaneously, he buried the corpses he had previously collected beneath the devouring vitality willow. During the recent divine consciousness ruins exploration, he had acquired several treasures, among which the devouring vitality willow and the breath of life were of utmost importance to him. The sapling of the devouring vitality willow had already been refined during the ruins expedition and had now grown into a small tree. Once it reached the second-tier lower grade, it would be capable of becoming an avatar. The breath of life was the sap of the devouring vitality willow, totaling 2,000 pounds. Wang Yi intended to experiment with its effects. He extracted a portion of the breath of life, approximately a pound, and observed the sapling grow at an astonishing rate, quickly reaching about 5 meters in height, adorned with budding green shoots, indicating it had yet to achieve the first-tier lower grade. Seeing this, Wang Yi decisively added 9 more pounds of the breath of life, and the devouring vitality willow surged in growth once more. The willow branches cascading downward as the tree reached over 10 meters before halting its ascent. Wang Yi glanced at the tree, noting that it paled in comparison to the one found within the ruins, yet its rank had ascended to the low first tier. He continued to pour in the essence, adding it in increments of 100 gene until he reached 500 gene. Upon sensing it, he discovered that the tree's strength had now attained the level of a low second tier, capable of bearing the weight of his own soul's strength. The tree had grown to over 30 meters in height, prompting him to decisively stow away the vial containing the precious life essence. This life essence was indeed a treasure, capable of accelerating the growth of spiritual plants, yet regrettably scarce. Wang Yi gazed at the remaining 1,500 gene of life essence in his storage bag, feeling a pang of distress. Chapter 42. Avatar and Concealment Amulet. After securing the life essence, he activated the breeding and spirit concealing technique. Moments later, a wisp of soul emerged from the crown of Wang Yi's head and entered the body of the devouring Yuan vitality willow without any hindrance, merging directly with the tree. His hands transformed instantaneously as he formed a series of seals. The seals penetrated the body of the devouring Yuan vitality willow. In a flash, a figure that mirrored Wang Yi perfectly stood there, completely unclothed. Once the technique was complete, Wang Yi opened his eyes, a peculiar sensation enveloping him as two perspectives manifested simultaneously in his mind, each containing the identical figure, akin to twin brothers. Greetings, I am Wang Yi. What is your name? The original Wang Yi extended his hand towards the avatar of the devouring Yuan Vitality Willow and inquired. Hello, I am also Wang Yi. The avatar replied, extending its hand in return. Wang Yi experienced a wondrous sensation, engaging in dialogue with himself, both entities embodying Wang Yi, sharing identical thoughts. After a prolonged gaze, he meticulously examined this avatar through his inner vision, sensing its distinctive qualities. After a while, the avatar of the devouring Vitality Willow raised a hand and pointed forward, uttering a single word. Countless willow branches surged forth from its body, racing towards the original form, which remained still, enveloped rapidly by the multitude of branches. With another utterance from the original, the encircling willows dissipated, retracting back into the avatar's form. After a brief period of play, Wang Yi activated the spirit seal, and a mass of soul essence emerged from the devouring Vitality Willow's avatar, merging into the original form. While the willow reverted to its towering 30-meter stature, it appeared that upon becoming an avatar, the ability to retain the tree's form was preserved, albeit with diminished magical power, rendering it incapable of wielding weapons in combat. Henceforth, when selecting spiritual flora, it would be imperative to choose those endowed with special abilities. Upon concluding his experiment, Wang Yi reflected on his findings. Subsequently, he recalled the Illusion Realm tree spirit seed, which had been successfully refined. Drawing upon his prior experience, he decisively extracted a substantial quantity of life essence, approximately 10 kilograms, causing the Illusion Realm tree to advance to the first tier of the lower grade. He continued to nourish it, pouring in a total of 500 kilograms of life essence, a process that caused his heart to ache with each drop. After storing the remainder, he extracted the eyes of all the demonic cultivators, around 40 in total, all belonging to foundational stage practitioners, and placed them at the roots of the Illusion Realm tree. The absorption rate was slow, taking about a day for the tree to assimilate 2 eyes, leading to the growth of 10 eyes on the tree's surface each day. As 9 days passed, the tree had absorbed 18 foundational stage eyes, resulting in the emergence of 100 illusory eyes upon its trunk, transforming it into the 100-eyed Illusion Realm tree. On the 12th day, Wang Yi observed the Illusion Realm tree, noting an instantaneous surge in its absorption rate, as it consumed 20 foundational stage eyes in a single day, leading to the growth of another 10 illusory eyes. The tree now possessed 110 illusory eyes, having attained the strength equivalent to that of early foundational stage practitioners, prompting Wang Yi to exclaim in awe. Wang Yi deftly performed a series of incantations, conjuring a fragment of his soul that seamlessly merged with the illusory realm tree, encountering no impediments whatsoever. With another intricate gesture, he instantaneously entered the tree once more. After a moment of transformation, a figure identical to Wang Yi stood before him. Having undergone this experience previously, Wang Yi skillfully utilized his auxiliary soul to meticulously attune to this corporeal form. Suddenly, the avatar of the illusory realm tree uttered a singular word, and the sky was adorned with countless eyes, as a peculiar energy began to radiate outward. Is that all? Both Wang Yi's true self and his doppelganger sensed no discernible changes. Wang Yi pondered for a moment before a sudden realization struck him. He reached for the spirit beast pouch, and the mosquito beast emerged. Wang Meng, sense if there's anything different shortly, the main body instructed. Why are there 2 masters? Wang Meng queried in confusion. This is an experiment to test the effects of the spirit breeding technique. You should perceive any differences, Wang Yi commanded. Understood, the mosquito beast replied. The avatar of the illusion tree controlled over 100 eyes in the air to focus on the mosquito beast, which remained motionless in the sky as its internal spiritual energy gradually dissipated, merging into the avatar. Suddenly, the avatar's dantian swelled with a substantial amount of spiritual energy, approximately equivalent to the first level of chi refinement. Didn't they say it couldn't cultivate? How is this avatar accumulating spiritual energy within? Wang Yi murmured in perplexity. Suddenly, the mosquito beast began to tremble violently, showing signs of a potential explosion. Wang Yi hastily canceled the illusion through the auxiliary soul. Wang Meng, are you alright? Wang Yi anxiously fed the mosquito beast several spirit pet pills, questioning with urgency. Where am I? I just fought with an incredibly powerful female mosquito for dominance. And no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't win. I was about to self-destruct, the mosquito beast communicated. I had placed you in an illusion. Everything was just an illusion. I had no idea it would be so severe, Wang Yi admitted sheepishly. I'll go rest. That was terrifying, Wang Meng conveyed. While Wang Yi observed the frightened mosquito beast and gently returned it to the spirit beast pouch. I was not mistaken. The ability derived from this illusion tree avatar is indeed a form of illusion. The main body remains unaffected, likely due to the auxiliary soul. The reason it can accumulate spiritual energy remains to be investigated, Wang Yi concluded. Subsequently, Wang Yi performed a series of hand seals to retract the auxiliary soul, causing the spiritual energy within the tree's body to dissipate alongside the soul's return. Wang Yi felt the surrounding spiritual energy become slightly denser. If that is the case, as long as I absorb it and then return to release it here through the gathering formation, could it not save spiritual stones? Wang Yi hypothesized. This shall be reserved for future experimentation. Over the past 10 days, the life-devouring willow absorbed the corpses of 10 early-stage foundation-building demon cultivators, generating approximately 100 pounds of life essence within. Wang Yi calculated that absorbing the corpses of early-stage foundation builders at a rate of 1 per day could yield 10 pounds of life essence. With only 2 days left before heading to the front lines, he dispatched the illusion tree avatar to wander the market for half a day, and no one discerned its differences. He spent 20,000 spiritual stones to acquire 20 corpses of early-stage second-tier beasts. After retrieving 3 high-grade spirit wines from the Lingyun Chamber of Commerce, the illusion tree avatar, bearing the spirit wine, proceeded to the techniques pavilion to test whether his esteemed master could recognize it. Master, I have come to see you again, Wang Yi announced as he approached Wu Gang and placed the spirit wine on the table. Ah, you're here. You've done well. Mastering such a challenging avatar technique is commendable, Wu Gang acknowledged, sensing Wang Yi's presence. However, upon Wang Yi's arrival, he immediately discerned the truth behind him. It's still discernible. It seems I cannot fool everyone, Wang Yi expressed with disappointment. Look at you, unsatisfied. I've yet to hear of anyone who has cultivated to your level. Be grateful, Wu Gang remarked with a hint of annoyance. I hope to use the avatar for outings. Since you can see through it, it seems that 1T work, Wang Yi lamented. Not necessarily. I sense that those below the nascent soul stage should remain undetectable. Above the nascent soul, yes, but how many nascent soul cultivators are frequently wandering about? You may use the avatar to replace your main body, Wu Gang clarified. Really? That is wonderful. You are truly reliable, Master, Wang Yi exclaimed joyfully. I'll provide you with a concealment token, a special artifact that can completely hide your aura, as long as you don't deliberately flaunt yourself in front of a nascent soul cultivator. Those below the late nascent soul stage will find it exceedingly difficult to detect this avatar, Wu Gang said, handing Wang Yi a blue jade pendant. Thank you, Master. I didn't know you had such artifacts. Could I have a few more? I plan to cultivate several avatars, Wang Yi inquired shamelessly. Several? Hurry and leave. Do you think this is an ordinary artifact? There are none. Now go. You're irritating me, Wu Gang retorted. Yes, Master, don't be angry. If there aren't any, that is fine. I'll take my leave, Wang Yi replied nonchalantly. This kid is truly an oddity. I couldn't even get started in my training back then, yet he has managed to succeed, Wu Gang murmured to himself as Wang Yi walked away. The information obtained by the illusion tree avatar was simultaneously received by the main body in real time, with no distance limitations, causing Wang Yi to marvel at the prowess of this technique. Upon returning to the small courtyard in the market, the illusion tree avatar procured all the spiritual stones from the main body and headed to the treasure pavilion. Brother, I'm here to trouble you again. The illusion tree avatar greeted Su Jian. Little brother, your presence is an honor. What brings you here this time? Su Jian inquired directly. I'm heading to the front line soon and wish to purchase some defensive artifacts, preferably full body protection. The higher the grade, the better, Wang Yi stated plainly. Oh, such artifacts are not easily found. I recall there is a set of second-tier high-grade defensive armor in the warehouse, Earth attribute, with no other effects apart from defense. It hasn't sold in a long time. Let me see if it's still there. Please wait a moment, Su Jian replied after a moment of thought. All right, if there are other defensive artifacts, please bring them for me to inspect, Wang Yi called out. After a considerable wait, Wang Yi grew somewhat impatient until Su Jian hurried back. Apologies for the wait, little brother. This armor was hidden quite deep. It took me a while to find it, Su Jian said, placing a set of armor on the table along with a bead and a silken soft garment. This armor is called the Xian Turtle Armor Set, a second-tier high-grade spirit artifact. It consists of 6 parts: head, arms, legs, and torso, providing full-body defense. All materials are made from Earth attribute materials, offering high defense against early golden core cultivator attacks, priced at 60,000 spiritual stones. This bead is a defense bead, requiring spiritual energy to activate, capable of withstanding a single strike from an early golden core cultivator, priced at 30,000 spiritual stones. This silken garment is the purple origin celestial silk, woven from the silk of a third-tier purple origin celestial silkworm, offering protection against early golden core attacks, priced at 40,000 spiritual stones. Which one would you like? Little brother? Please provide me with the Xian Turtle Armor Set and the purple origin celestial silk. These two align best with my expectations, Wang Yi replied. Wang Yi pondered for a moment. The defense orb would certainly not be selected, as the clone could only utilize a limited amount of magical energy. Thus, this useless orb was not worth having. The remaining 2 items were indeed excellent, but the spirit stones were also quite valuable. Ultimately, Wang Yi gritted his teeth and decided to purchase both, for the clone's defensive capabilities were exceedingly poor, relying solely on its formidable illusion powers. Are you certain about these 2 items, brother? This amounts to a staggering 100,000 spirit stones. Even after a discount, it would still be 90,000 spirit stones. Su Jian exclaimed in disbelief. This is 90,000 spirit stones, brother, count them. Wang Yi waved his hand, and a small mountain of spirit stones materialized before Su Jian. You truly are impressive, brother. Su Jian exclaimed in astonishment, completely taken aback by Wang Yi's ability to produce 90,000 spirit stones. Wang Yi retrieved the Xian Gui battle armor set and the Zi Yuan heavenly silkworm robe, meticulously inspecting them for any damage before storing them in his pouch. Brother, I must take my leave. Staying here is painful for my heart. My savings of spirit stones have nearly run dry, Wang Yi lamented. Take care, young brother. Should you require anything further, do come back. I shall offer you a discount, Su Jian exclaimed, elated after achieving a sales record of 90,000. Upon hearing Wang Yi's intent to depart, he called out, Indeed, I shall not return. Wang Yi murmured. Upon returning to his residence, his main body was engaged in cultivation. Once his training concluded, he retrieved the Xian Gui battle armor set and the Zi Yuan heavenly silkworm robe, extracting his vital blood to inscribe a spiritual mark, thus refining them before donning them on the avatar of the illusionary tree. The Xian Gui battle armor was a full-body defensive set, leaving only two eyes visible to the outside world. Its dull gray hue was not particularly aesthetically pleasing, yet Wang Yi paid it no mind. As long as the defense was robust, he was content. After testing it, he found that it did not hinder his movements, nor was it stifling. In fact, it was quite comfortable. 2 days later, on the 15th day of his return to the sect, his main body sat cross-legged within the second-tier low-grade spirit gathering array in the sect's courtyard, diligently cultivating, while the avatar of the illusionary tree organized the items just bestowed upon it by the main body. For this expedition to the front lines, Wang Yi planned to send the avatar of the illusionary tree, armed with the concealment pendant gifted by his esteemed master. Confident that as long as he did not prance before late-stage nascent soul cultivators, he would remain undetected, Wang Yi affixed the spirit beast pouch to the waist of the avatar of the illusory tree. The mosquito beast followed suit, enhancing its efficacy. He placed various supplies and over 20 second-tier storage bags within the armor of the illusory tree avatar, which was nearly encased in equipment. Had it not been for the armor, it would undoubtedly hold the highest credentials within the beggar's sect. Once prepared, the illusory tree avatar made its way to the sect square, where Wang Liqiang and others had already gathered. Brother Wang, I hope I'm not late, Wang Yi approached, inquiring. No, just in time. We have finished loading the supplies. We shall depart now. However, junior brother, it has been half a month since we last met. What has happened to you? Why are you completely wrapped in armor? Wang Liqiang observed the entirety of Wang Yi shrouded in earthen-colored armor, revealing only his head. I acquired this armor for self-defense. My strength is limited, so I must rely on external means to enhance my chances of survival, Wang Yi replied, somewhat embarrassed. Oh, I see. You have truly thought this through, little brother, Wang Liqiang remarked, though he harbored a sense of disdain inwardly. It was merely a fear of death. Soon after, the group boarded a flying vessel, heading directly to the temporary encampment of Elder Qian of the Beastmaster sect. Chapter 43. Shipping approximately 7 days later. The illusory tree avatar arrived at the temporary encampment and reported to Qianchang. The subsequent half-month passed without any beast tied. The illusory tree avatar, unable to cultivate, found itself languishing in idleness, nearly suffocating from boredom. Although it yearned to stroll outside, it refrained, wary of encountering the same situation with demonic cultivators as before. Meanwhile, the main body resided in a small courtyard within the market, diligently practicing cultivation and rarely venturing out, fearful of being spotted by sect disciples, which could lead to unnecessary troubles. One day, Wang Yi opened his interface and took a look. Ever since he received the Yang token from Shun Xiao's Yin-Yang Soul Pendant, his cultivation speed had slightly increased, allowing him to gain experience every 4 days. However, upon seeing the multitude of zeros following the experience points, he felt it was still too slow. Since parting ways with the two women, he had been obsessed with the need to grow stronger swiftly. Unfortunately, as a mere minor character, he could only contemplate one method, planting, to procure more freedom points and accelerate his cultivation methods. With this thought in mind, he scanned his storage bag, which contained approximately 60,000 spirit stones. Sufficient spirit stones were already placed in the small courtyard, enough for several years. Wang Yi planned to rent land to cultivate spirit rice. After altering his appearance and suppressing his cultivation to the 9th layer of qi refinement, he visited the rental pavilion, spending 18,000 spirit stones to lease a 20-acre small courtyard for 3 years. He calculated that he had now leased a total of 48 acres of first-tier mid-grade spirit fields. Does this make me a small landlord? Wang Yi mused. Subsequently, he preferred to purchase spirit seeds from street vendors in the market. With his innate ability to identify spirit seeds, he was not concerned about acquiring counterfeit or dead seeds, and might even stumble upon pleasant surprises. He visited 3 vendors and procured enough second-tier mid-grade essence rice seeds for 20 acres, along with 2,000 pounds of early-stage beast blood, spending a total of 50,000 spirit stones. His storage bag was nearly emptied, leaving only a few hundred spirit stones. With no choice, he cleared his inventory. Selling 10 sets of first-tier upper-grade gathering formations, 3 sets of second-tier lower-grade gathering formations, 2 sets of second-tier mid-grade gathering formations, and 1 set of second-tier lower-grade 5-element defensive formations, earning 19,000 spirit stones. He then visited the Lingyun Chamber of Commerce and purchased 2 early-stage second-tier planting puppets for 6,000 spirit stones. Next came the quiet wait for the spirit rice to mature. Once the 48 acres of spirit fields ripened, Wang Yi was confident that his cultivation methods would ascend to a higher level, undoubtedly accelerating his training speed. 7 months later, Wang Yi welcomed the maturity of 8 acres of foundational rice, marking his final cultivation of foundational rice. He planned to switch to essence rice thereafter. After several days of labor, he finally harvested all the spirit rice, totaling 8,000 pounds of foundational rice and 24,000 freedom points. Disguising his appearance to conceal his cultivation level, he sold the 8,000 pounds of foundational rice in batches, netting 24,000 spirit stones. Subsequently, he spent 20,000 spirit stones to purchase 8 acres of essence rice seeds and 800 pounds of second-tier lower-grade monster blood. Thus, in his 48-acre small courtyard, excluding 5 acres planted with purple crystal grapes, the remaining 43 acres were entirely devoted to second-tier mid-grade essence rice. For months prior, the egg of the sky-piercing crocodile turtle, gifted by his inexpensive master, finally hatched. On the day of hatching, as Wang Yi was meditating, the spirit beast pouch began to tremble violently. He immediately ceased his practice, and upon sensing the commotion, he realized the sky-piercing crocodile turtle was about to emerge. He hurried outside to retrieve the egg from the spirit beast pouch, placing 30,000 spirit stones for it to absorb during the hatching process. After a while, the stones had nearly been consumed. A crack appeared at the top of the egg, gradually widening. Moments later, with a resounding pop, the upper part of the egg was forcefully broken open, revealing a massive head. Its beak resembled a hooked eagle's, and its eyes were like bronze bells. As it opened its mouth, it began to gnaw at the edges of the eggshell. In no time, the entire shell was devoured, revealing a colossal turtle standing 10 meters tall in the courtyard. The 10-meter-high giant turtle bore spikes on its shell, with a prominent spike rising several meters from its back. Its long tail ended in a serpent's head, coiling around the tallest spike. Its neck was short and stout, its limbs covered in scaly armor, and its claws bore razor-sharp nails. The sturdy limbs stood firm like towering pillars, while its massive, bell-like eyes gazed vacantly at Wang Yi before it. Wang Yi activated the beast mastery technique, establishing a master-servant contract with the creature. Once the contract concluded, a peculiar glimmer flickered in the turtle's eyes as it sought to nuzzle its massive head against Wang Yi. Upon witnessing the situation, Wang Yi hurriedly activated the golden body forging technique, causing his physique to swell to nearly 9 meters in height. A colossal head collided with him, but fortunately, Wang Yi had transformed in time. Otherwise, he might have been crushed. Gently stroking the head of the Titan crocodile tortoise, it seemed to revel in the affection. Swaying slightly, being newly born, its consciousness was still unclear, merely relying on Wang Yi in a dazed manner, unable to fully comprehend his words. Let me give you a name. Since you are so grand and imposing at birth, I shall call you Wang Ba, Wang Yi said to the Titan crocodile tortoise. Wang Ba continued to gaze at Wang Yi with a bewildered expression, lacking understanding. Wang Ba, be a good boy and stay still. If you move, the spiritual rice in this small courtyard may be harmed. I promise to give you something delicious later, Wang Yi reassured, patting Wang Ba's head. Dividing a fragment of his soul, he entered the body of the life-consuming willow. After a brief transformation, another Wang Yi appeared in the same spot, leaving the Titan crocodile tortoise somewhat confused, unable to discern which was its master. He retrieved 100,000 spirit stones, instructing his doppelganger to procure the corpses of magical beasts. After visiting several establishments, he managed to acquire 50 corpses of first-tier late-stage beasts and 20 corpses of second-tier early-stage beasts, spending a total of 65,000 spirit stones. Upon returning, Wang Yi reabsorbed the fragment of his soul and retrieved the storage bag, extracting a corpse of a late-stage first-tier beast that stood over 10 meters tall. Performing a sword technique, he dismembered the beast into several pieces. Wang Ba consumed the entire corpse piece by piece, eventually closing its eyes and drifting into slumber. Observing this, Wang Yi waved his hand, storing Wang Ba within the spirit beast pouch. Throughout the past 7 months, the life-consuming willow had only managed to purchase these 22nd-tier early-stage beast corpses for absorption. The rest of the time, it sustained itself on spirit stones. As Wang Yi could not afford such a rapid consumption rate, a second-tier early-stage beast required 2,000 spirit stones. Even a nascent soul cultivator might struggle to provide for that, considering it contained 500 pounds of life essence, which had not been extracted for use. Life essence was exceedingly precious, and hastening the growth of ordinary spiritual plants seemed too extravagant. Perhaps in the future, when wealthier, he might consider accelerating the growth of ordinary spiritual plants, but for now, he was reluctant to part with any. Meanwhile, the doppelganger of the illusionary world tree, stationed outside to fend off beast tides, had faced 6 or 7 such waves over the past 7 months. Possessing foundational early-stage cultivation, Elder Qian had assigned it to repel second-tier early-stage beasts, which it managed with ease. Each time it merely stood firm, its eyes shimmering with light, causing nearby magical beasts to become instantly immobilized. The mosquito beasts, lurking nearby, took the opportunity to feed on the motionless beasts. However, Wang Yi had specifically instructed to spare the second-tier beasts for nurturing the life-consuming willow, only allowing first-tier beasts for a mere taste. Quietly, it collected 50 corpses of second-tier early-stage beasts, even securing 5 corpses of second-tier mid-stage beasts. The illusionary eye on its tree body had accumulated over 230. Yet the contribution points remained a meager 8,000. Wang Yi yearned to join the ranks of those in the Qi refinement stage for a fierce contest, eager to swiftly accumulate contribution points. However, the elder forbade him, asserting that such trials were to remain within manageable bounds and served as essential training for the disciples of the sect. Thus, he could only begrudgingly remain on the sidelines, intervening only when life-threatening crises arose. Each act of rescue was executed with the aid of illusionary mirrors, meticulously controlled to avoid detection. Initially, this covert assistance went unnoticed, but as the frequency increased, it eventually caught the attention of Elder Qian. The elder sought out Wang Yi, which startled him considerably, leading him to fear that the secret of his doppelganger had been revealed. Yet, the conversation remained superficial, merely inquiring whether he had practiced illusion techniques and to what extent he had progressed before allowing Wang Yi to depart. Wang Yi understood that being the focus of attention was inevitable. This avatar of the Dream Realm tree could only employ illusions, possessing merely a scant amount of spiritual energy within its trunk, rendering it incapable of utilizing any incantations. It could manage a storage pouch at best, and its greatest strength lay in its illusionary abilities. Its true form was exceedingly fragile. To forsake its strongest attribute in favor of reckless combat would be an act of sheer folly. On this particular day, Wang Yi learned that Wang Liqiang had come again to deliver supplies, typically arriving once every half-month. "Senior brother, you have come to deliver supplies again." Wang Yi greeted him, having arrived early to await his arrival. "Junior brother, good to see you again. What brings you here?" Wang Liqiang remarked, recalling Wang Yi fondly, as he was the only one permitted by the elders to return to the sect from the front lines. "This time, I wish to trouble you to convey some items for my friends and family within the sect," Wang Yi replied nonchalantly, producing 2 storage pouches. One contained the remains of beasts, while the other was a low-grade storage pouch containing 1,000 spiritual stones, which he promptly handed to Wang Liqiang. "You are too courteous, junior brother. As long as the items are not excessively valuable, I can certainly deliver them for you," Wang Liqiang said, his consciousness probing into the pouch and instantly brightening at the sight of the 1,000 spiritual stones. "They are not anything precious, merely some materials from magical beasts," Wang Yi stated, having placed a restriction on the pouch containing the beast remains, ensuring that no one could forcefully breach it. He simply added, "Rest assured, I shall ensure they reach their destination." Wang Liqiang, seeing this, did not press further. As long as the spiritual stones were provided, the contents were of little consequence. "Then I thank you. I will inform my friends to meet you at the sect square. Rest assured, the restriction is such that no one can breach it without my permission," Wang Yi affirmed. "Very well, it will take no more than 8 days to reach the sect," Wang Liqiang replied. "Understood. I shall take my leave now," Wang Yi said with a courteous bow before turning back toward his dwelling. "If only I could teleport across distances, it would alleviate so much hassle and risk," Wang Yi mused upon returning home. 8 days later, he arrived at the sect square, locating Wang Liqiang and successfully obtaining the storage pouch. After breaking the restriction, he confirmed that nothing was amiss and directly placed it beneath the life-devouring willow for absorption, estimating it could sustain for at least 2 months. Chapter 44. Surprise Attack. Wang Yi diligently pursued his cultivation, while the avatar of the illusionary realm tree idled away the days. After more than half a month, within the temporary encampment, a sudden, piercing cry erupted from Qian Chang's quarters, rousing all disciples to emerge from their abodes. The sight that met their eyes was one of devastation. Qian Chang stood despondently amidst the ruins, facing a woman whose garments lay in disarray, blood trickling from her lips as she lay prone on the ground. The disciples, responding to his command, activated the defensive formations. "Old fool Qian," he bellowed. "How dare you launch a sneak attack on me?" From outside the encampment surged a throng of spirit beasts and dark-clad demonic cultivators. "To be injured by a mere Foundation establishment junior, your reputation is shattered, old man." One of the demonic cultivators jeered. "You speak nonsense," Qian Chang retorted, but before he could finish, a mouthful of blood surged forth, choking his words. The truth was, he had indeed been ensnared by a captivating mid-Foundation female cultivator who had suddenly ambushed him, inflicting grave wounds. Upon regaining consciousness, fueled by rage, he retaliated and severely injured her. This mid-Foundation woman was, in fact, a witch from the demonic sect of the Harmonious Union. Huh, struck dumb are we? Such shamelessness at your age, still stirring up trouble, mocked the adversary. Qin Chong, suppressing the urge to vomit blood, was incited further by their taunts and could no longer contain himself, spewing forth blood and finally catching his breath. He began to articulate, but was interrupted by a commanding shout, "Kill them all." Before he could utter another word, the leading figure in black lunged at him, denying him the chance to speak. Behind Qian, several disciples of the beast tamer sect summoned their spirit beasts, weapons materializing in their hands, and turned to attack their fellow sect members, swiftly slaughtering several disciples of the beast tamer sect before donning black robes. Traitors, you have breached the defensive array, and you deserve death. The sect nurtured you. Yet this is how you repay us. Qian Chong glared at the rebellious disciples. Elder Qian, we have always been disciples of the heavenly demon sect. There are no traitors among us, only your foolishness, one of them replied. You. Before Qian could respond, the leading figure in black had closed in, preparing to strike. Break through and flee. Run back to the sect and report. Traitors have emerged within. A thorough investigation is warranted. Qian Chong shouted desperately, summoning a giant eagle, a centipede, and a snake, all early-stage third-tier spirit pets, to engage in combat with the black-clad leader. From the very beginning, Wang Yi sensed impending trouble. After observing for a considerable time without identifying a viable escape route, he steeled himself and remained stationary, biding his time for an opportunity to present itself. As Qian Chong engaged in combat with the leader of the black-robed figures, a glimmer of determination flickered in Wang Yi's eyes. His illusionary magic extended to a radius of 50 meters, rendering all cultivators immobile. Fortunately, there were no late-stage foundation establishment or higher-level demon cultivators or beasts in Wang Yi's vicinity. Summoning the mosquito beast, he instructed it to swiftly locate demon cultivators or beasts from which to extract brain fluid, ensuring that the physical bodies remained intact. This was a method Wang Yi had devised. The body could supply the yuan-devouring willows with vitality, as long as the mosquito beast damaged the brain. The remaining parts would not impede the consumption process. He proceeded with utmost caution, avoiding any commotion, quietly collecting the corpses of deceased demon cultivators and beasts, carefully amassing around 60 or 70 bodies before drawing attention. It was nearly impossible for anyone to overlook Wang Yi's location, especially as battles raged fervently elsewhere. His area remained relatively tranquil, and the illusion did not obscure vision. One by one, demon cultivators and beasts rushed into the illusion's domain, only to come to a sudden halt, a streak of black light flashing continuously, leaving lifeless bodies in its wake. An individual clad in grotesque, earth-toned armor approached a corpse and, in an instant, made it vanish. This peculiar manner of death soon caught the attention of the demon faction's leader, who was engaged in a fierce struggle against 4 opponents, evenly matched with Qian Chong and his spirit companion, while still managing to keep an eye on the battlefield, a testament to his formidable strength. Chunling Tian, Yu Chong, Zhao Wuhen, quickly dispatch your adversaries and investigate the situation. We cannot afford any unforeseen complications, commanded the demon leader, pointing to the 3 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Understood, they replied, unleashing their lethal techniques to eliminate their foes before hastening towards Wang Yi's position. Wang Yi was engrossed in his pursuits when he suddenly noticed 3 exceptionally powerful cultivators approaching. He quickly called out to the mosquito beast, which promptly received the message and swiftly flew to Wang Yi's side. Aware of the formidable strength of these individuals, Wang Yi wondered whether the illusory I could deceive them. Wang Meng, assess the situation and act accordingly. If they remain entranced by the illusion for too long, you must deal with them. If it proves ineffective, grow large and take me far away, Wang Yi instructed. Understood, master, the mosquito beast replied, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Moments later, the 3 cultivators arrived at the edge of the illusion and paused to observe. However, Wang Yi did not wait for their reaction. He instantly expanded the range of the illusion, enveloping the 3 within it. Caught off guard, they found themselves immobilized. Come back, Wang Yi shouted as the mosquito beast hesitated, ready to approach the immobilized figures. Upon hearing Wang Yi's command, the beast obeyed without delay, rapidly appearing beneath Wang Yi and expanding to over 2 meters in height, swiftly carrying him away to a remote location, moving faster than even late-stage foundation cultivators. The trio, caught unaware, soon found Chunling Tian regaining his senses after a brief entrapment in the illusion, drenched in cold sweat. A moment's disorientation in battle could prove fatal. This showcased the potency of Wang Yi's illusion, particularly as Chunling Tian had been one of the top 10 prodigies before aligning with the demonic path. Had Wang Yi commanded the mosquito beast to act while Chun was still ensnared, it is conceivable that he could have been defeated instantly, contingent upon breaching his defenses. Yet at that moment, Wang Yi was not contemplating such matters. He was solely focused on riding on the back of the mosquito beast as it soared forward. The trio, now recovering their senses, were left in awe of the beast's incredible speed, rendering them feeling inadequate. For 3 days and nights, Wang Yi and the mosquito beast flew, losing track of their whereabouts until they found themselves above the vast ocean. Fortunately, the mosquito beast's robust physique held up, and when it grew weary, Wang Yi spotted a small island not far off. After ensuring there were no pursuers behind them, he instructed the mosquito beast to land and rest. Wang Ming, they likely cannot follow us. Let us recuperate here for a few days, and then we shall decide our next course of action. First, replenish your strength, Wang Yi advised, tossing a bottle of blood towards the beast. Yes, master, the mosquito beast replied weakly, eagerly diving into the nourishment. This experience provided Wang Yi with newfound insight into the mosquito beast's speed. Its transformation to nearly 2 meters allowed it to fly even faster than late-stage Foundation cultivators, underscoring the creature's formidable nature. He then examined the spoils within his storage pouch, which contained 20 Foundation stage corpses and 45 Qi refining stage corpses. Meanwhile, at the sect, Wang Yi's original self hurried to find Wu Gang, explaining the situation. Upon hearing the news, Wu Gang vanished without a word, leaving Wang Yi to return to his small courtyard and continue his cultivation. Wu Gang swiftly relayed the information to the sect leader, who promptly organized a thorough investigation of the sect's internal affairs. Wu Gang then teleported to the temporary encampment, and despite his late-stage nascent soul cultivation, it took him half a day to arrive. Upon reaching the site, he was met with scenes of devastation, the ground littered with bodies, while a few demonic disciples were finishing off the wounded. Furious at the sight, Wu Gang unleashed a terrifying aura, swiftly eliminating all demonic disciples and saving the remaining sect members with life still in them. Just as he prepared to pursue further, he was met with an overwhelming presence that thwarted his advance. After an indeterminate time, Wu Gang reluctantly returned, leading away the few surviving disciples, leaving the beast control sect with catastrophic losses. On the side of the illusory tree avatar, after 2 days of recuperation, Wang Yi and the mosquito beast continued to glide over the endless ocean. Occasionally, fish-like aquatic beasts would leap from the water to attack, but with a swift extension of its elongated proboscis, the mosquito beast would consume them effortlessly. Days passed without encountering any high-level aquatic beasts. All they encountered were those of the second tier or below. While the eyes of these creatures provided some sustenance for the illusory tree avatar, it was minimal, with not even a single illusory eye having emerged. In these days, Wang Yi and the mosquito beast found themselves adrift in the vast ocean, devoid of direction and unable to see any land. Though they had spotted a few scattered islands in the past days, it had been over a day since they had seen even a single one. Wang Yi ventured to the sect's exchange center, where he expended 1,000 contribution points to acquire all the maps within the domain of the Beastmaster sect, encompassing the maritime regions. However, lacking any reference point, he remained unable to ascertain his precise location. After several days of futile effort, he resigned himself to fate. Meanwhile, the avatar of the illusory tree traversed the skies for nearly a month, encountering numerous second-tier late-stage sea beasts along the way. Each time, it employed illusions to compel the mosquito beast to flee swiftly. As for the early-stage second-tier beasts, he successfully hunted over 100, including 30 of medium grade, which attests to the abundance of marine creatures. On several occasions, he encountered early-stage third-tier beasts, but again resorted to illusions for distraction. Wang Yi observed that these beasts possessed a considerably lesser resistance to illusions compared to humans. Consequently, whenever the early-stage third-tier beasts drew near, they were invariably affected by the illusions, and by the time they regained their senses, Wang Yi had already been whisked away to safety by the mosquito beast. Wang Yi had previously commanded the mosquito beast to attack while the third-tier demon beasts were ensnared in illusions, yet they were utterly incapable of breaching their defenses, illustrating the vast disparity between the second and third tiers. Over the course of this month, the avatar of the illusionary tree had received ample supplies of demon beast eyeballs, reaching the zenith of the early second tier, with the number of eyes upon its crown swelling to 333, the current limit of its growth, unable to absorb further eyeballs. This is the limitation of the breeding spirit technique. The level of the avatar grows in accordance with the primary body's level. The illusionary tree is a growth-type spiritual plant. The more illusionary eyes it possesses, the higher its level. Wang Yi's physical form is at the Foundation establishment's early stage. Thus, the avatar can only ascend to the pinnacle of the early second tier, awaiting Wang Yi's advancement to the mid-Foundation establishment phase before the avatar can continue to develop. On this day, as Wang Yi and the mosquito beast continued their flight, they suddenly beheld a colossal island emerging in the distance, soaring high into the heavens. Without waiting for Wang Yi's command, the mosquito beast flew directly towards the island, taking over a day to reach its shores. Is this what they call running to the mountain only to find it distant? I never expected we would experience this ourselves. Wang Yi remarked to Wang Ming. What does it mean to run to a mountain and find it far? The mosquito beast inquired, perplexed. It signifies the irony of perceiving something as near, yet it is, in truth, quite far, Wang Yi succinctly explained. Both man and beast gazed upon the island that pierced the clouds, astonished by its formation, reminiscent of a sword thrusting into the sky, while observing the desolate surroundings devoid of life. Chapter 45. The teleportation array. Wang Yi instructed the mosquito beast to ascend, and the creature flapped its wings, soaring swiftly upward. After a considerable duration, it transcended the clouds and reached the summit of the island. At the pinnacle lay an expansive platform, devoid of any embellishments, save for an intricate array of patterns scattered across the ground, exuding an air of antiquity, with certain areas already showing signs of wear and damage. Wang Yi meandered through the platform and stumbled upon a hidden corner where he discovered a set of desiccated bones, crumbling and scattered across the ground. Amidst the skeletal remains lay a ring, shrouded in a layer of dust, its age unknown as it had resided there for countless years. A surge of consciousness enveloped him as he probed the ring, revealing a surprisingly vast interior space, significantly larger than the second-tier mid-grade storage pouch he typically employed. Roughly estimated, it spanned nearly 20 acres, akin to the dimensions of a third-tier low-grade storage ring. Yet, the contents within were sparse, consisting of only a few meager items. With a mere thought, he extracted all the possessions, but as several items emerged, they instantly crumbled into dust, swept away by the breeze, leaving behind only a token and a jade slip. The jade slip bore numerous cracks, suggesting it would soon shatter with minimal use. First, he examined the token. A silver piece the size of his palm, inscribed with the character on one side, while the other displayed an intricate formation diagram. Wang Yi noticed its resemblance to the fragmented array etched on the ground, yet after a brief study, he could discern nothing further. He then gingerly picked up the damaged jade slip and cautiously delved into it with his consciousness. A cracking sound echoed from the slip, teetering on the brink of destruction. Though it had yet to succumb to ruin, Wang Yi's consciousness penetrated deeply, and a wealth of information surged into his mind. Among the revelations was a map accompanied by a fragment of text, revealing that this location housed an ancient teleportation array. The token in question was the Great Shift Token, designed to safeguard against the tearing of space during the teleportation process. While the specific destination of this ancient array remained undisclosed, the map meticulously detailed the entirety of the Daqian domain's topography. Upon examination, Wang Yi noted that he was situated in a maritime region, at the southernmost edge of the Transformation God ruins, with no further records to the south, merely an endless expanse of ocean. The entire Daqian domain was encircled by the sea, with the offshore map failing to display any further details. Although it did mark the locations of several ancient teleportation arrays, all situated at considerable distances from his current position. Notably, 4 arrays were located in the maritime regions, 1 each in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest of the Daqian domain, while 3 more were nestled inland, 1 each on the eastern and western continents and within the Hungduan mountain range. Wang Yi hastily retrieved a jade tablet inscribed with intricate carvings. Following the instructions within, he utilized his divine consciousness to replicate all the maps etched upon the tablet. Once the replication was complete, he cast a glance at the jade tablet, now marred by numerous cracks, and stored it within his spatial ring. Subsequently, he determined the orientation based on the maps, pinpointing the direction of the divine transformation ruins. After issuing a command to the mosquito beast, they soared swiftly towards their destination. For over half a month, the mosquito beast flitted intermittently, engaging in countless battles along the way. By the time they reached the entrance of the divine transformation ruins, they had amassed a staggering 80 corpses of early-stage second-tier beasts and 5 of mid-stage second-tier beasts. However, Wang Yi had no intention of entering. He had ventured inside once before and was well aware of the grave dangers that lurked within, dangers beyond his current capacity to confront. He instructed the mosquito beast to take a detour, and after nearly another half-month of travel, they finally arrived at the entrance of Xiankong Square. A wave of emotion surged within Wang Yi as he felt the urge to weep. After 2 long months of winding journeys, he had returned to this very place, to the small courtyard of the market. His physical body remained engrossed in cultivation, so he extracted the beast corpses and placed them beneath the life-devouring willow tree. Once his physical form completed its training, he approached the avatar of the illusionary realm tree, performed a series of hand seals, and summoned his secondary soul back into his main body. The illusionary realm tree then reverted to its grand tree form, taking root beside the small dwelling. Wang Yi sought out Wu Gang once during the span of 2 months, but to no avail as his counterpart had not returned. Leaving behind a communication talisman, he returned to his abode to continue his cultivation. In the time that followed, he received no word from Wu Gang and remained unaware of his whereabouts, merely hoping that no misfortune had befallen him. On this particular day, Wang Yi finally received a message from Wu Gang. Splitting off a fragment of his soul, he merged it into the illusionary realm tree, transforming into human form. He procured 2 liang of high-grade spirit wine and made his way to the sect's scripture pavilion to pay his respects to Wu Gang. "Master, you have finally returned. What caused your prolonged absence?" Wang Yi inquired. "This time, there were special circumstances. Your cultivation is still too low. It is better that you remain uninformed." And I must say, you have grown rather lazy. You hardly step out, sending a mere doppelganger in your stead, Wu Gang replied with a hint of annoyance. I am merely devoted to my practice, master. However, my progress has been painfully slow since reaching the foundation establishment stage. Is there no remedy for this? Wang Yi lamented. At just over 30 years of age, you are already at the initial stage of foundation establishment, and you dare complain of slowness? Wu Gang glared at Wang Yi. Master, ever since I attained the foundation establishment stage, I have felt that my advancement has become exceedingly sluggish, many times slower than during the qi refinement stage, Wang Yi responded, expressing his frustration. The foundation establishment stage is fundamentally different from the qi refinement stage. It represents a qualitative transformation. During the qi refinement stage, one could consume low-grade pills at a modest cost, allowing for swift progression as long as resources were ample. However, the pills for the foundation establishment stage are significantly more expensive and require vast resources, Wu Gang elucidated. Is the consumption of pills the only avenue available? I have heard that pill toxicity can hinder advancement, Wang Yi queried, puzzled. Indeed, consuming pills can lead to pill toxicity, but it does not remain in the body permanently. With proper control, it is metabolized daily as long as you manage your intake. You simply need to regulate your dosage, Wu Gang clarified. Master, could you elaborate on how to appropriately manage the consumption of pills during the foundation establishment stage? While in the foundation establishment stage, you should consume pills of the corresponding level, with a maximum of 1 every 5 days. After consuming 1, the pill toxicity will be metabolized within 5 days, preventing accumulation. Exceeding this limit would burden your body, Wu Gang explained. I understand now. In my initial stage of foundation establishment, consuming a second-grade low-grade spirit gathering pill once every 5 days should not increase pill toxicity, Wang Yi confirmed. Correct. However, consuming too many pills may lead to drug resistance. But that requires a substantial quantity, which you need not worry about at this stage. Typically, one can consume 2 types of pills during a phase to progress. If resources are scarce, you may rely on personal cultivation alongside a minimal intake of pills, which rarely results in drug resistance, Wu Gang advised. Master, can the realms of body tempering and spirit refining also be enhanced through pill consumption? Theoretically, yes. However, the extent of pill toxicity in a person's body must be considered. If one consumes 3 pills every 5 days while practicing all 3 realms, it would lead to the cessation of one's cultivation path. I recommend focusing on one aspect at a time. As long as you can progress in that domain, the others will naturally improve, although they will not reach the heights achievable through specialized training. One must understand the principle of not biting off more than one can chew, Wu Gang cautioned. Thank you for your guidance, Master. I shall weigh my options carefully, Wang Yi replied earnestly. Are you familiar with the ancient teleportation arrays? Wang Yi inquired further. Oh, how do you know of the ancient teleportation arrays? That is a highly secretive matter, Wu Gang expressed, astonished. Not long ago, the temporary market was attacked by those at the late foundation establishment stage. My doppelganger fled in haste, and by mere chance, I found a jade slip that contained records about it. Wang Yi recounted truthfully, presenting the damaged jade slip to Wu Gang. Such fortune. You truly are a fortunate one. The information regarding the ancient teleportation arrays has been lost for ages. It is said that they can transport one to other realms of cultivation, though the specifics remain unclear. And it is uncertain whether it is a blessing or a curse, Wu Gang remarked, taking the damaged slip with care. Wu Gang cautiously probed the slip with a thread of his consciousness. It crackled ominously, and moments later, it shattered with a loud crack, leaving Wu Gang with only a vague understanding. He managed to discern the locations of 4 ancient teleportation arrays in the ocean. But the details regarding the inland arrays were lost as the slip crumbled to dust. This information is of great significance. The sect will reward you accordingly. But this matter must remain confidential. If it falls into the hands of the demonic path, it could spell disaster for our sect, Wu Gang warned. I understand, Master. I shall not breathe a word to anyone. However, speaking of the demonic path, when the temporary market was attacked, there were indeed spies from the demonic faction infiltrating our sect. Their sudden betrayal rendered our defensive formations inoperative. Elder Qian mentioned that the sect should investigate for internal traitors. Wang Yi expressed his concerns. I have already informed the sect leader, and he will handle it. When I arrived, Elder Qian had already fallen. But your timely warning allowed us to save some of the sect's disciples. I know you wish to keep your doppelganger hidden, so I will not attribute this achievement to you. What do you desire? I will procure it for you, Wu Gang offered. It is only right to serve the sect. At present, what I need most are cultivation pills. If it is not too much trouble, could you provide me with some second-grade low-grade pills? Wang Yi pondered and, recalling the earlier conversation regarding pills, made his request, hoping to conserve resources. Very well. I know you are well off and lack for nothing else. I will gather some second-grade pills for your cultivation, Wu Gang said, his figure beginning to fade. Before long, Wu Gang reappeared in a reclined position, and dozens of vials of pills materialized on the table before Wang Yi. Here are 10 vials of second-grade low-grade spirit gathering pills and 10 vials of spirit recovery pills. Wu Gang stated nonchalantly. Master, you are truly generous. Wang Yi exclaimed, recognizing the worth of second-grade low-grade pills, each valued at 2,000 spirit stones, totaling an impressive sum. Internally, he marveled at the extraordinary generosity of his mentor. Take them and be on your way. Were it not for your 2 significant contributions, I would not have humiliated myself to request so many. Just looking at you vexes me. Hurry along now, Wu Gang retorted irritably. Yes, master. I shall take my leave. Wang Yi replied cheerfully, entirely unbothered by the elder's gruff demeanor. With a light heart, he returned to the small courtyard of the market, transferring all the pills to his main body before retracting his doppelganger. He retrieved a spirit-gathering pill, inhaling its delicate fragrance before swallowing it without hesitation. Moments later, a surge of spirit energy filled his abdomen, prompting him to circulate his technique to absorb the energy. After a short while, he opened his eyes and examined his personal status panel. Previously, his experience points for chi refinement and body tempering were drawn from the same pool. But now he had gained an additional 5 points. Wang Yi realized this was the effect of consuming a spirit-gathering pill for a single day. Indeed, the potency was formidable. After arduous efforts, it typically took him 4 days to gain a single point of experience. Yet consuming a single pill yielded 5 points in just 1 day. At this rate, he could accumulate 25 points in 5 days. Wang Yi felt as though all his prior efforts had merely been squandered. Regrettably, he could only consume 1 pill every 5 days. He could not afford to neglect his daily cultivation either. He needed to strengthen himself as swiftly as possible, he mused. Chapter 46. The arrival of Shun Shuyao. Wang Yi glanced at his available points, noting he had over 35,000. After some calculation, he realized that to achieve perfection in the 4 first-tier spells required just over 31,000 points. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately decided to allocate all his points to elevate these spells to their maximum level, thereby saving precious cultivation time. Upon reaching perfection with all 4 spells, 4 ethereal runes materialized within Wang Yi's dantian: a golden sword rune, a fireball rune, a cloud rune, and a golden needle rune. With a sense of intrigue, he examined them internally for a while. Channeling his dantian's mana into the golden needle rune, hundreds of golden needles manifested around him without the need for any incantation. These needles continued to proliferate endlessly, though each appeared to possess limited power. Nonetheless, they consumed little mana. He tested each of the 4 runes, finding their effects to be quite similar. While their power was indeed lacking, their continuous generation allowed for disruptive capabilities against foundational-level cultivators and could be employed for group attacks against chi-refining stage adversaries. Overall, Wang Yi felt a sense of satisfaction, especially considering they were merely first-tier spells. Simultaneously, a thought struck Wang Yi. If second-tier spells could be unleashed in a continuous manner, the potential power would be staggering. He mused that there would be no need for magical artifacts. A mere instant-cast spell could incapacitate even late-stage foundational cultivators. However, after a brief moment of fantasy, he deemed it unrealistic. Setting aside the issue of mana consumption, mastering a second-tier spell required a daunting 100,000 experience points, and the amount needed for proficiency was unimaginable. After 2 months of dedicated feeding, the sky-piercing alligator turtle had reached the peak of the first stage. It devoured the carcass of a late-stage beast every 10 days, and under this continual nourishment, its cultivation advanced rapidly. Its size had now exceeded 40 meters, transforming it into a colossal creature. Its tail had grown thicker and longer, with the contours of eyes and a mouth beginning to form at the tip. Presumably, once it reached the second stage, its tail would resemble that of a giant serpent. Wang Yi found himself curious whether it would develop a brain, and if so, which of its 2 heads would have the final say in matters of contention. In contrast, the mosquito beast showed no signs of advancement, spending its days indulging in food and sleep. Life for it was blissfully languid. Wang Yi even considered pairing it with several robust male mosquitoes to instill a sense of ambition. Yet finding male mosquitoes that could reach late stage in the first tier was a rarity, let alone those that could attain the second tier. In the realm of cultivation where time felt irrelevant, Wang Yi engaged in silent diligence. After 7 months, the first batch of 15 acres of essence rice finally matured. After a day of labor, he successfully harvested the entire plot, a feat made possible by his perfected golden sword technique. As long as his mana remained abundant, the golden swords he summoned would continue to emerge, allowing him to complete the harvest in just a single day. Wang Yi meticulously calculated that he had amassed a total of 15,000 pounds of essence rice and 75,000 freedom points. He then procured 15 acres of essence rice and 1,500 pounds of early-stage second-tier demon beast blood, incurring a total expenditure of 37,500 spirit stones. Meanwhile, he sold the 15,000 pounds of essence rice in batches, garnering 75,000 spirit stones in return. It is no wonder that, as he had heard in his previous life, farmers toil the hardest, facing the earth and turning their backs to the sky, laboring for an entire year only to earn a meager sum. The realm of cultivation is no different, were it not for the freedom points. He would not have bothered with this wretched rice. Surely, cultivating spirit fruits would be far more rewarding, he lamented. Despite his grievances, he felt he had no choice. The market for spirit fruits was limited, and only the essence rice could yield freedom points, which were the foundation of his survival. Even if it did not bring in profits, he had to continue planting. Currently, he possessed a total of 48 acres of spirit fields, of which 5 acres were dedicated to growing purple crystal grapes, leaving him with 43 acres for essence rice. Each acre could yield approximately 1,000 points, totaling around 430,000 freedom points upon maturity. This was still exceedingly slow for acquiring foundational techniques. He needed to expand his cultivation area. Perhaps renting an additional 50 acres would suffice, he mused. After calculating his resources and examining the spirit stones in his storage bag, he steeled himself, stamped his foot, gritted his teeth, and silently vowed, "I shall give it my all." Arriving at the leasing office, he expressed his desire to rent 50 acres of land, presenting the inner disciple token of the Beast Master sect. The attendant promptly summoned the supervisor, who was also an inner disciple of the sect, named Shi Yinming. He was a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator and a direct descendant of a high-ranking elder in the sect, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Is this junior brother truly intent on renting 50 acres of spirit fields? Shi Yinming inquired upon seeing Wang Yi, greeting him with a respectful gesture. "Greetings, senior brother. I wish to rent 50 acres of spirit fields. I wonder if it would be convenient for you?" Wang Yi replied courteously. "There is no inconvenience at all. As long as junior brother can provide the spirit stones, there is no limit," Shi Yinming replied with a generous demeanor. "Thank you very much, senior brother." Wang Yi presented some purple crystal grapes as a token of gratitude. "Junior brother is being too courteous. Please wait a moment. I will handle this for you right away." Shi Yinming accepted the grapes without hesitation, accustomed to receiving gifts in his position. Before long, Shi Yinming returned, holding the contract and the token in his hands. Wang Yi had rented Ling Tian several times before. He skillfully signed the contract, received the token, expressed his gratitude, and then proceeded to the market to purchase spiritual rice and seeds, along with some materials for puppets and spirit gathering formations. After 2 days of diligent effort, he finally acquired all the necessary items, spending over 150,000 in total. He purchased 50 acres of prime spiritual rice seeds, 5,000 pounds of blood from initial stage second-tier beasts, 5 initial stage second-tier planting puppets, and 5 sets of materials for mid-tier second-stage spirit gathering formations. Once Wang Yi concluded his agricultural tasks, he returned to his tranquil yet diligent training, occasionally pausing to reflect on Shun Xiao and Ronger. On a particular day, while Wang Yi was engrossed in his rigorous training, he suddenly felt a vibration within his storage bag. Hastily, he probed with his consciousness and retrieved a bell. "Wang Yi, where are you?" He heard a lively and charming voice emanate from the bell, which was vibrating intensely. "I am at the Xiankong market. Where are you?" Wang Yi exclaimed with excitement, aware that the bell could only transmit messages over a distance of 100 miles. "I am also in the Xiankong market. Tell me your location, and Miss will come to find you," replied Ronger's voice. "I am in the rental area of the Xiankong market. Come to the entrance, and I will meet you there," Wang Yi hurriedly responded, quickly tidying up his dog-ass nest before rushing out. After a short while, he arrived at the entrance of the rental area, scanning the surroundings, but failing to spot anyone. He stood there waiting, and before long, the atmosphere became lively. He noticed a throng of men surrounding 2 graceful figures as they approached him. Upon witnessing the situation, Wang Yi hastily concealed himself. "You are far too conspicuous. Can you not shake them off?" He took out a bell and conveyed a message to Ronger. "Will you not come out to shield us?" Ronger replied, "No. If I step outside, I shall become the target of everyone's ire. You would not wish for my untimely demise, would you?" Wang Yi lamented, "Alas. The allure of a beautiful woman is indeed formidable." "Coward," Ronger retorted. "However, we did sneak out, and causing too much commotion would be unwise. Just direct us to a location, and we shall make our way there ourselves." "I am grateful for your understanding, Fairy Ronger. Proceed forward. The innermost area, no. 50 Gunghao Courtyard, is my newly rented space, and no one is aware of it. I shall place a token on the door. You may enter at your leisure," Wang Yi instructed. "Very well, you go ahead. I shall arrive shortly," Ronger responded. Wang Yi skillfully maneuvered through the crowd and arrived first at the entrance of the 50-acre courtyard. He hung 2 tokens on the door and stepped inside. Shortly thereafter, 2 women, accompanied by 30 or so individuals, arrived outside the 50-acre courtyard. Ronger stepped forward first, holding the 2 tokens, and handed one to Shen Shuiyao. "Why don't you quickly leave? The young lady is ignoring you, yet you shamelessly follow us all the way home." Ronger exclaimed angrily. "Fair maiden, you haven't yet shared your name with me. How about I join you inside for a moment?" inquired a young man dressed in finery. "Yes, let us all go in together." Others chimed in eagerly. Ronger, infuriated, grasped Shen Xiao's hand and activated the token, leading them into the courtyard, disregarding the foolish crowd outside. Once inside, the 2 women beheld a vast field teeming with vitality. Numerous wheat shoots peeked through the earth, and several puppets toiled in the field. Wang Yi stood nearby, clad in black, his gaze fixed intently on the 2 women. Still staring, Rong'er blushed as she noticed Wang Yi's unwavering attention and snapped. Oh, I apologize. You two fairies are simply too enchanting to look away from, Wang Yi replied, displaying an audacious demeanor. Should you continue to act so frivolously, we shall take our leave. Shun Shuiyao remarked, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. Please don't. I was mistaken. Let us go inside and have a seat, Wang Yi implored hastily. Very well. Shun Shuiyao acquiesced. The three entered the room, where Wang Yi had prepared a selection of purple crystal grapes, heavenly fruits, and dragon scale fruits, alongside a pot of tea. What brings you to the Xiankong Square Market? Are you not aware? After settling matters at the Xiantian Sword Sect and the Tianji Sect, the 7 major orthodox sects have united with all the powers of the Western continent to gather at the Beastmaster Sect, intending to discuss a renewed alliance. They have also brought numerous elite disciples from each sect to compete at the Beastmaster Sect, Shin Shuiyao explained slowly. Oh, is that so? It seems I shall have to venture out less often, Wang Yi mused, deciding to remain hidden. Are you not an inner disciple of the Beastmaster Sect? How can you be unaware of this? Shin Shuiyao inquired, puzzled. I seldom go out and devote myself to secluded practice, Wang Yi replied casually. That certainly aligns with your character, Shun Shuiyao remarked. Will you also participate? I will, but Rong'er will not. As a core disciple of the Xiantian Sword Sect, I must take part, Shin Shuiyao replied. With so many prodigies gathered here, can you truly hold your own? Wang Yi asked with concern. Fear not. The competition has rules against lethal combat. Injuries are the worst that can occur, with elders from each sect overseeing the event. My strength is not inferior to that of the prodigies, Shun Shuiyao stated confidently. Just ensure you know your limits. If you find yourself at a disadvantage, concede quickly, Wang Yi advised earnestly. Indeed, I will, Shun Shuiyao said, her heart warmed by Wang Yi's concern. I'm still here. You two are ignoring me, exchanging glances. How outrageous. Rong'er protested loudly. How could we? It is for the best that you do not participate, to spare you from harm, Wang Yi attempted to placate her. Humph. Just moments ago, you were exchanging glances with the young lady, and now you wish to deceive me, Rong'er scoffed, though a smile tugged at her lips. How could I? The esteemed Rong'er is the best of all, Wang Yi laughed. Rogue, young lady, let us ignore him and depart. We shall never return, Rong'er insisted, tugging Shun Shuiyao away. Please, I was wrong. Wang Yi quickly stood to apologize. Enough, Rong'er. Who is it that constantly babbles about coming to see him? Are you truly willing to leave? Shun Shuiyao teased. Oh dear, young lady, you speak falsely. I have not. Rong'er released her grip and dashed outside. The three spent the day in the courtyard, where Wang Yi led the two women on a leisurely stroll through the fields. Though devoid of romantic flourishes, there existed an atmosphere of warmth and sweetness. As the sun began to set, Shun Shuiyao and Rong'er wore expressions of reluctance. Wang Yi, we must take our leave. We came out secretly, and my grandfather will surely grow anxious, Shun Shuiyao said regretfully. Very well, take these tokens. They are for the courtyard I have rented. You may visit whenever you please. I shall remain in the market, Wang Yi offered, handing them several tokens for the rented courtyard. After the two departed, Wang Yi felt a pang of loss. Once he collected himself, he returned to his rigorous training. The following day, the sect token within his storage bag quivered. Wang Yi hastily retrieved it, infused it with his energy, and the token conveyed a message. Proceed to the sect square for assembly. Wang Yi arrived at the sect's plaza, where a throng of people gathered. Shortly thereafter, as per usual, the sect leader and elders descended majestically upon white tigers. Today, they summoned the core inner disciples to announce an important matter. The various sects had decided that disciples in the foundation establishment stage would compete, with substantial rewards for the top 10. Our disciples must actively enroll and strive for excellence to elevate the prestige of our Beastmaster sect. This competition may well influence future circumstances, and all participating disciples are urged to exert their utmost strength. Those who attain a place among the top 10 will not only receive rewards, but the sect will also bestow generous accolades. Meng Qingsong's commanding voice resonated. In accordance with the sect leader's decree, we shall give our all, echoed the thousands present in unison. Wang Yi harbored a sense of disdain within. Whoever wishes to participate may do so. I shall not join. With that, he decided to withdraw, with plans to return this afternoon to register. After Meng Qingsong had spoken, he and the elders soared into the sky upon the back of the white tiger. Chapter 47, Registration. My disciple, come see me. Just as Wang Yi intended to leave, he was unexpectedly called by Wu Gang. He discreetly exited the square and summoned a single-person flying vessel, heading straight for the cultivation pavilion where Wu Gang awaited. Master, you summoned me. I apologize for not bringing you any spiritual wine in this rush. Wang Yi approached, clasping his hands respectfully. I am not in need of merely 2 sips. The reason I called you here is to urge your participation in the grand competition, Wu Gang replied, somewhat irked. Master, I am acutely aware of my limited abilities. Even if I were to compete, I would scarcely achieve a commendable rank. It would be best for me to refrain from participating. Wang Yi exclaimed in panic. Look at your lack of ambition. Did that girl from the Shin family not seek you out yesterday? Wu Gang remarked casually. How does Master know about this? Wang Yi asked, astonished. Is there anything within the bounds of the Beast Master sect that I am unaware of? Wu Gang boasted. Indeed, Master. I have made the acquaintance of Shan Shuiyao, but I fail to see how this pertains to my participation in the competition. Yesterday, I had drinks with Old Man Shun. Do you believe a late-stage nascent soul would fail to locate his direct descendants? It was merely that I intervened. However, you managed to woo Shun's prized cabbage. Although Shen's family boasts only one old nascent soul, their strength is still considerable, Wu Gang commented nonchalantly. Does Master wish for me to participate in the competition due to my connection with the Shen family? Wang Yi queried, perplexed. If you desire to be with that girl, you must possess the strength to protect her. I discussed this with Old Man Shen yesterday. He does not expect you to place in the top 10. But if you can secure a spot within the top 100, he will not object to your relationship. This is a rare opportunity that I have fought to secure for you. You must seize it well. Is that true? Thank you, Master. I shall surely honor you and ensure your comfort in your old age. Wang Yi responded with fervor. Get lost. Are you wishing for my demise? Wu Gang retorted, irate. No, I misspoke. What I meant was to seek out longevity elixirs for you, so you may live for eons. Wang Yi hastily corrected himself. Well, that is more like it. You must strive diligently. The opportunity has been granted to you, and it is up to you to make the most of it. Do not underestimate the significance of merely placing within the top 100. Remember, this competition gathers cultivators from all righteous alliances, numbering at least tens of thousands, Wu Gang cautioned. Understood, Master. However, considering my current limited strength, might you bestow upon me some formidable offensive techniques? Wang Yi shamelessly requested. I knew you were eyeing my modest resources. However, if you wish to avoid revealing your clone, it will likely be quite challenging to break into the top 100. There truly are no quick methods to enhance your combat prowess in such a short time. I recall you acquired a blade from the ruins. I shall impart to you a secret technique for wielding heavy blades. Wu Gang contemplated before suddenly pressing his finger to Wang Yi's forehead. Wang Yi felt as if a multitude of information was penetrating his mind, and it took a considerable amount of time for him to assimilate it all. I shall impart to you the technique of the heavy blade, a special secret art. By employing the gravity formula to empower the blade, the wielder will not perceive an increase in weight. When cultivated to perfection, it can amplify the gravity up to 10-fold. Contingent upon the weapon's weight, 1-fold equates to double, 2-folds to triple, 3-folds to quintuple, and 4-folds to 10-fold. I stumbled upon this technique in my youth and found it intriguing, hence I preserved it. I have never practiced sword techniques myself, so I cannot guide you in your training. That is already quite formidable. The sky-rending heavy blade itself weighs 20,000 pounds. Doubling the gravity results in a weight of 40,000 pounds, which even a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator could not withstand. Even if I am not proficient in sword techniques, sheer strength can yield miraculous results, Wang Yi remarked playfully to Wu Gang. Then you should hasten to master it. It appears that our technique pavilion lacks sword techniques of second rank or above, though there may be a few first-rank ones. I shall fetch them for you. In the meantime, focus on the heavy blade technique, Wu Gang replied before vanishing from sight. Before long, Wu Gang reappeared. Master, is there a technique similar to your teleportation? If I could also teleport, victory in this competition would be assured, Wang Yi said with a grin. An admirable thought. Dreams encompass everything, Wu Gang retorted, somewhat exasperated. While internally reflecting, this lad is quite capable, yet he is both timid and avaricious. Very well, what sword techniques have you brought me? Wang Yi inquired. Thick Earth Sword Technique, a first-rank sword technique of the Earth attribute, characterized by great force and a long-lasting momentum. Flame Sword Technique, a first-rank sword technique of the Fire attribute, featuring a burning effect and splendid attacks. Flowing Water Sword Technique, a first-rank sword technique of the Water attribute, with an attack style akin to a gentle stream, ceaseless and continuous. Withered Wood Sword Technique, a first-rank sword technique of the Wood attribute, imbued with decaying power. Its attacks are enigmatic and unpredictable. Sharp Gold Sword Technique, a first-rank sword technique of the Metal attribute, exceptionally sharp and ferocious, possessing a slight ability to breach defenses. They are all first-rank techniques. Which do you wish to learn? Wu Gang enumerated. May I have all 5? I possess the 5 elemental spiritual roots and wish to try them all, Wang Yi expressed eagerly. Enough of your gluttony. You cannot handle too much at once. Why do you never learn? Wu Gang chastised, tapping Wang Yi's head in frustration, embodying the sentiment of disappointment. Master, I am aware of my limits. I have found the cultivation of techniques particularly effortless. Just observe this golden needle technique, Wang Yi declared, extending his finger forward, causing a multitude of golden needles to materialize and multiply in front of him. Could it be that you possess a special constitution? Wu Gang gasped, murmuring in astonishment. Wu Gang then scrutinized Wang Yi's entire being again, but found nothing extraordinary, leaving Wang Yi feeling a shiver run down his spine. Strange. No special constitution is apparent. Perhaps you possess some hidden uniqueness. Very well, take them all and see what you can achieve. Now be gone. I am weary. Wu Gang dismissed him. Thank you, Master, Wang Yi said with a respectful bow before exiting the technique pavilion. He proceeded to the square to register for the competition, and then returned to his small courtyard in the market district. Wang Yi first practiced the heavy blade technique. The panel displayed that the first level required a mere 100 experience points. He promptly allocated his points, with the second level requiring 1,000, the third level 10,000, and the fourth level necessitating a staggering 100,000 experience points. He immediately abandoned the idea, as he lacked sufficient free points, which he had already invested in his cultivation techniques. He took out 5 books on blade techniques and diligently practiced until dusk, eventually manifesting all 5 techniques on the panel. They were merely first-tier techniques with an initial point total of only 100. He began the joyful task of allocating points again, 100 for entry, 1,000 for mastery, and 10,000 for proficiency, ultimately achieving perfection. Suddenly, the panel shifted, causing all 5 blade techniques to vanish, replaced by a new spell, the 5 elements blade technique, which required 10,000 experience points to begin. He added 9,999 points, elevating the 5 elements blade technique to the mastery level. Alas, earning points is easy, but accumulating them is arduous. Wang Yi lamented as he gazed at his free points. The next day, he concluded his training early and headed to the sect's plaza, where the day of the grand competition's drawing had arrived. The plaza was already teeming with people, creating a cacophony that made Wang Yi's scalp tingle. Upon reaching the queue for the drawing at the Beastmaster sect, he found it extended long, but fortunately, it moved swiftly. After more than an hour, it was finally his turn to draw a wooden token, which displayed the number 1588. Returning to his quarters, Wang Yi took out his communication talisman. "What number did you draw?" he inquired. "I'm 355. Didn't you say you weren't participating?" came the reply from Shun Shuiyao after a brief pause. "No choice. Your ancestor declared that as long as I place in the top 100, he would betroth you to me." "What nonsense. My great-grandfather would never say such a thing." "Stop talking rubbish," Shun Shuiyao retorted angrily. "I swear, my master told me this himself. You can ask him. It's the truth." Wang Yi quickly transmitted. "Who would believe your nonsense? Even if it were true, do you think you can place in the top 100? There are tens of thousands of foundation establishment cultivators participating." Shun Shuiyao replied. "Fear not. I will certainly place in the top 100, even if it means putting in every ounce of effort," Wang Yi asserted resolutely. "With your foundation establishment early-stage cultivation, be careful. By the way, who is your master? I've never heard you mention them." Shun Shuiyao inquired, her curiosity piqued. "My master forbids me from speaking about him, claiming it would embarrass him due to my low cultivation level," Wang Yi fabricated. "Hee, then you'd better get to practicing," Shun Shuiyao responded. "Yes, wait for me. Once I place in the top 100, I will definitely come to find you," Wang Yi affirmed. "Who would want you? I'm not talking to you anymore. My grandfather is looking for me," Shun Shuiyao said before cutting off communication. Wang Yi then retrieved the sky-splitting heavy blade, which he had kept in his storage pouch since acquiring it, never having the opportunity to wield it. "Brother, we shall fight side by side from now on. I humbly seek your guidance," he whispered as he gripped the hilt with his right hand, the veins on his arm bulging, while gently caressing the blade with his left hand. With that, he stepped outside and began to practice, leaving a series of half-meter-deep footprints in the ground. As he continued to swing the blade, the impressions gradually became shallower. After an unknown duration, Wang Yi lifted his head to find the sun peeking over the horizon, the first rays of morning light casting a warm glow upon him. He paused, his arms sore, and observed that the last place he stood had left footprints only a few centimeters deep. Gradually acclimating to the weight of the sky-splitting heavy blade, he swung it with increasing ease, the depressions beneath his feet becoming less pronounced. Looking at the ravaged ground before his dwelling, he channeled his magical energy to restore it to a smooth state. After hastily consuming some spirit rice, he arrived at the plaza, now bustling with people. He sought a quieter corner, sat down, and closed his eyes to meditate. "Big brother, we've been looking for you everywhere. So you were hiding here." 2 shadows suddenly loomed over him, blocking his sunlight, while an excited hand clapped his shoulder. "Ah, it's you two brothers. You've established your foundations," Wang Yi exclaimed in surprise, recognizing the towering figures of Xiong Dali and Xiong Erli, both having grown considerably, nearly reaching 3 meters in height, resembling small giants. Their massive battle axes had also been replaced with larger, more formidable versions, exuding a palpable sense of weight and intimidation. "Indeed, big brother. We just arrived yesterday. We went to the small courtyard to find you, but you weren't there, so we came here hoping for luck, and lo and behold, we actually found you," Xiong Dali replied excitedly. "Yes, I've changed residences. How have you both been training to progress so swiftly? It seems your master treats you well," Wang Yi inquired. "Yes, our master is very kind and patient with us, providing ample resources. Recently, he has been reorganizing the scattered elders of the body sect to rebuild it. However, the sect is still small, comprising only us brothers and our master, with no one else allowed to join," Xiong Dali explained in his deep voice. "I believe that our esteemed elder will surely revive the body sect," Wang Yi responded. The three brothers sat on the ground, engaging in conversation. After a while, the sect masters descended from the heavens, and an immediate hush fell over the plaza, with everyone standing in respect. Chapter 48. The competition begins. Welcome, everyone, to the Beastmaster sect. It is an honor to host such a grand event here. The entire sect is filled with grandeur, the announcer proclaimed. This gathering serves two purposes: to discuss alliance matters and to assess the disciples' cultivation achievements. We shall set up arenas for one-on-one combat, selecting through competition. The first place will receive a medium-grade third-tier magical artifact and a golden elixir. The second and third places will each receive a low-grade third-tier magical artifact and a golden elixir. Those placing 4th to 10th will receive a high-grade second-tier spiritual weapon and a golden elixir. Those placing 11th to 50th will gain entry to the spiritual herb secret realm in 10 years, along with a high-grade second-tier spiritual weapon. And those placing 50 to 100 will receive a medium-grade second-tier spiritual weapon. I hope all disciples will give their utmost effort to secure good rankings. Now, I shall announce the competition rules. One-on-one combat by drawing lots. Intentional killing, using underhanded demonic techniques, or utilizing elixirs is prohibited. A match ends when one party steps down or concedes. Violators will be disqualified and their cultivation will be stripped, reducing them to the status of a commoner. Meng Qingsong declared in a resounding voice. Understood, the crowd responded in unison, bowing in acknowledgement. And now, I declare the competition to begin. Contestant number 1. Please step forward to draw lots. The selected individual will compete in the first arena, and so on. A total of 36,462 participants will compete, with the first 18,231 drawing lots. Those chosen will ascend the stage. We have set up 1,000 arenas. If a selected contestant does not ascend within 5 minutes, it will be considered a forfeit. The first 1,000 will draw lots on stage. The competition commenced. Wang Yi, holding number 1588, waited for his turn, focusing on Shun Shuiao's figure. Once she finished her draw, he stealthily followed her to the 355th arena. Shun Shuiao's opponent was a mid-stage foundation establishment male. Upon seeing this, Wang Yi felt a surge of worry. Knowing that Shun Shuiao had reached the late stage of foundation establishment and could easily handle a mid-stage cultivator. Dressed in a white robe, with long hair cascading down her back and a veil partially obscuring her face, Shun Shuiao appeared ethereal, her graceful figure captivating, even without revealing her features. Let the competition begin. The elder of the highest rank spoke. Shun Shuiao channeled her mystical energy, forming a sword finger with her right hand, from which an invisible sword tip emerged. With her left hand gracefully positioned behind her, she stood poised like an ethereal fairy. Opposite her, a man brandished a long spear, gripping it firmly with its tip aimed directly at Shun Shuiao. Upon noticing her adversary's readiness, Shun Shuiao slightly raised her right hand and, with remarkable swiftness, surged toward him. Unyielding, her opponent charged forward with his spear, and they collided at the center of the arena. In an instant, spiritual energy erupted, and one figure was sent flying backward, landing outside the platform. Shun Shuiao, being at the late stage of foundation establishment, found her opponent woefully inadequate to withstand her formidable strike, especially since sword cultivators also possess elements of physical cultivation. Victory for number 355. Next match, announced the Golden Core Elder. A wave of murmurs rippled through the audience. Who is this veiled beauty? Just her appearance is captivating, and her strength is astonishing. How come I've never heard of her? One exclaimed in awe. Indeed, judging by her attire, she is from the Xiantian sword sect, yet she wields no sword. Her abilities must surpass what we have witnessed. Another remarked. Wang Yi listened to the crowd's comments without interjecting. Suddenly, a figure clad in white appeared before him, striding directly towards him. Look, a beautiful woman is coming my way. She must be seeking me, exclaimed a rather unattractive, burly man. You? Don't flatter yourself, someone mocked. Wang Yi was indeed taken aback as he watched Shun Shuiao gracefully approach him. Might I trouble you to step aside, junior brother? I need to pass. Her lively voice rang out, laced with a hint of playfulness. Oh, of course, senior sister, Wang Yi stammered, momentarily stunned. Observing the multitude of gazes directed at them, he quickly moved aside, inwardly lamenting. This girl is trying to put me in a tight spot. How can she be so oblivious? Someone should really step in. A gallant protector stepped forward and addressed Wang Yi. Indeed, senior sister, please. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, a beauty brings calamity. Fool, why do you keep staring at me? Hurry up and draw lots. It's your turn. Shun Shuiao communicated telepathically. What is wrong with my wife? Wang Yi couldn't shake off the earlier incident and teasingly replied through their mental connection. Rascal, who is your wife? If you call me that again, I might just expose you in public, Shun Shuiao retorted, her face flushing crimson in an instant. Please no, I certainly do not wish to become the target of everyone's ire. I shall go draw lots now, he replied hastily before making a hurried retreat. Shun Shuiao watched with amusement as Wang Yi fled in a flurry. Wang Yi drew a slip bearing the number 25,348 and proceeded to platform 588, waiting patiently. Within a mere 10 breaths, a figure approached, standing nearly 7 meters tall, shrouded in a black robe that concealed all but 2 piercing eyes. A silver dagger emblem was emblazoned upon the chest, and the figure wielded a pair of daggers, suggesting an affiliation with the Tianya Pavilion. Wang Yi could discern no indication of the opponent's cultivation level, but it was evident that he was at least in the mid-foundation establishment stage. "The match begins," announced the elder overseeing the arena. The black-robed man remained silent, lightly stamping his foot before launching forward like a bolt of lightning toward Wang Yi. As he closed in, his hand struck out with blinding speed, aiming for Wang Yi's neck. On Wang Yi's side, however, he appeared utterly unresponsive, remaining motionless. Just as the daggers were mere 20 centimeters from his neck, the scene abruptly froze. The black-robed figure fell to the ground, standing still and silent. Wang Yi extended his hands, grasping the hands of the figure in the black robe, exerting a powerful twist that sent him flying out of the bounds of the arena. The spectators below were left in a state of bewilderment, unsure of what had just transpired. What just happened? Why did that disciple from Tianya Pavilion suddenly become immobile? One person inquired, filled with confusion. Indeed, I too witnessed it. What sorcery was employed? The crowd erupted in a cacophony of astonishment, their faces reflecting various shades of incredulity. In the instant the black-robed figure was hurled away, he regained his senses, yet found himself suspended in midair, unable to leverage his surroundings. He attempted to employ his magical artifacts for salvation, but was utterly incapable of countering the force propelling him backward. In truth, this was a method Wang Yi had conceived prior, utilizing the illusory realm tree. By employing the essence soil to support the illusory realm tree, he could control it through the subordinate soul, planting it directly within the essence soil, without transformation, allowing it to rest against his chest. He had strategically combined the concealment pendant with the essence soil. Moments earlier, Wang Yi had merely employed a fleeting illusion, momentarily immobilizing the black-robed man, before forcefully casting him away and swiftly dispelling the illusion. This entire sequence unfolded in mere moments, achieving an astonishing effect. Even the elder at the golden course stage, who presided over the match, was rendered speechless, completely oblivious to the events that had transpired. "Elder, may I request that you declare me the victor?" Wang Yi inquired, bowing respectfully. Oh, number 1588 is the victor." The elder, still in a state of astonishment, finally comprehended Wang Yi's question and hurriedly announced his victory. Wang Yi stepped down from the platform and walked straight out. At most, there would only be one match today, after which the drawing of lots would commence anew. Suddenly, a commotion surged in the distance. "Quick, to Arena 10. It's Zhao Xingzhan, ranked first on the Heavenly Pride list. Rumor has it he recently fought a late-stage golden core demonic elder and escaped unscathed," someone exclaimed. "Yes, he's so dashing. If only I could marry him." A love-struck girl sighed. "Hurry, or there won't even be space to stand." The crowd surged toward Arena 10, and Wang Yi, curious to witness the grace of the era's foremost prodigy, followed. By the time he arrived, the area outside Arena 10 was already packed. Bodies pressed tightly together with barely any room to stand. Wang Yi had no choice but to linger at the outermost edge, finding a less crowded spot. Channeling his spiritual energy to his eyes, he could still see clearly. The man on the stage wore pristine white robes, his sharp brows and star-like eyes exuding an air of nobility, a veritable prince charming from another world. The razor-sharp aura around him was unmatched, simply standing there. He resembled an unsheathed blade, poised and lethal. Opposite Zhao Xingzhan stood a young man over 6 feet tall, clad in loose green robes that made his frame appear gaunt. A straw hat adorned his head, giving him the appearance of a farmer. His overall demeanor was unkempt, his figure slightly frail. Yet the visible muscles on his arms and chest bore distinct definition, a clear sign of a disciple from the Divine Farmer sect. "The match begins," the elder announced. The Divine Farmer sect disciple retrieved a hoe-shaped artifact from his storage pouch, gripping it with both hands as he raised it high and charged toward Zhao Xingzhan. Zhao Xingzhan remained motionless. Extending a single hand, he formed a sword seal with his fingers, the faint silhouette of a blade shimmering at his fingertips. With a mere flick of his wrist, a streak of sword chi slashed forward. The Divine Farmer sect disciple hastily halted his advance, crossing his hoe defensively, but the force sent him hurtling backward, tumbling straight off the stage. Defeated in a single move. "My husband is incredible." That elegant flick of his fingers. The love-struck girl gushed. Wang Yi regained his senses and couldn't help but marvel. True talent is indeed remarkable, exuding charisma effortlessly. Suddenly, he noticed a figure clad in white robes in the distance, standing alone, also observing the arena's contest. This person was none other than Shen Shuiyao. After the conclusion of Zhao Xingzhan's match, he headed straight towards Shen Shuiyao, and the two departed together. Wang Yi felt a twinge of bitterness within. In comparison to Zhao Xingzhan, both in prowess and appearance, he was undeniably lacking. Shaking off the sour sentiment, he returned to his humble abode and devoted himself to rigorous training. The following day, he arrived at the square for the drawing of lots, securing the number 10,532. leaving him to await his opponent's selection before the match could commence. This round of drawing featured Wan Bai, and the previous night, Wang Yi had fervently invoked the deities of his past life, though to no avail. After a considerable wait, it was finally Wang Yi's turn. Standing on the 843rd arena was a lithe figure, strikingly beautiful, adorned in a pink palace gown, and appearing to be in her 30s. She was likely a disciple of the Jade Maiden Palace. As Wang Yi ascended the stage and assessed his opponent, he could discern no clear indication of her cultivation level, though she was surely at least in the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Awaiting the elder's signal to commence, neither Wang Yi nor his opponent made a move. After a few moments of stillness, noticing her reluctance to initiate an attack, Wang Yi took the initiative, approaching her step by step, unhurriedly, as if on a leisurely stroll. The expression of surprise on her face was evident as she brandished a pink whip, directing it towards Wang Yi. Wang Yi, upon noticing his opponent wielding a ranged weapon, refrained from underestimating the situation. He employed the earth escape technique from the illusory 5 elements escape art, vanishing in an instant. He reappeared merely a meter behind his adversary, casting an illusion that rendered the opponent momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly grasped the opponent's wrist and hurled him off the stage. The scene echoed yesterday's encounter. Yet this time, as the opponent regained consciousness midair, he swung a long whip towards Wang Yi, the only target within reach, attempting to ensnare him. However, Wang Yi, sensing the danger, executed the earth escape technique once more, disappearing from the ring. The opponent, seeing this, could do nothing but fall straight down from the stage, internally concluding that Wang Yi had just utilized an illusion. Without a hint of pity, he struck so harshly against such a beautiful senior sister, exclaimed a pig-headed disciple. Indeed, I find it hard to let go. How did he accomplish that? I couldn't quite grasp the situation. I witnessed it yesterday, the same technique as before. After the elder announced Wang Yi's victory, he chose not to observe the subsequent matches but instead approached Wu Gang, who was leisurely napping in front of the cultivation pavilion. Master? Wang Yi called softly. Ah, you've arrived. Come sit. I watched your match. Your approach was quite commendable, though it carries the risk of exposure. If a late-stage nascent soul cultivator focuses on you, you will inevitably be revealed, Wu Gang remarked directly. Who would pay attention to me, a mere early-stage foundation establishment cultivator? I came seeking a technique for arts that can discern an opponent's cultivation level, as I've been unable to see their prowess during battles. Wang Yi expressed his intent. The Eye of Truth is merely a minor spell, attainable from the Qi refinement stage. Once perfected, it allows one to perceive cultivators up to 4 minor ranks above oneself, Wu Gang explained, placing his hand on Wang Yi's forehead, and a multitude of characters surged into him. Thank you, Master. I have been diligently focusing on my cultivation, neglecting auxiliary spells, Wang Yi said, cupping his hands in gratitude. Very well, go forth and compete earnestly. The upcoming matches will not be so straightforward. If you wish to avoid revealing your clone, you must rely on your own strength. Overusing illusions will certainly attract scrutiny, Wu Gang advised. Understood, Master. I shall be cautious, Wang Yi replied before bidding farewell and returning to his quarters. Shortly thereafter, he displayed the Eye of Truth on his panel. Initially possessing only 100 experience points, he noticed he had over 1,800 free points. He invested 1,098 points to elevate the Eye of Truth to proficient level. According to the records, Wang Yi could now perceive cultivators up to 2 minor ranks above himself, which meant he could see those at the late foundation establishment stage. This would suffice for the forthcoming competition, he mused quietly. Chapter 49. A streak of 3 victories the next day, Wang Yi drew lots once more, this time obtaining ticket number 452. With 9,116 participants set to compete, the drawing proceeded swiftly and was completed in just a few hours. Following the same rules, the first 4,558 competitors drew lots, and Wang Yi drew number 5828, heading to the 452nd stage. Before long, a cultivator clad in white ascended the stage. Judging by his attire, he appeared to be a disciple of the Xiantian sword sect. Wang Yi's eyes sparkled as he discerned the opponent's cultivation was at the late foundation establishment stage. It seems I'm up against a formidable opponent, he murmured to himself, a wry smile crossing his face. Meanwhile, a considerable number of spectators had gathered to watch Wang Yi's match, intrigued by his peculiar victories in the previous rounds, which had begun to garner him a bit of fame. The match is about to begin, announced the elder. On the stage, both competitors drew their second-tier superior spiritual swords, launching themselves at one another. In less than a breath, they commenced a fierce exchange of swordplay. Look, that lad isn't using any bizarre techniques this time, someone exclaimed. Indeed, he is engaging in a direct confrontation with a sword cultivator from the Xiantian sword sect. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Battling a sword cultivator with swords was akin to brandishing a broadsword before Guan Yu. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, trading dozens of blows. But Wang Yi began to show signs of defeat. Internally, he chuckled ruefully, realizing that his entry-level sword techniques were woefully inadequate against a seasoned sword cultivator. Although the duel appeared evenly matched on the surface, Wang Yi understood that he was unlikely to prevail. After exchanging numerous strikes, just as he sensed impending defeat, he unleashed an illusion during their close-quarter combat, causing his opponent to lapse into a daze for several moments. When the opponent regained his senses, Wang Yi's sword tip was scarcely a centimeter from his throat. "You're employing deceit," the sword cultivator accused. "I won the match using my own strength. How can you claim it to be deceitful?" Wang Yi replied coolly. "I refuse to accept this. You utilized an illusion while engaging in swordplay," the cultivator retorted. "Who decreed that I cannot use illusions? Must I confine myself solely to sword techniques?" Wang Yi looked at him, bemused. The opponent fell silent. "I declare the winner of ticket number 452 is the elder," announced. Yet, a cacophony erupted from the audience below. So it was an illusion. I thought he had practiced some dark arts. Illusions are permissible, but for someone at the early foundation establishment stage to influence a late-stage opponent is indeed impressive. Indeed. In the previous 2 matches, he dispatched mid-foundation establishment cultivators with a single move, showcasing the potency of his illusions. As the crowd processed the sword cultivator's words, they began to understand Wang Yi's use of illusions and offered their evaluations of him. Wang Yi had no interest in remaining to hear others comment on his thoughts. After stepping down from the stage, he hurriedly left and returned to his courtyard. After a brief period of rest, a sudden vibration emanated from his storage pouch. "Why haven't you come to watch my matches these past 2 times?" Shun Shuiyao's slightly irate voice echoed. "I have been preoccupied with enhancing my abilities. Otherwise, how could I possibly break into the top 100? Wang Yi replied. "That's merely an excuse. Can one's strength truly be improved in just a day or 2? Shun Shuiyao's annoyance was palpable in her words. "Did you go to see Zhao Xingzhan's duel that day?" Wang Yi sidestepped Shun Shuiyao's inquiry and posed a question of his own. "Indeed, is there a problem? We are both from the Xiantian sword sect, and he is my senior brother," Shun Shuiyao replied matter-of-factly. "Oh, it's nothing. I need to cultivate. My ambitions extend far beyond the top 100. Wang Yi said with a hint of melancholy. Just as Shun Shuiyao was about to respond, her grandfather reached out to her telepathically, urging her to hasten to him for an important discussion. Wang Yi, feeling a deep pang of sorrow as the other party remained unresponsive for an extended period, found himself unable to concentrate on his cultivation. After wandering through the spiritual fields in the courtyard, he finally calmed the tumult within his heart and began his training. The following day, Wang Yi arrived at the square, where the number of individuals drawing lots had diminished. Only 4,558 remained. He drew number 3,584 and observed as the first 2,279 participants proceeded to draw their lots. Shortly thereafter, he was summoned to the 825th arena for combat. Hastily, he made his way to the platform. Upon ascending, he encountered a disciple of the Beastmaster sect, a man in his 40s, who awaited him. Wang Yi first activated his true eye to assess the man's cultivation level, discovering it to be at the late foundation establishment stage. "Senior brother, I kindly ask you to go easy on me," Wang Yi said, bowing respectfully. "Junior brother, having reached this stage in the early foundation establishment, you must possess some skill as well. I too hope you will show me mercy," the other replied courteously. "Let the contest begin," the elder declared indifferently. Before him, the opponent summoned 2 mid-second-tier spirit beasts and 1 late-second-tier spirit beast, a mid-second-tier Xuanjiao rock turtle, a mid-second-tier giant strength explosive ape, and a late-second-tier earth rock bear. Along with the Beastmaster himself, this formidable assembly represented the combat prowess equivalent to 4 foundation establishment practitioners. Wang Yi summoned the mosquito beast and the sky-piercing alligator turtle from his beast pouch. The mosquito beast was at the initial stage of the second tier, while the sky-piercing alligator turtle had reached the pinnacle of the late first tier, poised to advance to the second tier with some nourishment. "Junior brother, it would be wise to concede. A first-tier spirit beast cannot withstand this. If you were to be defeated and suffer a fatal blow, I shall not be liable for any compensation," the opponent taunted. "There's no need for my senior brother to worry. Let us give it a try," Wang Yi replied nonchalantly. "Very well, I shall not hold back. Little bear, go and obliterate that large turtle. Little monkey, catch that mosquito. Little turtle, assist me in disposing of this arrogant junior brother," the beast tamer commanded. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Yi promptly commanded the mosquito beast and the sky-soaring crocodile turtle, swiftly making his way towards the beast tamer. The mosquito beast, shrouded in dark light, deftly approached the back of the colossal strength explosive ape. Despite its immense power and formidable defense, the colossal strength explosive ape was severely lacking in speed, utterly unable to match the agility of the mosquito beast. The mosquito beast rapidly drew near to the ape's back, its elongated proboscis piercing through the thick skin, voraciously siphoning its vital essence. The colossal strength explosive ape attempted to swat the creature away, but its efforts were in vain. Within mere moments, it had lost nearly half of its blood, collapsing helplessly upon the arena. Had it not been for Wang Yi's orders to spare its life, the mosquito beast would have drained it entirely. Meanwhile, the sky-soaring crocodile turtle towered at over 80 meters, dwarfing the earth rock bear, which stood at a mere 30 meters, barely half its height. The earth rock bear lumbered forward with heavy steps, reaching the side of the sky-soaring crocodile turtle, and raised its massive paws to strike against the turtle's shell. The thunderous sound of the impact resonated, yet the sky-soaring crocodile turtle remained unfazed, lying there indifferently. After a while, growing bored of the futile assault, the turtle casually swung its long tail, ensnaring the earth rock bear's head and gradually tightening its grip, causing the bear to roll its eyes in distress. Wang Yi, with a swift motion, leaped onto the back of the Xuanjia rock turtle, standing face to face with the beast tamer. As the illusionary technique was activated, both man and turtle stood in a profound silence. The Jinghong sword appeared in Wang Yi's hand, and he dashed forward with remarkable speed, arriving before the beast tamer, the tip of the sword halting a mere inch from his throat. "Shall we continue?" Wang Yi inquired, gesturing towards the two fallen beasts. "I concede," the beast tamer replied, shaking his head. His most formidable ally, the earth rock bear, had been unable to breach the defenses of a late-stage first-tier spiritual beast and had even been rendered unconscious. "How could I possibly continue?" Number 3584 emerges victorious, the elder announced. "I appreciate your courtesy, senior brother," Wang Yi said, sheathing his sword with a bow, for they were of the same sect, and he felt it inappropriate to be overly ruthless. Subsequently, Wang Yi descended from the arena to regain his composure. By afternoon, all matches had concluded, and the victors drew new numbers. One individual received a bye, leaving 2,279 competitors remaining. Another round of matches was to be held in the afternoon, and Wang Yi drew number 235. Upon discovering his opponent's number, 1535, he took to the stage first. After a brief interval, a stunning beauty emerged, radiating an aura of chilliness. She was extraordinarily beautiful, and as Wang Yi's eyes sparkled with recognition of her cultivation level, he discerned she was at the late stage of foundation establishment. "Look, this enchanting lady must be either Lung Bingtong or Lung Bingning. The sisters are nearly indistinguishable," he mused. "Ah, it's that individual who lacks sensitivity towards delicate feelings yet possesses illusionary skills. What a beauty! I might as well concede automatically." Indeed, the one skilled in illusions should hasten to surrender. Wang Yi heard the shouts from below and understood that this might be one of the last two contenders for the beauty rankings. Indeed, she was stunning, exuding an aura of coldness reminiscent of an ice maiden. "Let the battle commence," declared the elder. In an instant, Lung Bingning drew a crystal-colored longsword, and as her magical power surged, the entire arena was enveloped in a blanket of white frost, with Wang Yi's feet already frozen to the ground. Wang Yi shivered, reflecting upon the biting cold. With a surge of energy from his dantian, numerous fireballs materialized around him. As the fireballs multiplied, the frost beneath his feet gradually melted, allowing him to move his frozen ankles. He drew forth the heavenly splitting heavy blade, and as it manifested in his grasp, his feet sank slightly into the arena, leaving a pair of distinct footprints behind. His right arm bulged with veins as he swung the heavenly splitting heavy blade, reacquainting himself with its weight. In an instant, Wang Yi surged forward, charging towards Lung Bingning. Upon witnessing his approach, Lung Bingning brandished her crystalline longsword, unleashing a flurry of slender ice blades that hurtled towards Wang Yi. With precise movements, he swung his heavy blade, cleaving through all the ice blades in his path. The remnants that escaped his strike landed on the arena behind him, instantly transforming into scattered ice blocks that stood resolutely upon the stage. Realizing her initial attack had proven ineffective, Lung Bingning decisively wielded her sword, thrusting it towards Wang Yi. In response, he raised his blade, deflecting her longsword, and then, with fluid motion, he brought it crashing down towards her face. Forced to parry, Lung Bingning hastily crossed her sword to block, and the impact reverberated with tremendous force. She quickly retreated, her arm trembling from the weight of the heavy blade that had left her hand numb. Casting a wary glance at the formidable weapon in Wang Yi's grasp, Lung Bingning swiftly distanced herself, creating space between them. Upon witnessing that his powerful strike had failed to yield any results, Wang Yi had no choice but to pursue Lung Bingning once more. However, this time, Lung Bingning refrained from engaging Wang Yi in close combat. Instead, she leaped back to a considerable distance and summoned her ice swords, conjuring a flurry of small blades that rushed towards Wang Yi with relentless precision. Upon witnessing this, Wang Yi hurriedly evaded, for the weight of the sky-shattering heavy blade greatly hindered his speed. He was compelled to block with his cumbersome weapon, struggling to deflect all the icy swords. The two engaged in a back-and-forth skirmish for quite some time, observing her long-range spells yielding no success. Lung Bingning began to gather her strength, positioning her sword upright before her, its tip directed skyward. She deftly executed a series of incantations with her hands, chanting fervently. In a short while, a colossal blizzard vortex materialized above, from which a gigantic ice phoenix emerged. It spiraled through the air before darting directly towards Wang Yi, while Lung Bingning's complexion paled, clearly having expended excessive magical energy. As Wang Yi witnessed his opponent unleash a formidable move, he dared not underestimate the situation. He invoked the fire-based techniques from the Five Elements blade art, igniting the blade of the Liantian heavy sword in flames. Wang Yi fervently channeled his spiritual energy, causing a colossal phantom of a fiery blade to soar into the sky, raising the Liantian heavy sword high and striking downward. Simultaneously, the illusionary tree from the realm of Shirong initiated its enchantment, momentarily disorienting the adversary. The fiery blade phantom collided with the ice phoenix in midair, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that shattered the arena into two halves. Within the confines of the arena's barrier, a striking tableau of ice and fire emerged. As Wang Yi summoned the last remnants of his magical power to uphold the barrier, shielding himself, Cold Bingning stood frozen in astonishment. Could it be that the opponent would not perish in the explosion? The timing of the illusion was regrettably miscalculated. A pang of anxiety gripped Wang Yi as he fought against the sensation of energy depletion and charged towards his foe. Fortunately, a pair of earrings adorning Cold Bingning glimmered with a soft luminescence, conjuring a protective barrier that withstood the explosive force of the unleashed energy. As the spiritual energy dissipated, Wang Yi positioned the heavy sword upon Cold Bingning's shoulder, enduring the fatigue while awaiting the outcome. While Cold Bingning gazed at him with a slight furrow in her brow. "Winner, number 235, the elder proclaimed." After the announcement, Wang Yi sheathed the Liantian heavy sword and began his descent from the arena. A swift, white figure darted onto the stage, escorting the still-dazed Cold Bingning off the platform. This white figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Cold Bingning, enveloped in a chilling aura. It was her sister, Cold Bingtong. Chapter 50, a display of dominance. Wang Yi, weary and drained, returned to the small courtyard of his sect. Fortunately, having cultivated the golden body and bone forging technique, his physical constitution surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. After a brief period of rest, his stamina was nearly restored. However, his internal magical energy was nearly depleted, prompting him to consume a substantial quantity of spiritual fruits and enter a meditative state to recuperate, only fully regaining his magical energy by the late hours of the night. With over 1,000 competitors remaining, the next day would see 2 rounds of contests that would determine the top 250 participants, followed by 2 more rounds the day after that to unveil the top 100. Wang Yi contemplated his current combat methods, realizing they were primarily melee-oriented, lacking in ranged attacks. His previous focus on rigorous training had led to an oversight of the significance of spells. It would be impractical to acquire ranged capabilities in such a short time. Thus, he resolved to minimize the use of the sky-cleaving heavy blade, as it was excessively taxing on his stamina. Instead, he would discreetly employ illusions and summon Wang Ming and Wang Ba to fight alongside him. After all, as a disciple of the Beastmaster sect, it would be unreasonable to engage in battle without utilizing spirit pets. Wang Yi reflected on the battles of the previous day. The following day, he arrived at the square, where the number of participants drawing lots had diminished. He stepped forward to draw number 210 and subsequently drew his opponent's number, 1022. Upon reaching the 210th arena, it was not long before a disciple dressed in the attire of the Shinnong sect approached. Wang Yi's eyes flickered. His opponent possessed late-stage foundation establishment cultivation. As the elder announced the commencement of the match, the opponent brandished a scythe-shaped spiritual weapon and charged at Wang Yi. Recognizing the close combat nature of his adversary, and understanding that every contender at this stage deserved his utmost caution, Wang Yi unsheathed the stunning swan sword and rushed toward his opponent. In an instant, the two clashed, engaging in a flurry of strikes, exchanging blows with remarkable intensity. Wang Yi unleashed his illusionary art, momentarily rendering his opponent in a state of bewilderment. Just as he intended to thrust his sword towards the adversary's throat, the opponent abruptly regained consciousness, wielding a scythe to parry the attack. This marked Wang Yi's first encounter with an adversary impervious to his illusions. He swiftly retreated, summoning from his spirit beast pouch the mosquito beast and the sky-raising crocodile turtle. Wang Ming, Wang Ba, our opponent is formidable. We must proceed with caution. Wang Ba, focus on defense while Wang Ming and I will initiate the assault. Wang Yi promptly strategized. The formidable figure of Wang Ba moved with minimal effort, his enormous head lunging toward the opponent. Wang Yi brandished the stunning swan sword, thrusting it forth, while the mosquito beast lingered behind him, poised to act. Upon witnessing Wang Yi summon a colossal tortoise, the adversary momentarily hesitated. A fleeting glance revealed it to be merely a late-stage first-tier demon beast. With a look of surprise, the opponent swiftly hurled several spirit seeds, channeling their mana to conjure robust vines that lunged toward the celestial crocodile tortoise. The opponent wielded a scythe, first bracing against the tortoise's massive head, then diverting a vine toward the sword wielded by Wang Yi. Seeing the confrontation between his master and Wang Ba, the mosquito beast flickered with dark energy, activating its stealth ability to swiftly approach the adversary from behind, its mandibles piercing directly into the opponent. Despite some resistance, it was minimal, and the attack penetrated effortlessly, leading to the adversary collapsing to the ground. This marked victory number 210. Observing the prolonged stillness of the opponent, the elder promptly announced the outcome. Master, The blood of demon beasts is far more abundant. I hardly dared to draw too much from the human, lest I accidentally drain it to death. The mosquito beast communicated to Wang Yi from his shoulder. Well done, Wang Ming. You are becoming increasingly impressive, Wang Yi praised. After a brief respite, in the afternoon, Wang Yi once again drew a competition number. With 570 participants remaining, he drew number 330, destined to wait until the first 285 had competed. Shortly thereafter, Wang Yi was summoned to the 40th arena. He hastily arrived to face an opponent. A monk with a prominent bald head, clutching a string of prayer beads that he frequently manipulated with his thumb. Around his neck hung another set of beads, larger at the bottom, giving the impression of considerable weight. His overall appearance was quite portly, and his face radiated a jovial demeanor. Wang Yi assessed his cultivation level to be in the mid-foundation stage. Let the battle commence, the elder declared. Wang Yi summoned only the mosquito beast this time, instructing it to wait for the opportune moment while he remained still, observing his opponent. If the master does not take action, then the monk shall strike first, the monk proclaimed, brandishing his prayer beads as he advanced towards Wang Yi. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Wang Yi, unarmed, charged towards his opponent. With a resounding crash, their fists collided, and they immediately recoiled, stepping back 3 paces in unison. The monk, also a practitioner of physical cultivation, noted the similarity in their styles. Be cautious, master. I am not merely a physical cultivator, Wang Yi kindly cautioned. The two then engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. This time, Wang Yi did not undergo a significant transformation. His skin shimmered faintly with a golden hue, and his height increased slightly to just over 2 meters. Meanwhile, his opponent wielded a set of prayer beads, occasionally casting variously sized beads towards Wang Yi to disrupt his offensive maneuvers. As they traded blows, a mosquito beast activated its stealth ability, quietly alighting on the monk's back, refraining from feeding, awaiting Wang Yi's command to strike. Wang Yi was keen to experience the visceral nature of close combat, having seldom faced physical cultivators. After 10 minutes of relentless sparring, however, he grew somewhat exasperated, hindered by the constant interference of the monk's beads. Now, Wang Yi called out. The mosquito beast, receiving the order, swiftly pierced the monk's skin. The resistance it encountered was far greater than that posed by the disciples of the Shinong sect, yet it could not deter the mosquito beast's formidable proboscis. Oh no! The monk exclaimed, sensing the absence of the beast he had initially detected. Unfortunately, just as he shouted, he felt an overwhelming weakness wash over him, collapsing to the ground. Victory for contestant 330, the elder announced. Several monks rushed onto the stage to assist the fallen monk. You allowed that beast to drain blood. Such actions belong to the realm of demonic practices and are not valid, one monk asserted. Indeed, blood draining is undoubtedly associated with the nefarious methods of the Bloodsea sect. Others chimed in. I am a disciple of the beast-taming sect. What is wrong with utilizing my spirit beast in combat? Wang Yi retorted. It is indeed wrong. Your beast's consumption of blood is, without a doubt, demonic behavior. They continued to insist. Please, elder, adjudicate this matter. Wang Yi, uninterested in further debate with the monks, directed his plea towards the elder on the stage. You may all leave. This contest stands as valid and must not be trifled with, the elder replied, casting a commendatory glance at Wang Yi with authority. After the crowd descended from the stage, Wang Yi ignored the numerous glares from the monks and returned to his courtyard. The following day, he proceeded to the drawing area and drew number 203, placing him towards the end of the line. With 285 contestants remaining, one individual received a bye, while the first 142 proceeded to draw lots. After a while, Wang Yi was summoned to the stage to compete at platform 85, where his next opponent was yet another monk, at the late stage of foundation establishment, clad similarly to the previous monk. Commence, announced the elder presiding over the event. Master, I am Huijin, and you are the one who injured my junior brother, Huiyuan? The monk inquired, neither combatant making the first move. Indeed, that was I. In the arena, fists and kicks are blind. Are you seeking vengeance, master? Wang Yi replied calmly. Ba, you exaggerate, master. Combat is indeed without sight. I have no intention of revenge. Yet your methods are exceedingly sinister, and I merely wish to offer a kind reminder. Huijin responded after reciting a mantra. That statement is misguided, master. Since ancient times, beings have consumed one another. It is the nature of the world. As a disciple of the beast-taming sect, directing spirit beasts is merely a customary practice. As for your claims of sinister intent, I assure you, I am of a pure heart. Do not speak ill of me, Wang Yi asserted with righteous fervor. Ba, your spirit beast feasts on human blood, akin to the Bloodsea sect's malevolent practices. I urge you to rid yourself of this vile creature lest it hinder your future cultivation, Huijin warned. Master, that is not accurate. My spirit beast has always subsisted on demonic beasts. It was only during this contest, constrained by the nature of our combat, that it resorted to consuming human blood. Yet it did not take any lives, Wang Yi clarified. Ba, do not speak further. Your insistence on this path leads you into demonic realms. Allow me to guide you back, Huijin exclaimed, clearly agitated. Oh, Master can no longer maintain his facade. Very well, I am also quite weary. Let me engage with your profound Buddhist teachings, Wang Yi declared, choosing not to continue the verbal sparring. As Huijin began to chant, his hands moved in intricate formations, unleashing countless small swastikas that split into four and ascended above his head, gradually forming a towering swastika that expanded to over 3 meters high. Once it reached its full size, Huijin concluded his incantation, executing a hand seal, and directed the colossal swastika towards Wang Yi. At that moment, Wang Yi summoned the mosquito beast and the sky-soaring crocodile turtle from his spirit beast pouch, wielding the splitting sky heavy blade. As he readied himself, Huijin completed his preparations. The immense swastika hurtling towards him, growing ever larger, until it loomed nearly 100 meters high as it approached Wang Yi. Wang Ba, can you withstand this? Wang Yi communicated telepathically to Wang Ba. Though Wang Ba's consciousness remained somewhat unclear, he could comprehend Wang Yi's words, nodding his enormous head in acknowledgement. An abundance of spiritual energy surged within him, coalescing into a yellowish light shield that enveloped both Wang Yi and the mosquito beast within its protective embrace. With a resounding crash, the colossal swastika collided with the yellow light barrier, producing a thunderous sound of impact. Instantly, brilliant light radiated forth, and a massive cloud of dust rose from the arena. Once the dust cleared, the formidable Qingtian crocodile turtle lay dejectedly on the stage, while Wang Yi and Huijin engaged in an intense battle. The black heavy blade in Wang Yi's grasp clashed repeatedly with the golden staff wielded by Huijin, the sound of their strikes echoing incessantly. After exchanging dozens of blows, Wang Yi, observing that his opponent's magical power remained robust without a hint of waning, had no choice but to unleash the might of his heavy blade technique. Huijin momentarily hesitated before brandishing his staff and launching an assault against Wang Yi. However, this time, upon their weapons meeting, Huijin was instantaneously sent flying by Wang Yi's strike, losing his grip on the staff, which clattered to the ground. Huijin's hands bore the marks of injury, blood trickling steadily from his palms. Your blade is problematic, Huijin exclaimed. My blade is merely a bit heavy. Even I struggle to wield it, Wang Yi replied nonchalantly. That last strike had an unusual force. Even a practitioner of my caliber was sent flying. Your blade undoubtedly has issues, Huijin insisted. Master, must I report to you every time I employ a secret technique? Wang Yi retorted, bemused by Huijin's insistence. You. Huijin seethed in frustration. Master, if you are still able to fight, let us continue, Wang Yi proposed. Very well, as you wish. Huijin suddenly summoned all his spiritual energy, fervently channeling it into the demon-subduing pestle he had just retrieved from his storage pouch. Wang Yi observed the monk's unwavering resilience, and, no longer holding back, imposed yet another layer of gravity upon the blade. With the addition of double gravity to it now wielded an astonishing force of 60,000 pounds. With a firm stomp of his feet, he soared into the air, channeling the gold element of the 5 elements blade technique. The black blade was instantaneously enveloped in a radiant golden hue, and a colossal golden blade phantom rapidly expanded and elongated. Suspended in midair, Wang Yi raised and fiercely struck down towards cleaving it cleanly in two. The immense golden blade's momentum remained unabated as it descended directly towards the head of the monk, Huijin. Stop! Suddenly, an imposing monk from below bellowed, his presence radiating an aura of golden core power directed straight at Wang Yi. Humph! The golden core elder on the stage let out a cold snort, his own aura surging skyward as he engaged in a confrontation with the formidable monk below. As the golden phantom of the giant blade wielded by Wang Yi was about to cleave down upon Huijin's head, it came to a sudden halt, mere centimeters away. Will you concede? Wang Yi inquired with an air of dominance, gripping the sword with one hand. I concede, Huijin replied, her reluctance evident as her once formidable presence began to wane. Chapter 51. Buys and Assassins. Wang Yi stowed the sky-splitting heavy blade into his storage bag, feeling an immediate lightness in his body. He shook his slightly fatigued right hand and stood resolutely on the platform, awaiting the elder's announcement of the results. Indeed, contestant 203 emerges victorious, the elder declared, as the imposing presence of the great monk dissipated, and the golden core elder glanced at Wang Yi with approval. This fellow is remarkable, directly clashing with a late-stage foundation establishment master from the 10,000 Buddha sect, murmured the crowd. Indeed, most practitioners from the 10,000 Buddha sect focus on physical cultivation, yet this guy is exceptionally tough, and he is merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. The spectators buzzed with admiration for Wang Yi. Once the elder finished his announcement, Wang Yi promptly put away his spirit beast and hurriedly descended from the stage to recuperate from his exertions. It was not until dusk that he fully regained his strength. Tomorrow, if he could secure another victory, he would advance into the top 100. However, as the competition progressed, the consumption of energy escalated, and the opponents grew increasingly formidable. I am merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. It is already a feat to have come this far. I wonder how she is faring now? Perhaps it is best not to disturb her. I shall check on Ronger instead, Wang Yi murmured to himself. Ronger, what are you up to? He inquired, using the True Feelings bell to send a message to her. Have you recuperated? The young lady instructed me not to disturb your match, nor to transmit messages to you. After a moment of silence, Ronger finally replied, I'm fine now. How did Shui Yao fare in her match? Wang Yi responded, is she doing well? Did she also advance? However, she has been rather vocal about your absence from her matches. Ronger explained, my cultivation is too low. I must expend my utmost effort in every match, which is quite exhausting. I need to recover quickly post-competition, leaving me little time. Is it because of senior brother Zhao Xingzhan? Ronger continued. The young lady views him merely as a fellow disciple. Since childhood, he has cared for her like a brother. I heard the young lady mention you might have misunderstood her intentions. She simply didn't want to distract you during your matches. No, I genuinely lack the time. Did you not observe my matches? I must exert myself to the fullest each time, Wang Yi replied, feeling a slight relief at Ronger's explanation. I will go see her now. Today, you performed quite well. The young lady is there as well. She won her match swiftly, defeating her opponent in a single move. Very well, I shall return to my training. I have a match tomorrow. Indeed, good luck, came Ronger's encouraging voice. After conversing with Ronger, Wang Yi felt considerably more at ease and began his cultivation. The following day, he arrived at the square, ready to draw lots. There were 143 disciples participating, with one person exempted. Before each draw, Wang Yi would mutter a few words. This morning, he even bathed and lit incense, offering reverence to all the deities, hoping to draw the exempted lot, which would allow him to advance directly into the top 100 without the need for arduous battles. Prior to the draw, Wang Yi clasped his hands together and murmured, May the gods bless me with the exempted lot. As he drew a stick and saw that it was indeed the exempted lot, he was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, almost kneeling in gratitude. What a fortunate fellow. Drawing the exempted lot in the early stage of foundation establishment to enter the top 100, someone remarked with envy. Surely he must have had an easy path all along. There must be some underhanded dealings at play, sighed another. Why couldn't it be me? I too wish to be exempted. Wang Yi's eye remains indifferent to the opinions of others. Sometimes, luck can indeed be a form of strength. After a brief wait, he observed Shen Shuyao and Ronger making their way from the square to the arena, and he followed them from a distance. In this contest, Shen Shuyao's opponent was also a woman, possessing capabilities at the late stage of foundation establishment. Judging by her attire, she hailed from the Jade Maiden Palace and bore a relatively delicate appearance. However, compared to Shen Shuyao, even without seeing her face, it was evident that there was a significant disparity in their aura. As the competition commenced, an elder announced the beginning. Shen Shuyao withdrew a beautiful azure sword adorned with delicate pink embellishments from her storage bag. Her adversary, in contrast, brandished a striking crimson sword, its hue reminiscent of blood and exuding an alluring charm. Shen Shuyao held her sword upright before her with her right hand, while her left hand executed a series of sword techniques, summoning numerous azure sword shadows behind her. With a shift in her left hand's technique, all the sword shadows pointed forward, encircling her. The opponent danced with her long sword, creating a red luminous barrier around her, within which a massive scarlet sword began to materialize. At a simultaneous command, both combatants altered their techniques and shouted. The myriad sword shadows surrounding Shen Shuyao surged toward her opponent, piercing the red barrier, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds as cracks began to appear and multiply on its surface. The opposing woman remained remarkably composed, manipulating her technique to send a fiery crimson sword apparition directly at Shen Shuyao. In response, Shen Shuyao met the attack head-on, their sword tips clashing with a burst of spiritual energy. Suddenly, the crimson giant sword's tip began to crack under pressure, and Shen Shuyao advanced, aiming for her opponent's face just as the barrier shattered. Unfazed, the opponent danced again, deftly colliding with Shen Shuyao's strikes, resulting in a fierce exchange of dozens of moves without a clear victor. After exchanging further blows, the adversary suddenly leaped backward, sword in her right hand, and forming a seal with her left, clearly preparing to unleash a powerful move. Shen Shuyao, unwilling to be outdone, mirrored her actions, channeling her energy rapidly into the azure sword, causing its apparition to swell dramatically and rise towards the heavens. At this moment, the opponent's grand move neared completion. Her crimson sword grew increasingly vibrant, nearly tinged with purple. As the final seal was inscribed upon the blade, she swung it horizontally, unleashing a fiery crescent slash towards Shen Shuyao. Observing her opponent's imminent attack, Shen Shuyao brought down her azure sword with great force. The two formidable techniques collided, resulting in a momentary stalemate before the fiery crescent was cleaved in two by the azure giant sword apparition, which then soared towards the edges of the barrier. While the azure apparition descended, poised above her opponent's head, the sight of impending defeat felt eerily familiar to Wang Yi, who murmured to himself. In a display of confidence, Shen Shuyao boldly inquired, "Will you concede?" "I admit defeat," the opponent replied, collapsing onto the ground. Shun Shuiyao stood tall, her sword sheathed, mirroring Wang Yi's earlier pose. Yet it was apparent that she still retained considerable strength, unlike Wang Yi, who had feigned composure. Wang Yi couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Shun Shuiyao seems to be imitating him. After the results were announced, Shun Shuiyao surveyed the audience and spotted Wang Yi standing at the very edge of the arena. A subtle smile played on her lips as she made her way directly towards him, with Ronger closely trailing behind from below the stage. Upon witnessing this, Wang Yi was about to flee when a voice transmission immobilized him in place. "Do not even think about escaping, for I would not hesitate to call your name aloud," transmitted Shun Shuiyao. Wang Yi remained stationary, shooting a glare at Shun Shuiyao. "You should take a break. There are still 2 matches ahead," he communicated helplessly. "I'm fine. It doesn't require much effort," Shun Shuiyao replied telepathically. She appeared before Wang Yi, gazing directly at him. "Esteemed senior, might we find a place to rest? We could draw lots together later," she suggested with a voice as light as a breeze. The surrounding whispers of jealousy rose and fell, but Wang Yi seemed oblivious. "Huh. Oh, all right, fair maiden, follow me," he stammered, finally snapping back to reality after a brief moment of shock, before turning on his heel and walking ahead. Shun Shuiyao and Rong followed closely behind, and the trio arrived at the edge of the square, where many others were already waiting. "You are quite bold to approach me directly," Wang Yi remarked to Shun Shuiyao. "What is there to fear? My great-grandfather assured me that as long as you ranked within the top 100, he wouldn't hinder my pursuit of you," Shun Shuiyao replied playfully. "Indeed. If the young lady is unafraid, why should you be?" Ronger scoffed at Wang Yi. "I merely fear being obliterated by your 2 protectors," he responded with resignation. "We have no such protectors. My lady and I rarely venture out, and when we do, we wear veils, so hardly anyone has seen us. Only you once, at that," Ronger stated. "Yes, yes, esteemed ladies, as beautiful as celestial beings. Even without showing your faces, you must have many admirers. Revealing yourselves would leave the world enraptured," Wang Yi replied dismissively. "Huh, you're just brushing us off," Ronger retorted with a scoff. As the trio conversed at the edge of the square, they soon received word that it was time to draw lots. Wang Yi and Shun Shuiyao stepped forward to draw their numbers. Wang Yi drew number 30, while Shun Shuiyao drew number 55. Wang Yi then proceeded to draw his opponent's lot, which turned out to be number 70. This round of matches included 72 competitors. Those victorious would advance to the top 36, while the losers would contest among the remaining 36 to determine placements from 36 to 72. The previous round with 143 participants followed a similar method of elimination, resulting in the selection of competitors ranked from 73 to 100. The trio parted ways, and Wang Yi made his way to the 30th ring. Before long, an individual clad in the garb of Tianya Pavilion approached, cloaked entirely in black robes. Their features were obscured, rendering their gender indiscernible, though their cultivation level was clearly at the late stage of foundation establishment. A late-stage foundation establishment assassin. This could pose a challenge. Wang Yi murmured to himself. "Let the match begin," the elder announced. Upon hearing the command, the figure in black vanished from sight, so swiftly that Wang Yi could scarcely perceive their departure. Simultaneously, a dense wave of black mist surged from one corner of the ring, rapidly enveloping the entire arena. Wang Yi extracted the mosquito beast and the sky-piercing crocodile turtle from his spirit beast pouch, simultaneously retrieving the Jinghong sword and a defensive shield. The shield, manipulated by a secondary consciousness, revolved around him, while the Jinghong sword nestled in his right hand, ever vigilant against potential attacks. His divine sense swept through the black mist, but discerned nothing. It was evident that the mist possessed the ability to obstruct both perception and vision. Suddenly, Wang Yi sensed danger approaching from behind. In an instant, the secondary soul commanded the shield to protect him, and a series of clinks echoed as he swiftly turned to swing his sword, only to find nothing to strike. How perplexing! How might he locate his unseen assailant? Wang Yi pondered. Within mere minutes, he faced dozens of assaults, his mind sharply focused, unwilling to grant his adversary even a sliver of opportunity. Should he succumb to a single hit, he would undoubtedly lose his capacity to resist. After a few more minutes of intense concentration, an idea sparked within him. He summoned his mana, activating the cloud runes within his dantian, which manifested as clouds in the arena's sky, accompanied by a gentle rain. Meanwhile, he directed his divine sense to reside within the clouds, allowing it to descend with the raindrops, leaving only his main soul and one secondary soul to command the shield. As the rain fell, Wang Yi's spiritual energy rapidly diminished. Suddenly, he sensed an area behind his left side where raindrops did not touch the ground. "Found you." A subtle smile graced Wang Yi's lips as he murmured. He swiftly exchanged the Jinghong sword for the sky-splitting heavy blade, activating the water escape technique and charging toward the shadow. In a heartbeat, he stood before his foe, the black blade infused with double gravity, striking downwards with tremendous force. A resounding thud echoed as 2 daggers flew from the assailant's hands, and a dark figure was propelled backward, hurtling toward the edge of the arena. just as the shadow was about to breach the arena's boundary. It employed an unknown secret technique, forming a hand seal that transformed its body into black mist, seamlessly merging back into the enveloping darkness of the square. Wang Yi felt an overwhelming urge to vomit blood. Victory was within his grasp, yet unexpectedly, his opponent had concealed a hidden ploy. With no other recourse, he summoned his consciousness once more, employing the same tactics. However, this time, his adversary displayed greater cunning, and despite enduring a prolonged downpour, Wang Yi could not discern the opponent's whereabouts. Growing weary, he had a sudden inspiration. He retracted his shield and feigned the appearance of depleting spiritual energy. Simultaneously, he communicated with the mosquito beast and the sky-soaring crocodile turtle, instructing the two creatures to remain vigilant of anything encroaching from behind, should anything approach, regardless of its nature. They were to attack without hesitation. After a while, Wang Yi genuinely felt his consciousness waning, and still, he could not locate his opponent. He had no choice but to cease the transmission of his spiritual energy. However, the rain spell persisted. A first-tier incantation that consumed negligible amounts of mana for one at the foundation establishment stage. Moments later, his opponent, exhibiting remarkable patience, observed Wang Yi's gradual depletion of mana. Dragging his wounded form, he stealthily moved closer to Wang Yi's back, covering a significant distance. Sensing that Wang Yi remained oblivious, he surmised that his opponent was at the end of his tether. From his storage bag, he summoned 2 daggers and aimed them at Wang Yi's back. Yet before they could make contact, a diminutive mosquito latched onto the assailant's back, causing him to collapse instantly. As the assassin fell to the ground, the surrounding black mist, no longer sustained by mana, began to dissipate gradually. After a time, it vanished entirely, leaving only Wang Yi, his complexion slightly pale, standing amidst the scene, while his opponent lay defeated on the ground. The audience below had witnessed nothing, obscured entirely by the black fog. Contestant number 30 emerges victorious. Congratulations on entering the top 50, the elder announced. Wang Yi clasped his hands and withdrew from the stage, making his way to the resting area in the square, where he hurriedly assumed a meditative posture to recuperate, as there was another written examination in the afternoon. It was not until he was summoned for the drawing of lots that he awakened, his senses enchanted by a fragrant aroma wafting from both sides. Have you all arrived? How did it go? Did you advance? Wang Yi inquired, directing his gaze towards Shen Shuiyao. Indeed, although the journey was arduous, I managed to secure a place among the top 50, Shen Shuiyao replied with a sense of pride. I too have advanced, though the toll was considerable, and I have yet to fully recover, Wang Yi admitted. You have already accomplished something remarkable, progressing from the initial stage of foundation establishment to the top 50. You are truly exceptional. From here on, we shall proceed according to our capabilities. Let us go draw lots, Shen Shuiyao said, as she and Ronger supported Wang Yi on either side, guiding him towards the drawing area. Chapter 52. The conclusion of the grand competition. This round consisted of 36 contestants competing for 18 spots. Wang Yi drew lot number 7, while Shen Shuiyao drew lot number 5. Together, they approached to draw their opponents' lots. Wang Yi drew number 23, while Shen Shuiyao drew number 30. Wang Yi arrived at the 23rd arena, and shortly thereafter, a tall, strikingly handsome man dressed in white approached. It was Zhao Xingzhan. What a stroke of misfortune, Wang Yi sighed. Let the match begin, declared the elder. Wang Yi let out a sigh within his heart. Yet he felt compelled to test the extent of the disparity between them. With a swift motion, he drew forth the sky-rending heavy blade. Refraining from summoning the mosquito beast and the sky-piercing crocodile turtle, the opponent remained standing there with an expression of utter indifference, as if Wang Yi were entirely inconsequential to him. Wang Yi steadied his mind, his right hand veins bulging, while his left hand deftly performed the incantation, bestowing quintuple gravity upon the heaven-splitting heavy blade, thereby imbuing his strike with an astounding force of no less than 1,200,000 pounds. Upon unleashing his formidable attack, Wang Yi feared that he might not have another opportunity to strike. After executing the quintuple gravity technique, he gripped his blade tightly, stomped his feet lightly, and swiftly charged towards Zhao Xingzhan. Zhao Xingzhan, with an expression of tranquility, extended his right hand to activate his sword finger, directing an invisible stream of sword energy towards Wang Yi, hurtling directly at him. Wang Yi wielded his blade with great ferocity, delivering a powerful downward strike that met the sword chi with a resounding thud. The formidable cleaved through the ethereal energy, but due to the tremendous force exerted, the blade struck the arena, producing a thunderous crash as a deep fissure spread ominously towards Zhao Xingzhan. Startled, Zhao Xingzhan cast a glance at the unfolding scene, marveling inwardly at such overwhelming might. In a swift motion, he deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the encroaching crack. Wang Yi was taken aback. He had anticipated his opponent's sword energy to be formidable, yet it proved unexpectedly fragile. Casting an apologetic glance at the golden core elder in the arena, he felt relieved upon noticing the elder's lack of reproach. Rising to his feet, Wang Yi swung the heavenly, splitting heavy blade, causing the ground beneath him to yield slightly. leaving a shallow footprint, indicating that he had gradually acclimated to the weight of the blade. In Zhao Xingzhan's perception, the ground beneath his opponent also sank subtly, revealing the immense heft of the black blade in Wang Yi's grasp, which he no longer underestimated. Zhao Xingzhan retrieved a slender golden sword from his storage pouch. Its elongated blade was adorned with two dragons that seemed to writhe, as if imbued with sentience. "You are worthy of my sword," Zhao Xingzhan remarked coolly, gripping the sword in his right hand while his left hand began to form a seal. This sword technique was named Heavenly Opening. "I wonder if you can withstand it," Zhao Xingzhan declared, his fighting spirit surging. "Come forth." Wang Yi responded without a hint of trepidation, similarly wielding his blade. With veins bulging, he manipulated the seals with his left hand, causing the blade to be enveloped in golden light, embodying the metal element of the five elements sword technique. With a swift motion, Zhao Xingzhan unleashed a sword aura from his golden sword, which cleaved the clouds above the arena in two, resulting in a colossal golden sword descending from the rift in the sky. Upon witnessing this, Wang Yi's black heavy sword shimmered with a golden radiance. A phantom emerged from the blade, expanding as he chanted an incantation, uttering, "Go." The apparition surged towards the golden giant sword in the sky. When the two met, a resounding explosion echoed through the air, and spiritual energy erupted, resulting in a mutual cancellation of forces. After a brief moment, tranquility returned to the arena. Soon after, two beams of golden light flickered rapidly, colliding and separating intermittently, creating a continuous symphony of sounds. Within mere moments, the two engaged in dozens of exchanges. Wang Yi's right arm trembled more violently, while Zhao Xingzhan fared little better, grappling with a five-fold gravitational force. After a series of exchanges, Wang Yi was the first to falter. His sword, the breaking heaven-heavy sword, clanged to the ground, creating a deep, blade-shaped crater. Zhao Xingzhan, though his arm quivered, maintained better composure, raising his golden longsword and pointing it at Wang Yi. "You have lost, yet you are formidable. I eagerly anticipate your growth," Zhao Xingzhan declared, standing with his sword held aloft. "Indeed, I have lost, but it was exhilarating," Wang Yi responded, his voice weakened. "The winner of this match is contestant number 23. The elder announced, surveying the battered arena with a sense of resignation. Wang Yi gradually regained some vitality, his consciousness stirring as he stored the formidable in his pouch. He descended from the arena with measured steps and returned to the small courtyard of his sect, promptly settling into meditation to recuperate. It was not until the deep hours of the night that he awakened, feeling nearly restored, save for a lingering fragility in his spirit, which would mend with a night's rest. His opponent was a formidable force, a late-stage Foundation establishment practitioner contending against a late-stage Golden Core expert. To have battled thus far was commendable. He believed that should he reach such a level, he would emerge even stronger. As he gazed upon the moon and stars, a sense of boldness filled him. The following day, Wang Yi arrived at the drawing square, where the 18 individuals eliminated the previous day would engage in battle to determine the rankings from 18 to 36. He felt content with his standing and had no desire to partake in further combat, especially since the rewards for ranks 11 to 50 were identical. He cared little for hollow accolades and chose to forego the struggle, accepting his position as 36th without hesitation. Wang Yi, through the truth bell, located Rong, who was intently watching Shun Shuiyao's competition. "You've arrived. Come quickly. The young lady is competing on stage," Ronger said, casting a nervous glance at Wang Yi. "Yes. Do not be anxious," Wang Yi replied, turning his gaze towards the stage. Opposing Shun Shuiyao was a young man from the Tianji sect, wielding a chessboard in black and white pieces, his attacks both mysterious and unpredictable. This individual is Ji Wuyo from the Tianji sect, one of the contemporary prodigies. Renowned for his formidable arithmetic skills and devious attacks, someone remarked. The celestial maiden of the Xiantian sword sect is on the verge of defeat. Facing someone with such potent strategic prowess leaves her with little chance of victory, another person commented. Upon hearing a few words, Wang Yi was struck by the remarkable prowess of Ji Wuyo, a true prodigy of the contemporary era, whose every move seemed preordained. Before long, Shun Shuiyao found a black chess piece pressed against her throat, leading her to concede defeat. After stepping off the stage, she made her way towards Wang Yi and Ronger. "Aren't you competing? Why have you come to watch my match?" Shun Shuiyao inquired, her surprise evident. "Since I've already secured a place in the top 50, the rewards remain the same. I chose to forfeit and willingly accept the last position." "Is that so? That seems reasonable." Ji Wuyo's attacks were indeed peculiar, as if he anticipated my every move. It may be related to his unique martial arts. After all, he is a contemporary genius and undoubtedly possesses extraordinary skills. By the way, I heard about your match with senior brother Zhao yesterday. You were impressive, managing to force him to draw his sword. Shun Shuiyao instinctively referred to Zhao as senior brother, a departure from her usual address of star sword brother, as she feared Wang Yi might misconstrue her words. "He is quite formidable. I exerted all my strength," Wang Yi replied nonchalantly. "You performed admirably. Senior brother Zhao seldom resorts to his sword in battle." The trio continued their conversation as they approached the drawing area, with Shun Shuyao still eager to vie for the 10th place. Over the next 2 days, Wang Yi remained by Shun Shuyao's side as she fought, yet unfortunately, she fell short of securing the 10th position, ultimately concluding her efforts in 13th place. On the 3rd day, the leaders, elders, and disciples of various sects gathered in the plaza of the Beastmaster sect, where the sect master announced the top 100 contenders of the competition and distributed their rewards accordingly. Wang Yi selected a second-tier superior spiritual artifact, a cyan hairpin, which possesses protective properties. When infused with magical energy, it generates a translucent shield around him, capable of defending against attacks from initial golden core practitioners and below. He also acquired a small cauldron, which serves no purpose other than to facilitate transportation to the spiritual herb secret realm once it opens. The first 50 participants each received one. The following day, Wang Yi returned to the Wanbao building to purchase a protective hairpin, identical in function to the first, one white and one cyan. He gifted the white one to Shun Shuiyao and the cyan one to Ronger. After the competition concluded, the trio strolled leisurely through the marketplace, with Wang Yi being relatively affluent, indulging the 2 ladies in lavish feasting as they explored nearly every shop in the Xiankong market. As various sects began to depart, on the eve of the Xiantian sword sect's return, the Shun family's elder, Shun Linghui, visited Wang Yi's small courtyard alone. Faced with a formidable late-stage nascent soul practitioner, Wang Yi felt an overwhelming sense of apprehension. I am Shun Shuyao's great-grandfather. Since you ranked within the top 100 of the competition, I shall honor my agreement with Wu Gang and will not obstruct your relationship with Yaoer. Please do not be anxious. I am here merely to engage in a conversation. Shin Linghui stated, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of authority. Thank you, Elder, Wang Yi replied, hastily bowing in respect. Your performance was commendable. To reach the top 50 in a gathering of such talent with your initial foundation establishment cultivation is no small feat, rivaling even Zhao Xingzhan of your. However, do not let pride cloud your judgment. You must advance to the golden core stage swiftly. Although I support your relationship with Yaoer, others within the family may pose challenges. Once you both reach golden core, no one will hinder you, Shen Linghui advised with a calm demeanor. Thank you for your approval. I shall not disappoint. Wang Yi responded earnestly. I noticed the illusion techniques you employed during the competition were not your own. They likely stemmed from a tree within the essence soil on your chest, acting as your avatar. You possess quite a few clever methods, Shun Linghui remarked. Nothing escapes your keen insight, Elder. This is a rare spiritual plant I fortuitously acquired, known as the illusionary realm tree. Its primary ability is to cast illusions, and I have cultivated the spells bestowed by my master, enabling me to refine this spiritual plant into an avatar, Wang Yi acknowledged. Knowing that frequent use of illusions would inevitably attract the attention of seasoned nascent soul practitioners. Thus, he chose to be forthright. You are indeed fortunate to have obtained such a rare spiritual plant. Rest assured, with both my and your master's support, no one will discern the true nature of your avatar, Shun Linghui assured him. Thank you, Elder, Wang Yi said again, bowing in gratitude. Wu Gang has taken on a commendable disciple, with profound potential and commendable character, aside from being a tad timid, which is forgivable, Shun Linghui continued. Thank you for the praise, Elder, Wang Yi replied, though internally he pondered whether the compliment veiled a slight. You must strive to enhance your cultivation. Yaoer is preparing to advance to Golden Core. It would be embarrassing if you remain at the initial foundation establishment level while she progresses. A man cannot be outshone by his woman, Shun Linghui asserted, revealing a hint of patriarchal sentiment. I shall heed the elder's counsel and ensure I do not disappoint you, Wang Yi replied, surprised by the elder's traditional views. Now, do not mention this visit to Yaoer. Tomorrow, I shall take her home. Once you feel your strength is sufficient, you may visit the Shin family. Surely, you would not want Yaoer to be the subject of gossip, Shin Linghui concluded, his figure gradually fading until his presence vanished entirely. Yes, Elder. I bid you farewell, Wang Yi said to the dissipating silhouette. No sooner had Shun Linghui departed than an elderly figure materialized in his place, his benefactor, Wu Gang. Greetings, Master, Wang Yi exclaimed, exhaling in relief, not expecting Wu Gang's arrival. Did Shun Linghui trouble you? Wu Gang inquired. No, Master. He merely offered guidance to diligently cultivate and mentioned that once I reach Golden Core, I may propose to Yaoer, Wang Yi replied candidly. Chapter 53. The hatching of the soul-eating bees. You must hasten your cultivation. Though the Shin girl did not make the top 10, her aptitude is exceptional. It is likely she will reach Golden Core in due time, Wu Gang advised. I will, Master. However, since reaching the foundation establishment stage, my progress has been painfully slow. Even with elixirs, is there truly no faster method for cultivation? Wang Yi possessed a panel of information and was aware that transitioning from the initial to the mid-stage of foundation building required a staggering 100,000 experience points, accumulating a mere 5 points daily. This meant he would need over 50 years to achieve his goal. While this duration was tolerable in light of the 200-year lifespan of the foundation stage, Wang Yi found it excessively slow. With the aid of a spirit-gathering array and medicinal pills, he was certainly progressing more swiftly than others, yet he yearned to enhance his cultivation speed further. The only way to achieve this was to acquire the rare heavenly spiritual roots, but such treasures were often bestowed only upon those blessed with extraordinary fortune. Moreover, he recalled that the breeding and spirit-conserving technique he practiced allowed for the cultivation of clones once the spell reached a proficient level. Upon reaching perfection, these clones could merge with the main body, thereby augmenting the main body's cultivation. Wu Gang pondered for a moment before offering his counsel to Wang Yi. Very well, but as it stands, I find myself unable to fulfill any of these aspirations. Wang Yi sighed inwardly. Heavenly spiritual roots are beyond my reach, for I am not a favored child of destiny. As for the latter possibility, there remains hope, albeit it requires patience until the spiritual rice matures. Do not be disheartened. In 10 years, the secret realm of spiritual herbs shall open, and you will have secured a qualification for entry. Within, numerous rare materials await. And should you dedicate yourself to your cultivation, you will have the opportunity to gather heavenly spiritual roots that can accelerate your progress. Wu Gang consoled Wang Yi, noticing his somber demeanor. Very well, I shall wait for 10 years. For a cultivator, a decade passes in the blink of an eye, Wang Yi reassured himself. The following day, amidst Wang Yi's reluctant farewell and the affectionate gazes of two women, they were taken away by their great-grandfather, who left behind a parting remark. May you achieve your golden course soon. After experiencing days filled with joy alongside his companions, Wang Yi returned to his solitary and tranquil existence. Half a month later, Wang Yi executed the final hand seal, and a golden mark soared into the spirit-conserving tree seed of the soul-devouring bee. Suddenly, the seed erupted in a radiant golden light before gradually calming. After 6 years of meticulous nurturing, the soul-devouring bee tree had finally been successfully cultivated, a feat not easily achieved. Wang Yi exclaimed in elation at this sight. He proceeded to the courtyard, planting the soul-devouring bee tree seed within a high-grade spirit-gathering array. He produced 20,000 spirit stones and a mid-grade 100 souls banner, placing the spirit stones into the array. With a flicker of his consciousness, he extracted a soul from the 100 souls banner and placed it atop the seed. The soul-devouring bee tree seed suddenly radiated with immense brilliance, generating a terrifying suction force that drew the spiritual energy within the array towards it. Wang Yi cautiously probed the seed with his consciousness, observing a dark-hued spirit bee within. Its body bore a golden stripe on either side, extending from its head to its tail, with a pair of antennae, 2 eyes, and pincers resembling a mouth. The spiritual energy flowed into the spirit bee's mouth, while a jet-black stinger at its tail emanated a mysterious and ominous aura. As Wang Yi scanned the stinger with his consciousness, he felt a swift depletion of spiritual power, causing him to hastily withdraw his probing. After a while, the 2,000 spirit stones were nearly exhausted. In response, he quickly inserted another 20,000 spirit stones. As the seed absorbed approximately 10,000 stones, the rate of absorption gradually diminished to a near imperceptible level. With his consciousness enveloping the seed, the soul-devouring bee queen slowly expelled a life-infused light orb from its mouth, which swiftly integrated into the seed. The soul beside the seed began to rapidly lose its spiritual power, absorbed by the seed. Wang Yi understood that the activation was successful. By nurturing the soul-devouring beehive tree to the second tier of spiritual wood, he could employ the breeding spirit technique to create a doppelganger, allowing the queen bee within to hatch. Contemplating the breath of life, he approached the soul-nourishing willow, separating a fragment of his soul to enter the tree. After a brief transformation, another Wang Yi materialized before his original self. Through the auxiliary soul, he observed that the soul-nourishing willow contained 3,900 pounds of life essence. Extracting 500 pounds, he poured it onto the soul-devouring beehive tree's spiritual seed, watching as the previously placed souls vanished in an instant. Alarmed, Wang Yi hurriedly controlled several souls from the 100 souls banner to gather around the soul-devouring beehive tree's spiritual seed, absorbing over 500 souls indiscriminately. Once the 500 pounds of life essence had been consumed, the soul-devouring beehive tree successfully matured to the early stage of the second tier, standing approximately 10 meters tall and 5 to 6 meters in diameter. Its trunk was a deep black, featuring a circular opening over a meter high, from which spiritual energy flowed, and its crown bore black leaves with golden veins. Suddenly, a wave of life energy emanated from the circular opening. Wang Yi quickly directed his consciousness inside, discovering that the soul-devouring queen was gradually awakening. A surge of excitement coursed through him, a splendid opportunity. Immediately, he activated the Beastmaster technique to begin subduing the queen. The queen, still in a state of confusion and possessing only initial Tier 1 strength, was no match for Wang Yi's foundation-building prowess. In no time, they established a master-servant contract. As the queen fully awakened, she instinctively developed a dependence on Wang Yi, influenced not only by the contract but also by the soul-devouring beehive tree, which had absorbed his essence for 6 years, making the bond inevitable. Master, A young girl's voice echoed in Wang Yi's mind. Are you communicating telepathically? Wang Yi gazed at the queen in disbelief. Previously, when he had formed contracts with the mosquito beast and the sky-raising crocodile tortoise, both had been too dazed to comprehend anything. Yes, master. I have consumed many souls. So my intellect has naturally advanced, the soul-devouring queen communicated proudly. Is that so? Do you possess any special talents? Wang Yi inquired. I can absorb the power of souls to brew soul power royal jelly, enhancing spiritual awareness, the queen replied. Enhance spiritual awareness. Really? That is remarkable. When can you begin brewing? Wang Yi asked, his excitement palpable. My current level is too low. The jelly I produce would only be of initial tier 1 quality, which would be of no use to you. I must at least reach the latter stage of tier 1 before it can benefit you, the queen explained after some contemplation. Is that so? Very well, you must grow quickly. Whatever you need, I shall provide, Wang Yi declared with generosity. I need to consume souls to grow. The queen urgently conveyed. All right, there are nearly 350 souls here. They are all yours. Take your time, and if that is insufficient, I will find more. Wang Yi said, waving his hand to summon the 100 souls banner. Excellent. With these, I should be able to reach the latter stage of tier 1. Master, place the souls inside the tree hollow. I will consume them there. You can also enter, as it is a small space capable of storing living beings, the queen teased. Ah, living beings can also be placed inside. How large is it? Wang Yi asked in astonishment. Not very large, but you can see for yourself once you come inside. The soul-devouring queen replied. Wang Yi extended his hand into a circular aperture, and with a ripple, he found himself in a square space measuring approximately 100 meters in length, width, and height. The walls surrounding him were dotted with numerous circular openings, each one serving as an incubation chamber for the soul-devouring queen to hatch her soul-devouring bees. In the center of the hall stood a circular platform, 1 meter in diameter, designated for the resting of the soul-devouring queen, who lay comfortably upon it. The space was indeed quite expansive. Yet Wang Yi wondered about its safety and whether others could enter at will. Rest assured, Master, the soul-devouring queen communicated telepathically. The tree's essence has been refined by you. You can freely control access, and also prohibit my entry if you wish. Wang Yi was pleasantly surprised, marveling at the unexpected efficacy of the soul-devouring tree. How astonishing, he exclaimed. Furthermore, I cannot keep calling you the soul-devouring queen, given your high intelligence. You should choose a name for yourself. Perhaps you should name me, Master, as long as it is not too unpleasant, the soul-devouring queen responded, indifferent to the naming process. Let me think. How about adopting my surname? You shall be known as Wang, and since you are female, full of spirit, I shall call you Linger, Wang Yi mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Wang Linger, it has a nice ring to it. Thank you for bestowing me with a name. She repeated, finding it satisfactory. Master, please place all the souls into this space. I will cultivate here and shall not emerge until I reach the 2nd tier. The soul-devouring queen instructed. Very well, I will ensure you have a plentiful supply of souls for your cultivation. Start with the lower-tiered souls. Do not consume those above the 2nd tier yet, as it may overwhelm you, Wang Yi cautioned, channeling his magical energy to release all the souls contained within the 100 souls banner into the space. The moment they emerged, all the souls instinctively distanced themselves from the soul-devouring queen, causing the grade of the 100 souls banner to drop to a low 1st tier. Master, I understand how to cultivate. You need not worry, the soul-devouring queen replied with a hint of resignation. Very well, I shall not disturb your cultivation further, Wang Yi said, and with a flicker, he appeared back in the external world. Before him loomed dark trees, towering over 10 meters. From the center of his brow, a secondary soul soared forth, entering the soul-devouring tree. Following this, he executed a series of hand seals, and the tree before him began to transform, manifesting a figure that mirrored Wang Yi exactly, albeit with slightly darker skin, creating a striking contrast to Wang Yi's fair complexion. Wang Yi scrutinized this avatar, discovering a fist-sized hole at its chest, through which spiritual energy flowed. He attempted to enter with his main body, and after a moment of disorientation, he found himself within the soul-devouring bee queen's nest. The queen lay motionless on a circular platform, her aura gradually intensifying. Not wanting to disturb her, he quietly withdrew. The ability to enter this space meant he could possess a mobile home. Wang Yi marveled at this revelation. He scanned his secondary soul consciousness, and, after some time, found no other abilities. It appeared this avatar served solely as a means of mobility, lacking offensive capabilities. However, once the soul-devouring bee queen hatched her bees, it would become a formidable weapon, unleashing a swarm that targeted human souls, a terrifying prospect. Wang Yi gasped in awe once more. He retracted his secondary soul and returned to his dwelling to continue his cultivation. Chapter 54. For years, 3 years passed swiftly. Merely a fleeting moment for those devoted to cultivation. After 3 years of practice, Wang Yi remained at the initial stage of foundation establishment, yet his cultivation speed had notably improved. During these 3 years, he accumulated over 600,000 free points. After leveling up the beast taming technique to proficiency, he discovered that achieving perfection required an additional 100,000 experience points. He decisively upgraded it to the perfected level, and with the assistance of the spirit gathering array and the yang pendant, he was able to gain a measure of experience in his chi refinement realm each day. He also advanced the breeding spirit technique to perfection, enabling him to control his avatar alongside his main body and utilize all of its abilities. However, Wang Yi found it quite frustrating that he could only stack one avatar at a time. Attempting to create another led to a sensation of impending explosion within his body. After consulting with Wu Gang, he learned that his physical strength was insufficient, and stacking one avatar was already commendable. If his physical cultivation could reach the mid-foundation establishment stage, he might be able to stack 2 or 3 avatars without issue. Upon perfecting the breeding spirit technique, a seal was formed in his dantian. When Wang Yi probed it with his consciousness, he found a hazy space within, accompanied by a surge of information. This space could only house avatars he had cultivated, with no other items permitted. Furthermore, the avatars could not be used within this space, only outside of it. Wang Yi deemed this space somewhat superfluous and decided to disregard it. Throughout these 3 years, he did not neglect cultivating elixirs, consuming one every 5 days at the cost of 2,000 spirit stones each. Aside from the elixirs gifted by Wu Gang, he purchased nearly 150 elixirs, a testament to his extravagant expenditure. Wang Yi found himself lacking spirit stones to buy demon beast corpses for the soul-nourishing willows. Having acquired only 50 mid-second tier demon beast corpses over 3 years, which yielded 1,000 pounds of life essence, the Bodhi seedling had matured into a low-grade second-tier spirit plant 8 months prior. This marked the first instance where he did not expedite its growth with life essence. Upon integrating his secondary soul, the avatar that manifested was a large bald figure, leading Wang Yi to momentarily doubt whether he had miscast his technique. After several attempts yielding the same result, he reluctantly abandoned the endeavor and examined its attributes. The Bodhi seedling, true to its Buddhist roots, possessed innate Buddhist nature and extraordinary physical strength. When Wang Yi, having enlarged his main body, engaged in a physical contest with the Bodhi seedling avatar, he found himself only slightly dominant, showcasing the avatar's remarkable prowess. The illusory moon fruit tree had matured, and upon harvesting, he acquired a new formation, the divine refinement array. Similar to the spirit gathering array, practicing within it would enhance his spiritual consciousness cultivation speed. By employing both the divine refinement array and the spirit gathering array simultaneously, he could double his cultivation speed. Without hesitation, he upgraded the array to low-grade second tier, using his free points and purchased materials to successfully create a set. After the yew oak tree matured, Wang Yi took on a secondary profession as a puppeteer. He was quite familiar with puppets, having purchased several mid-second tier puppets. Provided he had sufficient spirit stones, the puppets proved to be exceedingly obedient. Additionally, the yew oak tree could produce 40 portions of yew oak rubber, a necessary material for puppet creation. Wang Yi elevated his puppeteer level to low-grade second tier, acquiring materials to craft several puppets, thus earning some profit. One day, after completing his cultivation, Wang Yi opened his personal panel. Host, Wang Yi lifespan, 37, 200 spiritual roots, metal, wood, water, fire, earth realm, chi refinement, initial foundation establishment, experience, 4, 774, 100, 000, body refinement, initial foundation establishment, experience, 719, 100, 000, spiritual consciousness, initial foundation establishment, experience, 515, 100, 000, techniques, beast taming technique, foundation establishment volume, perfected, golden body bone refinement technique, foundation establishment volume, proficient, experience, 1, 100, 000, spirit gathering refinement technique, foundation establishment volume, mastered, experience, 2, 137, 100, 000, formations, low-grade second-tier divine refinement array, experience, 1, 100, 000, low-grade second-tier true dragon slaying array, experience, 4, 723, 100, 000, low-grade second-tier 5 elements defense array, experience, 4, 010, 100, 000, high-grade second-tier spirit gathering array, experience, 26, 001, 100, 000, spells, true eye, proficient, experience, 57, 110, 000, heavy blade technique, 4th layer, experience, 571, 100, 000, 5 elements blade technique, mastered, experience, 57, 110, 000, metal sword technique, beginner, experience, 856, 100, 000, pseudo 5 elements escape technique, beginner, experience, 856, 100, 000, breeding spirit technique, perfected, breath control technique, 3rd layer, experience, 259, 610, 000, low-grade second-tier puppeteer, experience, 1, 100, 000, golden sword technique, perfected, fireball technique, perfected, rainfall technique, perfected, golden needle technique, perfected, free points, 93, 942 talents, spiritual seed recognition. Light sphere collection. Gazing at the increasingly opulent personal panel, Wang Yi felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Yet, upon noticing the lengthy string of zeros next to his realm, he was overwhelmed with a sense of helplessness. The cultivation speed of 5 spiritual roots was indeed an arduous challenge. In past readings, he wondered why protagonists with 5 spiritual roots could advance so swiftly. Despite his abundant resources, his progress remained sluggish. Alas, the plight of 5 spiritual roots. Wang Yi sighed inwardly. Later, after conversing with Wu Gang several more times, he learned that the cultivation speed of 5 spiritual roots was half that of 4 spiritual roots. Consequently, a single spiritual root cultivated at 4 times the speed of 5. This explained why those with 5 spiritual roots rarely advanced beyond the foundation establishment stage. The resource and time consumption for further advancement was several-fold that of others. Who could endure such a burden? Do not be deceived by the seemingly abundant spiritual points accumulated over the past 3 years, totaling around 600,000. They vanish with little effort, as merely adding a few points can cost tens of thousands. The spirit gathering array has been upgraded to the 2nd-tier superior level, and I intend to first create several 2nd-tier superior spirit gathering arrays for the cultivation of 2nd-tier superior spiritual rice. After visiting numerous shops, I gradually procured materials for 10 sets of 2nd-tier superior spirit gathering arrays, spending half a month to complete their construction. Fortunately, my prior experience in crafting 2nd-tier mid to low-grade spirit gathering arrays proved invaluable, requiring only a bit more magical and mental energy. Once adequately prepared, I commenced the refining process, and remarkably, all 10 sets of spirit gathering arrays were successfully crafted. Subsequently, I wandered through the market, exploring various stalls, and discovered 2 types of 2nd-tier superior spiritual rice, albeit in limited quantities. Zungling rice, a 2nd-tier superior spiritual rice, with a maturation period of 22 months. It requires a moderate planting environment with ample spiritual energy to mature, containing a wealth of spiritual essence suitable for late-stage foundational practitioners. Zhengyuan rice, a 2nd-tier superior spiritual rice, also with a maturation period of 22 months. It necessitates a moderate planting environment, requiring sufficient spiritual energy and adequate blood vitality for maturation, rich in vital energy, catering to late-stage body cultivators. Wang Yi resolved to cultivate spirit-enhancing rice, which, like the previous crop, would yield freedom points, but boasted a superior cost-performance ratio compared to essence-enhancing rice. After thoroughly exploring the bustling market stalls, he managed to procure enough seeds for 20 acres. He then proceeded to the commercial district, where the quality was indeed markedly higher than that of the street vendors, though the prices were considerably steeper. In total, he expended 186,000 spirit stones to acquire seeds sufficient for 93 acres. It took him an entire year to successfully replant the 93 acres with 2nd-tier superior spirit-enhancing rice. Subsequently, he acquired 50 corpses of mid-2nd-tier beasts, garnering 1,000 pounds of life essence. The final yield of essence rice provided him with nearly 500,000 freedom points, which he utilized to elevate both the golden body forging technique and the spirit nurturing forging technique to perfection. Over the span of 4 years, the mosquito beasts remained at the initial stage of the 2nd tier, while the sky-piercing alligator turtle ascended to the same tier. The soul-devouring queen bee, however, was still at the late stage of the 1st tier, but was close to a breakthrough into the 2nd tier. During this time, Wang Yi sampled the 1st-tier superior soul power royal jelly, finding it of little benefit to his spiritual awareness. Consequently, he instructed the soul-devouring queen bee to cease production, redirecting all energy towards enhancing her cultivation. The avatars of the soul-devouring beehive tree, the diamond Bodhi tree, the illusory realm tree, and the soul-devouring vitality willow all reached the 1st layer of qi refinement. They seemingly inherited Wang Yi's 5-element hybrid spiritual roots, resulting in a notably slow cultivation speed, the cause of which eluded him. However, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that after the illusory realm tree's avatar broke through to the 1st layer of qi refinement, it inadvertently absorbed several beast eyes, leading to the growth of illusory eyes atop its canopy. This allowed it to surpass the previous limitation of 333 and attain mid-2nd tier strength, a delightful development for Wang Yi. A year ago, Wanbao Tower once again held its decade-long minor auction. Wang Yi attended, finding little of interest. He merely bid on a few monster corpses and medicinal pills. Within the foundation establishment stage, his wealth could be considered considerable, rendering most ordinary items beneath his notice. Over the past 4 years, the demonic forces have been increasingly unruly, evidently attempting to seize control of the entire Great Xian region, colluding with the beasts. The Righteous Path has gradually weakened during these years. For years prior, during the Righteous Path Grand Competition, all high-ranking members of the Yuanying level convened an alliance meeting. Due to the Xiantian sword sect's repeated defeats against the demonic forces in recent years, it lost its position as the alliance leader, which was then assumed by the Beastmaster sect, the strongest remaining force. While the Xiantian sword sect possessed formidable individual strength, its leadership capabilities were rather mediocre. Since the Beastmaster sect took over the alliance, the righteous path has found itself insufficiently capable of countering the coalition of the demonic forces and beasts, leading to its gradual decline and intentions to withdraw from this domain. Wang Yi learned from Wu Gang that it was precisely due to the ancient teleportation array locations he provided that the Righteous Alliance contemplated retreating from the Dacian domain. However, the Alliance currently only controls 3 of these arrays, with the one to the east situated within the realm of demonic forces, rendering it impossible to test. The other 3 ancient teleportation arrays have been occupied, and personnel have been dispatched through them, yet none have returned, causing the evacuation plan to remain stagnant. Chapter 55. The imminent war. On this day, while Wang Yi was diligently practicing, a sudden cacophony of bells resonated throughout the entire sect. It appeared that something significant was afoot. This bell had never sounded before, indicating that trouble was imminent. Wang Yi murmured to himself. He summoned his flying vessel and soared towards the assembly point of the sect. Upon arriving at the square, he was met with a sea of people. The Beastmaster sect had mobilized all its members, numbering in the tens of thousands. After a while, several figures descended from the sky. Wang Yi glanced over and recognized them as the sect's leader and elders. The ringing of the death bell had been triggered by information relayed from comrades stationed at the Hongduan Mountains, informing that the forces of the demonic path and the alliance of beastly creatures had gathered there, preparing to launch a full-scale assault on the western continent. It was a moment of life and death, prompting all sects to summon their disciples for a decisive battle against the demonic path and the beasts. Meng Qingsong's authoritative voice echoed, "Victory is assured in this battle." A resounding cheer erupted from the tens of thousands of disciples of the Beastmaster sect. "Prepare your belongings. Gather here, and then disperse," Meng Qingsong commanded. "Understood," they responded, before each taking flight in their respective directions. Wang Yi hastily arrived at the martial arts pavilion, only to find that Wu Gang was absent. He left behind a jade communication slip and soared into the sky aboard his flying vessel, heading straight for the courtyard of the marketplace. A profound worry clouded his thoughts as he pondered the well-being of the 2 women. Upon reaching the courtyard, he strolled through the various residences. The newly cultivated yuan-enhancing rice was still far from ripe. He then entered a modest abode within a 50-acre courtyard, seated himself cross-legged, and began to contemplate in silence. The impending danger loomed large. Which of his avatars should he send forth? The soul-devouring queen had yet to mature, rendering her unsuitable for the task, and the vitality-devouring willow was best kept close. Thus, only the illusory realm tree and the Vajrabodhi tree remained as options. After much deliberation, he ultimately resolved to dispatch 2 avatars together. The Vajrabodhi tree avatar would venture out, while the illusory realm tree avatar would be concealed within the resting soil. Accompanying him, the mosquito beast would accompany them, thereby enhancing their chances of survival. With a firm decision made, he first visited the sect's courtyard, placing the 2 auxiliary souls into the Vajrabodhi tree and the illusory realm tree. Following a brief transformation, the courtyard was graced by the presence of a large, shining bald figure, whose head gleamed brilliantly under the sun. He retrieved a black robe, enveloping the Vajrabodhi tree avatar within it, and donned a concealment talisman and the resting soil around his neck. The Vajrabodhi tree avatar performed a series of hand gestures, drawing the illusory realm tree into the resting soil. Wang Yi's main body wound dozens of prepared storage bags around the black robe of the Vajrabodhi tree avatar, containing tens of thousands of spirit stones and various sundries. Most importantly, there was a set of Xian turtle battle armor and a piece of purple yuan celestial silkworm attire. Should he employ the illusory realm tree avatar, it would be imperative to don these 2 defensive spiritual artifacts, considering the inherent fragility of the illusory realm tree's main body. In recent years, the illusory realm tree had progressed in its cultivation, lifting the restrictions on the number of initial stage illusion eyes. The tree's crown now boasted 440 illusion eyes, with their illusory power growing ever stronger. Even a nascent golden core cultivator could be caught off guard for a brief moment. Once all preparations were complete, he glanced at the time. It was nearly the designated hour for assembly. The main body arrived at the marketplace courtyard to commence his cultivation, while the Vajrabodhi tree avatar piloted the flying vessel into the sect's square, which was already teeming with people. Groups of disciples engaged in chatter, while Wang Yi, known for his reclusive nature within the sect, sought a quiet corner to sit alone. As time passed languidly, half a day later, figures descended from the heavens. Wang Yi quickly stood, focusing his gaze to identify the sect leader and the Golden Core elders. Silence. Today, our sect stands at the brink of life and death. All disciples must unite their efforts to fight for survival, to battle for justice. All disciples, prepare to depart. Meng Qingsong thundered. Victory is ours. Victory. The crowd echoed in unison. Soon, The golden core elders summoned forth enormous beasts, and the disciples orderly mounted the creatures. The laden beasts soared into the sky, heading straight for the Hungduan mountain range. Wang Yi stood atop a golden core initial stage iron tsang eagle, accompanied by several thousand disciples of the beast control sect. After several days of flight, a colossal warship gradually approached. The elder with the golden core, seated on the eagle's head, clasped his hands in greeting to a graceful woman in her 30s at the bow of the warship, saying, "It is an honor to meet the esteemed Fairy Bai Xia of the Jade Maiden Palace." Fairy Bai Xia returned the gesture, responding, "It is a pleasure to meet Elder Su Chong of the Beast Control Sect." Elder Su replied, "The area allocated to you coincides with mine. Let us proceed together." "That would be agreeable, as it provides mutual support. Should you find yourselves lacking space, feel free to come aboard our warship. We have ample room," Bai Xia graciously offered. "Thank you, Fairy, but we shall forge ahead." "You may follow us," Su Chong declared, commanding the Iron Tsang Eagle to accelerate. The Iron Tsang Eagle swiftly soared forward, closely trailed by the warship, both maintaining a formidable speed. "Look at all the lovely ladies," exclaimed a man atop the eagle. "Hello, esteemed sisters," he called out, eager to make introductions. The warship was bustling with activity as numerous women, each exuding grace, stood on the deck, glancing back at the Iron Tsang Eagle, some covering their mouths in giggles, while others waved, inciting a lively commotion among those on the eagle. After several more days of flight, Wang Yi gazed ahead from the Iron Tsang Eagle, where a continuous range of mountains loomed, undulating with lush greenery and towering trees. "Fairy Bai Xia, we are nearing our destination. We shall part ways here, as my jurisdiction lies to the north. Should any peril arise, do not hesitate to send word," Su Chong announced, bowing respectfully. "Very well, take care, Elder Su," Bai Xia replied, returning the gesture. "Be safe," he responded, and the Iron Tsang Eagle swiftly veered northeast. After half a day's journey, the Iron Tsang Eagle descended gently. Su Chong waved his hand, conjuring a formation plate, and within moments, a massive defensive array was established. "Rest here. The coalition of demonic forces and beast hordes is 2 days away. Prepare yourselves, for we shall soon face a battle of life and death," Su Chong instructed. "Understood," the group replied in unison, settling down to recuperate. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wang Yishuo opened his eyes and gazed at his fellow disciples. He could not help but ponder how many would survive this ordeal. Unbeknownst to him, within the grand hall of the Beastmaster sect, a fierce argument was unfolding. "I advocate for a fight to the death," declared an elder in the late Golden Core stage. "We have secured several ancient teleportation arrays. I propose we utilize them for a staggered retreat, taking a gamble. Our dispatched disciples have not returned. How can we dare to wager without knowing the enemy's circumstances? With the alliance of the demonic sect and the beast horde, a fight to the death will surely lead to our annihilation. It is better to take a chance. To waver before the battle is to disgrace the title of an elder of the Beastmaster sect." The hall was filled with heated debate, with some advocating for war while others sought to utilize the ancient teleportation arrays to preserve the seed of their lineage. Suddenly, a commanding voice resonated, silencing the tumultuous discussions. All eyes turned to the 5 venerable elders seated at the highest position in the hall, each exuding an aura of immense authority. "This conflict is unavoidable. We must engage. However, we must also safeguard the seeds of our legacy. It is imperative to retain some core disciples, strategically placed at each ancient teleportation array. Should we face defeat, we shall retreat immediately," one elder proclaimed. "Your will shall be obeyed, esteemed ancestors," the assembly responded with respectful bows. With that, everyone began to busily prepare for the impending confrontation. Wang Yi was engrossed in arduous cultivation within the small courtyard of the workshop when Wu Gang suddenly appeared. "Master, you have come," Wang Yi exclaimed, hastily clasping his hands in greeting. "Indeed, upon seeing your message, I made my way here. I was just discussing strategies in the Great Hall," Wu Gang replied nonchalantly. "Master, how shall we confront this crisis?" Wang Yi inquired. "The sect has ultimately decided to fight bravely while preserving the seeds of our legacy, even at the risk of utilizing the ancient teleportation array," Wu Gang disclosed to Wang Yi without reservation. "Is it truly come to such dire straits?" Wang Yi sighed. "With the demonic faction and beast alliance assaulting us, their ambition to unify the Dacian domain is insurmountable. The righteous alliance is powerless to resist, and my lifespan is limited. I wish to contribute to the sect. I will leave a spot for you when the time comes," Wu Gang lamented. "Master, you once gifted me a spirit seed that contains a Tianyuan fruit tree seed." Wang Yi hesitated before speaking to Wu Gang. "What? You truly possess a Tianyuan fruit tree seed?" Wu Gang gasped, incredulity evident in his voice. "Yes, it was bestowed upon me by you, Master. I planted it, and it has now grown into a tree, maturing in 8 years," Wang Yi said, gazing at the excited Wu Gang. "Where is it? Take me to see it," Wu Gang urged eagerly, for no one desires death. "In the sect's small courtyard," Wang Yi replied. Wu Gang swiftly grasped the back of Wang Yi's robe, and in an instant, they found themselves in the sect's courtyard. "This is it," Wang Yi declared, performing a series of hand seals to unveil the concealed formation, revealing several towering trees. He pointed to one of them. Wu Gang's eyes widened in awe as he beheld a 10-meter-tall verdant tree, shimmering with radiant light. It is indeed a Tianyuan fruit tree. One Tianling fruit extends life by 50 years, and refining it into a longevity pill doubles its efficacy. Wu Gang exclaimed with fervor, but the battle is imminent. I fear it may not reach maturity in time. Wu Gang soon realized, letting out a sigh. Fear not. Master, please observe this tree, Wang Yi said, gesturing towards the life-devouring willow. Huh, what is special about this tree? Wu Gang asked, puzzled. Master, this tree is known as the life-devouring willow, one of my avatars. Its innate ability produces a liquid called the breath of life, Wang Yi explained. As he performed another hand seal, a secondary soul emerged from his forehead and entered the life-devouring willow. Following another series of incantations, another version of Wang Yi materialized before Wu Gang, releasing a drop of green liquid that floated towards Wu Gang. Wow, this liquid exudes a potent aura of life, Wu Gang marveled. This liquid can hasten the ripening of spirit plants and is exceedingly precious. I initially intended to gather it for myself to mature the Tianling fruit before presenting it to you, but with the impending battle, I must inform you now, Wang Yi stated, bowing respectfully. Really? Such efficacy is truly miraculous. What conditions are necessary to produce this life liquid? Wu Gang queried. Corpses of demon beasts, specifically those at the initial stage of the second rank or higher. Each day, it can produce 10 pounds of the breath of life. To fully ripen the Tianling fruit, we require around 7 to 8,000 pounds. There are still 5,000 pounds within the tree, but we need an additional 2 to 3,000 pounds, which translates to about 200 to 300 corpses of second rank or higher, Wang Yi calculated. That is easily arranged. Wait here while I procure them. Wu Gang replied before vanishing in a blur, only to return shortly with a storage bag. This contains over 300 demon beast corpses, mostly at the mid-second rank. It should suffice, Wu Gang declared. Indeed, this is more than adequate. We will be able to utilize it in a little over half a year. Wang Yi accepted the storage bag. Excellent. Not only will I benefit, but some of the older fellows will also be grateful, Wu Gang said excitedly. Please keep this a secret, Master, Wang Yi urged. Yes, I understand the peril of possessing such treasures better than you, Wu Gang nodded with satisfaction. Thank you, Master. After conversing for a while, Wang Yi was transported back to the workshop courtyard by Wu Gang, who then vanished to gather other materials for the longevity pill. Once Wu Gang departed, Wang Yi left the compound and visited the Wanbao building, where he exchanged pleasantries with Su Jian before purchasing 100 spirit recovery pills. Spending most of his savings, under Su Jian's eager gaze, Wang Yi hurriedly took his leave, feeling the weight of scrutiny upon him. Upon returning to his courtyard, he immediately resumed his seclusion. Chapter 56. The onset of war. 2 days swiftly passed, during which numerous disciples from the righteous faction arrived. Wang Yi remained vigilant, awaiting the arrival of those from the Xuantiang sword sect. He did not spot two familiar figures until he inquired with a disciple from the Xuantiang sword sect. After questioning 4 or 5 individuals, he finally learned that Shun Xiao had been retained at the sect, and he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, as long as she is not on the front lines, the rear remains relatively safe. On the third day, while Wang Yi's avatar was in meditation, the earth suddenly trembled, and a thunderous roar echoed through the air, causing everyone to immediately become alert. Foundation establishment practitioners summoned their magical artifacts, and spirit pets soared into the sky. Wang Yi followed suit, summoning his mosquito beast, which grew to over a meter in size, carrying him aloft. As he gazed into the distance, he saw a massive horde of beasts charging towards them, some even bearing human figures upon their backs. Gather. We are under attack. All prepare for battle. An elder clad in the Xuantiang sword sect's garb ascended into the air, followed by dozens of golden core elders. Fight! Everyone shouted in unison. Amidst the tide of beasts, a fearsome roar erupted, revealing a colossal elephant followed by numerous diverse demon beasts and dark practitioners, launching into the sky to engage the elders from the Xuantiang sword sect, including several golden core elders. Wang Yi scrutinized the colossal elephant before him, recalling his previous readings that described this creature as a savage behemoth. In its adult form, it could achieve the late 3rd tier, and under fortunate circumstances, it might transcend to the 4th tier, becoming a Yuan-Ing level demon beast. Its stature could reach nearly 1,000 zhong, with tough skin and robust flesh, rendering it immensely powerful. It was exceedingly challenging to breach the defenses of such a creature at the same level. The situation appeared dire, and he resolved to seek opportunities to gather the corpses of 2nd tier or higher demon beasts, preparing for a potential retreat if circumstances worsened. Wang Yi contemplated the current scenario, having brought along 2 auxiliary souls and 2 avatars. The avatar of the Vajra Bodhi tree was designated for external engagement, while the avatar of the Illusion Realm tree was to remain within. If forced into a corner, he could sacrifice the Vajra Bodhi tree to preserve the Illusion Realm tree. As the impending battle loomed, the Vajra Bodhi tree avatar was unarmed, yet its essence was remarkably resilient, rivaling that of a superior second-tier magical artifact. In a direct confrontation, it could stand toe-to-toe with his own body, fortified by the golden body bone tempering technique. Wang Yi charged towards a towering, mid-stage two-tiered strength demon ape, which seemed to sense his approach. Its enormous eyes, resembling bronze bells, turned towards Wang Yi, and with a few forceful strikes of its hands against its chest, it launched itself into the air. Its powerful legs propelled it off the ground, creating two deep craters as it soared upwards, hurtling directly towards Wang Yi's position. Upon witnessing this, Wang Yi twisted his neck and wrists, crouched slightly, and, like a mighty magical ape, propelled himself into the sky with a powerful leap. He and the ape encountered each other midair. The ape's fists, resembling towering mountains, collided with Wang Yi's diminutive fists, producing a resounding thud. An invisible shockwave rippled outward, causing those below, both humans and magical beasts, to gaze upward. There, two figures engaged in a fierce contest of strength, equally matched. After a brief interval, the two figures began their descent, exchanging dozens of blows during their fall, yet neither could claim victory. As Wang Yi observed, there was no discernible change. The colossal fists of the mighty demon ape bore numerous minute impressions. In this contest, Wang Yi evidently held a slight advantage. Once the two figures landed, several first-tier demon beasts surrounding Wang Yi engaged in fierce combat with righteous cultivators, only to be obliterated by powerful kicks, their flesh scattering in all directions. The righteous cultivators, witnessing this scene, hastily retreated, fearful of being caught in the residual force. Meanwhile, as the mighty demon ape descended, blood flowed beneath its feet. The origin unknown, whether that of humans or demon beasts crushed upon impact. With a thunderous roar, the mighty demon ape let out a mighty howl, repeatedly striking its chest, emanating a palpable aura of demonic energy. Its eyes turned crimson in an instant, indicating the activation of some arcane ability, its momentum subtly intensifying, signaling a breakthrough to the late stage of the second tier. Observing this, Wang Yi surged forward towards the mighty demon ape. When he was within 100 meters, the illusory world tree avatar concealed beneath the earth initiated its illusion technique, causing the mighty demon ape to momentarily lapse into a stupor. Seizing this opportunity, the Bodhi tree avatar accelerated towards the mighty demon ape's neck, delivering a powerful strike. A resounding crack echoed as a void appeared in the middle of the ape's neck, penetrating from the front to the back of its head, before its massive form collapsed. Wang Yi initially clashed with the mighty magic ape, intending to gauge the opponent's strength while also assessing the prowess of his own avatar derived from the Bodhi tree. Upon obtaining the desired results, he ceased holding back, striving to swiftly vanquish his adversary, lest the residual chaos of their battle attract the attention of any wandering malevolent cultivators who might pursue him relentlessly. He hastily collected the corpse of the mighty magic ape and summoned the mosquito beast, mounting its back as it activated its innate ability to conceal itself, rendering them invisible upon the battlefield. Concealed in the shadows, he occasionally spotted solitary second-tier beasts and malevolent cultivators, whether in the early or mid-stages of their cultivation. He unleashed illusions, striking swiftly to extinguish their lives, subsequently collecting their remains before vanishing at remarkable speed. Gradually, the presence of second-tier early to mid-stage beasts and malevolent cultivators diminished on the battlefield. After half a day, he finally caught the attention of a malevolent golden core cultivator. This cultivator, having stealthily slain an early-stage disciple of the Shinnong sect alongside a third-tier early-stage sky rift leopard, took a moment to assess the battlefield. To his astonishment, he found that the second-tier early to mid-stage beasts and malevolent practitioners had almost entirely vanished. Alarmed, he communicated with the sky rift leopard, instructing it to remain hidden and await the opportune moment, while he himself soared toward the battlefield to investigate the cause. Wang Yi, leveraging the mosquito beast's innate talent for concealment, navigated the battlefield with remarkable agility. After stealthily eliminating a mid-stage second-tier practitioner of the demonic path, an alarm rang in his heart. Raising his gaze to the heavens, he beheld an elder clad in crimson robes, observing him intently. "Young one, how audacious you are to dare engage in covert assassination," Jiang Tian bellowed, glaring at Wang Yi. Upon concluding his proclamation, he raised his hand to unleash a torrent of blood, a crimson arc hurtling towards Wang Yi. Before Wang Yi could respond, the mosquito beast soared skyward, charging at the blood arc. As it approached, the beast's form expanded instantaneously, its elongated proboscis piercing through the blood arc. Mere moments later, the crimson torrent vanished. Jiang Tian's heart raced upon witnessing the mosquito beast's transformation. Only a third-tier beast possesses such the ability to alter its size. Could it truly be a third-tier creature? Yet, he shook his head, sensing only the presence of a second-tier initial beast. However, upon observing its enlarged form consuming his blood arc, a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. "Young one, what manner of beast is this? I have never encountered such a creature. Yet its powers resonate with my Blood Sea sect," Jiang Tian remarked. "Ba, Do you intend to bully the weak, elder? The golden Buddha tree avatar, emulating a Buddhist monk, clasped its hands at its chest and spoke. Ah, bald monk. Your stealthy ambush hardly reflects the tenets of Buddhism. Your spirit beast, however, piques my interest. Might you offer it to me? Jiang Tian replied. Surely, you jest, elder. In this battle of righteousness and evil, it is a matter of life and death. All means are justified, are they not? My spirit beast is not something I would part with, Wang Yi responded calmly. Enough of this chatter with a mere child. I shall extract your soul personally and seize your spirit beast's master imprint for my convenience, Jiang Tian declared. Old man, how brazen you are to exploit the weak. You truly have no shame, Wang Yi retorted in frustration. On the battlefield, to exploit the weak is merely naive. Jiang Tian scoffed, conjuring a blood-red, bowl-shaped artifact from his hand, within which blood coursed. Turning the bowl upside down, several crimson arcs surged forth, transforming into serpentine dragons that lunged towards Wang Yi with gaping jaws. Come forth, old man. If you seek death, I shall oblige, Wang Yi shouted defiantly. Yet his consciousness hastily signaled the mosquito beast to diminish its size and swiftly carry him in the opposite direction. Young one, do not even think of fleeing, Jiang Tian roared, just as he prepared to wield his artifact to subdue Wang Yi. Yet, he was taken aback as the mosquito beast shrank to just over a meter, whisking Wang Yi away, leaving behind only a distant speck, comparable in speed to that of an initial stage golden core practitioner. Enraged by the perceived mockery, Jiang Tian shouted in fury. Ignoring the sounds behind him, Wang Yi's eye transmitted to the mosquito beast, urging it to flee. He then nestled upon its back, striving to minimize the resistance of the wind. Jiang Tian pursued for a while, but upon realizing that his quarry had vanished from sight, he was consumed by fury. He showed no restraint, unleashing his wrath upon many disciples from both righteous and demonic paths at the foundational level, who fell victim to his merciless assault. With only a fragment of spiritual awareness remaining within the blood-colored rainbow, he barely managed to trail behind Wang Yi. Yet, he sensed that the spiritual awareness within the blood rainbow was gradually fading, undoubtedly due to the fact that the opponent's spirit pet was absorbing it. Once the absorption was complete, the awareness would vanish entirely. This boy must not be allowed to live. He will surely become a significant threat in the future, Jiang Tian thought, quickening his pace. He exerted all his strength in pursuit of Wang Yi, yet after a day of relentless chasing, he found himself unable to catch up, forced instead to follow at a distance by means of his spiritual perception. After another half-day of pursuit, the spiritual awareness finally dissipated completely. In a fit of rage, Jiang Tian struck the ground furiously before sweeping away in frustration. Wang Yi, after evading for half a day, found refuge in a grove. He waited for a while, and, seeing that his pursuers did not follow, he let out a long sigh of relief. The mosquito beast was so fatigued that it could hardly move, so he hastily produced some blood for it to quench its thirst. The mosquito beast had reached the pinnacle of the early second stage, but was hindered by Wang Yi's own cultivation level, unable to advance to the mid-second stage due to Wang Yi's limitations. Unfortunately, there was nothing to be done, as Wang Yi's aptitude for cultivation was rather poor. He released the avatar of the illusionary world tree. Previously, while concealing his presence on the battlefield and utilizing the avatar to launch surprise attacks with illusions, he noticed a phenomenon. The cultivation level of those ensnared by the illusion would gradually diminish, being absorbed by the illusionary world tree. In the prior battle, he had harvested over 100 foes, equivalent to the early and mid-foundation establishment levels of demonic cultivators and beasts, all defeated through the decisive impact of his illusions. As the illusionary world tree avatar was unleashed, he sensed through his secondary soul that its cultivation had reached the 8th level of chi refinement. It had taken him 4 years to reach the 1st level of chi refinement, and now, just a few days later, it had soared to the 8th level. Truly, he mused, the method of cultivation for the avatar was flawed. The illusionary world tree avatar primarily relied on illusions, while its true form was exceedingly fragile. Those entrapped by the illusion would unknowingly lose their internal spiritual energy, which was subsequently absorbed by the illusionary world tree. After Wang Yi's nurturing technique reached a proficient level, the avatar could commence cultivation. However, he was uncertain if it was due to the limitations of his true form's aptitude. But the speed of the avatar's cultivation was exceedingly slow, even more so than his own 5-element root, which had caused him considerable distress. Only now did he realize that the method for enhancing the avatar's cultivation was indeed incorrect. After resting for half a day and observing that his adversaries had not shown themselves, he cautiously retraced his steps. It took him 2 days of careful navigation to return to the battlefield's periphery, where he found both sides had ceased hostilities and were recuperating. He discreetly approached the encampment of the Beastmaster sect and quietly integrated himself among them. Wang Yi surveyed the battlefield, where 2 armies stood in confrontation, with countless corpses strewn across the ground. The remains of righteous cultivators, demonic forces, and monstrous beasts lay in abundance, evoking a ravenous desire within him. Yet he dared not take the risk to collect them. Above the battlefield, several figures were engaged in conversation, with the foremost being the venerable elder of the Xiantian sword sect, a figure of great authority. Opposite him stood a towering man, nearly 4 meters in height. Senior brother, what is the current situation? I was pursued off the battlefield and have just returned, Wang Yi inquired of a mid-stage disciple from the Beastmaster sect. Oh, junior brother, your survival speaks to your capabilities. At the onset of the conflict, some formidable individual decimated a significant portion of the Foundation establishment cultivators from the demonic and monstrous alliance. This allowed the righteous sect's Foundation establishment fighters to regroup and launch a counterattack against those in the late stage of Foundation establishment. Victory seemed imminent for the righteous side. But fate took an unforeseen turn. A demonic elder allied with a third-stage initial-tier beast, the sky-splitting leopard, and managed to slay Elder Tian Buwei of the Shinong sect, releasing 2 formidable Golden Core fighters. In response, over 100 Foundation establishment cultivators from the righteous side stepped forth to restrain these 2 Golden Core forces, resulting in a fierce battle lasting 2 days. Just as both Golden Core fighters were on the brink of exhaustion, the 2 nascent soul cultivators called for a ceasefire, leading to the current stalemate, which has persisted for a day now, recounted the mid-stage disciple of the Beastmaster sect. Ah, such is the situation. Thank you, senior brother. For elucidating this matter, Wang Yi responded with a bow, though he was inwardly alarmed. He had unwittingly embroiled himself in such a significant calamity. Chapter 57. Defeat and ripening. Wang Yi pretended to sit cross-legged, feigning the act of healing his wounds. After another half a day, a sudden thunderous roar erupted from the sky, as the heavens darkened and transformed, creating a scene reminiscent of the world collapsing. Had the negotiations failed? The battle at the nascent soul level was indeed formidable. A mere ripple could extinguish his life multiple times over. When would he possess such profound cultivation? Wang Yi sighed enviously to himself. As the fierce conflict raged above, the atmosphere below grew tense. Yet, without a command from the higher echelons, neither side dared to initiate combat, choosing instead to gaze skyward, awaiting developments in silence. After another half-day, the battle in the heavens finally ceased. 2 figures emerged from the clouds, both appearing quite disheveled. The elder of the Xuanshan sword sect, at the nascent soul level, had a vacant left arm, while his right hand trembled around the sword. Opposite him stood a formidable man nearly 4 meters tall, who was in an even more dire state, missing his nose and 1 hand and foot each. Kill. The remaining right hand of the Xuanshan sword sect elder swung the sword, and with that, dozens of figures, including the towering man, fell lifeless. Kill. The disciples below shouted in unison, charging towards the battlefield. Meanwhile, the demonic beasts and their ilk, witnessing the demise of their high-level combatants, retreated towards the depths of the Hungduan Mountains. Do not pursue a cornered foe. Redirect reinforcements to the southern battlefield. The elder of the Xuanshan sword sect commanded decisively, abandoning the chase. Yes, the disciples below complied, turning their efforts towards the southern front. Wang Yi, along with the crowd, hastened towards the southern battlefield. After half a day's journey, they arrived at the scene, which was similarly strewn with corpses. Some bodies had been reduced to mere skeletons, while others were only partially devoured, presenting a horrific tableau reminiscent of hell on earth. A few monstrous beasts still feasted amidst the devastation. Kill. A long howl erupted from an unknown elder in the sky. Kill. The onlookers, witnessing the carnage, gritted their teeth in fury and echoed the cry. Their voices instantly attracted the attention of the beasts still engaged in their gruesome meal. The monsters let out a deafening roar, and from the distant west, a thunderous beast's howl reverberated, causing the ground to tremble. The victorious beasts from the west, having recently triumphed, turned back towards the battlefield, and upon their arrival, a fierce battle reignited. Wang Yi meticulously employed illusionary techniques, manipulating the ethereal energies within 100 meters ahead of him, directing streams of spiritual essence towards the chest of his body, merging them into the tree of the illusionary realm. Wang Yi initially intended to continue absorbing spiritual energy in this manner. However, he soon realized that the number of demonic beasts and magical cultivators before him was steadily increasing, which could lead to unforeseen consequences. Consequently, he summoned both the mosquito beast and the illusionary tree clone. The Bodhi tree clone and the mosquito beast promptly engaged in combat, eliminating all adversaries below the Foundation establishment stage and discarding their remains, leaving only those with mid to early Foundation establishment combat capabilities to gradually absorb spiritual energy. After half a day had elapsed, Wang Yi's illusionary tree clone finally achieved the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Just as he planned to consolidate this momentum and establish his foundation, he was unexpectedly targeted by a late-stage second-tier spotted rock python, a colossal serpent, measuring several dozen meters in length, adorned with red spots, loomed outside the range of his illusions, fixating its gaze on Wang Yi. Alas, he had been marked. Wang Yi sighed inwardly and communicated telepathically with the mosquito beast, instructing it to unleash its full power and swiftly eliminate all opponents. The duo quickly engaged in combat. By the time the spotted rock python was still contemplating whether to enter, Wang had already dispatched over a dozen adversaries at the early to mid-foundation establishment stage. Their bodies promptly stowed away in his storage pouch.